I traveled through time and space and became the 18th prince of the Great Chu. However, as soon as I returned to the palace, I found that this royal family was not a place for me. The prince wanted me to be a scapegoat, and the emperor even wanted me to die on the front line. Even the princess who was promised to me had no interest in me. That day, I knelt in the Jinluan Palace of the Great Chu court, surrounded by civil and military officials standing together, and a dozen prince brothers looked down at me with sneers. 18th brother, you are finally back to the palace. Now is the time to be loyal to the royal family. Father specially sent you to the front line to command 100,000 troops to resist the 300,000 troops of the Great Zhao. You must perform well. Their tone was full of sarcasm and contempt. I sneered and said nothing. I knew in my heart that they were just afraid of death and regarded me as the most suitable scapegoat. However, they misjudged me. As a time traveler, I knew that this palace fight was as dangerous as the battlefield. I had no power, but going to the front line was a way to survive. So I pretended to be excited, looked up at them and said, "Thank you for your concern, brothers. I am willing to serve the Great Chu even if I die on the battlefield." They were all stunned, obviously not expecting me to face life and death so directly. Even the emperor showed a bit of surprise, as he realized that his son, whom he had forgotten for 18 years, was so calm about dying. But I'm not dying for anyone, I have my own plans. Just as the ministers were about to leave the court, I smiled and said softly, "Father, this is my first time back in the palace, and I haven't been able to fulfill my filial duties yet, so I specially prepared a gift for you and your brothers." They obviously looked down on my gift, and even mocked it a little, but no one expected that I would take out the jade pendant that my mother left for me. When the emperor saw the jade pendant, his expression suddenly changed. He didn't expect that my mother would actually leave it to me. At this time, the emperor felt guilty and gave me the sword he always carried with him. It was a sharp sword that looked like the emperor himself. The faces of all the princes and ministers in the court changed. They began to realize that I was no longer a pawn that could be sacrificed at any time, but a possible threat to their power. I was secretly delighted and held the sword. This was my meeting gift, and the real game had just begun. Humph, a mere piece of tea actually exchanged for 10 of my fine horses. East Palace. Prince Chu Wei's face was filled with anger, and he threw the green tea in his hand to the ground. But he was still not satisfied, so he stomped his feet on the green tea on the ground and shouted outside, "Someone, take this green tea and feed it to the dogs. This green tea is just like Chu Ning, it makes me upset when I see her." The 7th prince, who had always supported the crown prince, chuckled and said, "Brother crown prince, why would you want to fight with a dying man? Fighting spirit." The prince's face was gloomy. My father gave his sword to Chu Ning, so the sword should belong to me. If I have my father's sword, my prestige and reputation will completely surpass those of other princes. The 7th prince raised his lips slightly and chuckled, that Chu Ning is just a commoner who has never seen the world. Brother crown prince went to find him in person. Could he dare to leave my father's sword behind? How dare a mere commoner compete with the prince for the emperor's sword? Even if he was conferred the title of a prince, it was just an empty title with no power, no influence, and no fiefdom. The prince narrowed his eyes, a hint of surprise flashed across his face. "That makes sense. I will go there myself. Father's sword must not be in the hands of such a person." With a wave of his sleeves, the prince ran out of the palace with full confidence. At this moment, on Juchue Street, Chu Ning twitched his lips as he looked at the large house covering an area of 100 acres in front of him. It's too luxurious for only 3 people to live in such a big house. "Your Highness, please come in." The dignified-looking guard gestured with his hand. Chu Ning took a look at the 2 men. One was tall and slender with a broad face and a heavy chin, while the other was tall and strong with a face as red as a date. As he walked toward the door, he asked, "What are your names?" "Guan Yun." "Zhao Yu. Please prepare some hot tea for me. Some guests will be arriving soon." Chu Ning gave instructions and started walking around the house. Guan Yun and Zhao Yu looked at each other, a hint of doubt flashed in their eyes. Isn't this prince a commoner? Why does he have guests visiting him as soon as he arrives in the capital? Although they were confused, they went downstairs to prepare hot tea. At this moment, inside the palace, the emperor was drinking tea. "This tea is good, the aroma is so fragrant that it makes me feel refreshed. I don't know where Chu Ning got it. The emperor held the teacup and praised it highly. The chief steward Zhao Ming chuckled, "It's rare that your majesty likes it. I'll ask the Prince of Penglai to bring up some more tea tomorrow." As he was speaking, a man in black tights and a black turban appeared in the hall. "Your Majesty, the prince has left the palace." The emperor narrowed his eyes and put the teacup in his hand heavily on the table. "Humph, he must have gone to find Chu Ning. Your Majesty is wise. Keep an eye on him. I want to see what he wants to do." "Yes." In the courtyard of the mansion, Chu Ning, who had just taken a walk, was examining the emperor's sword. Suddenly, footsteps were heard outside the mansion. "The prince has arrived." Guan Yun and Zhao Yu's faces changed slightly and they looked at each other. The prince really got it right. "Guests are coming. My dear brother, you have come to visit me. Please forgive me for not welcoming you in person." Chu Ning pretended to be surprised and went to greet him. The prince was very satisfied with Chu Ning's performance. "You should be so docile in front of him. I came here uninvited. What crime have I committed, 18th brother?" "Brother Crown Prince, please come in. Someone, serve tea." Chu Ning welcomed the prince into the hall, and the prince sat in the main seat without any hesitation. And Chu Ning could only stand. Guan Yun served tea, but the prince didn't even look at it. All he had eyes for was the emperor's sword. Chu Ning raised the corner of his mouth slightly and smiled secretly in his heart. I knew this guy had bad intentions. His eyes never left the sword when he was in the court. "You want it, right? That would cause heavy bleeding. In this ruthless imperial family, if you have no money, no power, and no soldiers, you will be killed sooner or later. You must build up your own power. Let's start making money from the prince, who is the victim. I wonder why Prince Brother is here." Chu Ning took the initiative to speak. The prince said calmly, "My 18th brother has just arrived in Kyoto. I came here specially to see if you need any help, and to bring you the gift I promised you." Chu Ning was touched. "Thank you, Prince Brother. Forget about the verbal thanks, let's do something practical." The prince pointed to the emperor's sword in Chu Ning's hand, narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "My father once said that he would leave this sword to me. My goodness, this is blatant robbery. No disguise at all. However, if you want to snatch something from Chu Ning, you will have to bleed a lot." Chu Ning was full of reluctance. "This sword was given by my father. If I give it to my brother, the crown prince, I'm afraid it will be difficult to explain to my father." "Explain? What explanation do you want as a dying man?" The prince sneered, "Looking down on you, I'll give you something in exchange for this sword. I'm sure the emperor won't blame you if he finds out. You are new to Kyoto, so you must be missing a lot of things. Just ask for whatever you want." As long as Chu Ning is willing to hand over the sword, the emperor can do nothing to him even if he knows about it. Chu Ning was silent for a moment, and said reluctantly, "Since the prince has asked, I can't refuse. Now I have to go to the front line to fight against the enemy country, and I need some silver to motivate the soldiers." "Want silver? You should have said it earlier. As a prince, he has nothing in abundance, except for a lot of money. How much silver do you want?" "Brother Crown Prince, please give me whatever the sword is worth." After Chu Ning finished speaking, he threw the sword in his hand into the prince's hands without any intention of staying. The prince was a little confused. This is the emperor's sword, it can save lives at critical moments. Does Chu Ning really not understand, or is he just pretending not to understand? Forget it, why bother with these things? No matter whether Chu Ning really wants to hand over the sword is already in his hands. Looking at the sword he had always dreamed of in his hand, the prince's hands could not help but tremble and his heart was filled with excitement. With this sword, he can completely suppress the other princes. This Chu Ning helped him a lot. Glancing at Chu Ning who was looking down, the prince laughed loudly and stepped forward to pat him on the shoulder. 18th brother is so straightforward, I can't be stingy. How about this? I'll give you 50,000 taels of silver. How about that? Chu Ning fell silent immediately. He thought the prince would give him at most 10,000 taels, but he didn't expect the prince to ask for 50,000 taels right away. He underestimated the prince's strength. Seeing Chu Ning didn't say anything, the prince thought it was too little, so he frowned and said, 60,000 taels should be enough, right? It's more than okay, it's absolutely amazing. Chu Ning nodded quickly, whatever the prince says is the correct number. Ha 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 ha, you are very sensible. I am very satisfied. I will send someone to deliver the silver right away. As the prince spoke, he approached Chu Ning and warned him in a low voice, but you can't tell father about this, otherwise I will take back all my money. Chu Ning waved his hands quickly, don't worry, prince, I will never mention this to my father. The prince was very satisfied and left with a big laugh. In the yard, Guan Yun and Zhao Yu saw the prince leaving with the emperor's sword, and they immediately became anxious. Your Highness, the sword was given by His Majesty. Now that it has been taken away by the crown prince, His Majesty will definitely punish you. Your Highness, go catch up with the prince before he gets far away. Chu Ning raised the corner of his mouth slightly and chuckled, don't be impatient, let the bullets fly for a while. Your Majesty, the prince took away the sword you gave to the Prince of Penglai. Inside the palace, the shadow guard reported the latest news. The emperor, who was drinking tea, almost choked on his tea. Eyes as big as bells. The sword I bestowed upon Chu Ning, how dare the prince take it away? This rebellious son is so bold. Anger instantly rushed to his head, and the tea stuck in his throat was swallowed forcefully. Bold. The emperor slammed the table and shouted angrily, go and ask that rebellious son to come to see me. That sword was only given to Chu Ning symbolically. When Chu Ning dies in the front line, the sword will still belong to the prince. But the prince is so anxious to get the sword back, does he think I, the emperor, don't exist? The shadow guard looked at the angry emperor, his mouth twitching, not knowing whether to tell the truth. What are you still standing there for? Why don't you go and pass on the message? The emperor's eyes were cold and he threw the teacup in his hand heavily onto the table. The shadow guard explained carefully, Your Majesty, the sword was sold to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince by the Prince of Penglai. Sell. The emperor was stunned. Chu Ning actually sold my sword. The emperor was so disappointed that he clasped his hands and asked coldly, how much silver did he sell it for? The shadow guard hesitated for a moment, but still answered truthfully, 60,000 taels. How many? The emperor thought he had heard it wrong. 60,000 taels of silver. The shadow guard raised his voice. Rebellious son, rebellious son. The emperor was so angry that he paced back and forth, my sword is only worth 60,000 taels of silver. The shadow guard was stunned. It turned out that the emperor was not angry because Prince Penglai sold his sword. But I'm angry that he doesn't know the value of things. No, Chu Ning grew up among the common people. It's understandable that he doesn't know the value of my sword. The emperor sighed and his expression eased a lot, 60,000 taels of silver is indeed a sky-high price for a person of common origin. But then his face darkened, but Chu Ning doesn't the prince know? Humph, he is deliberately bullying Chu Ning because he has never seen the world. He took away my sword with such a small amount of silver. The emperor became more and more angry the more he thought about it. He clenched his hands and a hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes. The prince is ambitious, and the emperor knows it. But Chu Ning is about to go to the front line as a scapegoat, and the prince even wants to snatch Chu Ning's things. This is too much. Come here, immediately pass on the order and have the crown prince copy a scripture for the queen who will celebrate her birthday next month. The emperor narrowed his eyes and said in a cold tone, he is not allowed to leave the East Palace before the scriptures are copied out. Yes. Zhao Ming, the chief eunuch outside the palace, responded and was about to pass on the order. But just as he turned around, the emperor's voice came from the hall again, wait until Chu Ning receives the prince's silver, then go to the East Palace to pass on the order. I understand. The emperor wants to help the Prince of Penglai. It is said to be copying scriptures, but in fact it is a disguised form of house arrest. Zhao Ming's mind was active. He turned the beads and whispered, Your Majesty, the sword. The emperor snorted coldly, since the Prince of Penglai has been sold to the prince, it is not easy for me to take it back. However, I have more than one sword. After you go to the East Palace to pass on the order, give the gun I used when I was young to the Prince of Penglai. Zhao Ming's eyes widened in disbelief, but he still responded and went downstairs to make arrangements immediately. The shadow guards in the hall were also filled with surprise. Wearing a sword is a symbol of the emperor's status, representing that if I were here in person, I could suppress many people. But that gun was the one the emperor used when he fought on the battlefield. With this gun in hand, you have the power to kill first and report later. Compared to the sword, the spear used by the emperor is more deterrent. The shadow guard quickly reminded, "Your Majesty, you gave the bright silver spear to the Prince of Penglai. If he uses this spear to do something wrong, it will be difficult to deal with him." The emperor glanced at the shadow guard and said, "Mess around. Do you think Chu Ning knows what this gun represents?" The shadow guard's mouth twitched. The Prince of Penglai even dares to sell the emperor's sword. It seems that he really doesn't understand how precious the sword is. But if he goes to the front line, he needs to be able to control his soldiers. It is definitely not enough to just rely on his status as the Prince of Penglai. Only with the bright silver spear bestowed by the emperor can the frontline soldiers obey orders. Thousands of words finally converged into one sentence, "Your Majesty is wise." In the East Palace, the prince looked at the emperor's sword in his hand with excitement. "I have wished for many years, and today I finally got what I wanted." Looking at the golden sword body, the prince couldn't help but make a sword flower. The scene of using this sword to suppress other princes has already appeared in my mind. With this sword in hand, all the princes of Kyoto City will submit to him from now on. But at this moment, footsteps were heard outside the hall. Then, Zhao Ming's shrill voice came, "Your Majesty's oral order has arrived." The prince quickly put away his sword and went outside the hall to pay his respects. Zhao Ming said calmly, "Next month is the Queen's birthday. To show filial piety, the Crown Prince needs to copy a scripture himself. He is not allowed to leave the East Palace until the scripture is copied." The prince was stunned. "What does father mean? Just copy the scriptures, but not allowing you to leave the East Palace is a disguised form of house arrest. Everything was fine, why did you suddenly put me under house arrest? Etc. Is it because I bought the sword that Chu Ning had in his hand? But this is something we both want." A flash of anger crossed the prince's face, and he was filled with indignation. "Your Highness, please accept my order." Seeing that the prince had not made any movement, Zhao Ming could not help but remind him. The prince's expression changed slightly. "I will ask my father personally about this matter." Zhao Ming's eyes turned cold, and his tone became gloomy. "Your Highness, do you want to disobey the order?" "I am not disobeying your order." "Since you are not disobeying the order, then accept it." Zhao Ming said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty has sent the Imperial Guards to protect the prince. During this time, you just need to concentrate on copying the scriptures." As soon as he finished speaking, a team of Imperial Guards rushed in from outside. The prince looked a little unhappy. The Emperor actually sent the Imperial Guards to monitor me. A wise man never suffers a loss in front of him. Anyway, my father's sword is already in my hands. Your son obeys your order. The prince gritted his teeth and agreed. An hour later, in the Penglai County Prince's mansion, Chu Ning was counting silver in the backyard room. "This is the first time in my life that I have seen so much silver, more than a dozen large boxes." At this time, a voice came from outside, "The Imperial Edict has arrived." Chu Ning threw away the silver in his hand and immediately went out to receive the order. Although I don't know what the cheap emperor wanted to tell me about it this time, it must be related to him selling the sword. Zhao Ming glanced at Chu Ning, who lowered his head and looked harmless, and sighed, then slowly muttered, "The Prince of Penglai is about to go to the front line as a prince. I am deeply pleased. To show his loyalty to the country, I specially reward him with a bright silver spear." Then, a guard wearing black armor from behind handed over a snow-white spear. "I accept your order and thank you." Chu Ning grinned and said to Zhao Ming, "Thank you for delivering the order, eunuch. This little money is my invitation to tea." A silver ingot weighing 50 taels was handed over. Zhao Ming was so frightened that his face turned pale. He waved his hands quickly and said, "It is my duty to convey the imperial edict. The Prince of Penglai does not need to do so. I have other matters to attend to in the palace. I will take my leave first." After saying this, without waiting for Chu Ning to speak, he turned around and disappeared. The prince bought his sword with silver, and the emperor put him under house arrest. If he accepted Chu Ning's money, the emperor would probably chop off his head. Chu Ning looked at Zhao Ming, who looked frightened and couldn't help but shook his head, then looked at the spear in his hand. Zhao Yu, Guan Yun, how much silver do you think this gun is worth? Your Highness, you don't want to sell this gun as well, do you? You can't do that. This gun was used by your Majesty in his early years. It is extremely valuable and cannot be sold. When Zhao Yu and Guan Yun saw Chu Ning's posture, they immediately panicked. You sold the emperor's sword, but the emperor did not punish you. That was a favor to you, prince. But if I sell this gun again, the emperor will definitely be angry. Chu Ning grinned, looking at the spear in his hand in amazement. This spear was used by my father, it must be more valuable. I will be going to the front line soon. If I don't have enough silver, how can the soldiers under me obey my orders? Guan Yun and Zhao Yu fell silent. The defeat at the front was not only due to lack of food and fodder, but also due to insufficient military pay. If the Prince of Penglai left empty-handed, who among the soldiers on the front line would listen to the orders of a prince who has no power, no influence, and no money? Everything that Prince Penglai did was entirely for the soldiers on the front line. At this moment, Chu Ning's image in their minds completely changed. They thought Chu Ning was just a scapegoat for the prince, but Chu Ning's actions completely conquered them. Your Highness is concerned about the safety of the country, and he is willing to sell the spear given by His Majesty. Zhao Yu is willing to lead the way for His Highness. Chu Ning grinned. Let's go to the second prince's residence first. In the palace, the emperor is reviewing memorials. Suddenly, the shadow guard came to report, Your Majesty, the Prince of Penglai is heading towards the second prince's residence with a bright silver spear. The brush writing on the memorial suddenly stopped, and a ball of ink instantly submerged a large area of the words. The emperor was so angry that he threw the memorial to the ground and said, What does Chu Ning want to do? Does he want to sell the bright silver spear I gave him? This bastard, doesn't he know that the spear I gave him can save his life at the critical moment? The shadow guard replied cautiously, Zhao Yu sent a message that the Prince of Penglai really wants to sell the bright silver spear and raise enough silver to go to the front line to comfort the 3 troops. The emperor, who was still angry, was stunned. Yes, Chu Ning is a powerless man. How can he make 100,000 troops on the front line obey him without money? All in all, the imperial court still owed the soldiers on the front line 3 months' salary. It turns out that Chu Ning sold his sword and gun in order to raise enough military funds and stabilize the military morale. Chu Ning is serving the country. It was me who wrongly blamed him. Keep an eye on him first. I want to see who dares to buy the bright silver spear. I understand. The second prince's residence, living room. Chu Ming's eyes lit up as he looked at the bright silver spear in front of him. This is the spear that my father used when he was young. It is much more meaningful than a sword. Chu Ning looked at his brother with a simple and honest look on his face. Brother, do you like this gun? Like. Chu Ming couldn't let it go and nodded without hesitation. Since second brother likes it, why not sell this gun to him? Chu Ning went straight to the point. Father's sword was sold to the prince for 60,000 taels of silver. This spear must be better than that sword. For 100,000 taels of silver, you can keep the spear. The second prince panicked when he heard this. I like it, but this spear was given to you, my 18th brother, by our father. As a brother, I cannot take away someone else's love. What a joke. The prince was put under house arrest in disguise after buying the sword. If I bought this gun, I don't know how my father would punish me. I like it, but I don't want to be punished. Now the crown prince has become a joke among the other princes. Who would dare to buy your gun, Chu Ning? I don't want to become the second joke after the crown prince. Chu Ning immediately became anxious when he heard this. If you think my price is too high, you can bargain. It's not about the price. The second prince wanted to explain, but he didn't know how to explain, so he had to return the bright silver spear, take the spear and leave quickly. He can't afford to offend this plague god. Second brother, if you also give me 60,000 taels of silver, the gun will be yours. Chu Ning simply took the initiative to lower the price. The second prince's mouth twitched. If it's really a price issue, then it's not a big deal. But this is a matter of face, which cannot be solved by price. I appreciate your kindness, 18th brother, but I really cannot accept this gun. The second prince sighed and said, but you can't make this trip in vain. I have 1,000 taels here. It will be your compensation for wasting your time. The servant immediately brought a small box, and after opening it, rows of silver were neatly arranged inside. Chu Ning's eyes lit up when he saw Yin Zi, but on the surface he looked disappointed. Okay, since the second brother doesn't want it, I'll go ask the third brother. I have something important to do, so I won't send my 18th brother off. The second prince watched Chu Ning leave and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. This plague god is finally gone. Although he was cheated out of 1,000 taels, it was countless times better than putting the prince under house arrest. By the way, Chu Ning just said that he wanted to go to his third brother's place. Things would be interesting if my third brother bought it. Chu Ning did go to the third prince's residence. But the news of the second prince's residence had already spread, and the third prince directly rejected Chu Ning's proposal to sell guns. Of course, in order to get rid of Chu Ning, the third prince also gave him 1,000 taels of silver. The next thing was easy. With the lessons learned from the second and third princes, the other princes prepared 1,000 taels of silver without waiting for Chu Ning to arrive. The three men had come out empty-handed, but when they returned they had no choice but to buy a carriage, which was filled with 16 small boxes. The 18 princes, excluding the crown prince and Chu Ning himself, each received 1,000 taels, a total of 16,000 taels. Just from this trip, Chu Ning returned with a full load. If you want to go to the front line, how can you do it without enough silver? Getting silver is the first priority. And this news soon reached the palace. Each prince was given 1,000 taels to send off. The emperor's eyes widened. Chu Ning got so much silver just by walking around like this. The shadow guard nodded. The emperor was so angry that his hands were shaking. When these princes were asked to raise money when the war broke out, they all hid the money and didn't want to contribute at all. But now, in order to get rid of Chu Ning, he spent 1,000 taels. How generous! It's a pity that your generosity was used in the wrong place. If it had been used on the soldiers on the front line, why would the great Chu dynasty have come to this? The emperor, who was getting angrier and angrier, slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Zhao Ming, immediately issue an order. To celebrate the queen's birthday, all the princes except Chu Ning must copy a scripture for her." Yes. Zhao Ming responded and immediately went down to pass on the order. Chu Ning, the instigator, looked at Guan Yun and Zhao Yu who were carrying boxes and asked, "My mansion is too big and there are too few people. Do you have anyone to recommend? Having already cheated all the princes, it will be difficult to cheat these people of their money again. Next, I have to get some people to protect my life. If your highness wants to find some servants, I can post a recruitment notice tomorrow." Guan Yun and Zhao Yu looked at each other and took the initiative to make suggestions. The house is so big that it is impossible for just the two of them to take care of everything. How can such a huge prince's mansion survive without maids and servants? Chu Ning shook his head. "I want protection. Going to the front line, there are many dangers. If I can't even guarantee my own safety, how can I defeat the enemy?" Guan Yun and Zhao Yu fell silent. His Royal Highness the Prince has been serving the country and risking his life. If there is no one to protect him, he will surely die. Although the chances of winning this battle are slim, His Royal Highness the Prince is willing to go to the front line for the country as a prince. He does it even though he knows it is impossible, and he goes to the battlefield without hesitation even though he knows there is no return. If people of royal blood can do this, how can they refuse? Guan Yun's face straightened, he cupped his hands and said in a deep voice, "Your Highness, the Prince of the county is very understanding of justice. Guan Yun is willing to serve the country with Your Highness. If Your Highness does not mind, Guan is willing to gather those brothers from the past to serve Your Highness." Serving Chu Ning means serving the country. In the battle that year, the great Chu was defeated and only a few hundred people returned. However, they were reviled and most of them retired in the end. Only he and Zhao Yu were recruited into the Imperial Guards because of their outstanding martial arts. But the shame of the First World War has always been lingering in their hearts. They really want to go to the front line again to avenge their previous humiliation, even if it means they will be stained with blood and die on the battlefield. Zhao Yu also knelt on one knee at this moment, and said with a serious face, "Your Highness disregards your personal safety. I am deeply moved and am willing to follow your Highness to the front line. The prince is not afraid of life or death, so what does he have to be afraid of? At worst, I'll die. As a soldier, dying on the battlefield is the highest honor." Chu Ning reached out and helped the two of them up. "You two don't have to do this, go and notify the others to come here tomorrow morning. Starting tomorrow, they will be my guards." Guan Yun was stunned. "Don't you need to meet them before making a decision, Your Highness?" "Need not." Chu Ning waved his hand and smiled. "I believe in you, and I also believe in your brothers." After saying that, Chu Ning turned around and went back to his room to rest. Guan Yun and Zhao Yu were deeply moved. Just because he trusted them, Chu Ning recruited the two of them as his brothers. Just because of this trust, they decided to choose Chu Ning. "Your Highness is truly a man of character. We must not let His Highness down. Go and inform the others." The two were not talkative people, so after discussing it, they notified the other brothers overnight. An hour later, inside the palace. The emperor was looking at the green card, wondering which concubine would sleep with him tonight. At this time, the shadow guard came quietly to report, "Your Majesty, Guan Yun and Zhao Yu are gathering their old subordinates." The emperor raised his eyebrows, and a gleam of light that was unnoticed flashed in his eyes that looked down upon the world. Calling the old subordinates. What do these two want to do? His mood of selecting a concubine to sleep with him suddenly disappeared, and he put the sign back into the tray. The shadow guard lowered his head and whispered, "Zhao Yu sent a message saying that the Prince of Penglai wants to form a guard team to deal with the crisis on the front line." Guard. This guy Chu Ning either doesn't know or is pretending not to know that going to the front line is a life-threatening situation. Even with a guard team, it will only add dozens of deaths. It would be better to refuse to go to the front line than to form a guard team. Thinking of Chu Ning's face that was somewhat similar to his own, the emperor couldn't help but feel touched. He didn't even raise Chu Ning, and now he wants Chu Ning to die. Oh, never mind. It's just a guard. Let him be. The emperor waved his hand and said, "He can recruit as many as he can. Anyway, they are going to the front line to die, so no one would be willing to be Chu Ning's bodyguard." However, the shadow guard hesitated when he heard this. The emperor frowned. "If you have something to say, just say it." The shadow guard reminded carefully, "Your Majesty, the Prince of Penglai has offended all the princes this time. I'm afraid some people will be resentful." The emperor's face was gloomy. "If you want to stop even such a small matter, how can you be worthy of being my prince? I want to see who dares to stop it. Please pay close attention to this matter and report directly if there is anything." "Yes." The shadow guard responded and turned to leave. At this time, the chief eunuch Zhao Ming stepped forward and reminded softly, "Your Majesty, it's time for you to turn over the cards." The emperor glanced at the green card on the tray, and for some reason he thought of the green tea that Chu Ning gave him. "My son is about to go to the front line to die, but I want to have fun in the harem. Take all of these away, and don't bring them back before Chu Ning goes on the expedition. Your Majesty has changed his personality." Zhao Ming was stunned, but didn't dare to say anything more. He could only carry the tray down. Nothing happened that night. The next day, laughter was heard outside the Penglai County Prince's mansion, and Chu Ning, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened. After getting dressed and going out into the yard, I saw about 30 people talking to each other, their faces filled with the joy of reunion after a long separation. These people are all tall and sturdy in appearance, and they exude a murderous aura. Like Guan Yun and Zhao Yu, they are soldiers who have returned from the front lines. He is a veteran of Dechu. Guan Yun spotted Chu Ning and immediately stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "Greetings to His Royal Highness the Prince." Everyone stopped talking and turned to Chu Ning, bowing and saying, "Greetings to the Prince of Penglai." Chu Ning nodded, looked around at everyone, and suddenly bowed to everyone. The prince saluted and everyone was stunned. Although Chu Ning is about to go to the front line as a scapegoat, he is a prince after all, and a prince of a county. It is a great honor for such a person to salute them. "Your Highness, please don't embarrass us." Zhao Yu quickly returned the greeting. Everyone followed Zhao Yu and returned the greeting. Chu Ning reached out his hand to appease Zhao Yu, and said with a serious face, you have all fought for our Chu country and risked your lives. This gift is my respect for you. During this crisis on the front line, you all stepped forward and bravely stepped forward. You all deserve this gift. Although I, Chu Ning, don't have much ability, I am willing to serve the country. From now on, I, Chu Ning, will never treat you unfairly as long as I have something to eat. The veterans' eyes suddenly filled with tears. Although they survived the battle, they felt guilty every time they thought of their brothers who died in the battle. Coupled with the people's lack of understanding of them, they have been ridiculed and mocked over the years. But today, Prince Chu Ning vindicated them. They can go to the battlefield. This time, they must take back the glory that belongs to them. Even if I die on the battlefield, I would not care. We are willing to follow His Royal Highness the Prince until death. Although he knew that Chu Ning had no power and could not bring them wealth and glory, he also knew that going to the front line this time would be a life-threatening situation. But none of them regretted it. Because they are veterans of the Chu state. This trip is not only to protect Chu Ning but also to clear my name. Chu Ning looked at the excited crowd with a look of satisfaction on his face. Although there are only more than 30 people, but we can add up to a lot. Now that you are my guards, I will not treat you unfairly. My brother has gifted me 2 blacksmith shops. Please follow me and forge some weapons. Chu Ning waved his hand and led everyone to the blacksmith shop. Your Majesty, the Prince of Penglai is heading south of the city with his newly recruited people. I believe he is heading to the blacksmith shop. Inside the palace, the shadow guard half knelt and reported. The Emperor, who had already put on his clothes, nodded slightly, a look of satisfaction on his face. You went to the blacksmith shop for weapons. Chu Ning finally did something that satisfied me. The Emperor flicked his sleeves and walked out of the palace, saying with a smile, "Go to court." The shadow guard moved his mouth and swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. It's rare that the Emperor is so happy. We can't spoil your Majesty's fun. I hope Prince Penglai can successfully forge weapons on this trip. At this time, the prince who was copying scriptures in the East Palace also received the news. What? Chu Ning took people to the blacksmith shop that my second brother gave him. It's absolutely true. Our people have been watching them. The prince's personal guard in armor replied in a deep voice. The prince narrowed his eyes, and a cold light flashed across them. This damn Chu Ning, before he died, caused me to be placed under house arrest in disguise, and became a laughing stock among the ministers. Chu Ning must have gone to the blacksmith shop to forge weapons, but how could he know that the owner of the blacksmith shop is my man? How can I let him be satisfied if I am placed under house arrest? This time, Chu Ning must be made to fall. By the way, put the blame on my second brother. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The prince sneered, pass the order down. No matter what Chu Ning wants to do today, he must not succeed. Yes. The streets in the south of the city are bustling with people coming and going. The vendors on both sides of the street shouted from time to time, and people coming and going stopped from time to choose what they liked. It's worthy of being called Kyoto. It's really prosperous. Chu Ning sighed in his heart. It's a pity for him that this place is full of murderous intentions. If he can't leave as soon as possible, any one of his 17 brothers can kill him. Your Highness, we're here. Guan Yun said, pointing to a blacksmith shop on the right side of the street. Chu Ning looked up and saw that the blacksmith shop covered an area of about 2 acres, and there were 7 or 8 shirtless strong men busy at work. This group of people were either forging iron or pulling bellows, and they ignored Chu Ning's arrival. Just as Chu Ning approached, a blacksmith suddenly pulled the bellows, and the flames in the furnace rushed out. The high temperature instantly distorted his vision. Presumptuous. Zhao Yu's face darkened. He stood in front of Chu Ning and swept out a palm wind, extinguishing the flames. How dare you be so rude to His Royal Highness the Prince? Why don't you apologize to His Highness? The more than 30 veterans behind Chu Ning burst out with momentum, and the terrifying murderous aura made all the blacksmiths tremble with fear, as if the people in front of them were not humans, but man-eating beasts. Although the blacksmiths were all strong men, they had never been to the battlefield and had never seen such murderous aura. They were shocked and stood still. It turns out that His Royal Highness the Prince has arrived. I am sorry for not coming to greet you in person. Please forgive me. A short and fat middle-aged man with a round belly, fat on his face and a pair of rolling eyes walked out of the blacksmith shop quickly. I am Xiao Ming, the owner of this blacksmith shop. I was too focused on making farm tools just now. If I have offended your highness, please forgive me. As Xiao Ming spoke, he bowed and saluted with a submissive look. Chu Ning glanced at this person, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes that was undetectable. Were you so focused that you didn't even notice there were so many people around you? Moreover, the flames did not rush towards anywhere else, but towards him. If he said it was not intentional, no one would believe it. Xiao Ming was pretending to be so pretentious, and it was obvious that he didn't want to punish these blacksmiths. In this Kyoto city, even the owner of a blacksmith shop is so difficult to deal with. If he can't even handle a blacksmith shop owner, he has no chance of completely controlling the gifts from other princes. Chu Ning chuckled and stepped forward to help Xiao Ming up. Manager Xiao, you are joking. Ignorance is not a crime. It is just a trivial matter. How can I punish you? What a useless piece of trash. Xiao Ming raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a proud look. The best fate for an illegitimate child without any support from any force is to die on the front line. As the spy arranged by the crown prince among the second prince, he absolutely cannot let this blacksmith shop fall into the hands of this loser. If I can make Chu Ning suffer a loss today and vent the prince's anger, I will definitely be valued by the prince. Your Highness, the prince is so generous. Why don't you thank him quickly? Xiao Ming winked at the blacksmiths. Thank you for your generosity, Your Highness. Your Highness, please come inside and talk. Xiao Ming narrowed his eyes and welcomed Chu Ning into the blacksmith shop. After taking his seat, Chu Ning did not hide his purpose at all. Shopkeeper Xiao, this blacksmith shop has been given to me by my second brother. I came here today to make weapons for my guards. Xiao Ming glanced at the more than 30 veterans standing outside and sneered in his heart. Make weapons. Do you, Chu Ning, really think of this blacksmith shop as your own? This weapon cannot be forged just because you say so. With a bitter smile, Xiao Ming pretended to be helpless. Your Highness, you don't know that the blacksmith shop in our dynasty can only make farm tools, and even farm tools must be reported. Forging weapons privately is a serious crime. I dare not do that. Chu Ning frowned and turned to look at Zhao Yu beside him. Zhao Yu approached and whispered, Your Highness, this person is right. Forging weapons requires permission from the Ministry of War, but you are a prince, and the Ministry of War tacitly approves you to forge weapons for your guards. That means Xiao Ming doesn't give face. It is certainly not possible for ordinary people to forge weapons, but the prince is a member of the royal family after all. How dare the Ministry of War say anything when he makes weapons for his guards? If Zhao Yu, a member of the Imperial Guard, knew it, how could Xiao Ming not know it? But instead of explaining, Xiao Ming deliberately evaded responsibility, which was clearly a malicious attempt to make things difficult for him. It seems that it is not so easy to get the second brother's blacksmith shop. Chu Ning narrowed his eyes, stood up suddenly, and said in a cold voice, These people will follow me to the front line as guards. If they don't have weapons, how can they serve the country? Manager Xiao, considering that these people are about to go to the front line, can you make a weapon for each of them? TSK, is he trying to show the aura of a prince? It's a pity that you, Chu Ning, have no power and influence, and this pressure is of no use to him at all. Xiao Ming shook his head, still looking helpless. Your Highness, I can't do anything about this matter, unless you can get the documents from the Ministry of War. How could the Ministry of War buy into a mere useless prince? Chu Ning seemed to be aware of his situation, and when he saw that threats were useless, his aura suddenly diminished. Alas, going to the Ministry of War is too time-consuming and laborious. This king cannot wait that long. Chu Ning glanced at the 30-odd veterans outside, his eyes flashing with determination. I will personally lead them to forge weapons. This matter has nothing to do with shopkeeper Xiao. Is this okay? Xiao Ming was stunned. A prince wants to forge weapons himself. This is so embarrassing. But then, Xiao Ming became very excited. His purpose was to embarrass Chu Ning and vent the prince's anger. Your Highness, the prince wants to forge weapons himself. Xiao Ming pretended to be terrified and said, This won't do. If His Majesty knew about this, he would punish us severely. Let's dig a pit for Chu Ning first. When the higher-ups investigate this matter, he will be able to clear himself of it cleanly. Chu Ning frowned, his face showing an indignant look. I forged the weapons not for myself, but for the guards to have weapons on the battlefield. If my father wants to blame someone, then blame me alone. If the Ministry of War investigates, I will bear the responsibility alone. Shopkeeper Xiao, please step back. This matter has nothing to do with you and the other blacksmiths. As soon as these words were spoken, more than 30 veterans were deeply moved. They were just veterans who had returned from the front lines, and many people said they were deserters and looked down on them because of that. Over the years, they have been looked down upon and treated coldly because of their defeat, and no one cares about them at all. But today, Chu Ning would rather take the blame alone so that they can have the right weapons. At this moment, their attitude towards Chu Ning changed completely. At first, they just wanted to follow Chu Ning to the front line to fulfill their long-cherished wish as veterans. But now, they really want to protect Chu Ning's safety. Your Highness, you must not be punished for us. Yes, Your Highness. Leave the forging of weapons to us. Let's all work together. We must not let His Highness take the blame for us. If we are punished, we will be guilty of the same crime as Your Highness. Everyone was moved and took the tools from the blacksmiths. Xiao Ming looked at this scene. Although he looked embarrassed, he was very excited in his heart. Forging weapons is not a matter of a day or two. If Chu Ning had really been forging weapons here these days, he would have become a laughing stock in Kyoto City. Such an interesting thing must of course be reported to the Crown Prince and the Second Prince. With a roll of his eyes, Xiao Ming pretended to be helpless. Since Your Highness insists on doing this, I can only obey your orders. It just so happens that all the blacksmiths are tired from working so hard these days, so you can take a few days off. However, Your Highness, you must pay them for their wages. The blacksmiths around showed joy on their faces. Manager Xiao is very kind. He not only doesn't have to work for me but he also pays me for my work. But Zhao Yu's face darkened when he heard this. Chief Executive Xiao, are you acting like this to deceive His Highness that he can't do anything to you? Xiao Ming looked terrified. What do you mean by that? Do you think I am deliberately making things difficult for Your Highness? You. All right. Chu Ning waved his hand to interrupt Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu, pay the blacksmith's wages and let them go. When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. What does it mean to settle the wages? Are you trying to drive people away? Xiao Ming reacted and a cold look flashed in his eyes. If all the blacksmiths were driven away, there would be no need for him as the shopkeeper to stay. Your Highness, are you going to vent your anger on these blacksmiths because of what happened just now? Xiao Ming said seriously, these blacksmiths have worked here for many years. Even if they have no credit, they have worked hard. How can Your Highness make such a hasty decision? Chu Ning sighed, his face full of helplessness. Chief Executive Xiao, you also know that I want to forge weapons. If my father blames me for this, I am afraid that other people will be implicated. The reason why I fired these blacksmiths is because I don't want to implicate them. After saying that, he looked at the blacksmith and said in a deep voice, everyone, if you want to stay, it's fine. I can give you more wages. But once the court blames you, you will also have to bear the responsibility together with me. The blacksmiths immediately refused to work upon hearing this. I have an old mother to support at home, so please pay me the wages, Your Highness. Your Highness, my wife is about to give birth, and I want to pay off my wages so I can take care of my wife. I still have children to raise. Please forgive me, Your Highness. No one wants to take responsibility. If I don't leave now, do I have to wait for the court to blame me? If it were any other prince, the court would not dare to blame him, but since the Prince of Penglai has no power or influence, they do not want to share responsibility with such a person. Chu Ning looked at the anxious blacksmiths and a smile appeared on his lips. Zhao Yu, pay them their wages. At the command, the blacksmiths rushed towards Zhao Yu. Xiao Ming's eyes rolled and he came back to his senses. Looking at the veterans who had already started forging, he regretted it. It turns out that Chu Ning wanted to take control of the blacksmith shop from the very beginning. It's ridiculous that he still doesn't know and thinks Chu Ning just wants to make weapons, and he even wants to make fun of Chu Ning. Now, instead of seeing Chu Ning's joke, he became the joke. No, we must not let the blacksmith leave, otherwise everything will be over. He was a secret agent arranged by the crown prince to work for the second prince. If there were no blacksmith shop, neither the crown prince nor the second prince would have used him. Etc. Xiao Ming rushed forward and stood in front of the blacksmith, saying coldly, "The wages have not been calculated yet. If you pay too much, your highness will suffer a loss, right?" The blacksmiths were stunned. Xiao Ming is the one who calculates the wages. Now that Xiao Ming objects, can I still get the wages? Shopkeeper Xiao, we can ask for less. Yeah, we want to go home as soon as possible. Boss, please let us go. The blacksmiths begged desperately, but Xiao Ming had a gloomy face and refused to agree. Chu Ning chuckled, "Shopkeeper Xiao, you just said that even though they didn't make any contributions, they still worked hard. How about this, I'll take a loss and give you 10 taels of silver each. 10 taels of silver are enough to cover the expenses of a family of 4 for a month." The blacksmiths were ecstatic and fell to their knees in worship. "Thank you, your highness." Zhao Yu didn't waste any time and immediately took out the silver and distributed it to the blacksmiths. The blacksmiths who received the silver kowtowed to Chu Ning and thanked him before leaving. Come back, come back." Regardless of Xiao Ming's roar behind them, the blacksmiths did not even turn their heads back and completely disappeared from his sight. Chu Ning looked at Xiao Ming, who was alone, and a smile appeared on his face. "Shopkeeper Xiao, I guess you don't want to share the responsibility with me, right?" Shopkeeper Xiao, you don't need to explain. I understand." Chu Ning took a small bag of silver from Zhao Yu and threw it over. "Here are 50 taels of silver, which should be more than enough to pay Manager Zhao's wages." After saying that, he threw the silver into Xiao Ming's hands. Xiao Ming's face turned completely gloomy. He finally understood the purpose of Chu Ning's coming here today. From the very beginning, Chu Ning had been digging a hole for himself, with the goal of completely taking control of this blacksmith shop. This Chu Ning, a prince who was about to become a scapegoat, actually dared to play tricks on himself like this. Xiao Ming became more and more angry the more he thought about it. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly looked up and looked at Chu Ning. "Prince Penglai has great means. I will definitely report this to the second prince." After saying that, Xiao Ming took the silver and glared at Chu Ning fiercely before turning and leaving. Guan Yun's eyes turned cold, and his murderous intent surged. "Your Highness, do you want to?" He made a gesture of wiping his neck. "Killing people? That's not necessary." Chu Ning raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said calmly, "I am going to the front line. The power struggle in Kyoto City has nothing to do with me. Killing people will not benefit me." Guan Yun was stunned. For the sake of the safety of the front line, His Royal Highness the Prince would rather give up his face and even not fight with other princes. If there is support in the court, His Royal Highness the Prince would be the best candidate to inherit the throne. Unfortunately, going to the front line is a life-threatening undertaking, and His Royal Highness the Prince may never have such an opportunity again in his life. Okay, don't worry about Xiao Ming. Next, I will teach you a forging method. Chu Ning picked up a piece of raw iron that had been forged into a knife shape and said slowly, "This method is called tempering steel 100 times. After seeing the Emperor's sword and pistol, Chu Ning was sure that this era was still in the Iron Age. All weapons are made of iron. This time, he wanted to forge iron into steel and create powerful weapons for his guards. Under Chu Ning's instruction, a group of veterans began to forge iron, and the sound of hammering could be heard in the blacksmith shop. Chu Ning was worried about the first forging, so he did it himself. This scene was also seen by some people. The news soon reached the palace. The Emperor, who had just returned from court, was reviewing memorials in the hall, and the general manager Zhao Ming was serving him. Suddenly, the shadow guard came to report, "Your Majesty, the Prince of Penglai dismissed the blacksmiths, and he forged weapons in the blacksmith shop himself." The Emperor, who was originally in a good mood, became extremely gloomy upon hearing this, and his eyes flashed with a chilling light. "Humph, a prince actually forged it himself, how can that be disrespectful?" "Your Majesty, this has its reasons." The shadow guard then recounted what happened in the blacksmith shop today. The more the Emperor listened, the more annoyed and angry he became. "Chu Ning is my son. Even though he is an illegitimate child and has no power or influence, he is about to go to the front line to serve my country. How dare a mere blacksmith shop owner bully Chu Ning like this? This is also the case with Chu Ning. You are a prince, why are you so humble? Why don't you dare to show the aura and pressure of a prince? Why don't you dare to be more arrogant and domineering? The emperor became angrier the more he thought about it. He snorted coldly, and a murderous aura filled the entire hall. Zhao Ming, who was familiar with the emperor's character, shrank his neck and felt a chill on his back. He knew that the emperor was going to kill someone. This is simply outrageous. The emperor waved his dragon sleeves and said coldly, "A small shopkeeper bullied Chu Ning. Chu Ning didn't want to cause trouble, but how could I allow this person to be so presumptuous? Shadow Guard, you personally take people to kill the shopkeeper's family." The Shadow Guard was stunned. No way, just because I contradicted Chu Ning for a few words, the emperor wanted to kill my entire family. Your Majesty, the shopkeeper is someone the crown prince has assigned to the second prince. The emperor glared and said, "I don't care who he is. If he bullies the prince, he must die." The Shadow Guard was startled, knowing that the emperor was angry, and quickly responded and went down to make the arrangements. Zhao Ming quickly served tea. "Your Majesty, have a sip of tea to calm down." The emperor took a look at the teacup and was about to refuse, but when he found that the tea leaves in it were given by Chu Ning, he felt touched. Chu Ning was a child who had never seen the world and did not dare to offend anyone, yet he was bullied like this by the owner of a small blacksmith shop. If I don't stand up for Chu Ning, where will the royal family's reputation be? He reached out, picked up the tea and took a sip, and the words of the Shadow Guard just now began to slowly echo in his mind. At this time, Zhao Ming laughed softly and said, "In fact, the Prince of Penglai is quite smart. Just the fact that he made Zhao Ming voluntarily hand over the blacksmith shop is surprising enough. Come to think of it, His Royal Highness is quite similar to your Majesty in this respect." The emperor put down his teacup and glanced at Zhao Ming, flatterer. Zhao Ming smiled awkwardly and said nothing. Although he knew it was flattery, the emperor still felt very happy in his heart, and his face was no longer cold and stern. Although Chu Ning is timid, he inherited his intelligence from me. The emperor was pleased and said, "Okay, let's stop here." With this remark, the tone was set, and the emperor returned to his seat to continue reviewing memorials. Zhao Ming wanted to say something but stopped himself, but seeing that the emperor was reviewing memorials, he did not dare to say more. Zhao Ming is the crown prince's secret agent, and on the surface he is the second prince's man. If his entire family is exterminated, how can the crown prince and the second prince let it go? Although this is the emperor's decision, the crown prince and the second prince certainly dare not do anything to the emperor, but Chu Ning will definitely suffer. But he didn't dare to say these words. How could a eunuch like him dare to interfere in the fight between the princes? Besides, Chu Ning has no power or influence, so why should he offend the crown prince and the second prince for Chu Ning? Here, the Shadow Guard brought people to Xiao Ming's house, and a massacre began. Xiao Ming, who was hiding the silver, heard a cry for help from outside. His face suddenly changed and he opened the door and wanted to escape. But the Shadow Guard had blocked his way. With a swing of the sword in his hand, Xiao Ming was stabbed through the heart. Without even having time to say a word, his eyes widened and he fell to the ground and died. The entire Xiao family was destroyed by the Shadow Guards, and the pungent smell of blood was nauseating. After making sure that no one was left alive, the Shadow Guard set fire to the place, reducing it to ashes. Such a big event soon reached the East Palace. "Your Highness, it's bad. Xiao Ming's family has been wiped out." The prince's confidant Yipeng came to report with a look of horror on his face. The prince, who was copying scriptures, had a gloomy face and murderous intent all over his body, and the brush in his hand was crushed in an instant. "Damn it, who did it?" "Yes, it's the Shadow Guard." The prince was stunned, and the murderous intent in his body disappeared instantly. The Shadow Guard only obeys the orders of the emperor. This was done by my father. Why did father want to exterminate Xiao Ming's entire family? Because Xiao Ming deliberately made things difficult for the Prince of Penglai today. Yipeng briefly recounted what happened today. The prince was silent for a moment, then sneered, "For a piece of trash Chu Ning, my father actually ordered the extermination of the entire family. It seems that Chu Ning cannot be kept alive. He Peng's heart was ruthless. Should I teach him a lesson? No need. The crown prince showed a playful look on his face. On the surface, Xiao Ming is my second brother's man. I believe my second brother is even more angry at the moment. Wouldn't it be better to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight? I understand. He Peng responded, and after going down, he sent someone to spread the news. Half an hour later, a roar was heard from the second prince's residence. Along with the sound of the vase smashing, Chu Ming's eyes turned red, his hands clenched, and the anger stuck in his heart and unable to vent caused his chest to rise and fall. You are such a good Chu Ning. Not only did you take the blacksmith shop, but you also dismissed the blacksmiths and asked my father to kill Xiao Ming's entire family. You are so cruel. Chu Ming became angrier the more he thought about it, and he flipped the table over. You have cheated me of my 2 blacksmith shops and 1,000 taels of silver, and put me under house arrest. Now you have killed my people. If I don't fight back, I will become a laughingstock. Chu Ming shouted angrily outside the hall, go and get the Minister of War to come to me. Forging weapons privately is a serious crime. Even if my father doesn't kill Chu Ning, he will definitely punish him. This king just wants to discuss Chu Ning. A scapegoat dares to do whatever he wants in Kyoto City. Inside the blacksmith shop, the fire was roaring, and the scorching heat made all the veterans take off their shirts. Under Chu Ning's guidance, they polished the pig iron in their hands repeatedly. The so-called steel is forged through 100 temperings does not just mean forging iron 100 times, but forging the hardness of iron to the standard of steel. 100 times is just a concept. To actually increase the hardness and turn iron into steel is an extremely long process. Fortunately, the veterans were in strong physical condition, and the more than 30 people divided the work in an orderly manner, each doing their own task. The scene was well organized without any chaos. Chu Ning nodded with satisfaction and said with a smile, at this rate, we will be able to forge a batch of weapons in 3 days. How can we have guards without weapons? It will be extremely dangerous to go to the front line, and the most important thing is to save your own life. Chu Ning's ability is limited, and he cannot provide such weapons to all the soldiers on the front line, but it is no problem to arm his own guards. Anyway, this blacksmith shop was given by the second prince, and it has all the materials needed for forging, which saves a lot of money. However, Zhao Yu at the side said worriedly, Your Highness, I'm afraid the second prince will not let go of today's incident. Chu Ning shrugged, if the enemy comes, we will stop him. If the water comes, we will cover it with earth. If the second brother really wants to blame, I will bear the responsibility alone. Zhao Yu and Guan Yun looked at each other, and a look of determination appeared on their faces. His Royal Highness the Prince would rather take the responsibility alone for the sake of those brothers. But they are not cowards. If the higher-ups really blame them, they are willing to share the responsibility with His Highness. Just as the 2 men made up their minds, they heard the sound of horse hooves in the distance. Along with the angry shouts, a group of people rushed towards the blacksmith shop from the street. The Ministry of War is investigating a case. Anyone who stands in the way will be severely punished. The leader, a man in armor, shouted angrily, and the people on the street were shocked and made way. On the unobstructed road, the Assistant Minister of War Feng Angua, with a grim face, led his men to the blacksmith shop. Come on, surround this place. Feng Angua raised the reins in his hand, and the soldiers from the Ministry of War surrounded the blacksmith shop in an instant. Guan Yun had a hot temper. He became furious upon seeing this. All his aura suddenly exploded and he took a step forward to stand in front of Chu Ning. How dare you surround the Prince of Penglai? The preemptive attack did not make Feng Angua retreat. Instead, he sneered, You, a mere imperial guard, dare to shout in front of me. Come here, this man has committed treason and offended me. Execute him on the spot. If the second prince wants to teach Prince Penglai a lesson, then he should be given a warning. Start with the people around Prince Penglai. At the command, the soldiers rushed towards Guan Yun with spears in hand. Zhao Yu's face darkened, and without saying a word, he immediately stepped forward, waving the spear in his hand. At the same time, more than 30 veterans immediately surrounded them, and the 2 sides confronted each other. Feng Angua laughed secretly in his heart. Let's fight. After all, the Ministry of War has a lot of people, and they are elite troops selected from the military forces of various places. We will definitely not suffer any loss in the fight. As long as this matter is done well and he can show his face to the second prince, he can compete for the position of Minister of War in the future. Today, we must teach this powerless Prince of Penglai a lesson no matter what. A mere useless prince dares to go against the second prince. He is simply courting death. Looking at the 30 or so people blocking his way, Fong Angua sneered, "Okay, so you have accomplices. In that case, kill them all. Anyway, that useless prince will die if he goes to the front line, and these people will die too if they follow him. It would be better to die in his hands than to die sooner or later, so that he could show his face among the powerful people in Kyoto City." Upon hearing this, the soldiers looked at each other and were ready to take action. At this moment, a careless voice resounded throughout the venue. "Wait a minute." Fong Angua frowned and looked in the direction of the voice. It was Chu Ning. Surrounded by the crowd, Chu Ning came to the middle position between the two stalemates. "May I know your name, sir?" Chu Ning smiled and bowed to Fong Angua. Fong Angua frowned. "The prince saluted me, and if I didn't return the salute, people would say that I didn't know etiquette. Although Chu Ning must be taught a lesson, factors that are unfavorable to him must be eliminated." Fong Angua immediately dismounted and returned the greeting. "I am Fong Angua, the Minister of War, and I am honored to meet the Prince of Penglai. It turns out to be Minister Fong." Chu Ning walked up to Fong Angua with a friendly look on his face and took his hand, as if he had seen a relative. Fong Angua was stunned. Is this Prince of Penglai stupid? I came here to cause trouble, why does he look so happy? Is he trying to establish a relationship with me and downplay the matter? No, I promised the second prince that I must teach Chu Ning a lesson. With a serious expression, Fong Angua pulled back Chu Ning's hand without leaving a trace and said in a cold voice, "Your Highness, are these people your subordinates?" "Yes, I wonder what crime they have committed that has caused Lord Fong to mobilize such a large army." As Chu Ning spoke, he pointed at the soldiers surrounding the blacksmith shop. "This is to change the subject and not let myself blame the person who just contradicted me." Fong Angua sneered in his heart. Such petty tricks are useless in front of him. But this is just right, if we connect the two things together, none of these people will survive. Fong Angua narrowed his eyes and a hint of murderous intent flashed across his face. "Your Highness, I have received a report that someone is privately forging weapons here." Chu Ning's face changed slightly, and he pulled Fong Angua aside and whispered, "Master Fong, it was the king who asked them to forge weapons for self-defense. You should know that the king is going to the front line, and these people are the king's guards. If they don't have weapons..." "Your Highness." Fong Angua didn't wait for Chu Ning to finish, waved his sleeves and interrupted in a cold voice, "Everything must be done according to the rules, no matter whether they're your people or not, and no matter whether the weapons they forge are used on the front line or not, they are all forging weapons privately. This is a serious crime. If the prince wants to take all the responsibility, I am afraid that His Majesty will not be able to protect you." Chu Ning's face was full of helplessness, and his tone was pleading, "Lord Fong, is there no room for easing this matter? I am willing to pay silver to atone for their sins, is that okay?" As a prince, he would be so servile as to beg a minister of the Ministry of War. If it were to get out, he would definitely become a laughingstock. Fong Angua was secretly delighted. "Even if you, Chu Ning, are a prince or a duke, so what? It's not just asking you to release the person. But now that we have the evidence, how can we let it go so easily?" Fong Angua raised his lips slightly, revealing a hint of amusement. "Your Highness, this matter is not only related to them, but also to you. If you want to distance yourself from them, I advise you to give up on them now. I will execute them here, so that others will not know that you have anything to do with this matter. If Chu Ning kills this group of people, he will be alone. Not only will he become a joke, but he will also have no one to protect him at the front line and he will surely die. Second Prince, just wait and see, I will definitely handle this matter beautifully for you. You want me to abandon these guards who are about to go to the battlefield for my own selfish reasons?" Chu Ning's eyes flashed with anger, and his face showed anger. "Don't you know that the situation on the front line is critical and urgently needs manpower support? You are unworthy of being the Minister of War if you kill your compatriots at this moment." He had obtained these veterans with great difficulty, So how could he let Feng Angua kill them so easily? Zhao Yu, Guan Yun, and the more than 30 veterans were deeply moved when they heard this. They all knew that giving up on themselves was the best option at this moment. But Chu Ning did not give up on them. This made them realize that they were right to choose Chu Ning. There are many good horses, but there are few good horse trainers. Chu Ning came here to forge weapons for them personally, even breaking the law. It is enough to meet such a wise leader in a lifetime. However, Feng Angua ignored Chu Ning's angry face and said calmly, "Your Highness, you must think clearly. If they don't die today, you may be the one to die. Forging weapons privately, coupled with your status as a prince, will inevitably make His Majesty think that you have ulterior motives." Once these words were spoken, Chu Ning's escape route to a private settlement was cut off. Feng Angua is determined to kill this group of guards. Guan Yun couldn't bear to see Chu Ning being humiliated like this, so he immediately swung the long sword in his hand and protected Chu Ning behind him. "Your Highness, please go first. Leave this place to us. Even if we die, we will take a few people with us." Zhao Yu also slowly pointed the tip of his spear at Feng Angua and said in a cold voice, "This matter has nothing to do with your Highness, please let your Highness go." His Highness has tried his best to fight for their chance of survival, but Feng Angua is too overbearing and will not let go of this little thing. In this case, the worst that can happen is that both sides will be destroyed. It's a pity that they can't follow His Royal Highness the Prince to the front line to serve the country. However, before I die, I must get rid of Feng Angua for your Highness. How dare he humiliate your Highness in this way? Even if it means death, this man must be killed. This is the only thing they can do for His Royal Highness the Prince at present. Feng Angua certainly didn't really want to attack Chu Ning, so he waved his hand and said, "Your Highness, please leave immediately. I will execute these people on the spot." As soon as these words were spoken, the soldiers of the Ministry of War tightly grasped their weapons and waited for the final order. More than 30 veterans also held their breath at this moment, ready to give it a try. Guan Yun said in a deep voice, "Your Highness, please stop begging for us. Even if we are killed today, we don't want to see you begging for help like this. As a prince, he should have royal dignity and bearing. How could he beg others for help for them? Even if Chu Ning doesn't care, they do." Seeing that the two sides were about to fight, Chu Ning suddenly sighed, "Alas, I never thought that my great Chu would not only face external troubles, but also internal troubles at this moment." They forged weapons privately to protect their country, not for selfish reasons. If Lord Feng insists on punishing them according to the law, I have nothing to say. Feng Angua sneered in his heart. "What I want is that you have nothing to say. It means killing your people right in front of you. Who told you to offend the second prince?" But Chu Ning took a deep breath, stared at Feng Angua with eagle-like eyes, and said in a deep voice, "These people were originally to protect me at the front line. If they are killed, Lord Feng needs to transfer some people to serve as guards for me." After a pause, Chu Ning glanced at the soldiers surrounding him and nodded, "These people are all strong and muscular, with weapons and armor in their hands. Let them go to the front line with me." When these words were spoken, the soldiers in the Ministry of War turned pale with fright and felt a chill on their backs. Who dares to go to the front line? That is a place where one is almost certain to die. It is not as comfortable as working in the military department in Kyoto City. Feng Angua's face turned pale when he heard this. He stared at Chu Ning and said coldly, "Your Highness, please don't change the subject. I am talking about this group of people privately making weapons." Chu Ning shrugged, "The people are here, kill them if you want, but if you kill them, I will ask my father to transfer you and them all to the front line." Feng Angua's face changed. "How did it happen to me? Your Highness, please stop talking nonsense. As the Minister of War, how can I easily go to the battlefield?" "Really? Lord Feng also knows that you are the Minister of War." "That's perfect. The Ministry of War is responsible for war." Chu Ning said calmly, "I was born in the civilian world and have no prestige in the army. The soldiers on the front line may not listen to what I say, but if Lord Feng accompanies me, it will definitely deter the soldiers on the front line." Feng Angua was shocked. If it were normal times, as the Minister of War, he would definitely not have to go to the front line. But the front line is a hot potato at the moment, and no one dares to deal with it. Once Chu Ning advises the emperor, what if he agrees? Although Chu Ning is a useless prince, he is still a prince after all, the emperor's son. In addition, your majesty wiped out Xiao Ming's entire family for Chu Ning. Even though Chu Ning didn't say anything, his majesty had already eliminated Xiao Ming for him. Once Chu Ning spoke, his majesty might really agree to let him go to the front line. After all, the front line also needs stability. If I, the Minister of War, were really sent there, how could I dare to disobey? Feng Angua became more and more panicked the more he thought about it. He no longer had the arrogance he had just had, and his momentum plummeted. Your Highness, you are joking. His Majesty has appointed you to go to the front line. How dare I overstep my authority? Feng Angua smiled awkwardly and said, as for what happened here, I think it must be a misunderstanding. Come on, withdraw your troops immediately. He doesn't dare to gamble. If you lose the bet, you will have to go to the front line. The best way is to keep the peace. Although I can't report to the second prince, it's better than going to the front line and losing my life. At the command, the soldiers of the Ministry of War immediately gathered. Guan Yun, Zhao Yu and others immediately breathed a sigh of relief. However, Chu Ning did not intend to let Feng Angua go. Anyone who wants to kill Chu Ning in public must pay the price. Chu Ning grinned, a harmless look on his face. Master Feng left just like that. Feng Angua, who was about to leave, had a slightly changed expression, and his mouth twitched as he whispered, I wonder if His Highness has any other instructions. I have already decided not to pursue the matter of privately forging weapons. What else do you want, Chu Ning? Chu Ning pointed at Guan Yun and the others and said, Master Feng, are you not going to investigate the matter of them forging weapons? They are all serving the country. It's just a trivial matter. Why should we pursue it? Really? But today it was you, Lord Feng, who brought people here. What if other lords from the Ministry of War bring people here to investigate tomorrow? This is easy. Just take my token to the Ministry of War and ask for a document. With the document, you can forge 500 weapons. Chu Ning reached out and took the token handed to him by Feng Angua, a look of satisfaction on his face. Since Lord Feng is not going to pursue the matter, then let's just leave it at that. Zhao Yu, take Lord Feng's token and go to the Ministry of War to get the documents. Yes. Zhao Yu took the token and responded, then immediately rushed to the Ministry of War. Feng Angua breathed a sigh of relief. If your Highness has no other instructions, I will take my leave. Chu Ning looked at the man's back as he fled away, with a hint of amusement on his face. The weapons issue has been dealt with, but I don't know what my father will think when he finds out about this. There is no way the emperor didn't know about such a big thing. At the beginning, he tried to please Feng Angua just to show off to others. The real purpose is to let the emperor know about this. When the emperor learns of this, he will definitely take action. Although he didn't have much contact with his cheap emperor father, the cheap emperor father was a man who cared about face. If something like this happened today, he would definitely summon him. By then, he will give Feng Angua a surprise. If you want to kill Chu Ning, you must pay the price. Keep forging. Chu Ning raised the corner of his mouth slightly and directed everyone to continue forging. And this matter soon reached the ears of the emperor. Inside the magnificent Ingwu Palace, the emperor was preparing to have lunch when his shadow guard came to report. Your Majesty, the Minister of War Feng Angua and his men have surrounded the Prince of Penglai in the blacksmith shop. The emperor, who was about to eat, had a gloomy face and snorted coldly. The chopsticks in his hand were thrown down heavily and broke into 2 pieces in an instant. How dare a mere assistant minister of the Ministry of War bully Chu Ning? The emperor asked with a sullen face. How did Chu Ning deal with it? The shadow guard hesitated for a moment before briefly recounting what had just happened. After hearing this, the emperor flew into a rage and slammed the table. With a flick of his sleeves, all the delicious food on the table was swept away and the plates were smashed to pieces. Feng Angua, how dare you? The emperor was so angry that his face turned red. Although Chu Ning is an illegitimate child, has no power or influence, and no one supports him in the court, he is a prince after all. It's my son. A mere third-rank assistant minister of the Ministry of War actually dared to bully Chu Ning. It seems that the murder of the blacksmith shop owner and his entire family is not enough to teach these people a lesson. Your Majesty, calm down. Seeing that the emperor was angry, the shadow guards and Zhao Ming knelt on the ground. Calm down. The emperor laughed angrily. My son is being bullied, and you want me to calm down? Go, find Chu Ning for me. I will definitely stand up for him this time. Yes. Zhao Ming responded and immediately went down to convey the order. Half an hour later, Chu Ning followed Zhao Ming to the palace. The first time Chu Ning came to the emperor's bedroom, he was amazed by the huge palace and looked around from time to time along the way. Zhao Ming knew Chu Ning's background, so he didn't say much. However, when he arrived at the gate of Yingwu Hall, Zhao Ming still whispered, Your Highness, His Majesty is not in a good mood. Please be careful when you reply and don't look around. Chu Ning nodded slightly, then stepped into the hall. Inside the palace, the emperor sat on the main seat with an angry look on his face. Chu Ning stepped forward and saluted, Your son pays respect to your father. The emperor looked at his son who was being bullied, and he wanted to scold Chu Ning severely. As a prince, why is he so useless? Why don't you, Chu Ning, dare to fight with Feng Angua? But when he thought of Chu Ning's life experience and current situation, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. How can a powerless prince who is about to go to the front line fight against the Minister of War? The words of blame finally turned into a long sigh. Get up and talk. Thank you, father. Chu Ning stood up, lowered his head and said nothing. When the emperor saw Chu Ning like this, he felt even more guilty. This child has suffered such a great loss, can't he even complain? Yes, Chu Ning must want to make a big thing small and not offend anyone. After all, I have no power. The emperor shook his head slightly and asked, I heard that you had a conflict with the Minister of War Feng Angua in the blacksmith shop today. Chu Ning's face changed slightly, revealing a look of panic, and he quickly shook his head. No, how could I have a conflict with Lord Feng? Being so panic-stricken is really pathetic. You, a prince, are actually afraid of a minister of the Ministry of War. If you don't pursue it, I will. You are too honest, kid. Don't you think about it? This is Kyoto. What can be hidden from me? The emperor's face straightened. You are the prince, Feng Angua is a subordinate, what he did to you is an act of disrespect. Tell me, how do you want me to deal with this matter? Chu Ning hesitated for a moment and whispered, Father, can't we just stop here? The emperor showed an unhappy look on his face. I have your back, are you still afraid of others' revenge? This child is too timid. But Chu Ning showed a look of compassion. Father, the front line is in crisis right now, and it is time to use people. If I ask you to punish Lord Feng because of some trivial matters, wouldn't I be unworthy of being a prince? I, your son, will not lose anything if I suffer some injustice, but the great Chu cannot lose a third-rank official because of this. The situation on the front line is not favorable right now. If something happens to the Minister of War, I am afraid people will panic. Please think twice, father. Even at this time, Chu Ning was still speaking for Feng Angua. However, considering Chu Ning's background, he could say such words, which shows that Chu Ning did things without considering his own interests, but entirely for the sake of the Chu. The emperor suddenly felt touched. If all the princes had the same overall view as Chu Ning, perhaps the great Chu would not have become what it is now. These rebellious sons are used to bullying others in normal times, but at the critical moment, no one is willing to stand up for the great Chu. In the end, Chu Ning has to go to the front line. These thoughts flashed through the emperor's mind, and his sense of guilt grew deeper. Although he knew that as an emperor he should not have such emotions, the court had been in chaos due to the 17 princes in recent years. The appearance of Chu Ning made the emperor feel like a father for the first time. This time, I must protect my child. Just think of it as a way to make up for Chu Ning's guilt about his impending death. Looking at Chu Ning who was pleading for Feng Angua, the emperor showed a hint of kindness in his eyes. Since you insist, I will not force you, but Feng Angua must be punished, otherwise no one will dare to bully my son in the future. The emperor thought for a moment and said, I remember that you are now forming a guard team, but there are only a few people available around you. How about this? All the soldiers from the Ministry of War who followed Feng Angua to surround the blacksmith shop today will serve as your guards. The situation at the front line is tense and the Ministry of War cannot come up with any good suggestions. It is useless for these people to stay in the Ministry of War. They might as well go to the front line and fight bravely. By the way, Feng Angua can also be punished and other officials can be deterred. I just want everyone to know that even if Chu Ning is a scapegoat, you can't touch him. Chu Ning laughed secretly in his heart. He had long been eyeing the group of military soldiers around Feng Angua. The soldiers of the Ministry of War are carefully selected from various armies, and their combat effectiveness is off the charts. If he recruited this group of people, his safety in Kyoto City would be guaranteed. Of course, you still have to pretend in front of the emperor. Father, this is not good, right? What's wrong with that? The emperor glared and said, don't the Ministry of War have any responsibility for the crisis at the front? The soldiers of the Ministry of War are well equipped and are the elite of the army. It would be a waste for them to stay in Kyoto. It would be better for them to go to the front with you. Although Feng Angua will not be punished, it is still necessary to weaken his power. When I take action, I will make Feng Angua feel distressed. Chu Ning sighed and said, well, since father is so determined, I dare not say much. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave first. The emperor nodded slightly, you must remember that you are a prince. If you are wronged, you must tell me. I understand, son. Chu Ning responded and left the hall. But the emperor stared at Chu Ning's back with a thoughtful look. Isn't it a pity to send such a good son to the front line? But this was a decision made in the court, and it is too late to regret it now. However, even if people leave, the seeds can remain. The emperor narrowed his eyes and suddenly shouted outside the palace, Zhao Ming, check who has a woman of marriageable age. I want to arrange a marriage for Chu Ning. At the emperor's order, Zhao Ming handed over the list of women of marriageable age that evening. Candles flickered in the dark night, and everything should have been silent. However, the emperor in the Yingwu Hall was in high spirits, and his sharp eyes kept scanning the list in his hand. There are many women of the right age, but it is not easy to find one suitable for Chu Ning. Chu Ning is going to the front line to fight on the battlefield, and there is almost no possibility of him coming back. The wife chosen for him must accept this. More importantly, Chu Ning is a prince, and his wife's family background cannot be too low. The Grand Tutor's granddaughter is already 16. What a pity. The Grand Tutor will definitely not agree to this marriage. Minister Zhou's daughter is already 18 and still unmarried. No, she's a little too old. Lord Lu's daughter is 15 years old, which is very suitable. Unfortunately, Lord Lu has a bad temper. I don't want to provoke him. The emperor went through the list word by word and eliminated those who were unsuitable. Zhao Ming, who was standing by, watched with his eyelids twitching. Your Majesty is not taking this opportunity to choose a concubine, is he? The Prince of Penglai is just an unpopular prince who is about to go to the front line to die. Why bother to go to such great lengths to choose a wife for him? Just find someone to marry Chu Ning. Of course, Zhao Ming didn't dare to say this and could only add tea from time to time. The aroma of tea filled the air and woke up the emperor. You are such a cunning old man. You let me choose from so many lists while you just hide away and slack off. The emperor glared and handed over the list in his hand, find me a suitable person to marry Chu Ning. If you can't find one tonight, you are not allowed to sleep. Zhao Ming suddenly panicked. How come it got on me? Zhao Ming took the list with both hands, without even glancing at it, and said with a wry smile, Your Majesty, there is actually one person who is very suitable. The emperor's eyes lit up. I knew you, old man, had something up your sleeve. Tell me, who is it? Shen Weiying. When the emperor suddenly heard the name, he raised his eyebrows and found that he had no impression of it. Zhao Ming also noticed the emperor's embarrassment and quickly explained, this girl is a descendant of the royal family of the previous dynasty. Her father died in the battle to protect the country of Chu. The Shen family has relied on Feng Shilong for support these years. Speaking of which, Shen Weiying is still a princess, and her status matches Her Highness Chu Ning very well. The emperor reacted immediately after hearing this. The founding king of Chu was wearing a yellow robe and seized the military power and court of the previous dynasty. However, in order to highlight the broad-mindedness of the founder of the Chu kingdom, he did not exterminate the previous royal family, but kept them in captivity in Kyoto City. On the one hand, he advertised that Chu was kind to the descendants of the previous dynasty, but on the other hand, he also put people under house arrest in disguise. For this reason, the founder of Dachu state set the rules, and the Shin family was hereditary and ignored. The man must be the princess, and the woman must be the princess. However, in Shin Weining's generation, her father did not want to be imprisoned in Kyoto, so he gave up his writing and joined the army on the front line. Although he met Feng Angua on the front line, he eventually died in a war. Feng Angua can be regarded as a kind and righteous person, and he has been helping the Shin family all these years. Thinking of Feng Angua, a look of amusement appeared on the emperor's face. "You old guy, you still understand me." The emperor chuckled lightly. "Immediately write the imperial edict to marry Chu Ning, and then go to the front line after he and Shin Weining get married. Tomorrow, you will personally deliver the imperial edict." Old slave obeys the order. Amid the emperor's laughter, Chu Ning's marriage was decided. Zhao Ming smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Mr. Feng, you can't blame me. If you do, blame Princess Shin for her special status, plus you yourself for provoking His Highness Chu Ning. Marrying Princess Shen, and also marrying the prince, can reflect the royal family's care for the Shen family. Even though Chu Ning is about to go to the front line, the identity of the prince lies here. The Shen family has no reason to refuse." Furthermore, Feng Angua provoked Chu Ning today, and His Majesty was angry. He wanted to use this matter to teach Feng Angua a lesson so that His Majesty could vent his anger. Kill two birds with one stone. The only worry now is Shin Weining. Although she is a descendant of the previous dynasty, this woman has a great reputation and is known to everyone as a talented woman. If it weren't for her special status, she would have been married off long ago. But even so, there is an endless stream of people going to Shin's mansion every day. Firstly, Shin Weining is beautiful and famous. Secondly, the Shin family has its own business. And thirdly, Shin Weining is the princess. For ordinary families, marrying Shin Weining will definitely add some fame and power to their family. If this girl is given in marriage to Chu Ning will definitely be very happy. After all, who doesn't like such a beautiful beauty? When Zhao Ming thought of this, a strange light flashed in his eyes. "Your Majesty takes such good care of Chu Ning. Do you really miss Chu Ning's mother?" Shaking his head, Zhao Ming laughed at himself. This kind of thing has nothing to do with him. He only needs to follow the emperor's orders tomorrow to deliver the edict. After a night of nothing, the next morning, Zhao Ming came to the Penglai County Prince's mansion with an imperial edict in hand. "The imperial edict has arrived." As Zhao Ming's shrill voice sounded, Chu Ning, who was washing his face in the backyard, raised his eyebrows. The emperor sent someone to deliver the order early in the morning. Could it be that something happened on the front line? With a face full of doubts, Chu Ning took 3 steps and then 2 steps to the front yard. Seeing Zhao Ming coming to deliver the order in person, Chu Ning's face straightened and he saluted immediately. Zhao Ming didn't say much, spread out the imperial edict and said, "In the crisis on the front line, the 18th Prince Chu would rather serve the country. I am deeply gratified. I have specially granted the marriage to Princess Shin Weining. After the marriage, I will go to the front line." Chu Ning was stunned on the spot. Marriage? Emperor, what does this mean? It was promised that there would be many crises on the front line, so why did they agree to a marriage at this juncture? The front line is almost surrounded by people. Instead of getting there as soon as possible, he, the coach, wants to get married. What nonsense. Chu Ning frowned and refused to accept the order, which made Zhao Ming a little embarrassed. "You can't keep holding the imperial edict, right?" Zhao Ming coughed dryly and reminded in a low voice, "Your Highness, it's time for you to accept the imperial decree and express your gratitude." Chu Ning stood up, pulled Zhao Ming aside and asked in a low voice, "Chief Steward Zhao, what is the purpose of the emperor granting the marriage at this moment?" As he spoke, a bag of silver was handed over. The corner of Zhao Ming's mouth twitched. If it was someone else's money, he would definitely not accept it. But Chu Ning is different. The emperor has spoken up for Chu Ning twice. Chu Ning would be unhappy if he didn't accept the money. If Chu Ning is unhappy, he will be in trouble. Reaching out his hand to take the silver, Zhao Ming smiled and said, Your Majesty has no other intentions, but I just think that your Highness should have a strong backer so that no one dares to bully you. This Princess Shen is not an ordinary person. Not only is she beautiful in the world, but she is also the most talented woman in our dynasty. Your Highness is blessed." After saying that, Zhao Ming thrust the imperial edict into Chu Ning's hands and said with a chuckle, "I have to go to Shen Mansion to deliver the edict, so I won't disturb His Highness and take my leave." After speaking, Zhao Ming left in a hurry. Chu Ning looked at the imperial edict in his hand and fell into deep thought. The country is beautiful and fragrant, and she is also the most talented woman. Why would such a woman want to marry him? Isn't this a trap? "Your Highness, do you want me to go over and inquire about the news?" Zhao Yu was thoughtful, and seeing Chu Ning not speaking for a long time, he took the initiative to suggest something. The sudden offer of marriage was surprising, not to mention that Princess Shen was the most talented woman in Chu. Without knowing the Emperor's intentions, she needed to go to Shen's mansion to find out information. But Chu Ning chuckled, shook her head and said, "No need, Princess Shen is so noble, why would she marry me? Yesterday, my father gave me people from the Ministry of War as my bodyguards. You two will go with me to the Yamen of the Ministry of War. Regardless of whether the marriage grant is a trap or not, as long as Princess Shen doesn't want to, the Emperor can't force her to marry her, right?" Although the marriage was granted and it was difficult to disobey the holy order, Princess Shen had a special status. If she really didn't want to marry, could the Emperor really force her to do so? If that were to happen, the Emperor would definitely be criticized. This imperial edict is mostly just a show for others to see. The top priority is to capture the people from the Ministry of War and ensure that the escort team is formed. As a prince, if there is no escort around him, let alone being killed by the enemy on the front line, the people of Dachu may kill him. Under the protection of Guan Yun and Zhao Yu, the three went to the Ministry of War. And here, the general manager Zhao Ming came to Shen's mansion with the imperial edict. Shen's mansion is small, with blue bricks and black tiles, in sharp contrast to the surrounding high-walled courtyards. In the backyard of the house, a melodious sound of the piano came from the boudoir. But I saw a woman wearing a green shirt, with elegant willow eyebrows, and a pair of bright eyes that were full of energy, which was unforgettable at a glance. The tall nose bridge, beautiful face, and cherry-red lips make people's hearts flutter. Down from her slender neck are the undulating mountains, and a blue ribbon is tied around her waist, showing off her slim waist. This woman is none other than Shen Weining, a descendant of the previous dynasty. As a princess, she is also the most talented woman in Chu, and with her stunning beauty, any man can't help himself when he sees her. However, the sound of the piano in front of them revealed a hint of worry, which moved those who heard it. A woman wearing smart clothes and a heroic face looked bored in every possible way. She sat down to drink tea and stood up again before taking 2 sips. I wanted to interrupt my friend, but thinking about my friend's stubborn character, if I didn't let her finish playing this song, I'm afraid it would be impossible to go out with her. Feng Mulan shook her head helplessly and could only wait quietly for Shen Weining to finish playing. However, just when Shen Weining thought she would sit back and wait for the boring time as before, the maid's voice came from outside the hospital. "Miss, someone from the palace has come, and they have brought His Majesty's imperial edict. Please come and receive the edict with the old lady." The sound of the piano stopped suddenly, and a look of surprise appeared on Shen Weining's delicate face. "It's strange why Your Majesty suddenly sent someone to deliver the order." "I don't know why." Feng Mulan chuckled lightly and stepped forward to pull Shen Weining. "Don't we know what's going on when we go over to receive the imperial edict?" While talking, she pulled Shen Weining out of the boudoir and went straight to the front yard. Mrs. Shen, who received the news, arrived just at this moment. The 3 of them, the maid, and the servants all knelt down. Zhao Ming opened the imperial edict and read out with a serious face, "There is a girl named Weining in the Shen family. I heard that you are outstanding in appearance and talented. You are also 18 years old this year. I will give you a marriage to the Prince of Penglai." The 3 people who had lowered their heads and waited for the imperial edict suddenly changed their expressions when they heard this. Prince Penglai, the Emperor's illegitimate son, the scapegoat prince who is about to go to the front line. If you marry such a person, you may end up being a widow without even the honeymoon period. Even though Shen Weining was reading poetry and books, she couldn't help but look pale with a hint of anger on her face at this moment. Mrs. Shen, on the other hand, trembled in her heart, filled with sadness. He was originally a descendant of the previous dynasty, but now he has become the royal plaything. He can do whatever he wants. Although the Shen family is no longer a royal family, it has once been glorious after all, and the country of the Chu was taken away from the Shen family. The current emperor does not care about this at all and insists on marrying Weining to the scapegoat Chu Ning. No, my daughter is the princess, how can she marry that Chu Ning like this? Mrs. Shen made up her mind, a flash of determination flashed in her eyes, she raised her head to look at Zhao Ming, and said in a deep voice, Mr. Zhao, if our Shen family does not agree to this, I will go to the palace to face the Holy Spirit. Zhao Ming's eyes turned cold when he heard this, and he said sharply, What, Mrs. Shen, do you want to resist the order? The forbidden troops behind him rushed forward immediately. Feng Mulan frowned, immediately stood up and protected Mrs. Shen and Shen Weining behind her, and said coldly. Weining doesn't want to marry Prince Penglai. Why didn't His Majesty ask Weining what she meant before issuing the decree? Zhao Ming sneered, Who are you to dare to interfere in this matter? Feng Mulan raised her head and said, I am Feng Mulan, the daughter of Minister Feng of the Ministry of War. Shen Weining quickly took Feng Mulan's hand and whispered, Mulan, this matter has nothing to do with you, I will handle it myself. But Feng Mulan frowned, Your Majesty has issued an imperial edict, how are you going to deal with it? Shen Weining was about to speak, but Zhao Ming's face was gloomy, his eyes glanced at the two women, and he said coldly. How can an imperial edict be trivial? Your Majesty has already issued an edict. If you don't accept the edict today, no one left in the Shen mansion will be able to escape alive. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding imperial troops immediately drew their weapons. Accompanied by the clanging sound, the weapon's edge emitted waves of chill, like a man-eating beast. The Shen family members were so frightened that their faces turned pale, and everyone looked at Shen Weining. At this moment, only Shen Weining can save them. If he refuses, the Shen mansion will be filled with blood today. Even the descendants of the previous dynasty cannot resist the decree. Although Mrs. Shen was scared in her heart, thinking of her daughter's happiness for the rest of her life, she still had the courage to salute Zhao Ming. Mr. Zhao, please be accommodating on this matter. I won't accept this imperial edict now. I'll wait until I enter the palace to plead with His Majesty, okay? Come here, bring me my golden hairpin. Mrs. Shen still knew the rules in the palace. She wanted to give Zhao Ming more benefits and would not accept the imperial edict for the time being. But Zhao Ming snorted coldly, No need, you only have two options today, either accept the order and prepare for the wedding, or everyone in the Shen family will die today because of you. As soon as these words came out, Mrs. Shen felt as if she had been shocked by electricity. She took 2 steps back and her face was as pale as paper. Shen Weining hurriedly stepped forward to support her mother and said in a deep voice, Mother, there is no need to be like this. The child knows this well. As long as Prince Penglai actively refuses the marriage, His Majesty will have no choice but to withdraw his fate. After saying that, under the surprised eyes of everyone, Shen Weining respectfully stretched out her hands to receive the imperial edict. Shen Weining accepts the order and thanks Your Majesty for your kindness. Zhao Ming put the imperial edict into her hands and said meaningfully, Princess, please take care of yourself. After speaking, Zhao Ming left with the forbidden troops. Feng Mulan glared at Zhao Ming's leaving figure, and then turned to look at Shen Weining. It just so happens that I came to you today because of this person. This hateful guy actually asked Your Majesty to transfer people under my father. Become a guard. I know where he is now. Come on, I'll take you to find him. Mulan, not everyone can enter the Ministry of War Yamen. On the street, Shen Weining in the carriage lifted the curtain, revealing her delicate face. But at this moment, his face was filled with helplessness. She was touched by her friend's concern. But if she violates the laws of Dachu because of this, it will be detrimental to both her and the Shen family. Especially now that she was given a marriage to Chu Ning, she didn't want to cause trouble at this juncture. What she has to do now is to let Chu Ning break off the engagement. Feng Mulan, who was leading the way on horseback, grinned, and a hint of amusement flashed through her heroic eyes. Don't worry, we are not going to the Ministry of War Yamen. The soldiers from the Ministry of War are stationed at the barracks in the south of the city. Chu Ning will definitely go there. Don't you want him to break off the engagement? Just tell him directly later. Shen Weining was silent for a moment, and finally lowered the curtain. The marriage must be cancelled. Can't delay. If it gets delayed any longer, by the time the wedding is ready, she won't even have a reason to cancel the engagement. Although it was not appropriate to go to the military camp, with Feng Mulan leading the way, a lot of trouble could be avoided. As the daughter of the Vice Minister of the Ministry of War, Feng Mulan had practiced martial arts since childhood and had many acquaintances in the military camp. She was able to enter the camp without even being informed. A middle-aged man in armor stepped forward with a smile and asked, "I wonder if Miss Feng is here to choose an opponent to fight with." Feng Mulan usually came here to recruit people for a duel, and Captain Liu thought she was the same as usual. But Feng Mulan frowned and said, "Captain Liu, where is Chu Ning? I'll recruit him." Captain Liu glanced at the back of the military camp and whispered, "His Royal Highness has summoned the people under your father's command, saying that His Majesty has transferred these people to the front line and is now giving them a lecture there." Feng Mulan snorted coldly, her eyes full of murderous intent. "This hateful guy, Wei, let's go find him now. It just so happens that old and new scores are settled together." When the two women arrived at the back camp, they saw a group of soldiers and horses lined up neatly from a distance, with 3 people at the front facing away from them. Among the 3 people, the people on the left and right are tall. One is holding a long knife and the other is holding a spear. Only the person in the middle is thin. Feng Mulan curled her lips. "The guy in the middle must be Chu Ning, huh? Trying to conquer these people under my father's command is simply a dream. Wei, let's wait first. Wait until he is exhausted and make him realize his incompetence, and then it will be easy for him to take the initiative to break off the engagement." This group of people had been following her father for a long time. How could Chu Ning, a powerless scapegoat prince, conquer them? Shen Weining's heart moved, she nodded slightly, and acquiesced to Feng Mulan's words. He and the Shen family cannot make any mistakes, otherwise it will be difficult for them to gain a foothold in Kyoto in the future. Even if she wants to get married, she must marry a hero. Although Chu Ning is a prince, he cannot guarantee the safety of her and the Shen family. Born in the Shen family, she had no choice and could not be so hasty in her marriage. While deep in thought, Chu Ning, who was not far away, looked at the more than 60 people gathered in front of him, with a look of satisfaction on his face. They are indeed the elite troops selected from all over the country by the Ministry of War. Their physical fitness and spirit are far superior to those of ordinary soldiers. Chu Ning glanced around the scene and asked calmly, "Who is the captain?" A big man with a beard stepped forward and saluted, "Your Highness, I am Liao Yuan, a centurion under the command of Lord Feng from the Ministry of War." Chu Ning nodded slightly. "Since you are a centurion, there must be 100 people here. From now on, you will be recruited as my guards and will be sent to the front line soon." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's face changed drastically. They immediately whispered to each other. "What? We were actually requisitioned. Going to the front line? This. How is this different from committing suicide? I won't go. I'm from the Ministry of War. How can I be conscripted? I won't go either. If your Highness wants to find a guard, you can post a recruitment notice. They are all elite soldiers, but also arrogant and proud. No one wants to be Chu Ning's bodyguard, let alone go to the front line to die." For a time, there was a constant stream of opposition voices at the scene. This scene made Feng Mulan, who was watching secretly from behind, smile slightly. "I told you, this guy will definitely get humiliated. There is a good show to watch now. If he cannot conquer these people, he will definitely become a joke in Kyoto City. Someone like him actually wants to marry Wei Ning without looking in the mirror." His eyes were full of disdain for Chu Ning. His tone was determined that Chu Ning would not be able to conquer the group of people in front of him. Although Shen Weining's said nothing, the look of disappointment on her face became even stronger. If there was even a chance that Chu Ning could seize the throne, she would consider it. But now even the soldiers from the Ministry of War looked down on Chu Ning. How can she marry such a person? At this moment, Shen Weining was even more determined to let Chu Ning break off the engagement. However, at this moment, Chu Ning swept away his usual lazy style, and the indifferent look on his face was replaced by indifference. "Humph, I didn't expect that the elites selected by the Ministry of War from all the armies are cowards. But I think highly of you. Guan Yun and Zhao Yu, let's go." After saying this, Chu Ning turned and left. But these words stimulated Liao Yuan and others. As elite troops, they had never been humiliated like this before. Liao Yuan's face was gloomy. He blocked Chu Ning's way with a quick step and asked angrily with his eyes. "What do you mean by that, Your Highness?" Chu Ning stared at Liao Yuan, speaking slowly and emphatically, "I say you are cowards." Voila! The 100-man team was immediately furious and rushed forward in an instant to surround Chu Ning and the other two. Guan Yun swung the sword in his hand and shouted angrily, "How dare you be so rude to His Highness?" Liao Hua stared at Chu Ning and said, "If you take back what you just said, Your Highness, I am willing to apologize. Otherwise, my brothers won't agree." "Why should I take back what I just said?" Chu Ning snorted coldly, and his aura suddenly changed, as if he was an emperor looking down on everyone. He extended his right index finger, pointed at everyone, and said coldly, "Every one of you is a coward. You don't want to be my guard, it's just because you're afraid of going to the front line. You use this excuse to cover up your inner cowardice. You are more shameful than the unarmed civilians. As soldiers of the Ministry of War, you receive the best treatment and enjoy benefits that others cannot enjoy. However, at this time when the Great Chu is in danger, instead of thinking of serving the country, you shamelessly enjoy the salary of the Great Chu and act arrogantly in this capital city. Although I am my father's son among the common people, I know that this battle is of great importance, and I am willing to rush to the front line even though I know that I will die. Compared to me, and compared to the soldiers fighting bloody battles on the front lines, what are you if not cowards? Now, if there are still people who are dissatisfied with what I say and stand up, I can make the decision to let you go back to the fields and settle down in a corner of your home with that 1/3 of an acre of land. If there are still bloody people who are ashamed of what they just said, they will go back. When the king is ready, we will rush to the front line together to protect our home and country." The scene was completely silent. The soldiers lowered their heads one by one, with shame on their faces. Seeing this scene, Shen Weining and Feng Mulan were deeply shocked. They did not expect that this scapegoat prince, whom everyone looked down upon, would be so determined to die. This guy is really good at deceiving people. Feng Mulan looked at Liao Yuan and the others who bowed their heads and remained silent. A look of displeasure flashed across her eyebrows. Although Chu Ning's words surprised her, they were just what Chu Ning said deliberately to conquer this group of people. Liao Yuan and others are not fools and can definitely see through Chu Ning's plan. However, Shen Weining on the side shook her head lightly, her beautiful eyes filled with brilliance. To confuse people's minds, you also need to speak from the bottom of your heart. Shen Weining stared at Chu Ning's back with interest on her face. It seems that Prince Penglai is not as unbearable as I thought. Feng Mulan was stunned. After a while, she slowly turned to look at her friend, with a look of disbelief on her face. "Weining, you don't like this guy anymore, do you?" Shen Weining shook her head and said calmly, "Although he has some abilities, if he is just talking, he still can't save my Shen family." Although Chu Ning's behavior just now surprised her, it still did not hinder her decision to sit down. Chu Ning, she won't marry. The marriage must also be cancelled by Chu Ning. Feng Mulan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Weining didn't act impulsively, otherwise she would have helped Chu Ning today. Thinking of Chu Ning, Feng Mulan's face turned cold and she looked up. Chu Ning, who was surrounded by the crowd, was calm and not worried at all that Liao Yuan and others would take action. At this moment, Liao Yuan sighed, took the initiative to step back, and stood to the position where he was just now. The other soldiers were shocked by Chu Ning's words, and when they saw their centurion retreat, they also retreated after looking at each other. Guan Yun and Zhao Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Although both of them are excellent in martial arts, this is the military camp of the Ministry of War. If a fight breaks out, they will definitely have no problem rushing out on their own, but they cannot guarantee Chu Ning's safety. At this moment, Chu Ning persuaded everyone to retreat with just a few words, and the two of them admired Chu Ning even more in their hearts. I thought Chu Ning would use his status as a prince and the emperor's order to force this group of people to go to the front line. But Chu Ning did not use force, but resolved the crisis with his own ability. However, even if these people have a sense of shame, they probably wouldn't dare to go to the front line. Retreating at this moment does not mean that this group of people are willing to go to the battlefield. While the two were in deep thought, Chu Ning looked at the people who were leaving and nodded slightly, his expression softening. You guys should have some shame. Chu Ning waved his sleeves and said in a deep voice, now your compatriots are fighting bloody battles on the front line, do you want to enjoy yourself here with peace of mind? When they are all killed, who do you think will be the next to go to the battlefield? When everyone is killed, our great Chu will no longer exist, and your wives, children, and the elderly will surely be enslaved. By then, your wives will be someone else's wives, your children will have someone else's surnames, and your family will become inferior people. Tell me, is this what you want to see? No. Everyone shouted in unison. The sound was like a bell, resounding throughout the world, shocking Shen Weining and Feng Mulan who were watching from a distance. In the surprised eyes of the two women, Chu Ning said loudly, very good, remember what you said now. From now on, you are my king's bodyguards and will still be under the command of Centurion Liao. Guan Yun, you take them to the blacksmith shop to forge useful weapons. Yes. Guan Yun responded and led the people outside the camp. Feng Mulan suddenly became anxious. These were all soldiers under her father's command. If she followed Chu Ning, wouldn't her father become a lonely man? Stop. Feng Mulan jumped up and blocked Guan Yun's way. Shen Weining shook her head and then followed. When Chu Ning heard someone blocking the way, she couldn't help but frown and turned around. But when he turned around, he happened to be looking at Shen Weining. The two looked at each other, one's eyes were full of surprise, and the other's eyes were a little indifferent. There are such beautiful women in this world. With her beautiful face and tall figure, her skirt swayed like a lotus as she walked, making it difficult to look away. This woman, who looked like a fairy descending to earth, actually covered the equally good-looking woman next to her. Humph, what are you looking at? Have you never seen a woman? Feng Mulan noticed Chu Ning's eyes, couldn't help but glared, and blocked Shen Weining. With his vision blocked, Chu Ning finally retracted his gaze and looked at the woman blocking the road. At this time, Liao Yuan quickly stepped forward and whispered, Your Highness, this is the daughter of Feng Shilong. As he said that, he looked at Feng Mulan with helplessness. Miss Feng, please don't be rude to His Highness. Feng Mulan raised her eyebrows, looked at Chu Ning and sneered, Your Highness. Has my great Chu ever robbed someone else's subordinate of His Highness? Presumptuous. Guan Yun shouted angrily, twirled his long knife, and stood in front of Feng Mulan. How dare you be rude to His Highness? Feng Mulan was not afraid at all. She unsheathed the sword in her hand and said tit for tat, he was the one who snatched my father's subordinates first. He was rude first. How dare you say that I was rude to him? You. Guan Yun was such a rough man that he was speechless for a moment. However, Shen Weining knew that she was not here to cause trouble. She stepped forward and bowed to Chu Ning and saluted, Shen Weining has met Prince Penglai. It turns out that she is Shen Weining, the fiancé whom I, the cheap emperor, gave me in marriage. Chu Ning suddenly realized it and returned the favor with a smile. It turns out to be Princess Shen. I have just come to Kyoto City for the first time and I don't know Princess Shen. Please forgive me. Shen Weining's polite attitude made Shen Weining feel relieved. As long as she is a reasonable person, she will be sure to persuade the other party to break off the engagement. What I fear most is that the other party is unreasonable. Your Highness is serious. Shen Weining said calmly, it is Weining who lives in seclusion. It is right that Your Highness does not know Weining. After a pause, she continued, my sister is reckless by nature. If I have offended her in any way, please forgive me. Chu Ning smiled slightly, it doesn't matter, I did steal her father's subordinates, and it is only natural for her to be angry. Guan Yun, take them to the blacksmith shop first and work hard to build weapons and armor. You can't ruin your plan just because two women appear. Guan Yun responded, leaving Zhao Yu to protect Chu Ning, and everyone else left. Feng Mulan still wanted to stop her, but Shen Weining held her back and persuaded her softly. This is His Majesty's order. His Majesty has also convinced everyone with his own ability. If you stop it again, you are deliberately making things difficult. Your Majesty will punish the Feng family. Feng Mulan's face changed slightly. If she is punished alone, she will naturally not be afraid. But if she was to convict the Feng family, she had to consider the consequences. Chu Ning looked at Shen Weining with interest, a look of amusement on her face. This fiancé is quite capable. At first glance, Feng Mulan looked like a stupid and brainless woman, but Shen Weining was able to persuade her in a few words. If such a woman can be married, she must be a good wife. Thinking of this, Chu Ning took the initiative to smile and said, I wonder why Princess Shen wants to see me. Before Shen Weining could speak, Feng Mulan, who looked angry, said with an angry look on her face, of course I want you to break off the engagement. Break off an engagement? Chu Ning chuckled, Princess Shen, is this the purpose of your coming here today? Although Shen Weining knew what she was doing was wrong, she still nodded heavily for the sake of the Shen family. Just when she was about to explain, Chu Ning raised her lips slightly and said calmly, I'm afraid I won't be able to come back if I go to the front line. It's understandable that you don't want to marry me. However, this marriage was given by the father, so I am afraid that I cannot break off the engagement easily. Can't you retreat easily? That means you can retreat. Shen Weining's eyes lit up, as long as His Majesty breaks off the engagement, I will have a way to make your Majesty agree. Feng Mulan rolled her eyes, don't listen to him, this guy has been staring at you from the beginning, how could he take the initiative to break off the engagement to His Majesty? I just want to use this method to attract your attention. I have seen this method too many times in the hands of those who are evil. Lecher. Are you talking about this king? Chu Ning was not angry and chuckled, if you don't believe it, then give up. After finishing speaking, he took Zhao Yu and left. Feng Mulan immediately became anxious, and immediately blocked Chu Ning with the sharp sword in her hand. Zhao Yu's eyes turned cold, he twirled the spear in his hand and opened his sword. Feng Mulan was furious, and just as she was about to take action, Shen Weining stopped her and said softly, don't be arrogant in front of His Highness. But he. Mulan, trust me. Feng Mulan snorted coldly, glared at Chu Ning fiercely, turned away and sulked. Chu Ning smiled slightly. He just likes the way others hate him but can't get rid of him. Shen Weining noticed the smile on Chu Ning's face and frowned. She had heard about the scapegoat prince in the past 2 days, and she had some understanding of Chu Ning's character. The most intuitive feeling this person gave her was that he was greedy for money. Knowing this, she came prepared. Your Highness, there are many crises on the front line when you are here, but the most important thing is the lack of food and money. Although our Shen family does not have much power, we have also run a rice store in these years. Shen Weining made her own conditions. If His Highness agrees to break off the engagement, the Shen family is willing to provide you with 1 million don of food. She is indeed a talented woman, very wise. Chu Ning was very satisfied, but there was a look of displeasure on her face. Could it be that Princess Shen deceived me into coming to Kyoto City and wanted to send me away with this little food? Chu Ning stretched out 5 fingers and said slowly, at least 5 million loads of grain. Why don't you go and grab it? Feng Mulan next to her was so angry that she couldn't help but speak, her face full of anger. Chu Ning shrugged, I couldn't grab it so fast. Feng Mulan's mouth twitched. This guy is so shameless. Even Shen Weining was a little surprised at Chu Ning's shamelessness at this moment. Shen Weining shook her head and counteroffered, 5 million dan is too much. I can't make the decision. I will give you 2 million dan at most. Counteroffer. Just make a counteroffer, but the fear is not to counteroffer. Dare to make a counteroffer, which shows that you are prepared. Chu Ning chuckled, and suddenly leaned into Shen Weining's ear, and whispered, you want to send me away with such a small amount of food. Could it be that the princess is impressed by my handsome appearance and deliberately doesn't want me to break off the engagement? The sudden masculine aura made Shen Weining's face turn red and she quickly took a step back. Feng Mulan's expression changed greatly, and just as she was about to step forward, Zhao Yu blocked him with a spear. Shen Weining quickly shook her head at Feng Mulan to indicate that she was fine. This was the first time she had such close contact with a man. Her heart was in chaos and her mind was not as clear as before. After seeing Chu Ning's shamelessness, she just wanted to get rid of this person as soon as possible. Shen Weining took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. Okay, 5 million don of grain, I promise you. Ha 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 ha, Princess Shen is indeed a sensible person. In that case, I will go find my father right now. Chu Ning laughed and walked towards the outside of the camp. As he walked, he said, 5 million loads of food must be prepared before I go to the front line. Shen Weining looked at Chu Ning's leaving figure and fell silent. 5 million dawn of grain is indeed a large sum for the Shen family. I thought I could convince Chu Ning at a very small price. After all, Chu Ning was a person who had never seen the world. 1 million dawn of grain was an astronomical figure for Chu Ning. However, Chu Ning's performance just now was beyond her expectation. It was obvious that Chu Ning knew the food needed on the front line, otherwise he would not have asked her for 5 million dawn of food. Think of what Chu Ning said just now about subduing the soldiers. Could it be that I really made a mistake? Shen Weining looked at the direction Chu Ning left and murmured to herself, is this person really ambitious? Puffed. Feng Mulan laughed out loud, which also brought Shen Weining back to her senses. In Shen Weining's surprised eyes, Feng Mulan rolled her eyes at her. They say you are the most talented woman, but in my opinion, you are stupid in studying. It doesn't matter what Chu Ning wants, so what if he is ambitious? Could he still be able to compete with the crown prince and other princes? Besides, if he goes to the front line this time, he will definitely die. You don't think so much, and break off the relationship with him quickly to avoid becoming a widow. The word widow made Shen Weining blush. You, what are you talking about? I won't become a widow. That's right. Go back quickly and prepare food so that he can go to the front line and die in advance. Although Shen Weining was a little surprised that Chu Ning agreed to break off the engagement so readily, Feng Mulan's words also made sense. You can't get too involved with Chu Ning, otherwise the Shen family will get angry. 5 million dawn of grain were worth it in exchange for the safety of the Shen family. Although it was a bit excessive to let Chu Ning take the initiative to break off the engagement, it was the only solution she could think of at the moment. Just as Shen Weining and Feng Mulan left the military camp, Chu Ning and Zhao Yuzheng rushed to the palace. On the way, Zhao Yu's face was full of doubts. After struggling for a long time, he finally asked when he was about to arrive at the palace, Your Highness, why did you agree to Princess Shen's divorce? In fact, with the Shen family's financial resources, if you marry her, you won't have to worry about food for the front line in the future. Why doesn't Your Highness see such a good opportunity? Chu Ning chuckled, You must think that I didn't seize this opportunity, right? Zhao Yu was stunned. Could His Highness be able to read minds? Do you all know this? Surprised, Chu Ning smiled slightly. This opportunity, I really can't grasp it. Although the Shen family is not powerful in the court, if they are connected with me, the prince and other princes will definitely not let them go. After a pause, Chu Ning sighed, Going to the front line will put my life in danger. Women will only slow down the speed at which I draw my sword. After saying that, he entered the palace under Zhao Yu's surprised eyes. Zhao Yu stood there in a daze. Your Highness clearly learned how to use a spear from me, so when did he switch to using a knife? Shaking his head, Zhao Yu didn't ask any more questions and followed. A quarter of an hour later, the emperor, who was reviewing memorials in the Yingwu Hall, heard Chu Ning's voice. Father, I am here to cancel the engagement. Inside the Yingwu Hall, the emperor looked at the defeat with a headache. The 100,000-strong army on the front line has been compressed into a battle line of less than 30 miles. If the fighting continues, they will surely be surrounded and annihilated by the enemy. This time, Zhao State wants to force me to fight to the death. Unfortunately, the general is still mobilizing the county troops. It will take some time before they can be deployed to the front line. Putting down the battle report, the emperor looked out of the palace and a burly figure appeared in his mind. As long as Chu Ning goes to the front line and dies in battle, it will definitely boost the morale of the soldiers on the front line and buy time for the general. Thinking of Chu Ning, the emperor felt a flash of pity in his heart. After all, he is his own son. Not only has he not raised him for more than 10 years, but now he is asking him to go to the front line to die. Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. But I want to bury Chu Ning with my own hands. While the emperor was deep in thought, Chu Ning's voice came to his ears, Father, I am here to cancel the engagement. The emperor suddenly realized. Break off an engagement? Or was it Chu Ning who took the initiative? Could it be that I am hallucinating? The emperor mechanically turned his head to look at the eunuch chief Zhao Ming and asked, Did you hear Chu Ning's voice? Zhao Ming nodded quickly, Your Majesty, it is indeed the Prince of Penglai who is outside the palace. The emperor's face was extremely gloomy. He said he wanted to cancel the engagement. Zhao Ming smiled awkwardly and nodded. This rebellious son, I found him a marriage, but he doesn't know how to cherish it. The emperor was furious and said, call that rebellious son in. I want to see why he wants to break off the engagement. Announce, the Prince of Penglai is here to see you. Chu Ning came into the hall following Zhao Ming's shrill voice. Your son pays respect to his majesty. Father. Humph, do you still have me as your father in your eyes? The emperor angrily rushed to Chu Ning, pointed at Chu Ning and yelled, how many people want to marry Wei Ning but I have rejected them, so it would be better for you to come and break off the engagement yourself. Do you know that she is the most talented woman in my country and is also recognized as the most beautiful woman in my country? I offered her marriage to you, and you still picked her up. What, do you want to marry the daughter of the Minister of War? Or the Grand Tutor's granddaughter? The more the emperor talked, the angrier he became, and the more he talked, the more he felt that Chu Ning was useless. That was Shen Weining, the goddess that so many men wanted to marry. If it weren't for my status, I would have thought. Father, can you listen to what I have to say? Chu Ning waited for the emperor to finish speaking, and then asked cautiously. Tell me quickly, I want to hear why you broke off the engagement. The emperor snorted coldly, flicked his sleeves and put his hands behind his back, as if he was listening to your sophistry. Chu Ning straightened her face and said in a deep voice, Father, Princess Shen's status is too special. My son went to the front line and narrowly escaped death. If we get married now, wouldn't the world think that our father is bullying the descendants of the previous dynasty? These words made the emperor look a little ugly. Chu Ning is thinking about me. The anger in his heart suddenly disappeared by half. But, this is not over yet. Chu Ning did not give the emperor time to react, and then output, the reason for the defeat on the front line was the lack of food, grass, and military pay. This time, the Shen family agreed to break off the engagement after taking 5 million loads of food. I think this food will be enough to support the frontline soldiers for a period of time. Now that I am in danger on the front line, I would rather sacrifice my own marriage in exchange for food to protect my great Chu foundation. It turns out that Chu Ning broke off the engagement after receiving food from the Shen family. This brat only has to chew in his heart, doesn't he think about himself? The emperor sighed inwardly, and his anger level dropped by more than half again. But because of his face, the emperor still snorted coldly, glanced at Chu Ning, and said coldly, even if you have thousands of reasons, why can't you discuss this matter with me? This imperial edict has been issued, and now it is necessary to take it back. How embarrassing. Don't I want to lose face? Chu Ning smiled secretly in her heart, knowing that the cheap emperor had been persuaded by her. All you need is to add more fire to break off the engagement successfully. Father, it's not that I don't want to discuss it with you, it's just that Princess Shen came directly to your door and I didn't have time to discuss it with you. Chu Ning pretended to be aggrieved. You also know that she is the most talented woman, how could she allow my son to have time to discuss with you? The emperor's mouth twitched. Thinking of Shen Weining's reputation, she couldn't help but shake her head secretly. My son was born among the people and doesn't know how to deal with people. Naturally, he cannot be Shen Weining's opponent. However, what Chu Ning said made sense. Getting married at this moment would do more harm than good. I was in a hurry and didn't think everything through. Now that Chu Ning has reached an agreement with Shen Weining, if the Shen family is not given a sweetener, they may not be able to get the food. However, Shen Weining bullies Chu Ning like this because she doesn't take me seriously. Breaking off the engagement, is not that easy. The emperor's eyes narrowed, with a hint of amusement flashing through his eyes. My most talented girl in Dachu is indeed very smart, but if this method is used on other people, it will be fine. If it is used on you, Chu Ning, it will not put the royal family in the eyes. The emperor sneered and said, it is impossible to break off the engagement, but for the sake of those 5 million dawn of grain, I can give her room for maneuver. Get engaged first, and wait until Chu Ning comes back from the front line to get married. If Chu Ning dies on the front line, the marriage will naturally be abandoned and it will not affect Shen Weining's ability to marry someone else in the future. But if Chu Ning comes back alive, Shen Weining must marry Chu Ning. Of course, everyone knows that Chu Ning has little chance of surviving. Taking a detour is actually to save face. After all, he is the emperor, so he can't just keep his word. Of course Chu Ning understood the meaning of the emperor's words. Although he did not successfully break off the engagement, to the emperor, it was no different from breaking off the engagement. As for Shen Weining, she must be able to accept it. The imperial edict has been issued, and it is impossible to take it back. We can only think of a compromise. Your Majesty is wise. Chu Ning bowed and said, if there is nothing else, I will leave now. The emperor frowned and said, why are you in such a hurry? I still want to keep you for dinner. Chu Ning shook his head, thank you for your grace, father, but I want to learn horse riding and archery so that I can kill the enemy on the battlefield. After saying this, Chu Ning bowed and left. The emperor was stunned. After a long silence, Yu Yu asked, Zhao Ming, did you hear that? Chu Ning said he wants to learn horseback archery and kill the enemy on the battlefield. Zhao Ming laughed and said, the Prince of Penglai is indeed your Majesty's bloodline. His courage is exactly the same as your Majesty's back then. But this flattery did not work, instead it made the emperor's face even uglier. Humph, I have so many sons, why is it that only Chu Ning dares to go to the battlefield, while the others are all cowards? The corner of Zhao Ming's mouth twitched, he dared not respond to this. When the emperor saw Zhao Ming remain silent, he could not help but glare at him fiercely, you old fellow, you are really good at dealing with people. Forget it, you go to the Shen family and pass on the order to hold the engagement party in half a month. In addition, send invitations to all countries. I want everyone to know that my 18th prince is getting engaged and going to the front line. Yes. Zhao Ming responded and immediately went down to make arrangements. The emperor looked at Zhao Ming's departing back, and a cold look flashed in his eyes. Humph, if the Shen family cooperates, it's fine. If not, I don't mind being a tyrant. The emperor narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, Shadow Guard. A dark shadow flashed in the hall, and the shadow guard knelt on one knee, waiting for orders. Send someone to secretly watch the Shen family. If the Shen family dares not to give them food, report to us immediately. Also, Chu Ning wants to practice horseback archery. You should go and watch him in person to see how he is doing. Yes. Shadow Guard responded and disappeared into the hall. What, engagement? In the Shen mansion, Shen Weining looked a little ugly when she heard the news. After all the hard work, the engagement ended up being broken off. For this, she paid a price of 5 million don of grain. Feng Mulan on the side had evil eyes and her pretty face was full of anger. Let me tell you, Chu Ning is unreliable, you have to believe him. Feng Mulan was so angry that she pulled out her sharp sword and said fiercely, I will go find him now and force him to break off the engagement. Shen Weining sighed, this is already His Majesty's biggest concession. It would be detrimental to the royal family's face to directly cancel the engagement. If we go to the front line, Chu Ning will have no chance of survival, so we might as well wait. It was just an engagement. As long as the marriage was not consummated, she could still maintain her innocence. When Chu Ning died on the front line, she immediately found a good man to marry. Although Feng Mulan was impulsive, she also understood that this matter involved the royal family and she was not allowed to act recklessly. This guy is so hateful, he should die on the front line as soon as possible. Feng Mulan took Shen Weining's hand and comforted her, you don't have to worry too much. He will definitely die when he goes to the front line this time. When he dies, this matter will be over. By the way, Mr. He's son has asked me to go to the school field to practice riding and shooting today. If you are fine, come with me. After speaking, without waiting for Shen Weining to refuse, she took Shen Weining's hand and walked out of the hall. With Shen Weining's character, she didn't want to go to the school grounds, but she knew that Feng Mulan wanted to comfort her, and she couldn't refuse at the moment. In the school grounds, Chu Ning was practicing mounting and dismounting under the guidance of Zhao Yu. Chu Ning had never been exposed to war horses, so he could only practice from the most basic level. Your Highness, when you mount a horse, you need to hold the saddle with both hands, and then use the force to jump up. As Zhao Yu spoke, he also demonstrated to Chu Ning. Chu Ning's eyes lit up at the smooth operation, and he immediately stepped forward to try it himself. But when he got on the horse for the first time, Chu Ning still underestimated the difficulty of the task. Although he held the saddle with both hands, he could not jump up. I tried twice but failed. At this time, a chuckle came from behind. Princess, Miss Feng, look, that man can't even get on a horse. Suddenly a voice came and everyone turned around to look. Chun Ning. Feng Mulan saw Chu Ning, her eyes immediately spit fire. Well, you actually sent someone to keep an eye on Weining and deliberately came here to meet us. This is such a clumsy trick, do you think I can't see it? Shen Weining did not speak, but stood there with a calm expression. In fact, she had already seen that Chu Ning came here before them and did not meet them intentionally at all. But she failed to break off the engagement today, and she was angry and did not stop Feng Mulan from making trouble for Chu Ning. Chu Ning looked at the angry Feng Mulan in front of her and couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. It's really a narrow road between enemies. Miss Feng, I'm afraid you may have made a mistake. I was obviously the one who got here first, so why did I encounter you on purpose? Chu Ning shrugged and threw the reins to Zhao Yu. It's late, let's go back for dinner. Unexpectedly, Feng Mulan snorted coldly and stretched out her hand to block Chu Ning's path. Stop, you haven't given Weining an explanation for what happened today, so you can't just leave like this. Chu Ning put her hands behind her back and said calmly, according to the agreement between the king and Princess Shen, the king only needs to mention the cancellation of the engagement to the father. As for how the father decides, that is the father's business. If you want me to give an explanation to Princess Shen, then go to your father. These words made Feng Mulan jump in anger. This damn guy knew that he didn't dare to go to the emperor, but he deliberately said such words to make himself angry. You bastard, as a prince, your words don't count. Feng Mulan was not good at words. Chu Ning's words made her blush with anger, but she was helpless. Although Shen Weining was very unhappy inside, she also knew that Chu Ning was not to blame for this incident. Chu Ning did not dare to disobey the emperor's order. Mulan, forget it, let's go. Shen Weining had no intention of talking to Chu Ning, nor did she want to see Chu Ning. But Feng Mulan gritted her teeth and stared at Chu Ning. He should be the one to leave. Chu Ning is so hateful, I can't give in. He Qingyun had never seen Feng Mulan so attentive to a man, and the jealousy in his heart instantly rushed to his head. The man in front of him called himself the king, but he knew all the princes in Kyoto City. The only one he didn't know was the scapegoat Prince Chu Ning. With such a good opportunity, of course I have to show up in front of the beauty. He Qingyun raised his lips slightly, stepped forward, bowed and said with a smile, so you are the Prince of Penglai. Captain He Qingyun greets His Highness. Zhao Yu whispered in Chu Ning's ear, this man is the son of He Peng, the Minister of Works and the Crown Prince's confidant. Chu Ning nodded slightly, glanced at He Qingyun and Feng Mulan, and said with a smile, Captain He, there is no need to be polite. Just accompany Miss Feng and don't get angry all the time. An angry woman ages quickly. You, who are you calling old? Feng Mulan was so angry that she was about to draw her sword. Zhao Yu snorted coldly, draw your sword in front of His Highness, and I can treat you as an assassin. Feng Mulan was so angry that she was shaking all over. Why is this damn guy Chu Ning a prince? If you draw a sword yourself, you will be regarded as an assassin. When He Qingyun saw his beloved woman being bullied, a look of displeasure appeared on his face. He walked quickly in front of Feng Mulan. He Qingyun narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Humph, how dare a mere imperial guard dare to be so presumptuous in front of this captain? Why don't you back down? Zhao Yu wanted to say something else, but Chu Ning reached out to stop him. Forget it, it's just a small matter, let's go. It's not wise to offend Shen Weining now. The food has been obtained anyway, so there is no need to dwell on it. But He Qingyun rolled his eyes and said calmly, Your Highness must have come here to practice riding and archery, why are you in such a hurry to leave? I am a humble general, but I am willing to personally teach Your Highness. Chu Ning must be taught a lesson today for daring to bully Mulan. As long as he showed up in front of Mulan, she might be happy enough to agree to the marriage between the two families. Chu Ning narrowed his eyes, and a strange color flashed across them. Teach in person. I'm afraid this guy has bad intentions, right? Want to show your face in front of the woman you love? Okay, let's see who has the better move today. While thinking, Zhao Yu's face was solemn, and he whispered, Your Highness, this person has bad intentions, let's go back first. Chu Ning waved his hand, indicating that he knew his limits. Looking up at He Qingyun, Chu Ning showed a harmless smile. Since Captain he has such a heart, I naturally cannot refuse your kindness. As a captain, your riding and archery skills must be far superior to those of ordinary people. Captain He, can you demonstrate them? He Qingyun sneered in his heart. This scapegoat prince is quite sensible. He just wanted to show off his skills in front of Feng Mulan, and humiliate Chu Ning severely to vent Feng Mulan's anger. Your Highness has spoken, and I dare not disobey. He Qingyun shouted loudly, come here, lead my war horse over here. Chu Ning laughed secretly in his heart. There is a price to pay for being in the spotlight. Inside the training ground, a soldier leading a pure white war horse came into view. This horse is about 1.6 meters tall, and its pure white hair makes it look very noble. Feng Mulan, who has always liked war horses, had her eyes light up. This is a war horse from the Yuezhi kingdom. It is said to be taller than ordinary war horses and can travel hundreds of miles a day. He Qingyun looked very proud. Mulan is right. I spent a lot of effort to get this horse. I knew you were coming today, so I took it out to show you. Dog liquor. Chu Ning rolled his eyes. He was the son of the Minister of Works after all. How could he act like he had never seen a woman before? You must know that if you keep licking a dog, you will end up with nothing. While she was lost in thought, Feng Mulan had already arrived in front of the warhorse. After looking him up and down, her eyes were burning with anger and she wanted to get on the horse and try it out immediately. But thinking that Chu Ning was still there, Feng Mulan rolled her eyes and said with a smile, Mr. He, you should show it to me. He Qingyun's heart moved, knowing that Feng Mulan was still angry with Chu Ning. Today, let me vent your anger for you. Then I won't be polite. He Qingyun jumped onto the horse in a handsome manner, turned his head and looked at Chu Ning and said with a smile, Your Highness, please watch carefully. After he finished speaking, a soldier threw a bow and arrow to He Qingyun, who immediately took it. Then, he squeezed his legs against the horse's belly, and the warhorse rushed out like a hurricane. In the smoke and dust, He Qingyun drew his bow and aimed the arrow at Chu Ning. Zhao Yu's face changed drastically, and he immediately stood in front of Chu Ning. But Chu Ning raised his lips slightly. Back off, he doesn't dare to attack me. Zhao Yu hesitated for a moment, but still stepped aside. The sharp arrow was like a meteor, heading straight towards Chu Ning. Chu Ning stood still at first, but when the sharp arrow was about to reach him, his face suddenly changed and he kept backing away. Duck. The sharp arrow stood 3 feet in front of Chu Ning. But Chu Ning seemed to be frightened. When he retreated, his steps were unsteady and he stumbled to the ground. Oh! Chu Ning screamed and couldn't get up. Shen Weiniing's face, who had been observing, changed slightly. Feng Mulan also realized that she was in trouble, and her pretty face turned pale. He Qingyun's eyes were blank, looking at a loss. What's going on? His arrow didn't hit Chu Ning at all. Why did he fall? I just wanted to scare Chu Ning and vent her anger on Feng Mulan. Only Zhao Yu's expression changed drastically, and he rushed forward with a vigorous stride. Your Highness, are you okay? With that said, he reached out his hand to help Chu Ning up. Hiss, it hurts, don't move, let me lie on the ground for a while. Chu Ning said while blinking at Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu was stunned for a moment, then realized what he was doing, and immediately yelled at He Qingyun, What are you doing standing still? Go find the imperial doctor. He Qingyun immediately panicked. Seeking the imperial doctor means that what happened here will be known to His Majesty. No, we can't let things get too big. He Qingyun quickly dismounted and came to Chu Ning, with a worried expression on his face. Your Highness, what's wrong with you? Chu Ning put on a mask of pain on her face, covered her waist and groaned. I can't say what's going on, it just hurts, the kind that I can't bear to feel. Shen Weiniing and Feng Mulan who came from behind were stunned when they heard this. This Chu Ning is in such bad health. He Qingyun was also speechless. He was just shooting arrows to scare him. Why couldn't Chu Ning get up all of a sudden? Why don't I show it to your Highness? He Qingyun asked tentatively. But Chu Ning held his waist tightly and shook his head. No, I fell down by myself, it's my own fault. If Captain He saw it, others would think it was your fault. Let's send someone to invite the imperial physician. I don't want this to affect Captain He's future. Show you. What a joke. There's no injury at all. Lying on the ground just to blackmail you. He Qingyun became anxious. What you said? If I don't look at it, won't others blame me for this? Your Highness, it will take some time for the imperial physician to arrive. Although I am not proficient in medicine, I can give a rough estimate of the injury. As he spoke, He Qingyun reached out to lift up Chu Ning's clothes. Zhao Yu snorted coldly and twirled the spear in his hand. The tip of the spear blocked He Qingyun's hand. If Lieutenant He wants to be rude, ask me about the spear in my hand first. Humph, you're just a guard, how dare you stop me? He Qingyun was furious, his aura suddenly exploded, and his long bow was pointed at Zhao Yu. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became tense. This scene made Shen Weining secretly shake her head. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Chu Ning wants to take advantage of the opportunity to blackmail him, but He Qingyun refuses to take advantage of it. The best thing to do is to pay some price and expose this matter honestly. Arguing with Chu Ning's guards at this moment will only pay a more painful price. This He Qingyun was so unstable when encountering things that he couldn't even see the core of the problem. Mulan absolutely cannot marry this person. While thinking, his sleeves trembled, and when he looked down, Feng Mulan was looking anxiously. Weining, please think of a solution quickly. Feng Mulan said anxiously, if this matter reaches His Majesty's ears, all three of us will be punished. He Qingyun's life and death didn't concern her, and she didn't like He Qingyun anyway. She was worried that the Emperor would find out about this and punish the three of them. By then, neither the Feng family nor the Shen family will be spared. Injuring a prince is no small matter. Shen Weining sighed, took a step forward, and said softly, you too, the prince is still lying on the ground. If you take action now, if you hurt the prince, wouldn't you be punished with an additional penalty? Zhao Yu frowned, but still put down his weapon. He Qingyun snorted coldly, and then put down the long bow. Then, Shen Weining came to Chu Ning and said softly, Your Highness, there is no need to find an imperial doctor. There is a doctor here. Why don't you invite the doctor to come and take a look? This woman is indeed difficult to deal with. She is indeed the most talented woman in the Chu. Chu Ning admired in her heart, but there was a look of displeasure on her face. As a prince, I naturally have to receive the best treatment. How can I just let the doctor check me? Could it be that Princess Shen, because of my humble background, thinks that I am not even qualified to be an imperial doctor? This mouth can kill someone. Although Shen Weining is a talented woman, she also feels deeply rude at this moment. For the first time, she understood what it meant for a scholar to meet a soldier, and it was not clear why. She knew clearly that Chu Ning was not injured and knew that Chu Ning wanted to blackmail He Qingyun, but she still couldn't expose it. Shen Weining said helplessly, Your Highness is overly worried. I just feel that wasting time by looking for the imperial doctor does not mean to look down on you. Chu Ning snorted coldly, I have been lying here for a long time. Instead of going to the imperial doctor, you have tried every means to shirk the blame. This is because you want to see me make a fool of myself. Anyway, I am injured and I am afraid I will not be able to go to this front line. How about asking Lieutenant He to go to the front line instead of me? He Qingyun suddenly became anxious. Chu Ning, that bastard, actually wants to die on the front line. Vicious, so vicious. He Qingyun is very angry. He wished he could strike Chu Ning lying on the ground with a knife. This bastard actually wants him to go to the front line and die. I just used arrows to scare him, but I didn't do anything. But this guy actually lay motionless on the ground and insisted on seeing the imperial doctor to make the matter bigger. What's even more annoying is that he knew Chu Ning wanted to blackmail him, but he didn't dare to say it. If this layer of window paper is pierced, Chu Ning will definitely insist on being injured and not go to the front line, but let him go. Now, he could only coax Chu Ning and try his best to meet Chu Ning's needs. Taking a deep breath, He Qingyun tried to calm down. Your Highness. He Qingyun said in a deep voice, your participation in the battlefield is determined by His Majesty and cannot be changed at will. Moreover, the last general is only a captain. How can he command an army of 100,000 people? Chu Ning covered her waist and said helplessly, "Of course I know this, but now I am injured and cannot go to the front line." Shen Weining's expression changed slightly. If Chu Ning did not go to the front line, she might sleep with him after getting engaged. No, He Qingyun must be made to admit his mistake and apologize. What His Highness said is absolutely true. Shen Weining turned to look at He Qingyun with an indifferent expression on her face. "Colonel He, His Highness was injured because of you, shouldn't you show something? Continuing to delay will only make things more complicated. Chu Ning's purpose is to blackmail He Qingyun. Anyway, you, He Qingyun, have nothing to offer, so what if you blackmail Chu Ning once? Rather than going to the front line and losing his life, it would be better to give Chu Ning some benefits." Although Feng Mulan didn't know why Shen Weining suddenly gave in, she had been with Shen Weining for many years and understood that Shen Weining could not say this for no reason. Seeing He Qingyun's face full of reluctance, she snorted coldly, "Captain He, Weining is right, you must give an explanation to Prince Penglai about this matter today." You. He Qingyun was stunned. Clearly the three of them were a group just now. How come in the blink of an eye, you are speaking for Chu Ning? Looking at the two women standing opposite him, He Qingyun's anger and jealousy rushed to his head. At this moment, he actually had the idea of killing Chu Ning. This damn bastard not only brought shame upon himself, but also made Feng Mulan unwilling to help him. The murderous intent flashed across his body. But as a veteran who had been on the battlefield, Zhao Yu keenly sensed He Qingyun's murderous intent. With a cold snort, Zhao Yu stood in front of Chu Ning, holding the spear at an angle, ready to attack at any time. At the same time, Zhao Yu's murderous intent also swept out and enveloped He Qingyun. The huge murderous intent awakened He Qingyun. After taking a look at the man in front of him who was filled with murderous intent and had a bit of hostility on his face, He Qingyun fell silent. Although he has some martial arts skills, he is definitely no match for those who have been on the battlefield and can serve as imperial guards. What's more, Chu Ning's identity is there. If Chu Ning is really killed, who will go to the front line to replace Chu Ning? There were thousands of thoughts in his mind, but they disappeared in a flash. He Qingyun made a decision immediately. You are right. Even though he was extremely reluctant, He Qingyun still gritted his teeth and admitted, "It's my fault for scaring your highness. I would like to apologize to your highness for my recklessness." After saying that, he bowed towards Chu Ning. But Chu Ning seemed not to hear it and kept groaning while holding his waist. Just bow and apologize. How can it be so cheap? Look, I'm going to blackmail you to death. This was the first time Shen Weining saw such a scoundrel, and she couldn't help but shake her head and remind, "Captain He, you need sincerity to apologize." What is sincerity? Of course, bring out the good stuff. He Qingyun's mouth twitched. Blackmailing people so directly really refreshed his outlook on life. But in order not to go to the front line, I have to endure it. He Qingyun, who lowered his head, had a ruthless look in his eyes, and suddenly knelt down on one knee. "Your Highness, please forgive me. With this great gift, you are finally sincere, right?" But Chu Ning groaned and turned around, as if the copy king didn't see anything. He Qingyun immediately became angry. "Even if you kneel down to apologize, what else do you, Chu Ning, want?" Feng Mulan was also a little irritable at the moment. This guy Chu Ning is so hateful. He Qingyun even knelt down and begged for mercy. "Can't you be more generous?" Only Shen Weining's dark eyebrows twitched slightly, and a look of surprise flashed across her face. His Royal Highness the Prince of Penglai has great plans. This He Qingyun is really a fool, he can't even figure out what Chu Ning wants. Chu Ning does not seek fame, but only wants real benefits. Shen Weining was curious about what Chu Ning wanted from He Qingyun. Although He Qingyun is a school captain, his real power is not great. Logically speaking, Chu Ning will not get much benefit from He Qingyun. She wanted to see what Chu Ning's purpose was. With some curiosity, Shen Weining glanced at He Qingyun and reminded, "His Royal Highness is injured and needs high-quality supplements." Is this a clear enough reminder? As the son of the Minister of Industry, He Qingyun is naturally not a fool. How could he not understand the meaning of Shen Weining's words? After reacting, He Qingyun immediately borrowed the donkey from the slope and said, "What the princess said is absolutely true. I am willing to provide 10 kilograms of supplements to your highness. Chu Ning turned around and smiled secretly in her heart. Shen Weining is indeed a talented woman, and she can enlighten a fool like He Qingyun with just a few words. I need to exercise before going to the front line, but my body is really in bad shape, and I can only rely on supplements to replace it as soon as possible. This second-hand product delivered to your door is nothing but a scam. 10 pounds is not enough, 50 pounds. Chu Ning said loudly. He Qingyun's face was ashen. Why don't you grab 50 pounds of supplements? But when the words came to his lips, he didn't dare to say them out for fear of angering Chu Ning. The most urgent task is to settle this matter first. Compared to going to the front line, 50 kilograms of supplements is a large amount for him, but I believe his father will definitely find a way to solve it. Okay, 50 kilograms of supplements. I will send someone to deliver them to the palace tomorrow. He Qingyun agreed, almost gritting his teeth. However, Chu Ning didn't intend to let him go just like that. Chu Ning pointed at the white horse and said slowly, I am injured and cannot move. Can you let this horse carry me back home? This is too much. This is too much. This bastard actually set his eyes on my BMW. He Qingyun was so angry that he clenched his hands tightly, and his nails were almost digging into his flesh. But he didn't dare to refuse. Because he was afraid of going to the battlefield. If your highness likes this horse, feel free to take it. It will be my apology to you. He Qingyun lowered his head even more. He didn't want Chu Ning to see the anger and hatred in his eyes. But how could Chu Ning not know what this person was thinking? He was not satisfied with taking someone else's things, so he asked. This horse is Captain He's favorite. If I give it to you, I'm afraid you will be unwilling to give it to me, right? These murderous and heartbreaking words made He Qingyun so angry that he almost went berserk on the spot. Since you know it is my favorite thing, why do you still want to take it away? You may be angry, but you have already said it. If you turn your face against me now, all your efforts will be wasted. He Qingyun's mouth twitched, and he could only say against his will, Your Highness, what are you talking about? It's just a horse. It is its blessing to be able to serve your highness. Chu Ning then showed a satisfied look. Since Captain He sincerely apologizes, I will not pursue this matter with you. He Qingyun breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally over. But Chu Ning continued, but if you are so reckless today, it must be your father's neglect of discipline. Now go back and ask your father to come to the palace. I want to have an in-depth exchange with Mr. He. Dare to shoot an arrow at yourself, and you will definitely not be able to trick only He Qingyun. He Qingyun's father must also be tricked. He Peng, Minister of the Ministry of Industry, hey, I guess the Ministry of Industry must have a lot of good things. Chu Ning's words shocked Shen Weining and the others. I thought that Chu Ning would get benefits from He Qingyun and this matter would be over. Who would have thought that Chu Ning would also meet with He Peng, Minister of the Ministry of Industry? This is clearly trying to trick the younger ones and then try to trick the older ones. Even Shen Weining couldn't help but widen her eyes with surprise at this moment. At this moment, she realized that she had underestimated Chu Ning's despicableness. Even Shen Weining was shocked, not to mention He Qingyun and Feng Mulan, who were stunned on the spot. Chu Ning raised the corner of her mouth slightly and signaled Zhao Yu with her eyes to help her onto the horse. After everyone reacted, Chu Ning, with the help of Zhao Yu, rode her horse to the gate of the school ground. Before leaving, Chu Ning turned to look at He Qingyun and said sternly, Colonel He, remember to ask Mr. He to come to the palace. Otherwise, if my injury relapses, I will have to go to the palace to find the imperial doctor. After saying that, Zhao Yu patted the horse's back, and the horse carried Chu Ning away. Seeing Chu Ning leaving, He Qingyun couldn't bear it anymore and roared, It's too much to bully others, it's too much to bully others. The anger in his heart accelerated the blood in his body, making his face flush and looking very ferocious. The surrounding soldiers retreated one after another, and no one dared to provoke He Qingyun at this moment. Shen Weining shook her head slightly, extremely disappointed with He Qingyun. Originally, she still approved of Feng Mulan's relationship with He Qingyun, but now it seems that He Qingyun has no hesitation. It's hard for such a person to become a great person. Mulan, let's go back. Feng Mulan was also a little disgusted with He Qingyun's performance at this moment, and immediately nodded and left together. When He Qingyun saw the two girls leaving, his expression changed drastically, and he quickly stepped forward to stop him. "Mulan, you can't leave. It's because of you that I offended Chu Ning. You need to go back to the house with me and explain this matter to your father." If such a big thing happened, if he went back alone, his father would have to skin him. With Feng Mulan accompanying him, even if his father was angry, he would not be able to do it in front of outsiders. Besides, his father also knew that he had been pursuing Feng Mulan, so he might be able to take the opportunity to propose marriage to the Feng family. After all, this is all done for Feng Mulan. Feng Mulan raised her eyebrows when she heard this and felt that what He Qingyun said made sense. If it weren't for him today, it would not have been possible for He Qingyun and Chu Ning to have this kind of thing happen. It was indeed necessary for him to go to He Mansion. However, just when she was about to agree, Shen Weining said softly, "Captain He, Mulan still wants to accompany me to collect food. I'm sorry we can't accompany you." After saying that, without waiting for He Qingyun to react, he pulled Feng Mulan away. He Qingyun looked at the two women's leaving figures, with a look of anger on his face. "These two bitches. If it weren't for you today, how could I have been blackmailed by Chu Ning? Now, when you get angry, you keep it away. Humph, just wait, after the matter is settled, the father will be asked to go to the Feng family to propose marriage. On your wedding day, you, Feng Mulan, will be humiliated." Having made up his mind, He Qingyun got on a war horse with a livid face and went straight to He's house. At this time, Feng Mulan, who was on the road, looked puzzled. "Weining, why didn't you let me go to He Mansion just now?" Shen Weining sighed softly. "We all underestimated Prince Penglai. I just thought about what happened to him recently and found that everything he did was to prepare for the front line. Although it seemed to me that his efforts were in vain, he did not give up this glimmer of hope. This person was far from as unbearable as we imagined. Perhaps, even His Majesty has made a mistake. This time, the He family may have to pay a high price to resolve the matter, so you can't get involved." After being given the marriage, she secretly investigated what Chu Ning was doing in Kyoto City. Combined with Chu Ning blackmailing He Qingyun today, she realized that Chu Ning did not act recklessly, and Chu Ning would always get what he wanted in everything. Feng Mulan was shocked by Shen Weining's words. Just that country bumpkin Chu Ning, who went to the front line and still wants to come back alive. Go ahead and dream. Weining, don't you have a crush on that guy? Feng Mulan stared at Shen Weining in surprise. Although that guy is indeed good-looking, it is useless to be good-looking. He will definitely not come back after he goes to the front line. Let me tell you, you can't change your view of him just because His Majesty wants you to get engaged to him. That damn guy cheated his own father, and now he wants to cheat He Qingyun. He must not let Weining marry him. As for He Mansion, if you don't want to go, then don't go. Anyway, this matter has nothing to do with her. What she is worried about now is her best friend. She must not marry Chu Ning. Otherwise, he would have no reason to seek revenge from Chu Ning in the future." Shen Weining looked at Feng Mulan worrying in front of her and couldn't help but shake her head. In fact, she could only say this to Feng Mulan. If she told other people, they would think she was crazy. With Chu Ning's current strength, he would definitely never return if he went to the front line. At this moment, to say that Chu Ning can come back alive is not crazy. But for some reason, thinking of Chu Ning's rogue yet somewhat handsome face, Shen Weining suddenly felt that only such a person could survive. Before getting to know Chu Ning, she and everyone thought that Chu Ning would definitely die. But now, she was shaken. If he really comes back alive, it doesn't matter if I marry him. Shen Weining suddenly chuckled. "Let's just wait and see the show. I'm very curious, what price will Chu Ning make Mr. He pay to expose this matter?" Feng Mulan rolled her eyes. "It's over, you are hopeless, you must be confused by that pretty face. Let me tell you, if Mr. He takes action, that pretty boy will definitely be frightened." Chu Ning has turned into a pretty boy in her mouth. Shen Weining chuckled lightly, put down the car curtain, closed her eyes and rested, and began to mentally plan the next movements of the Shen family. The engagement is a foregone conclusion and cannot be changed. If Chu Ning really has the ability to come back from the front line alive, marrying him is not an option. However, before that, she still needed to observe again. Let's see what benefits Chu Ning will get from Yipeng this time. In the past few times, Chu Ning organized a guard team, forged weapons, and cheated her of a lot of food. These are all in preparation for going to the front line. But she was not sure whether Chu Ning did it on purpose or it was a coincidence. At this time, He Qingyun, who had returned home, was being scolded by Yi Peng. Bang! An exquisite vase was smashed and the debris was scattered all over the floor. Yi Peng was so angry that he slapped him. Bang! A slap mark appeared on He Qingyun's face. Idiot, you idiot, just to show off in front of a woman, you actually shot an arrow at Chu Ning. Yi Peng was so angry that his face turned red. He clenched his hands tightly and roared, "Don't you know that he is going to the front line to be a scapegoat? If you shoot him to death, who will go to the front line? You or me?" Ah! He Qingyun was furious after being scolded so harshly. He didn't blame his father, he only blamed that bastard Chu Ning. If it weren't for Chu Ning, how could he be scolded by his own father? Yi Peng cursed for a while, and his anger subsided a lot. Go gather all the supplements immediately and come with me to the palace tonight to apologize. Imperial Palace, Ingwu Hall. The emperor listened to the shadow guard's report on the parade with an expressionless face. The more he listened, the uglier his expression became. After the shadow guard finished speaking, the emperor narrowed his eyes and a hint of murderous intent flashed across them. You are so brave that you dare to shoot an arrow at Chu Ning. You are simply asking for your own life. The emperor asked coldly, how was this matter finally handled? The shadow guard's mouth twitched as he described Chu Ning's scene that was worthy of an Oscar nominee. The emperor, who originally had a sullen face, was suddenly stunned. Play rogue. Is this the method Chu Ning brought from the folks? Yes, being born in the common people, one must have picked up the bad habits of the common people. But this brat did a good job. He just wanted to blackmail He Qingyun. Thinking of He Qingyun's stunned expression at that time, the emperor couldn't help but reach out and touch his beard with a look of satisfaction. Although the means are somewhat despicable, it is not a disadvantage if you know how to go with the flow. My son, as long as he doesn't suffer any loss, that's enough. The emperor couldn't suppress the smile on his face, he picked up the teacup and drank leisurely. The shadow guard's mouth twitched when he heard this. It's not just despicable, it's too despicable. He is a prince, but he is lying on the ground blackmailing others. If this gets out, how will the royal family maintain its reputation? However, this is not the most despicable thing. The shadow guard said in a deep voice, Your Majesty, the Prince of Penglai also asked Lord He to go to the palace tonight. Puff. The emperor spat out the tea in his mouth and his eyes widened as big as bells. You mean Chu Ning wants to blackmail Lord He? The shadow guard nodded. The emperor's mouth twitched. This guy is really not one who will suffer any loss. After cheating He Qingyun, he is not going to stop and even sets his sights on Yi Peng. But it's better this way. After blackmailing this father and son once, no one else in Kyoto City will dare to provoke Chu Ning again. Forget it. He has to go to the front line anyway. As long as he doesn't do anything too extreme, I don't care about him. The emperor pretended to be very tired and waved his hand to signal the shadow guards to retreat. It was not until he was the only one in the hall that he smiled. Ha 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 ha, this brat Chu Ning is worthy of being my son. The laughter in the hall made the shadow guard and Zhao Ming outside the hall look at each other, and then they pretended not to hear it and moved away. At this time, Yi Peng had already brought He Qingyun to the Prince of Penglai's mansion. As night fell, 2 lanterns were lit at the entrance of the palace, and the door was wide open, as if open to welcome guests. When Yi Peng got out of the sedan chair and saw the open door of the mansion, his face suddenly became gloomy. He knew that Chu Ning was waiting for him inside. It's all my stupid son's fault. Yi Peng turned around and kicked He Qingyun who had just dismounted. Then he snorted coldly and ran straight to the palace. He Qingyun, who was kicked for no reason, felt aggrieved, but he didn't dare to show it, so he could only follow with a bitter face. Led by Zhao Yu, the He family father and son came to the living room. As soon as he entered, Yi Peng wanted to salute. But after seeing Chu Ning's situation, he was completely stunned. Chu Ning was seen wearing a white undershirt, with his right hand entangled by his wrist and hanging around his neck. Not only that, but a piece of cloth was also wrapped around the waist. What was even more shocking was that at this moment Chu Ning's face was pale and he looked listless. It looks like he's seriously injured. He Peng was stunned. Didn't his son say that he just wanted to scare people? Why did Chu Ning become like this? He Qingyun was also stunned. Is Chu Ning really injured? No, Chu Ning must have deliberately acted like this in order to blackmail his father. He Qingyun, who had seen Chu Ning's despicable behavior, immediately reacted. Father, he. Shut up. He Peng shouted angrily before He Qingyun finished speaking, why don't you pay your respects to His Highness? After saying that, he kicked He Qingyun's knee, instantly knocking He Qingyun to his knees on the ground. Afterwards, He Peng, with a guilty look on his face, bowed to Chu Ning and said, I am the Minister of Industry, He Peng, and I, along with my son He Qingyun, apologize to your Highness. Chu Ning narrowed his eyes. This old guy is really patient. He knew clearly that he was pretending, but he didn't expose it and even took the initiative to ask He Qingyun to shut up. What an old fox. But this is exactly the kind of person he wants. Only people like this can extort a lot. Chu Ning pretended to be weak and coughed a few times, then waved his hand and said, Master He, there is no need to be so polite. Captain He is not to blame for what happened today. It was because I don't know martial arts and was frightened that I fell down. He said that everything was fine, but he was actually criticizing He Qingyun in his words. He Peng's mouth twitched. How could he not understand the meaning of Chu Ning's words? Although he felt aggrieved, he had to show sincerity in order to calm the matter. Your Highness, please do not plead for this rebellious son. If he did not want to show off his strength in front of your Highness would not have done so. He Peng waved his right hand and shouted outside the hall, someone, bring the things in. 4 servants came in, each carrying a box. He Peng went over and opened them one by one, it's my fault this time. In addition to the supplements you need, your Highness, I took the initiative to give you an extra 5,000 taels of silver. Chu Ning glanced at the contents of the box and found that they were indeed tonics and silver. Master, he is too polite. Chu Ning pretended to be embarrassed and said, actually, the reason I asked you to come here tonight is not because of this matter, but for something else. Although he said this, Chu Ning winked at Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu understood and immediately asked people to carry the 4 boxes down. He Peng's mouth twitched. This guy said on the surface that he was not doing it for compensation, but in fact he acted faster than anyone else, as if he was afraid of regretting it. All of this was caused by that rebellious son. He Peng glared at his son fiercely, thinking that he would teach him a lesson when he got back. Chu Ning has caught this damn rebellious son, and there is no way this matter can be easily ended. Taking a deep breath, He Peng suppressed his anger and said with a wry smile, I don't know if your Highness has any other instructions. If it is within my ability, I will do my best. What else can I do? Of course I have to express my stance. If I refuse now, Chu Ning will definitely report this to the Emperor. If the Emperor gets angry and sends me to the front line, it would be a waste of time and effort. The best way now is to shut Chu Ning's mouth. Chu Ning raised his lips slightly and said calmly, Mr. He is the Minister of Works and is in charge of tens of thousands of craftsmen. My request is very simple. I need you to dispatch 3,000 craftsmen to serve me. As soon as these words came out, He Peng's face changed drastically. Unauthorized transfer of craftsmen is a serious crime. Once the Emperor investigates, they will be severely punished. If he isn't careful, he might even lose his official position because of this matter. Could it be that Chu Ning's real purpose in doing this is himself? Thinking of this, He Peng said in a deep voice, Your Highness, this matter is too serious, I dare not agree to it. I must not lose my official hat, and I must not agree to this matter. Chu Ning raised the corner of his mouth slightly, not surprised by He Peng's reaction. But, He Peng had to agree today even if he didn't want to. Once he entered the palace, He Peng had no choice but to agree. If Lord He is in trouble, then just pretend that I have never mentioned this matter. Chu Ning suddenly looked painful. Ouch, I don't know why, but I feel a little unwell. Zhao Yu, go to the palace and ask the imperial physician to come and take a look. If we disagree, my body will ache. This despicable bastard. He Peng was so angry that his hands were shaking. If he wasn't worried about the matter getting out of hand, he would have slapped him long ago. How dare a mere powerless prince be so presumptuous in front of him, a second-rank official? But no matter how angry he was, he must not report this matter to the emperor. Otherwise, not only would the emperor not forgive him, but the other 17 princes would also kill him. There's nothing we can do, it's Chu Ning's fault that he's the only scapegoat. He Peng took a deep breath, trying to calm his agitated mood, and said in a deep voice, "Your Highness, please wait and ask for the imperial physician. Although it is a bit difficult to mobilize the craftsmen, I am willing to find a way." Chu Ning laughed secretly in his heart when he heard this. This old guy is really cunning. If he is not taught a lesson, he will not know how powerful he is. Waving his hand to signal Zhao Yu to leave, Chu Ning said calmly, "Lord He, you have to think clearly. What I want is 3,000 craftsmen, which is not a small number." He Peng laughed awkwardly. 3,000 craftsmen is not a lot, but I want to know what you want so many craftsmen for." As if he was worried that Chu Ning might misunderstand, he quickly added, "After all, such a big commotion cannot be hidden from His Majesty and the other princes. I need to give them an explanation. Although mobilizing craftsmen is not a big deal, 3,000 people are too many. If someone were to investigate, there would need to be a suitable reason." What's more, He Peng was also confused in his heart. What did Chu Ning want with 3,000 craftsmen? Chu Ning sighed, his face showing a look of concern for the country and the people. "Lord, he also knows that I am going to the front line. As a prince, if I go empty-handed, I am afraid that I will not be able to convince the soldiers on the front line. I asked you for 3,000 craftsmen just to ask them to help make some bows and weapons." He Peng fell silent. Although Chu Ning is despicable and shameless, he dares to go to the front line and is doing his best for the great Chu. He didn't believe that Chu Ning didn't know that going to the front line would be a life-threatening situation, but Chu Ning was still willing to go. His courage far exceeded that of other princes. Putting aside the political stance, Chu Ning is still admirable in this respect. Even though Chu Ning's methods were a bit despicable, he was powerless after all, and it seemed that he could only use this method to obtain some weapons. As the Minister of Works, agreeing to this matter can be regarded as serving the great Chu. I am not just trying to understand this feud for the sake of that rebellious son. Yes, that's it. He Peng prepared himself mentally before bowing to Chu Ning and said, "Your Highness has devoted all his energy to the great Chu state, and I will fully support you. 3,000 craftsmen will be waiting for your Highness's arrangements at the Ministry of Works tomorrow." The emperor would not say much even if he knew that craftsmen were mobilized to make weapons for the soldiers on the front line. It can also help Chu Ning calm down and completely resolve the grudge with He Qingyun. Why not do it? If this matter gets out, others will think that he, the Minister of Works, is serving the country. But Chu Ning obviously doesn't just want craftsmen. Seeing He Peng taking the bait, Chu Ning suddenly sighed, "Master He, it's not enough to have only craftsmen. If there is no iron, this weapon cannot be forged." He Peng was stunned on the spot. It turns out after all this time, Chu Ning's real purpose is here. Not only do you have to provide your own people, you also have to provide your own raw materials. He Qingyun, who had been keeping his head down and didn't dare to speak, also reacted. His face changed immediately and he said indignantly, "Chun Ning, don't go too far." Chu Ning raised his eyebrows, glanced at He Qingyun who had been kneeling for a long time, and snorted coldly, "I am discussing state affairs with your father, how can you have a say? Zhao Yu, bring him to the gate of the mansion and make him kneel down." Zhao Yu outside the hall narrowed his eyes, his figure turned into a shadow, and rushed over before He Qingyun could react. He Peng's face changed drastically, and he was about to try to stop him, but Guanyun stood in front of him with a long knife in his hand. The sharp blade made He Peng dare not act rashly. He Qingyun sensed the sound of breaking air and was about to stand up to resist, but his legs went weak and he fell down. "I've been kneeling for too long and my legs are weak." Zhao Yu seized the opportunity, tapped He Qingyun's body several times with his right hand to seal his acupoints, and then carried him out of the mansion. "Father, save me." He Qingyun's unwilling roar came from outside. He Peng's face was gloomy. "Kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Chu Ning has good tricks. If I don't agree tonight, Chu Ning will never let my son go." I still underestimated this person. Although he was furious inside, He Peng did not dare to show it on his face. Instead, He looked calm and said in a deep voice. The Ministry of Industry does have some materials needed to forge weapons, but if your highness wants too much, I cannot agree. Chu Ning held up 3 fingers and said slowly, I only need them to forge 3,000 bows and crossbows. He Peng breathed a sigh of relief. If it is just forging bows and crossbows, then it does not require too many raw materials, and given his status, he can definitely agree to this. However, if we agree to this, it would be too easy for Chu Ning. With a turn of his eyes, He Peng said in a deep voice, if you only want to forge 3,000 crossbows, I can mobilize the materials in the Ministry of Works, but the craftsmen's wages will need to be paid by you, your highness. He dared to let his son kneel at the gate of the palace. If he didn't retaliate, it would become a joke if it got out. I can agree to Chu Ning's conditions, but I must discuss Chu Ning once. The wages of 3,000 craftsmen is not a small amount. Chu Ning raised his eyebrows. This old guy is really good at calculating, even calculating himself on such a small matter. However, in order to protect my life on the front line, I have to spend this little money. Craftsmen are also human beings. They also want to make a living. Since they are working for me, I will not treat them unfairly. Chu Ning nodded in agreement. He Peng smiled secretly in his heart, but on the surface he saluted, in this case, I will go down and make arrangements. As for the matter of my son and his highness. Chu Ning chuckled, Captain, he was just joking with me. I fell down by myself. It has nothing to do with Captain He. He Peng breathed a sigh of relief, thank you, your highness. If there is nothing else, I and my son will take our leave. After Chu Ning waved, He Peng felt relieved and immediately came to the door of the house, taking He Qingyun with an angry face and leaving. Chu Ning looked at He Peng's leaving figure with a playful look on his face. But at this time, Guanyun frowned and said, Your Highness, 3,000 craftsmen need a lot of space to forge crossbows. Our palace cannot accommodate so many people. Chu Ning nodded and said calmly, I have already considered this, so before that, I have to meet one person. Only she can solve this matter for me. As he spoke, a beautiful image appeared in his mind. He believed that as long as he got rid of her, the forging of the repeating crossbow would go smoothly. Your Highness, the person you are looking for is Shen Weiniang. Chu Ning took off the white cloth in her hand and said calmly, only this princess can help me integrate the shops given by my brothers. Taking back all these shops, craftsmen can forge in them, but what they forge is only semi-finished products, and the final products must be assembled in the palace. While speaking, Chu Ning had already finished removing the white cloth in his hand and walked straight out of the hall. Guanyun and Zhao Yu looked at each other. It's late at night, His Royal Highness is going to find Princess Shen who is about to get engaged. Is there any other way? Can't go tomorrow? Do you have to go there at night? This thought circulated in the minds of the two of them, and then Zhao Yu said in a deep voice, I will follow your highness, you go and call the other brothers. Guanyun responded and immediately went to call someone. If his highness wants the overlord to force his bow tonight, it's safe to call more people. Soon, everyone gathered at the entrance of the palace. Chu Ning's mouth twitched, why bring so many people? Of course, Zhao Yu did not dare to say that he was worried about you using force on the princess, so he could only find an excuse, your highness, it is safer to bring more people with you late at night. Chu Ning rolled his eyes, I am here to find someone to do something. Bringing so many people will cause misunderstandings. Just the two of you go with me. After finishing speaking, Chu Ning got on the carriage. Zhao Yu and Guanyun looked at each other. Sure enough, it's work. Forget it, if you don't take people with you, don't take them with you. At worst, the two of them will risk their lives. After letting the others go back to the mansion to rest, the two took Chu Ning to Shen's mansion. It was already late at night, and the Shen mansion was quiet, with only the vigilante guard patrolling the house. Suddenly, a knock on the door alerted the housekeeper. Who is this late at night? The Fuding looked impatient, yawned and opened the door. Guanyun handed over the greeting card, Prince Penglai comes to pay a visit to Princess Shen. When the governor heard that it was the Prince of Penglai County, a strange look appeared on his face. This guy just got engaged to the lady, and he came to see her late at night. Could it be that he wanted to? It turns out it's His Highness the County Prince. Please come in. I'll go and report it right now. The palace official did not dare to neglect and took the initiative to welcome Chu Ning into the palace. No matter what Chu Ning's reputation and background are, he is the prince after all, and no one dares to neglect him. But Chu Ning waved her hand and said with a smile, "No need to report, just take me to Princess Shen's yard." This. Fu Ding hesitated. Chu Ning narrowed her eyes. "I have an engagement with Princess Shen, and it is natural for me to meet Princess Shen. Do you want to stop me? An invisible pressure is coming." The palace official secretly complained, and could only nod his head in agreement. "Please come here, the prince." Under the leadership of Fu Ding, Chu Ning came to the backyard of Shen Mansion. At this moment, Shen Weining had received the news. Although she was a little surprised by Chu Ning's late-night visit, she immediately dressed up and came to the yard to greet her. "See your Royal Highness." Shen Weining bowed and saluted with a calm expression. Chu Ning glanced at Shen Weining, who was wearing a purple gown, and chuckled. "Why, the princess plans to talk with me in the courtyard." Did he mean to talk? Shen Weining's heart moved and she turned sideways to make way. "Your Highness, please come inside." Chu Ning raised her lips slightly, put her hands behind her back, and walked straight into the boudoir. The room was simply decorated, with a bed and a dressing table, a calligraphy table and a guqin. The life of the descendants of the previous dynasty was so simple and unpretentious. It seems that Princess Shen doesn't care much about foreign objects. After looking around the room, Chu Ning focused on Shen Weining. At this moment, Shen Weining had already taken the teapot from the maid's hand, and after adding a cup of tea to Chu Ning, she said calmly, "His Royal Highness came to visit late at night. I don't know why." Although her opinion of Chu Ning had changed, Shen Weining was still a little wary of a man coming here late at night. Chu Ning looked at the vigilant beauty and chuckled. "Your Majesty, don't be nervous, I am here tonight to ask for your help. I am planning to build a batch of crossbows, and Lord He has also agreed to lend 3,000 craftsmen, but the space required is too large, and my palace is not enough. A few days ago, your brothers gave me many shops. However, during this period, I was busy with other things and had no time to take back these shops. Now that the princess is engaged to me, I want to leave this matter to the princess. I wonder what the princess will do." The more Shen Weining listened, the more surprised she looked on her face. It turns out that this guy blackmailed He Peng's 3,000 craftsmen. However, does he think that the crossbows made by these 3,000 craftsmen can change the situation on the front line? Also, why does this guy think he will agree to it? Shen Weining poured herself a cup of tea and took a sip, seeming to be thinking but also hesitating. Chu Ning was not in a hurry and started drinking tea with her legs crossed. This careless look made Shen Weining frown slightly. I wanted to put some pressure on this guy, but I didn't expect that this guy wasn't in any hurry. Why was he so sure he would agree? Also, when this guy comes to ask for help, shouldn't he set some conditions first? Shen Weining shook her head and said calmly, "This is your business, your highness, and has nothing to do with me. Refuse cleanly." Chu Ning was not surprised. She turned to stare at Shen Weining and smiled. "In that case, the day of engagement is the day when you and I have sex." After finishing speaking, Chu Ning stood up and walked outside. This move without any hesitation made Shen Weining's face change slightly. It turns out this is what this guy had in mind. Etc. Shen Weining stood up and chased after her, and said in a deep voice, "What does your highness mean by this? I promise to help you with this matter, so you can stop sleeping with me." Chu Ning grinned, stared at her like an eagle, and said with a chuckle, "I will go to the front line and narrowly escape death, so the princess must not want to lose her virginity to me before I set off, right? If you agree to this, I can promise not to sleep with you unless you are willing." A strange color flashed across Shen Weining's wise eyes. She knew that her beauty was irresistible to any man. But Chu Ning in front of her seemed not interested in her beauty. This made her feel a little frustrated. He was also more curious about Chu Ning. Chu Ning would rather help him collect the stores sent by other princes than sleep with him. If she hadn't heard Chu Ning's assurance with her own ears, she wouldn't have believed that a man would ignore her beauty. Just agree first and see what Chu Ning is going to do. Anyway, for now, this matter is not harmful to me. Those shops were given to Chu Ning by other princes. I went to collect them as Chu Ning's fiancé, and others didn't dare to say anything. I agree to this matter. Shen Weining stared at Chu Ning closely. I can take back all the shops tomorrow, but you have to remember your words. Chu Ning laughed. Don't worry, I keep my word, and I don't even bother to lie to you about being a prostitute. After saying that, Chu Ning strode away without any intention of staying. Shen Weining stared at Chu Ning's leaving figure and murmured to herself, what exactly is he going to do? Can the crossbow forged by 3,000 craftsmen still turn the tide of the war? Chu Ning came out of Shen's house with a satisfied look on her face. Zhao Yu and Guan Yun looked at each other. Is your highness so fast? Going in before and after is less than enough time for a cup of tea. But they didn't dare to say this, so they could only escort Chu Ning back to his house with a smile on his face. But this matter spread a lot the next day. But the next day, Shen Weining, as the fiancé of Penlai County Prince, collected the shops given to Chu Ning by other princes. As a result, rumors spread everywhere. Some said that Chu Ning conquered Shen Weining in bed last night. Some people think that Chu Ning lowered her profile and made Shen Weining comfortable. Even though Shen Weining is a talented woman, she secretly likes things between men and women. There are even rumors that Chu Ning is so talented that it took him a full hour to come out of Shen's mansion. Various rumors made Kyoto City even more angry. Everyone was talking about Chu Ning and Shen Weining's marriage. For such a big event, the emperor naturally got the news from the Shadow Guard. After listening to the Shadow Guard's report, the emperor's mouth twitched. For the sake of Chu Ning and the frontline war, I haven't been cheating on my concubine recently. It would be better for Chu Ning to go and be at ease. He is indeed my son. In terms of romance, he has the same demeanor as I did back then. However, this rumor is not credible. The emperor touched the beard on his chin and asked, what was the real situation last night? The Shadow Guard answered truthfully, His Highness came out as quickly as he had a cup of tea. What? Just a cup of tea? This guy can't do it. However, it seems like a cup of tea can't do much, right? Maybe he hasn't even taken off his clothes yet. The emperor shook his head, a little disappointed. I thought this boy had inherited his romantic nature. It seems that he convinced Shen Weining last night. The emperor waved his hand, let him go. Anyway, those shops were given to him by his brothers. He should take them back. After a pause, the emperor seemed to think of something again, and then asked, by the way, I remember that He Shangshu went to the palace last night. The Shadow Guard immediately briefly recounted what happened in the palace last night, and then said seriously. Your Majesty, our people hiding in the Ministry of Works have sent us news that Lord He has summoned 3,000 craftsmen and is ready to be dispatched by your Highness at any time. In addition, many materials in the Ministry of Works were also shipped out. It seems that Lord He really wants to resolve the feud with His Royal Highness the Prince. However, Lord He wants His Royal Highness to pay the craftsman himself. The Emperor fell silent after hearing this. What on earth is this brat Chu Ning trying to do? Even if these 3,000 craftsmen can forge a lot of bows and crossbows, how can these things turn the tide of the battle? 100,000 versus 300,000, such a huge gap in military strength, how can weapons make up for it? But in the final analysis, Chu Ning did all this in order to have a chance to save his life on the front line. Anyway, it doesn't take much material to make a bow and crossbow, so we can just turn a blind eye to it. Chu Ning is going to the front line to die, can't I allow him to make some bows and crossbows? Zhao Ming, there is no need to submit the memorial from the Ministry of Works today. If you don't want to care, then just turn a blind eye. But Zhao Ming smiled awkwardly and said, Your Majesty, after the court session, there were no memorials from the Ministry of Works. The Emperor was stunned. What does He Peng mean? You mobilized so many craftsmen and materials, but you didn't even report to me. What? In your eyes, He Peng, don't you need to report this matter to me? Humph, if I don't teach you a lesson, do you think I don't know what your son has done? The Emperor narrowed his eyes and a cold look flashed across his face. Zhao Ming, you go and convey the imperial decree in person. He Qingyun will be transferred to the position of captain of the city defense camp. He will be the one guarding the city gate from now on. In addition, the Minister of Works has failed to educate his son properly, so he will be fined 1 year's salary. If you dare to let my son pay the craftsman, I will deduct your salary. Well, the annual salary of the Minister of Works is almost enough to pay the wages of 3,000 craftsmen. Soon, Zhao Ming passed on the emperor's oral order. He Peng was stunned when he received the news. For no reason, the emperor suspended his salary for a year. Damn you Chu Ning, I'm not done with you. He Peng was so angry that he could no longer bear it and immediately rode his horse to the East Palace without even taking the sedan chair. Your Highness, Chu Ning is going too far. You must stand up for me. Inside the palace, He Peng fell to his knees on the ground, crying. That Chu Ning is too much. I have already met all his demands, but he actually reported this to His Majesty. Now my son has been transferred to guard the city gate, and even I have been suspended from salary for a year. As soon as these words were spoken, the prince, who was copying scriptures, immediately became angry. Snap. The brush was brushed hard on the ground, and the ink spread along the ground, just like the murderous intent in the prince's heart continued to expand. Chu Ning, you are too presumptuous. Do you really think I will endure it forever? The prince's face was gloomy, and he said in a cold voice, Come here, go to the palace and take back the war horse I gave him, and tell him that I have another use for it. If you dare to attack my people, you are slapping me in the face. This time, I must make Chu Ning understand that there will be a price to pay for going against me in Kyoto City. Before, when Xiao Ming's entire family was wiped out, I did not take any action. That was only because of Xiao Ming's identity as an insider, so I could not step in. But everyone knows that He Peng is my man. If I don't step in after being played around by Chu Ning this time, won't people think that I'm afraid of Chu Ning? Since Chu Ning is so rude, there is no need for me to give him face. I will take back the gift first. But the prince did not notice that at this moment, a sneer appeared on He Peng's face as he lowered his head. Your Highness, if you take back the war horse, will Chu Ning break up with you? He Peng pretended to be very scared. The prince snorted coldly, What are you afraid of? It's just 100 war horses. Will the emperor blame me for this? As for Chu Ning, he is just a scapegoat. Even if I break up with him, what can I do? He Peng's eyes lit up. I've been waiting for you to say this, Prince. Your Highness is wise, but this time Chu Ning asked me to mobilize so many craftsmen. I'm afraid he has other intentions. I want to secretly let the craftsmen slack off and delay time. If Chu Ning dares to offend He Peng, he must pay the price even if he is a prince. No matter how powerful the crossbow that Chu Ning wanted these craftsmen to build was, he didn't want Chu Ning to succeed. But the prince raised his eyebrows when he heard this. No, this matter has become a big deal. I'm sure the emperor has already known about it. If I do something about it, it will definitely make the emperor unhappy. No matter what, Chu Ning went to the front line for the sake of Da Chu, and we cannot create unnecessary complications in this matter. He Peng was a little disappointed, but he didn't dare to go against the prince's wishes, so he could only say in a deep voice, Your Highness is wise, I will go and take back the 100 war horses myself. Chu Ning, just wait, I will humiliate you severely in public. He Peng is very excited. He finally persuaded the prince to take action against Chu Ning. If you dare to let your son guard the gate, Chu Ning, you are simply bullying others. He had clearly agreed not to let His Majesty know about this matter, but now His Majesty has punished himself and his son. It was clearly Chu Ning who had secretly informed His Majesty. If you, Chu Ning, are unkind, then don't blame me for being unjust. This time, the war horse must be recovered. Without the war horse, no matter what if Chu Ning summons veterans and people from the Ministry of War, going to the front line is still a dead end. With a strong desire for revenge, He Peng led the East Palace guards and went straight to the Penglai County Prince's palace. At this time, Shen Weining was in a fabrication point instructing the craftsmen of the Ministry of Industry to move places for forging. Since she promised Chu Ning, she would naturally not break her promise. She wants to keep her innocence. She started taking action early this morning, and now she has taken back all the shops given by the prince. Although they encountered obstacles at the beginning, after their identity was revealed, no one dared to stop them, and the store was successfully taken back. None of the princes dared to offend her, a descendant of the previous dynasty, at this time. Afraid that the emperor would be angry, he asked them to accompany Chu Ning to the front line. However, while Shen Weining was busy, the sound of horse hooves sounded on the street, and a figure rushed in. Wei, get on your horse quickly, I'll take you to see a good show. Feng Mulan's voice arrived first before she arrived. Shen Weining was a little helpless. Mulan, I haven't finished handling the matter here yet. But Feng Mulan said nothing. After dismounting, she pulled Shen Weining towards the outside of the store. As he walked away, he explained, you have already taken back the shop for that guy, why do you still care so much? Let me tell you, He Ping takes the East Palace guards to the prince's mansion, there will definitely be a good show there. Shen Weining, who was still a little resistant, narrowed her eyes and allowed Feng Mulan to pull her onto the horse. He Ping was the prince's confidant, and he took the East Palace guards to the county prince's palace. It was probably the prince who wanted to take action against Chu Ning. She was very curious about how Chu Ning would deal with it. Just take this opportunity to check Chu Ning's reality. Riding horses and galloping, the two women soon arrived outside the county prince's palace. The place was already bustling with people, and many people gathered around to watch the excitement. Feng Mulan chuckled, took Shen Weining's hand, squeezed the horse's belly with her legs, and jumped up from the air to the eaves of the side. Before Shen Weining, who was still in shock, could speak, she put her hands on her hips and said with a wicked smile, stand high and see far. Let's see how that guy Chu Ning deals with Mr. He. Shen Weining shook her head slightly, you think Chu Ning is too simple. Feng Mulan rolled her eyes, I think you were so distracted by that engagement that you actually spoke for that guy Chu Ning. Thinking that her friend's attitude towards Chu Ning had changed in the past 2 days, she couldn't help but snorted, we'll see, Chu Ning will definitely fall into a big mess today. While talking, Chu Ning came out of the house after receiving the news. Seeing He Ping coming with his guards and his face filled with anger, Chu Ning couldn't help but smile and said, what made Master He mobilize so many troops? After defrauding others of so many things, of course I have to be polite to them. He Ping didn't appreciate it at all, and sneered, Your Highness, I am here on the orders of the Crown Prince to take back the 100 war horses. As soon as these words were spoken, the people watching around were immediately in an uproar. Your Highness, the Crown Prince is going to cause trouble for the Prince of Penglai. I heard that the warhorse was given to the prince by the Crown Prince. I don't know why he wants to take it back now. I'm afraid the prince won't be able to refuse. After all, this is the order of the Crown Prince. To be honest, this prince is a pitiful man. He just became a prince and had to go to the front line. Now he is still being bullied by the Crown Prince. Everyone was talking about it, and the scene suddenly became noisy. Chu Ning was deeply surprised that the prince took back the war horse. It's strange. Logically speaking, I could have offended the prince, but why did he do that to me at this critical moment? This warhorse was prepared by himself for his guards. If he hands it over like this, his men will have no horse to ride. Taking a deep breath, Chu Ning took 2 steps forward to get closer to He Ping and asked in a low voice, I wonder why the prince wants to take back the warhorse. He Ping sneered and stared at Chu Ning. Of course you are going too far. I have already allocated 3,000 craftsmen according to your request. But why did your majesty let my son guard the city gate and even suspend my salary for a year? Chu Ning was stunned. I didn't tell the cheap emperor about this. Coming back to his senses, Chu Ning said sternly, Master He, you have misunderstood. This is not what I meant. Humph, whether it is His Highness's intention or not, it is no longer important. He Ping flicked his sleeves and sneered, I came here to carry out the prince's order. Your Highness, please hand over the warhorse. With so many people gathered at the scene, this matter has become a big enough issue. As long as Chu Ning surrenders the war horse under pressure, the face will be lost today. On the eaves, Feng Mulan saw this scene and suddenly smiled. Weining, just take a good look at how Chu Ning surrenders the war horse. Shen Weining was noncommittal, with a calm face, things may not go as smoothly as you think. Really? Just keep reading. Feng Mulan obviously didn't believe Shen Weining's judgment. Even if Chu Ning has some abilities, does Chu Ning dare to disobey the prince's order? Once Chu Ning refused, the prince would have an excuse to deal with him. Although she didn't know why Shen Weining believed in Chu Ning, she still believed in her own judgment. Shen Weining didn't say much, she just stared at Chu Ning below. She didn't know how Chu Ning would respond, but Chu Ning was so calm. Based on the investigation of Chu Ning in the past few days, This guy is so calm, he must have a plan to deal with it. While he was deep in thought, Chu Ning below started his performance. Alas, I never thought that the gift that the Crown Prince gave me would be taken back. Chu Ning sighed, revealing a helpless look. I don't know how I have offended the prince. Forget it, since the prince wants to take back the warhorse, I dare not keep it. But, my brother the Crown Prince, you have to let me know where I am wrong, right? How about this, Sir please run a trip for me and tell him that I can return the warhorse, but I want the Crown Prince to come in person. I will also ask him where I went wrong and apologize to him. After saying this, Chu Ning instructed Guan Yun behind him, Guan Yun, take someone to bring the warhorse over here. When the Crown Prince arrives, I will personally return the warhorse. Although Guan Yun didn't know what Chu Ning was up to, he still responded and went down to make the arrangements. He Peng was dumbfounded when he heard this. Chu Ning agreed to return the warhorse, but asked the prince to come in person. But the prince is now under house arrest in the East Palace by the emperor and cannot come out at all. Chu Ning, this bastard, is so cunning. Now you're throwing the problem upon yourself. Your Highness, please don't embarrass me. He Peng said in a cold voice, it's just a trivial matter, how can His Royal Highness the Crown Prince come here in person? It would be fine if your Highness returns the warhorse, but if you don't, you must think carefully about the consequences. The prince did not dare to disobey His Majesty's order and could not leave the palace, so he had to solve the problem himself. Chu Ning must have captured the prince and prevented him from leaving the palace, so he is so fearless. But how could I let him have his way? Those 3,000 craftsmen were from the Ministry of Works. If Chu Ning refused at this moment, he would have a reason to transfer the craftsmen back. They dared to suspend my salary and let my son guard the city gate. I must get my face back. Chu Ning looked at He Peng, whose expression gradually changed, but a hint of amusement appeared on his face. What we want is He Peng to be angry. It seems that Lord He wants to use those 3,000 craftsmen as a threat to force me to hand over the warhorse. Chu Ning sighed and pretended to be happy. The front line is in danger now. I was ordered to go to the front line with the determination to die. I didn't expect that Lord He would hold me back at this moment. No wonder the situation on the front lines is not favorable. It is because officials like Lord Zhu He are hindering the court, making it impossible for the soldiers on the front lines to guarantee their salaries and food. As soon as these words came out, He Peng's face changed drastically. This bastard actually put the blame for the defeat on the front line on himself in public. This is trying to kill yourself. No, we can't let Chu Ning continue talking. But at this time, the people watching around began to point and talk. No wonder the front line suffered defeat after defeat. It turned out to be due to lack of food and military pay. Look at how Lord He dared to get angry at the Prince of Penglai. It's clear that the officials in the court are no longer afraid of the royal family. Yes, they even dare to bully the prince. Maybe they also embezzled the food and military pay. I never thought that the court would be filled with such officials. Our great Chu is in danger. Chu Ning's words were heartbreaking, and the people around him assisted him. His words were like the murderous sword, which pierced He Peng's heart. It wasn't until this moment that He Peng understood what it meant to be fearful. Feng Mulan, who saw this scene from the eaves, was dumbfounded. She couldn't imagine Chu Ning putting He Peng at a disadvantage with just one sentence. A pair of handsome eyebrows showed a confused look, turned to look at his friend and asked, how could this happen? Shen Weining's eyebrows revealed a strange look. She stared at Chu Ning, who was not panicking at all, and said softly, he has been prepared. Xiangxianyu pointed at the people around him, did you see it? Chu Ning must have found these people in advance. From the very beginning, Mr. He fell into Chu Ning's plan. If you say this to others, it will definitely change your view of Chu Ning. But Feng Mulan was born with a stubborn streak, and her preconceptions made her feel bad about Chu Ning. Impossible, how could he, an illegitimate son born among the common people, have such wisdom? Feng Mulan pouted, I don't believe he arranged these people in advance. Shen Weining chuckled and shook her head, not bothering to explain. Others couldn't see it, but she noticed the clues. Among the surrounding crowd, there were several tall people, full of evil aura, who looked like they had been on the battlefield. Presumably these people are the veterans around Chu Ning. Chu Ning came prepared this time, and He Peng was afraid that he might be in trouble today. Maybe even the prince's side will not be spared. While he was deep in thought, He Peng also found that he was in a bad situation, and the people around him began to attack him. This is clearly Chu Ning's treacherous plan. Shut up for me. He Peng's eyes turned cold, and his murderous intent surged. He turned around and roared at everyone, I am talking to His Highness. Anyone who dares to speak too much will be arrested immediately. The guards of the Eastern Palace drew their swords one after another. Amid the clanging sounds, the swords shone with a cold light, which frightened the surrounding people and made them retreat one after another. Chu Ning frowned, took the initiative to walk in front of the people, and used his body to block the knife in the hands of the East Palace guards. Sir, these are the people of Kyoto City. Why are you taking your anger out on them because of me? If you have anything to say, come to me. This bastard is actually trying to buy people's hearts. He Peng's face turned pale. If he continued to scold him at this moment, he would definitely bring bad luck to the prince. Your Highness, you are too polite. Just return the warhorse of His Highness the Crown Prince to me, and I will return to report immediately. He Peng said coldly, today's incident was entirely caused by His Royal Highness the Prince. Who doesn't know how to pass on the blame? Chu Ning raised his eyebrows and said, Master I dare not agree with what you said. I said at the beginning that the warhorse can be returned to the prince, as long as the prince comes in person. It was you, Lord who threatened with words, which made the people around you angry. Forget it, since you are willing to make concessions, I will personally go to the palace to ask for forgiveness from my brother, the Crown Prince. Is that okay? He Peng narrowed his eyes, a hint of doubt flashing across his face. Go to the palace in person to plead guilty. This doesn't fit Chu Ning's character. This guy is not one to suffer losses. No, Chu Ning can't be allowed to go to the palace. However, if Chu Ning was not allowed to go to the palace, the situation would remain deadlocked. Judging from Chu Ning's attitude, he will definitely not let himself take these warhorses away. While he was deep in thought, Guan Yun came over with his men and warhorses. The sound of horse hooves prompted the surrounding people to make way. Chu Ning did not give He Peng time to react, and said in a deep voice, I have already taken out the warhorse and shown my sincerity. Lord, he can't continue to embarrass me, right? This warhorse is a gift from the Crown Prince to me. Even if I want to return it, I should talk to the Crown Prince in person. You are not qualified. To be arrogant, one must have the capital to be arrogant. Although the Minister of Works is a second-rank official, his status is not enough in front of the prince. He Peng's face suddenly turned gloomy. Chu Ning's move was truly heartbreaking. On the surface, Chu Ning has made concessions and agreed to return the warhorse. If he does not agree, the responsibility will be on him. But he knew that something bad would happen if Chu Ning went to the palace to see the prince, and he was helpless. I want to refuse, but I am worried that I will not be able to complete the task assigned by the prince. If I agree to it, I'm afraid Chu Ning will cause trouble if he goes to the East Palace. When He Peng was in a dilemma, Chu Ning's patience seemed to be exhausted and impatience appeared on his face. Since Lord he can't make the decision, then follow what I say. Chu Ning turned to look at Guan Yun and said in a cold voice, I am going to the palace to see the prince. Before I come back, no one can take this warhorse away. Anyone who disobeys this order will be punished for destroying military supplies and will be killed without mercy. Yes. Guan Yun saluted, his face full of murderous intent, and said coldly, Don't worry, Your Highness, whoever dares to attack, I will stop him even if I risk my life. As he spoke, a pair of cold eyes stared at He Peng, and the murderous look made He Peng feel cold behind his back. At this time, Zhao Yu and 3 other people carried a sedan chair over. Chu Ning got on the sedan chair and headed straight to the palace. Since the prince attacked him, he would naturally fight back. He must also take care of this He Peng, lest this person ruin his plan. He Peng looked at the back of Chu Ning leaving in the sedan chair, with a cruel look on his face. Should we take advantage of Chu Ning's absence and snatch these 100 warhorses? Guan Yun seemed to have noticed He Peng's hesitation, his eyes were cold immediately, he raised the long knife in his hand and said in a deep voice. Protect the warhorse. The guards of the county palace immediately surrounded the warhorses. On the eaves, Feng Mulan suddenly beamed, Chun Ning, a big fool, actually left at this time. Isn't he afraid that He Peng will take these horses away? Shen Weining shook her head lightly and said calmly, He Peng dare not take away these horses. Why? Feng Mulan's clear eyes revealed a trace of doubt. With so many people, He Peng is still afraid of the little protection from the county prince's palace. With a numerical advantage, Chu Ning also agreed to return the war horse. Why didn't He Peng dare to take action? Those were the prince's confidants, and they also brought the guards of the East Palace, which exceeded the guards of the county prince's palace in both quantity and quality. But Shen Weining just smiled indifferently. If He Peng takes action, let alone whether he can really defeat the guards of the county prince's palace, even if he is defeated, the matter will definitely be spread to His Majesty's ears. If things get serious, let alone He Peng, not even the prince can withstand His Majesty's anger. Feng Mulan was stunned. She didn't think so much. But then she rolled her eyes again and suddenly realized, isn't this guy Chu Ning going to the palace to complain to His Majesty? This guy is so mean. Complain. Shen Weining sighed, I thought so at first, but judging from Chu Ning's words, I probably won't go to His Majesty. Feng Mulan's face was full of shock. Did he really go to find the prince? I'm afraid that's it. Shen Weining's face showed curiosity. I also want to know where his confidence in finding the prince comes from. While the two were talking, He Peng made a decision. Looking at Guan Yun and others with murderous intent on their faces, and then glancing at the people at the scene, he knew that he couldn't take action. Once you do it, blood will flow like a river. Besides, there were a large number of people present. If this matter spread, it would be detrimental to the prince. After all, it is indeed a bit embarrassing to take back the gift. Humph, surround them all and wait for the prince's order. He Peng immediately summoned a guard from the East Palace and said in a deep voice, Go to the East Palace as soon as possible and tell His Royal Highness the Crown Prince what happened here. Yes, the guard responded and galloped towards the palace. At the same time, the shadow guard also passed the news here to the emperor. Outside the Yingwu Palace. The emperor was rarely interested in practicing swordsmanship with his sword. Although he had not used force for a long time, the sword in his hand was still powerful. The sword energy was whistling, and there was even a sound of breaking through the air. The general manager Zhao Ming had been standing far away, fearing that he would be affected. At this time, the shadow guard came quietly. The emperor kept waving his sword in his hand, and while dancing with it, he asked, Why are you disturbing me at this moment? The shadow guard did not dare to delay and immediately recounted what had happened in front of the prince's mansion. When the emperor heard that the prince wanted to take back the gift, the sword in his hand stopped dancing. After the shadow guard finished speaking, the emperor was so angry that the sword in his hand shook and he swung it towards the weapon rack beside him. Crash! The weapon rack was shattered in an instant, and the weapons on it fell to the ground with clanging sounds. Your Majesty, please calm down. The shadow guard and Zhao Ming knelt on the ground one after another. Calm down. The emperor's beard and eyebrows trembled with anger, and he roared, You are the crown prince, but you even want to take back the gift you gave me. What a rebellious son. How could such a person appear in the royal family? Shame on you, shame on you. The emperor became angrier and angrier as he spoke. It was just a mere 100 war horses, but the prince actually wanted to take them back. If this gets out, not only will it bring shame upon the crown prince, but it will also bring shame upon me as the emperor. No, we must not let the prince take back the war horse. The emperor stared at the shadow guard with a ferocious face and asked, You just said that Chu Ning was going to come to the East Palace to ask the prince for forgiveness. The shadow guard nodded. A cold light flashed in the emperor's eyes. He walked out with a sharp sword in hand, and said coldly, Go to the East Palace. I want to see how the prince will punish Chu Ning. This time, the emperor was really angry. At the command, the imperial guards cleared the way and headed straight for the East Palace. At this time, the East Palace guards sent back by He Peng were also reporting to the prince. Chu Ning was riding in a sedan chair, which of course was not as fast as a war horse, so the guards returned to the East Palace first. After listening to the report, the prince had a sneer on his face. Ask me for apology. Great, I want to see how he apologizes. The prince put down the brush in his hand and chuckled, How dare a mere illegitimate child disobey my order? Come on, go get some thorns and put them at the door. Today, as the eldest brother, I will teach my 18th brother a lesson. Chu Ning killed the traitor I arranged, and caused the father and son of the He family to be punished. If I didn't punish him, he would think that I really didn't dare to touch him. This time, Chu Ning must know that Kyoto City is not a place for him to run wild. Soon, the people from the East Palace found a lot of thorns and placed them at the door. At this time, Chu Ning just arrived outside the East Palace. He bowed and saluted, saying seriously, "Chu Ning wants to see my brother, the Crown Prince." The prince's calm voice came from the palace, "It's my 18th brother. I have been strictly ordered by my father to copy scriptures for my mother and cannot leave the palace. If you have anything to say, please talk outside the palace." Chu Ning was not even allowed to enter the palace. Chu Ning pretended to be terrified and said, "I am sorry for coming here so abruptly and disturbing you while you were copying the scriptures. Please forgive me, brother." "Okay, just say what you want to say." The prince obviously didn't want to waste time with Chu Ning. He wanted to get to the point as soon as possible and wait for Chu Ning to plead guilty before punishing him. Chu Ning laughed secretly in his heart. How could he not understand the prince's intention? He deliberately took the sedan chair to the East Palace just now in order to give Yiping time to send someone back to deliver the message. I guess the prince is now ready to punish himself. Chu Ning said sternly, "Brother Crown Prince, you suddenly took back the gift. I am terrified. I don't know how I have offended you. Please forgive me. It's here, it's finally here." The prince's face showed ecstasy. Chu Ning, Chu Ning, you have finally fallen into my hands." But what the prince didn't know was that the emperor had already arrived outside the East Palace with a sword in hand. The prince was filled with excitement, but he suppressed his inner joy and snorted coldly, "You are about to go to the front line, and you are engaged to Princess Shen, but instead of preparing for the engagement ceremony, you made such a big fuss in Kyoto. The Ministry of War and the Ministry of Works are in turmoil because of you. If this continues, what will happen? As the Crown Prince, I will not allow you to do whatever you want. However, since you have come here in person to apologize, and you come from the common people and don't know many rules, I will punish you by making you kneel for half a day, considering that this is your first offense. Come here, give the things to Chu Ning." At an order, 4 eunuchs dragged a pile of thorns and placed them in front of Chu Ning. "Since you are about to go to the battlefield, I will only let you kneel for half a day." The prince said coldly, "What are you still hesitating about? Kneel down." East Palace, at the gate. Chu Ning looked at the thorny bushes in front of him and sneered in his heart. The prince had already prepared this thing and was waiting for him. But since I dared to come, how could I not have any preparation? Hearing the footsteps behind him, a strange smile appeared on Chu Ning's face. "The person you've been waiting for is here. Next, it's my turn to show off. No, it should be said that I should get close to the opponent and show off my power." Taking a deep breath, Chu Ning put on a panicked look and said in a trembling voice, "Please forgive me for not understanding what the prince said. The incident at the Ministry of War was caused by Minister Feng, and it was my father's order to have me serve under Lord Feng as his guard. Not to mention the matter of Lord He, I have never informed my father about this matter. It has nothing to do with me. If my brother were to impose these 2 crimes on me." Before Chu Ning finished speaking, the prince snorted and interrupted, "Shut up, how dare you talk back to me? Who gave you the courage? Humph, just because you contradicted me, I am more than enough to make you kneel down and be punished." It seems that Chu Ning will not accept punishment obediently. I must use my power as the Crown Prince to suppress him. But what the prince didn't know at the moment was that the emperor was standing outside watching the scene with an expressionless face. The surrounding eunuchs and guards of the Eastern Palace had been controlled, and all of them knelt on the ground, not daring to breathe. Everyone gasped when they heard the prince's arrogant words. The prince is in trouble today after saying such things in front of His Majesty. At this moment, Chu Ning, who had his back to the emperor, sighed and said, "Forget it. If the prince wants to punish me, how dare I disobey him?" After taking a look at the thorns, Chu Ning was about to kneel down. But in my heart I was shouting, "Emperor, please speak. If you don't speak, he will really kneel down." Fortunately, the emperor didn't want to see his son kneeling on the thorny bushes, so he said coldly, "The prince is so majestic." Chu Ning felt relieved and turned around quickly, but a look of surprise appeared on his face. Greetings, father. I wonder why you are here. The emperor glanced at Chu Ning, and a hint of kindness and anger flashed in his eyes. Humph, if I hadn't come, you would have been carried away from the East Palace today. The prince in the hall also recognized his father's voice. His face changed drastically and he hurried out of the hall. Your son pays respect to his majesty. Humph, I don't have a son like you. The emperor snorted coldly, and the first words he said made the prince tremble all over. He knew that the emperor must know what had just happened. It's over, this is big trouble. The prince's face immediately turned gloomy. This damn Chu Ning, it's all his fault. Chu Ning is a troublemaker. Although he was angry, the prince did not lose his mind. He knew that he had to explain clearly now to avoid misunderstanding with the emperor. Your Majesty, I am terrified. Please listen to my explanation, father. Actually, that's enough. The emperor rudely interrupted the prince and said coldly, in order to help Hepang, you actually wanted to take back the 100 war horses and even wanted to deliberately punish Chu Ning. Do you really think I don't know anything? The prince's face suddenly became as gloomy as water. Conspiracy, this is definitely Chu Ning's conspiracy. This bastard came here deliberately to apologize, but secretly sent someone to inform my father so that I could embarrass myself in front of him. Despicable, so despicable. What should I do now? My father won't listen to my explanation anymore. The prince panicked. He never thought that one day Chu Ning would force him to this point. The emperor glanced at the prince, his face still furious, and pressed him, you have nothing to say. I was right and you can't refute me, right? As a prince, you even have to take back the gift for meeting. If this gets out, you are not afraid of being embarrassed, but I am. Are you going to punish Chu Ning? You even prepared the thorns. You are so impressive, prince. The emperor became angrier and angrier as he spoke, and the sword in his hand could not help but tremble. Chu Ning laughed secretly in his heart, but pretended to comfort him on the surface. Father, this is just a small matter, you don't have to make a big fuss about it, and don't punish the prince brother. After all, the prince is also doing this for the court. He just wanted to remind the emperor to punish the prince immediately. The prince was stunned by these words. I am going to punish Chu Ning, why is Chu Ning pleading for me? But when the emperor heard this, it didn't make sense. After all, Chu Ning was born in the common people and did not dare to offend the prince. Even if the prince asked him to kneel on thorns, he would still plead for the prince. Why is there such a big gap between people? The more the emperor thought about it, the more he disliked the prince. The emperor glared at Chu Ning fiercely, his face full of annoyance. At this time, you are still begging for mercy for the prince, you are too honest. But the prince has gone too far this time, and I must punish him. This matter was caused by you. Tell me, how do you want me to punish the prince? The prince was dumbfounded on the spot. Do I have to ask Chu Ning's opinion before punishing myself? There is no way this bastard will let me go. Just now I almost made him kneel on the thorns. Now that he has the chance, he will beat me to death. The prince panicked and quickly turned to look at Chu Ning, his eyes full of threats. Chu Ning laughed secretly in his heart. Are you scared now? However, his goal was to go to the front line, not to stay in this treacherous city of Kyoto. It would do him no good if he offended the prince to death. After thinking for a while, Chu Ning sighed and said, if my father must punish me, then punish my brother the crown prince by giving me another 100 war horses. I want to serve the country. If I have more horses, I can kill more enemies on the battlefield. The prince was dumbfounded. Was Chu Ning really going to let him go? The emperor was stunned. Even at this time, Chu Ning was still thinking about going to the front line to contribute to the country. Comparing the prince and Chu Ning, one is as far apart as heaven and earth. There is no way to compare them. Thinking about what the prince did, and then looking at Chu Ning's current attitude, they are all my sons, why is there such a big difference? Well, Chu Ning must not dare to offend the prince, so he doesn't dare to make any request. The emperor sighed and said, you kid, you always wrong yourself like this. As the crown prince, he is the heir to the throne of the country. If he has done something wrong, he must pay the price for it. Since you are willing to contribute to the country, 100 horses are too few. Give me 1,000. The prince's mouth twitched. 1,000 war horses is no small number. When the emperor saw that the prince was silent, he glared at him and said, "Why, prince, are you unhappy?" "With pleasure. I'll ask someone to arrange it right away." The prince dared not hesitate and nodded in agreement. But the emperor didn't want to let him go, and said coldly, "You have disappointed me so much, I will punish you to kneel in the ancestral temple for a day. If you dare to cause trouble for Chu Ning again today, I will never let you off easily. If you dare to make Chu Ning kneel for half a day, I will make you kneel for a day." After saying that, the emperor turned and looked at Chu Ning. This matter was caused by Yipeng. "How do you want me to deal with this person?" The prince was stunned. "Father, the emperor is not only punishing me, but also Yipeng. As the Minister of Industry, Yipeng is my confidant. If Chu Ning wants to dismiss Yipeng, my power will be greatly damaged." Thinking of this, the prince's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly looked at Chu Ning with a pleading look on his face. The position of Minister of Works must not be lost. The emperor noticed the prince's gaze, but a cold look appeared on his face. "Do you know how to ask for help now? You were so aggressive just now, why didn't you take it out?" "Humph, this time I will let you taste the feeling of being blackmailed. I just don't know what choice Chu Ning will make." Turning to look at Chu Ning, the emperor said calmly, "Yipeng is just a subordinate, but he is so rude to you. You can't show mercy to him." Chu Ning thought for a moment, then cupped his hands and said, "Father, Minister, he did not commit a serious fault after all, so a slight punishment will suffice. Please leave this matter to me, your son, to handle. It would be useful for the Minister of Works to keep it." Although the emperor didn't know what Chu Ning was planning, he also understood that Chu Ning didn't want to escalate the matter, which was exactly what he wanted. If this matter gets out into the open, people will think that the prince is narrow-minded, which will be detrimental to the reputation of the royal family. Since Chu Ning wants to calm the situation, let Chu Ning do it. "Well, since you want to solve this matter yourself, I will give you a handwritten order." The emperor took off the jade pendant from his waist and handed it to Chu Ning. "Take my jade pendant with you. If I come in person, it's up to you to decide how to deal with Yipeng." Chu Ning took the jade pendant respectfully. "Your son obeys your order." After saying this, Chu Ning turned and left. The prince who was kneeling at the back opened his mouth and wanted to speak. But the emperor snorted coldly, "Why, do you still want to threaten Chu Ning?" "I dare not." "Humph, is there anything else you dare not do? Go to the ancestral temple and kneel down now." The emperor flicked his sleeves, and the imperial guards immediately stepped forward, pulled up the prince, and ran straight to the ancestral temple. The prince's face was pale. He didn't expect that his father would surrender to him for Chu Ning. This time, he was defeated, and he was defeated by the scapegoat whom he despised the most. This damn Chu Ning has never made things easy for him since he appeared. At this moment, the prince's inner anger rushed to his head, and his murderous intent towards Chu Ning reached its peak. In the past, he just treated Chu Ning as a scapegoat and endured everything. But now, he felt that he couldn't bear it anymore. If Chu Ning dismisses Yipeng this time, I will destroy everything Chu Ning has at all costs. Chu Ning, just wait. At this moment, Chu Ning was sitting in the sedan chair, playing with the emperor's jade pendant in his hand, with a playful look on his face. Zhao Yu, who was leading the way, couldn't help but ask curiously, "Your Highness, how did you determine that His Majesty would definitely come to the East Palace? If the Emperor had not arrived today, Your Highness would be in danger. Your Highness is truly a man of foresight, having predicted that His Majesty would come at this very moment, and he has chosen the timing just right." Chu Ning in the sedan chuckled. In this capital city, nothing can be hidden from the eyes of the Emperor. Of course, if the Emperor had not come just now, I would not have knelt down. He had already prepared 2 plans. If the Emperor did not come, he would bring up the engagement issue. If you kneel down, your knees will definitely be injured, and then the engagement will be difficult to go ahead. So, no matter whether the Emperor comes today or not, he will not kneel down. Although Zhao Yu didn't understand what Chu Ning's other plan was, he admired Chu Ning deeply in his heart. The prince was able to suffer a loss, and His Majesty also gave him a handwriting to deal with Yipeng at will. It can be said that this time he won a great victory. The admiration in my heart finally turned into a sentence, "Your Highness is wise." While the two were talking, the sedan quickly returned to the palace, and everyone who was waiting was immediately refreshed. Feng Mulan on the eaves even giggled, "That guy is back. He must have been severely punished by the prince. He will definitely return the war horse when he comes back." Shen Weining said nothing. She didn't dare to make a decision easily before everything was settled. Even she herself didn't know why she suddenly had so much confidence in Chu Ning. Logically speaking, Chu Ning has no advantage in front of the prince. While deep in thought, He Peng, who had been waiting at the gate of the mansion for a long time, sneered. "It's finally here. I want to see how you, the prince, come out in such a disgrace." The people watching around were also looking forward to it at this moment. They also wanted to know whether the Prince of Penglai was punished by the prince. Under the gaze of everyone, the sedan chair stopped at the gate of the mansion. Zhao Yu lifted the curtain, and a handsome Chu Ning came out of the sedan chair. Unharmed. How is this possible? He Peng's eyes widened, a look of disbelief on his face. Didn't His Royal Highness the Crown Prince punish Chu Ning? Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Guan Yun and the others breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Chu Ning return safely, and took the initiative to greet him and said, "Your Highness." Chu Ning nodded slightly and said with a smile, "No need to be polite, the matter has been resolved, you can lead the war horses back to the mansion." Guan Yun was about to agree, but He Peng's face changed drastically, and he said in a cold voice, "Your Highness the Prince, have you asked me before you want to bring back the war horse?" Chu Ning seemed to have just remembered He Peng, patted his forehead, and chuckled, "Look at my memory, I forgot about you, Lord He. This time when I went to the palace, not only was I not punished, but my brother the Crown Prince even gave me 1,000 war horses. As for the 100 horses, of course you don't have to return them to brother Crown Prince." The whole audience was shocked by this remark. No one expected this result. In the moment of complete silence, a discordant voice came from the roof. "Impossible. Even if the prince doesn't want these 100 war horses back, he can't give you another 1,000 war horses." Feng Mulan snorted, "You must be lying." He Peng, who was still in shock, reacted immediately. Yes, even if the prince did not take back the 100 horses for the sake of his face, he would definitely not reward Chu Ning with war horses. Chu Ning must be lying to himself. "It was a close call, I almost got fooled." He Peng reacted and burst into laughter. He was so happy that he fell forward and backward with laughter. "To allow Chu Ning to deceive me in this way, I must have suffered a loss at the hands of the prince." Chu Ning stared at He Peng as if he was a fool. "Why is Mr. He laughing?" He Peng stroked his beard and laughed, "Your Highness Xiao Juanwang actually lied in public. Who would believe what you just said if you tell others?" "Yeah." Chu Ning raised the corner of his mouth slightly and chuckled, "If I said that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince was punished for what happened today, would you not believe it?" "The prince was punished? How is this possible?" He Peng sneered, "Your Highness, please don't delay. I will take these 100 war horses away today. Someone, bring the war horse back." At the command, the guards of the East Palace were ready to take action. Guan Yun and the others' faces darkened, and they immediately waved their weapons and prepared to give it a try. Just as the two sides were about to fight, Chu Ning smiled and took out the Emperor's jade pendant. "Master He, do you recognize this jade pendant?" At the gate of the palace, He Peng's eyes widened, staring at the jade pendant in Chu Ning's hand. "This is your Majesty's personal jade pendant. Seeing this jade pendant, it feels like I am here in person. But why did your Majesty give this jade pendant to Chu Ning? Could it be that His Majesty intervened in this matter and let Chu Ning handle it with full authority? If this is true, how should I deal with it?" At this moment, He Peng admitted that he was panicked and his face turned a little ugly. Chu Ning chuckled, "Master He, are you saying that you can't tell whether the jade pendant is real or not because you are too far away?" As he spoke, Chu Ning came to He Peng and took the initiative to put the jade pendant into He Peng's hand. With He Peng's keen eyesight, he could naturally tell whether the jade pendant was real or fake at a glance. When he saw Chu Ning handing it to him, he was so scared that he fell to his knees, holding the jade pendant in his hands with a look of panic on his face. "Your humble servant pays respect to His Majesty." Seeing this, the surrounding East Palace guards also knelt down. This scene made Feng Mulan, who was on the roof ready to watch the show, open her mouth wide. She just wanted to say that the jade pendant was fake, but before she could finish her words, Peng knelt down. Fortunately, I didn't speak, otherwise it would be so embarrassing. Feng Mulan was secretly glad in her heart, but on the surface she pouted and snorted. This shameless guy really reported this matter to His Majesty. If His Majesty had not intervened, Chu Ning would have been severely punished by the Crown Prince today. But Shen Weining next to her shook her head and sighed softly. I believe that Prince Peng Lai did not take the initiative to report this matter to His Majesty. It should be because the matter was too big and the news came from the Shadow Guard. Hearing the word Shadow Guard, Feng Mulan, who had always been careless, couldn't help but change his face slightly. In this city of Kyoto, even if you are provoking relatives of the Emperor, do not provoke the Shadow Guards. These people are everywhere and their methods are vicious. These were her father's exact words. In the past, she had no impression of Shadow Guard, but today, she finally saw how powerful he was. Being able to send the news back before Chu Ning returned to the palace shows how fast the Shadow Guard is. Of course, she also had a different view on Chu Ning. The fact that he can impress others and that he can successfully deal with the prince is enough to prove Chu Ning's power. Did I really underestimate this person? Feng Mulan stared at Chu Ning and muttered to herself. Looking at Chu Ning for the first time, she found that this originally hateful guy was actually quite handsome. Shen Weining on the side smiled slightly. It's more than just looking down on him, just wait, he will surprise you even more in a while. At this moment, she had already guessed how Chu Ning would punish Peng. Feng Mulan raised her eyebrows and was about to ask when Chu Ning smiled and asked, Master He, don't you take a closer look at this jade pendant? What if it's a fake? Peng lowered his head and smiled bitterly, Your Highness, you are joking. This thing cannot be fake. This thing is something that His Majesty has spoken. Holding this jade pendant means that the Emperor knows about this. Chu Ning was able to return safely from the Eastern Palace, which must have been due to His Majesty's intervention. This is a difficult matter. Chu Ning looked at Peng, whose spirit had dropped by half, and chuckled, Since Lord He knows this thing, it will be easy to handle. Father, please leave this matter to me. After a pause, Chu Ning's tone suddenly changed, and he said in a cold voice, including the life of your Lord He. As soon as these words came out, Peng trembled all over, and the last thought in his heart was completely gone. At this moment, Peng regretted it. If I had known this, I shouldn't have caused trouble for Chu Ning. Wouldn't it be better to let Chu Ning get engaged quietly and go to the front line to die? You're courting death. Peng was so angry that if there weren't so many people watching, he would have wanted to slap himself twice. No matter how angry he was, he still had to save his life. If he died at the hands of Chu Ning, he would become a laughingstock in the whole Chu state. Taking a deep breath, Peng smiled awkwardly. In fact, what happened today was a complete misunderstanding. Your Highness, please forgive me this time for the sake of my mobilization of craftsmen to help you. Forgive you? Chu Ning narrowed his eyes and sneered, I remember that I wanted to make a big deal out of a small matter from the beginning. It was you who kept pushing it too hard. A momentum emanated from Chu Ning, and the cold words made Peng's body tremble, and his back suddenly felt cold. Sure enough, Chu Ning was unwilling to let him go easily. Peng sighed deeply, his face looking dejected, as if he had accepted his fate, and hung his head. Since His Majesty has handed this matter over to your Highness will let me be killed or tortured. At this point, Peng has nothing to do. Unexpectedly, Chu Ning sneered, Kill you? Why would I kill you? The front line is in danger now. As the Minister of Industry, you should contribute more to the front line. Peng, who had originally accepted his fate, was shocked. He slowly raised his head and looked at Chu Ning in disbelief. With such a good opportunity, why don't you kill yourself? What exactly does Chu Ning want to do? At this time, the people around were talking about it. Your Highness is worthy of being the prince of the great Chu state. He always thinks about the country. Yeah, if it were me, I would definitely kill him. There is still a difference between people. Your Highness is devoted to the country and is unwilling to kill anyone at this moment. Your Highness is very understanding of justice. If there is a chance, I will definitely follow your Highness to the front line. Everyone's words reached Shen Weining's ears on the eaves. A pair of beautiful eyes were shining at this moment, and the eyes looking at Chu Ning also had a hint of appreciation. This Chu Ning actually knows how to take advantage of the situation. Without killing He Peng, winning the hearts of the people would also make He Peng owe heaven a favor, and even the prince's hostility towards Chu Ning would be minimized. Kill multiple birds with one stone. If He Peng is killed now, it will make the prince jump over the wall, which will not do any good to Chu Ning. Many people may understand this truth, but who can give up such a good opportunity to kill He Peng? But Chu Ning did it. And she believed that Chu Ning not only wanted to let He Peng go, but also had other demands. While deep in thought, He Peng looked up at Chu Ning with a look of disbelief on his face. "Your Highness, won't you kill me?" Chu Ning nodded and said in a deep voice, "It is better to keep you and deal with you for to chew than to kill you. But you must remember, your life is only temporarily resting on your shoulders. If you fall into my hands again in the future, I will kill you without mercy. In addition, your Ministry of Industry must fully cooperate with me in providing the things I need for my trip to the front line. No delay or excuses are allowed. Do you understand?" He Peng was overjoyed and knocked his head heavily on the ground. "Thank you, Your Highness, for not killing me." Although he knew that Chu Ning wanted to use this matter to threaten him, as long as he was alive, he would still be a second-rank official in the court and could still enjoy wealth and glory. Besides, Chu Ning himself said that what he was asked to do was to prepare for the front line, and if he fully cooperated, he could also gain a reputation for serving the country. Chu Ning raised the corner of his mouth slightly, stretched out his hand to take the jade pendant from He Peng, and said calmly, "Okay, this matter ends here, take the people from the East Palace and leave." "Yes." He Peng responded and immediately retreated with the others. After He Peng and others left, Chu Ning smiled at the people around him and said, "This matter is over. You can leave." Of course the people did not dare to stay for a long time, so they bowed and left one after another. The originally bustling palace became quite quiet in an instant. But at this moment, Chu Ning turned to look at Shen Weining on the eaves, and said calmly, "Since you are here, why don't you come down and have a cup of tea?" Shen Weining and Feng Mulan were on the eaves. How could Chu Ning not notice? After this incident, he believed that Shen Weining had changed her mind about him, and he just needed her to do something for him. Feng Mulan, who was on the eaves, snorted coldly, took Shen Weining's hand and jumped down. Chu Ning raised an eyebrow. This woman actually knows Qinggong. "What are you doing with our Weining?" Feng Mulan stood between Chu Ning and Shen Weining and asked with a wary look. Chu Ning chuckled, "Princess Shen and I have an engagement, and I want to talk to her about the engagement." Feng Mulan frowned and was about to speak when Shen Weining took the initiative to walk up to Chu Ning and said calmly, "I also want to ask His Majesty the County Prince something." Chu Ning laughed, stretched out her hand and signaled, "Please come in." Shen Weining looked at Feng Mulan apologetically. "Mulan, wait for me in the yard." "Humph, I don't want to talk to this guy." Although Feng Mulan was straightforward, she was not stupid. She knew that Shen Weining had something to talk to Chu Ning alone. Chu Ning did not treat her badly, and asked Zhao Yu to entertain her well before welcoming Shen Weining into the hall. After sitting down, Shen Weining stared at Chu Ning closely, as if she wanted to see through the person in front of her. Chu Ning chuckled softly, "Princess, do you think this king is too handsome and want to see more of him? Once you open your mouth, it's not straight." Shen Weining had to look away. Facing such a thick-skinned person, she was really helpless. All the dignitaries I met were respectful to me, but Chu Ning was the only one who dared to talk to me like this. The county prince is indeed a man who worked his way up from the common people. Today's matter was resolved easily by you. Shen Weining changed the topic. The corners of Chu Ning's lips raised slightly. "If the princess wants to know how I will resolve this matter today, just ask me directly. Since you and I are engaged, we shouldn't be so restrained." This is a slap in the face. Although Shen Weining was extremely intelligent, she found it difficult to adapt to such a direct Chu Ning. After a few words, she felt like she was about to be angered. No wonder He Peng was fooled around by Chu Ning. Once people lose their minds, they will do wrong things. Taking a deep breath, Shen Weining calmed down, put on a serious look, and said in a deep voice, "Your Highness came to me, didn't you just say this?" This woman was so calm even after being teased. He's a ruthless character. Chu Ning chuckled lightly, "Princess, you have seen what happened just now. In the next period of time, I will fully supervise the craftsmen forging crossbows. I will have to worry about the engagement banquet. Princess, you will personally handle it. In the first half of the sentence, Shen Weiniang was not surprised. But the second half of the sentence made Shen Weiniang's suppressed anger surge up. The engagement party is naturally hosted by the men. This guy actually let himself do this. When word spread, others thought she was eager to get married as soon as possible. Shen Weiniang also wants to save face, right? However, since this guy dares to make this request, he must have something to rely on. A somewhat annoyed Shen Weiniang glared at Chu Ning. Why do you think I will agree? Isn't this your own business, Your Highness? Chu Ning shrugged. I just said that in the next period of time, I will supervise the craftsmen in forging crossbows. This is a national matter. How can I delay the national affairs because of my own private affairs? Of course, it's okay if you don't agree. The worst thing you can do is move back the engagement date. Anyway, I'm not in a hurry. Of course you are not in a hurry. The anxious person is my Shen family. Shen Weiniang's beautiful eyes narrowed. Your Highness, are you threatening me? It's not a threat. I'm discussing this with the princess. Chu Ning looked like a rogue and chuckled. The decision is in your hands, princess. It is up to you to decide whether to hold an engagement banquet. This guy clings to his own weakness. How abominable. Shen Weiniang was angry inside, but she had regained her composure on the surface. She knew very well that if she refused and delayed the engagement party, both of them would be punished by the emperor. But Chu Ning is going to the front line, so the punishment won't be too big. By then, all responsibility will be on the Shen family. This guy is really good at calculations. However, it is not that easy to make yourself agree to this matter. Shen Weiniang suddenly chuckled. It seems that His Highness is quite confident about this frontline battle. I wonder if you can tell me your plan. Chu Ning's heart moved. This woman is indeed difficult to deal with. The title of the most talented woman is not unearned. Chu Ning rolled his eyes and laughed. Why did the princess say this? The front line is 100,000 versus 300,000, and the soldiers may not listen to me. How can I win? Yeah. Shen Weiniang's eyebrows twitched slightly and she said calmly, I have secretly investigated His Highness in the past few days. I originally wanted to see His Highness's character, but I never expected to discover His Highness's plan. His Highness started to forge weapons, cheated me of 5 million loads of grain, and now asked the Ministry of Industry to make crossbows. All this shows that His Highness has a huge plan. Although I don't know what His Highness's plan is, His Highness is not worried about going to the front line at all, which shows that this plan has given His Highness a lot of confidence. As soon as he said this, Chu Ning narrowed his eyes and took a deep look at Shen Weiniang. This woman is both beautiful and powerful. If she can accept her, she will definitely be a good wife. At this moment, Chu Ning suddenly changed his mind. Originally, Chu Ning only wanted to use Shen Weiniang. But after seeing Shen Weiniang's power, Chu Ning felt that such a woman must stay by her side. She's pretty, talented, and most importantly in good shape, and she's about to get engaged. It's unreasonable not to accept her. Chu Ning stood up, applauded, and said with a smile, as expected of the most talented woman in our country, she can guess what my king is planning. Yes, I really don't want to die on the front line, and I have been thinking of ways to fight for a chance of survival for myself during this period. Now that the princess has seen through it, there are only 2 ways in front of the princess. One is to stand by and watch. You bet that this king will die on the front line, and you will be a widow by then. The second is to sincerely help me and let me survive on the front line. By then, I will control 100,000 troops on the front line, and you will be the princess. After the last word fell, Chu Ning had already arrived in front of Shen Weiniang. Those hot eyes were staring at her. A look of surprise flashed in Shen Weiniang's eyes. She didn't expect Chu Ning's plan to be so huge. According to her analysis, Chu Ning would definitely die if she went to the front line. But after seeing Chu Ning's despicableness, she suddenly felt that maybe only such people could survive from the front line. If Chu Ning died, no one would mention the marriage between the two. But if Chu Ning survives, the wedding will definitely take place. However, is it really possible for Chu Ning to survive from the front line? 100,000 versus 300,000, Is there really a chance of winning? Shen Weining hesitated. She was very entangled and did not dare to gamble her lifelong happiness with the lives of dozens of Shen family members. How to choose? Do you want to believe Chu Ning? Chu Ning was not in a hurry, drinking tea with a leisurely expression. Shen Weining is a smart woman. He believes that she will make the most correct choice that is in the interests of the Shen family. After a cup of tea, Shen Weining's beautiful face still showed a tangled look. At this time, Feng Mulan's shout came from outside the hall. Weining, if something happens inside, just shout. Shen Weining, who was awakened, realized that her friend was still waiting outside. It's been a long time since I've been seen out, so naturally I'm worried about my safety. I'm fine, Mulan, just wait a moment. Shen Weining comforted Feng Mulan, then looked at Chu Ning and said in a deep voice, I can agree to your request, but you must make me believe that you have the strength to come back from the front line. Although Chu Ning has been despicable enough so far, being despicable is not enough if he wants to come back from the front line. When the two armies are fighting, no matter how despicable they can't make up for the gap in the number and morale of the two sides' troops. She wanted Chu Ning to give her the confidence to believe in him. Chu Ning chuckled, this is simple, just wait a few more days and when I build that thing, you can come and watch it together. But these days, you have to start the engagement party. If you are late, it will be too late. Want confidence? I can give it to you. But, you have to do something first. A look of surprise appeared on Shen Weining's delicate face. Turns out this guy is so mean and shameless to anyone. No wonder even people like Yipeng were so angry with this guy that they lost their minds. Let yourself work first and then show yourself your strength. What if you don't have the strength? Is this a choice that Shen Weining doesn't have now to bully her? Lu frowned slightly. Shen Weining stared at Chu Ning's cynical face, and said calmly, you want me to do things for you for free. Chu Ning shrugged, if you think I want to have sex for nothing, you can refuse. White prostitution. This word is used very appropriately. No, are you using prostitution like this? I am not the lady from Tsuiyan Tower. This guy is really hateful. Shen Weining was furious on the inside, but on the outside she still wanted to maintain the calmness of a talented woman. Taking a deep breath, Shen Weining said coldly, Your Highness's words are always so unpleasant to listen to. However, our Shen family really needs a chance. At present, perhaps only His Highness can make our Shen family change the status quo. I agree to this matter. Now that things have come to this, she can only agree first. First of all, time is really tight. If we don't prepare for the engagement banquet now, it will definitely be too late by then. Secondly, she wanted to know what Chu Ning's trump card was. It only took a few days, and it wouldn't delay much for her and the Shen family. In just these few days, you can know Chu Ning's trump card. No matter how you look at it, she is a good deal. Weighing the pros and cons, she had to agree. At this moment, she had no extra choice. Chu Ning was not surprised by this. He stepped forward and approached Shen Weining. He stared at the family in front of him with a pair of hot eyes and laughed. The palace will be left to you from now on. If you need anything, please give me any instructions to Guan Yun. After finishing speaking, Chu Ning strode outside. Shen Weining was stunned. What does this guy mean? You are obviously the master of the palace, so what's the point of leaving yourself here? Where are you going? Shen Weining couldn't help but ask. Chu Ning didn't look back. Practice your equestrian skills. Shen Weining was silent. This guy can't even ride a war horse, but he believes that he can come back alive from the battlefield. Do you trust this guy too much? But already on the pirate ship, it seems that he can't even see the shore, let alone get ashore. Taking a deep breath, Shen Weining put aside the distracting thoughts in her mind, and while ordering people to go back to deliver the message, she mobilized everyone in the house to start arranging the engagement banquet. Of course, Feng Mulan was also allowed to enter the palace at this moment. Seeing Shen Weining, who was constantly busy working for the palace, Feng Mulan was dumbfounded. Weining, what are you doing? Feng Mulan's eyes widened. She rushed forward, pulled Shen Weining and asked. Mulan, you came just in time. I hope you go back and tell Uncle Feng not to embarrass Prince Penglai during this time. While Shen Weiniang was writing down the things needed for the engagement banquet, she explained, "The engagement banquet is coming soon. If we continue to have trouble with His Highness at this moment, His Majesty will not stand idly by." Feng Mulan was stunned and looked at Shen Weiniang as if she was meeting her for the first time. How could my friend's attitude change so much after just one conversation with Chu Ning? What kind of ecstasy did he give you? Feng Mulan said, and was about to touch Shen Weiniang's forehead. But Shen Weiniang waved her away and said in a deep voice, "Mulan, believe me, don't provoke Prince Penglai. You also saw what happened to Mr. He today. I think you don't want Uncle Feng to be like this either." Feng Mulan, who was originally full of dissatisfaction, trembled. Thinking of the way He Peng was dealt with by Chu Ning just now, she couldn't help but change her face slightly. His father had some issues with Chu Ning. If he couldn't help but attack Chu Ning, with Chu Ning's despicableness, he might not know how to deal with his father. I'm going to tell my father right now." Feng Mulan didn't dare to stay, so she turned and left after speaking. Shen Weiniang looked at her leaving back and shook her head, with a look of helplessness on her face. She knew her friend's character, and if she didn't scare him, he probably wouldn't give up making trouble for Chu Ning. Only when it comes to the Feng family would Feng Mulan be so nervous. Of course, she did this for Feng Mulan's sake and didn't want to cause trouble at this juncture. Otherwise, not only Chu Ning would not let go of the Feng family, but the emperor would also take action. Fortunately, Feng Mulan was born in the family of a minister after all. Although she was upright in character, she was not stupid. After she understood the matter, she immediately told Feng Angue. Feng Angue looked rather grim upon hearing the news, and he rushed to the second prince's residence as soon as possible. After listening to Feng Angue's report, the second prince Chu Ming was surprised. "I never thought Chu Ning was so powerful. Not only did he ask my father to give him the jade pendant, he also asked my brother the crown prince to kneel in the ancestral temple for a day." Chu Ming also got the news about what happened in the palace. Combining the two, it is not difficult to see the emperor's trust in Chu Ning at this moment. Feng Angue suddenly learned about this and a look of horror appeared on his face. For this illegitimate child, His Majesty actually punished the crown prince. This. "Your Highness, what should we do next?" Thinking of He Peng's fate today, Feng Angue broke out in a cold sweat and felt a little regretful. Why bother to provoke Chu Ning for no reason? "Don't worry, Master Feng." Chu Ming chuckled, with a playful look on his face, "Your daughter is on good terms with the princess, and the princess is getting engaged to Chu Ning, so you two should have a good relationship. As long as we don't provoke him, I believe that Chu Ning will not take your previous actions to heart for the sake of the princess. However, in order to dispel Chu Ning's hostility towards us, we have to give him some generous gifts at his engagement party." Feng Angue's eyes lit up. "I understand. Since the crown prince has taken action, we can just sit back and watch the fight." Chu Ming showed a satisfied look on his face. "That's right, the crown prince can take action. We must not provoke Chu Ming at this moment." After a pause, he turned his head and looked towards the East Palace. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he sneered. "The prince has suffered such a great loss this time, I'm afraid he won't let it go." Late at night, East Palace. Waves of roars and the sound of bottles and jars being smashed resounded throughout the hall. "Damn Chu Ning, damn bastard, he made me kneel for a whole day." The furious prince smashed the furnishings in the hall and cursed. He Peng knelt on the ground and trembled, letting the vase explode around him. Even though the debris broke a little, he didn't dare to move. Things went wrong and the prince was punished. He was already very angry. If he spoke at this moment, the prince would only use him as an outlet for his anger. He Peng is not stupid. He understands that silence is in his best interest at this moment. The prince smashed all the furnishings he could see before him, then turned to look at the kneeling He Peng. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he asked in a cold voice, "Master He, how does it feel to kneel?" He Peng smiled bitterly in his heart. The prince is good in every way except that he is too narrow-minded. I have been punished by His Majesty to kneel for a day today, and I probably need to find a balance in myself. He Peng sighed and said helplessly, "It is my incompetence that I failed to complete the task assigned by the prince today. Please punish me, prince." Of course I couldn't answer while I was kneeling. If I make the prince unhappy, who knows how he will deal with me, so I might as well change the subject. The prince snorted coldly, his cold eyes flashed with a sinister look. I asked you to bring back the 100 war horses, but you let Chu Ning come to the palace and reported the matter to my father. As the Minister of Industry, what on earth is in your head? The prince became more and more angry as he spoke, and kicked the table next to him hard. The dark ironwood table was too heavy, and the kick made the prince feel like he had kicked an iron plate. Plus, my knees still hurt from kneeling all day. After one kick, the prince gasped. Damn it. Someone, take this table out and burn it. The prince was so furious that the guards outside rushed in and carried the table away. He Peng's mouth twitched, and he quickly persuaded, Your Highness, calm down. Now that Chu Ning is about to get engaged and go to the front line, we should not fall out with him at this moment. If there is a falling out, who will go to the front line to be the scapegoat? These words gradually calmed the prince down. Although he lost face today, if he really wanted to send Chu Ning to death, or made Chu Ning unhappy and refused to go to the front line in anger, then things would be troublesome. By then, not only would his 16 brothers not let him go, even his father would pursue the matter. Taking a deep breath, the prince tried to calm himself down. Face is not as important as life. But, letting Chu Ning go like this would be too easy for this damn guy. Got engaged. The prince narrowed his eyes and sneered, in order to make up for the grace of raising me that has not been fulfilled in the past 10 years, my father has sent out invitations to other dynasties to send envoys here. This is fine, I will make him lose face at the engagement party. Lord He, you should immediately send someone to spread the news and say that the most talented woman in Great Chu married the Prince of Penglai because she was attracted by his literary talent. He Peng was stunned. I've never heard of the literary talent of Prince Penglai. Etc. Could it be that the prince wanted to humiliate the Prince of Penglai in this way? Once this news gets out, there will definitely be people at the engagement party who will come out to ask Chu Ning for advice on his literary talent. And how could Chu Ning, an illegitimate prince born in the common people, have literary talent? Just think about it, if the most talented woman in the Great Chu marries a man who has no literary talent, Chu Ning will definitely become a joke if the news gets out. The prince's move was so insidious. Although Chu Ning let him go this year, he dared not disobey the prince's order. I can only apologize to Chu Ning. He Peng immediately bowed and said, Please rest assured, Your Majesty, I will make sure this matter is properly arranged. The prince sneered and waved his hand. He Peng breathed a sigh of relief, then left the hall. After leaving the palace, He Peng felt a hint of hesitation in his heart. Chu Ning let me go today, but now I have to help the prince deal with Chu Ning. It doesn't make sense nor reasonable. What's more, Chu Ning has the leverage over me. If Chu Ning knew that I was the one who did it, he would most likely punish me. Looking up at the dark night sky, there are stars all over the sky, and the twinkling stars are guarding the full moon in the middle. The moon is so round, why can't I do this perfectly? Wait. Perfection. Suddenly, He Peng had an idea and came up with the best of both worlds. With a light laugh, He Peng turned his head and glanced at Dong Gong, and said calmly, Prince, you can't blame me this time. After saying this, He Peng got into the sedan chair and soon disappeared into the night. Soon, it was midnight. In the Prince of Penglai's mansion, Chu Ning, who had just finished inspecting the blacksmith shop, was sleeping soundly. At this moment, Zhao Yu's voice suddenly came from outside the house, Your Highness, there is a situation. Chu Ning was woken up with sleepy eyes. He opened the door reluctantly, yawning and asking. What happened? Zhao Yu said in a deep voice, Someone just shot a sharp arrow at the mansion, and there was a letter on it addressed to you. As he spoke, he held the sharp arrow in both hands and handed it to Chu Ning. Chu Ning reached out to take the sharp arrow, tore off the letter on it and opened it. At the engagement party, scholars gathered. Danger. Chu Ning raised his eyebrows at the puzzling sentence. He knew every word, but when put together, he couldn't figure out what the sentence meant. If we understand it literally, it means that there are literati coming to attend his engagement party, and there is danger. But if the other party is a scholar, then what danger is there? After putting away the letter, Chu Ning squinted his eyes, Do you know who shot this sharp arrow? Zhao Yu shook his head, I'm worried about His Highness's safety, so I don't dare to chase him. I can only come back first to report. Chu Ning nodded slightly. It seemed that the other party did not know his identity. In this city of Kyoto, he didn't have many friends. It could even be said that there were almost none. The only people who have the ability to tell the truth are the Emperor and Shen Weining. But Shen Weining didn't have to do this, she could just say it face to face. Not to mention the Emperor, how could the king of a country use such a method to convey news? Excluding these two people, the remaining answers are easy to come out. Thinking of the person behind him, a sneer appeared on Chu Ning's face. It seems you are very unconvinced. Chu Ning narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. If it was really you who arranged this, then this time I will teach you a lesson again. After saying that, he turned to look at Zhao Yu and chuckled, you've worked hard these past 2 days. Have a good rest tonight and get up later tomorrow. I will stay at home tomorrow and not go out. Zhao Yu was stunned. Didn't His Highness say that we have to practice horseback archery tomorrow? Chu Ning smiled mysteriously. It's enough for me to know how to ride a horse, and I can put my archery skills aside. Besides, the princess will arrange an engagement banquet at home tomorrow, so I have to entertain her well and have an in-depth discussion on literature with her. In-depth discussion of literature? Zhao Yu was dumbfounded. You, an illegitimate child born in the common people, no literature. Literature is fake, the in-depth communication mentioned above is your real purpose. The next day, Chu Ning asked the servants in the mansion to prepare a pot of good tea early. At midnight, the sound of horse hooves could be heard outside the house. Shen Weining and Feng Mulan came together. The former was wearing a purple palace attire, with 3,000 black hair draped behind him, and 2 gold hairpins adorning his head. With his beautiful face, he looked very noble. The latter is still wearing a strong suit, and his hair is tied together and coiled behind his head. At first glance, he looks very youthful and beautiful. See, princess, the prince is waiting for you in the hall, please come this way. The guard at the door led Shen Weining into the mansion. At this moment, Shen Weining looked like the mistress of the house, looking at the situation in the house from time to time and making arrangements for the upcoming engagement banquet. Soon, the two came to the hall and smelled a faint fragrance before they entered. Stepping in, I saw Chu Ning holding tea and drinking it leisurely, very comfortable. Feng Mulan rolled her eyes. I don't know how this guy convinced Weining to agree to help her and even asked me to come along. While thinking, Chu Ning smiled and picked up the teacup. Come over here, both of you. Before she could finish her words, Feng Mulan snorted coldly, took a quick step forward, and drank the other cup of tea in one breath. This action, which was like drinking like a cow, stunned Chu Ning. At this time, Feng Mulan put the teacup on the table and sneered, Why, you only prepared 2 teacups, don't you welcome me? If Chu Ning dared to say no to this unruly look, she would definitely give this guy a good beating. Chu Ning's mouth twitched. He had seen powerful women before, but this was the first time he had seen such a tough woman. Shaking his head, Chu Ning smiled and said, I didn't expect Miss Feng to come with me, but I do have important matters to discuss with the princess today. I also asked Miss Feng to wait here for the time being, while I and the princess go to the backyard to talk. Go to the backyard and talk inside the house. What does this guy want to do? Feng Mulan's eyes widened, don't even think about it. I tell you, as long as I am here, I will never let you lay a finger on Weining. Although Shen Weining was a little surprised by Chu Ning's behavior today, she also understood that Chu Ning must have something important to do with her, otherwise she would not be waiting for her here. After all, Chu Ning said that he would be very busy during this period, and it would definitely not be a trivial matter to allow Chu Ning to stay at home. Mulan, the prince, and I will have a chat alone. No, this guy is plotting against you, I have to keep an eye on him. Even though Shen Weining persuaded her personally, Feng Mulan still looked determined. Shen Weining raised her eyebrows, quite helpless. She knew her friend's character better than anyone else, and once she determined it, it was difficult to change it. When Chu Ning saw this, she smiled secretly in her heart. It seems that the most talented woman in Dachu also has troubles. You still have to take action yourself. Chu Ning shrugged, well, since you want to stay, let's listen to how the king and the princess discussed the engagement banquet. In Feng Mulan's surprised eyes, Chu Ning turned to look at Shen Weining and said sternly, the people attending my engagement banquet this time are all well-known people, so you can't go wrong with the seats in this row. From the princess's point of view, should I invite the prince and other brothers? If they come, how should I arrange their seats? There are also envoys from other countries. Only in the middle of what he said, Feng Mulan couldn't listen anymore and quickly interrupted. Okay, I don't want to hear this. If you want to talk, go ahead and talk, but I only give you half a stick of incense time. Chu Ning smiled slightly and winked at Shen Weining, who followed him to the backyard room. Along the way, Shen Weining didn't speak, but looked at Chu Ning's back with strange eyes. When they arrived at the house, before Chu Ning could speak, Shen Weining took the initiative to speak. You can actually cure Mulan. It's really unexpected. Chu Ning chuckled and said slowly, for someone with a straightforward personality like her, I just want to temper her temper. After a pause, he took out the letter he received last night from his sleeve and handed it over. Let's see, someone secretly sent this letter to me last night. Shen Weining reached out to take the letter with a puzzled look on her face. When she opened it, the puzzled look on her face became even stronger. It's strange that someone in Kyoto City actually warned you. Shen Weining looked at Chu Ning with a strange look. The letter said that there were dangers at the engagement banquet, and most of them came from the literati. His Highness came to me to discuss this matter. Could it be that he was cramming and wanted me to teach His Highness some things in advance? Poetry. Chu Ning laughed, gave a thumbs up and nodded. The princess is really amazing. She actually guessed the purpose of this king looking for you. Those literati are just trying to embarrass me by making trouble for me. But if you, princess, taught me a few poems in advance, it would be more than enough to deal with these people. This guy also has times when he begs for himself. The corners of Shen Weining's mouth raised slightly, a rare smile appearing on her face. Suddenly, a smile bloomed. Chu Ning felt his eyes light up, as if the whole world had lit up. There was only Shen Weining in his eyes. But at this moment, Shen Weining's words brought him back to reality. Why should I help His Highness? Shen Weining stared at Chu Ning with a faint smile. Even if those people are looking for trouble, they are looking for His Highness and have nothing to do with me. After defrauding the Shen family of so much food, and forcing myself to agree to an engagement, I didn't want to help this guy. Besides, Chu Ning has been too arrogant recently, and this guy's arrogance must be suppressed. If he doesn't agree, he will wait for Chu Ning to come and beg him. Unexpectedly, Chu Ning chuckled, suddenly approached Shen Weining, and said with a smile, when someone makes things difficult for me, I am not the only one who is embarrassed. Think about it, the person who is engaged to the most talented woman is actually a person who does not understand poetry. Who will be embarrassed if word spreads about it? Anyway, I am from a civilian background and have a thick skin. These things are not a big deal to me, but to you, the princess, it is not necessarily the case, right? The smile on Shen Weining's face gradually solidified. Although I know this is what Chu Ning said, it does make sense. Once Chu Ning is questioned for asking for advice, she, the most talented woman in Chu, will definitely be ridiculed. This guy is so disgusting, he actually took advantage of himself and threatened him. Taking a deep breath, Shen Weining tried to calm down her mood. She didn't know why, but every time she met Chu Ning, she couldn't calm down. But when she came back to her senses, Shen Weining found that Chu Ning was actually standing in front of her, with Chu Ning's masculine scent everywhere in her mouth and nose. The strong smell of hormones hit her face, which made Shen Weining, who had never been in close contact with a man, blush slightly and quickly took 2 steps back. I will first arrange for the people in the house to buy ingredients and poetry, and then we will talk about it after I finish handling the things in the house. Without saying a word, Shen Weining ran away. But as soon as she left the room, she saw Feng Mulan coming to the yard. Feng Mulan saw Shen Weining coming out and was about to step forward to speak, but found that Shen Weining's face was panicked and her face was slightly red. Could this look like? Feng Mulan was immediately furious, her whole body suddenly exploded with aura. She drew out the sword at her waist and roared. Chun Ning, you bastard actually dare to treat Weining lightly. After saying that, Feng Mulan rushed into the house with a sharp sword in hand. Chu Ning had just chased him out of the room and wanted to explain, but unexpectedly he heard the roar of an evil dragon in his ears. Looking up, a sharp sword flashed with cold light and came straight to the door. At such a close distance, there is no way to avoid it. But Chu Ning had no intention of evading, and stood on the spot and said calmly, "Kill me, and your Feng family will be wiped out. The sharp sword stopped an inch in front of Chu Ning's eyes. Feng Mulan's eyes were blazing, the hand holding the sword kept shaking, and the veins in her fair hand even popped out because of too much force. As long as the sharp sword in his hand is sent forward, Chu Ning will be killed on the spot. However, Feng Mulan did not dare. She knew that once she killed Chu Ning, not only would the Feng family be wiped out, but the 9 clans might even be killed. At this time, Shen Weining also came to her senses and quickly stepped forward to hold Feng Mulan's hand and explained in a low voice, "Things are not what you think." Feng Mulan's face darkened. "It's already this time, and you're still speaking for him. I've long said that this guy has no good intentions when he comes to you. When I came out just now, my face was red. Who would believe that nothing happened between the two of them?" Shen Weining couldn't laugh or cry. "This friend of mine is good at everything, but he is too suspicious and does things out of his head. Don't even think about it. How could His Highness do anything to me after I've only been in there for a long time?" Shen Weining took Feng Mulan's hand and whispered, "We were indeed discussing the engagement just now. The matter has been discussed almost, and we can leave now." Feng Mulan glanced at Shen Weining dubiously. She still didn't quite believe it. At this time, Chu Ning said calmly, "Okay, for the sake of Princess Shen's relationship with you, and because you also care about Princess Shen, I will not hold you accountable for your rudeness just now. However, during this time, you have to follow the princess to help take care of the affairs of the house." After saying that, Chu Ning left with a puff of sleeves. Feng Mulan was stunned for a moment, unable to recover. She didn't react until Chu Ning walked away. "What, you actually asked me to help you? You are dreaming!" Feng Mulan shouted from behind. Chu Ning, who had already reached the door of the courtyard, raised her lips slightly, suddenly turned her head and smiled at her. "You put the princess alone in my palace, aren't you afraid that I will do something to the princess? You dare? Do you think I dare? Ha 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 ha." Amid laughter, Chu Ning left Feng Mulan's sight. Feng Mulan was furious and wanted to chase after her, but Shen Weining stopped her, shook her head and said, "Okay, we can't make trouble at this time. This engagement banquet is attended by envoys from other countries. I need to arrange it well and I also need people around me. Please help me." Feng Mulan snorted coldly and stamped her feet, her face full of displeasure. "Are you really willing to marry this guy?" Shen Weining sighed, "Given the situation at hand, maybe this is the best choice, or I have no choice." Feng Mulan was silent. She knew very well the situation of Shen Weining and the Shen family. If they did not obey the order, they would definitely be uprooted. Although he is a descendant of the previous dynasty, if he makes a mistake, the emperor certainly does not mind catching them all. Even though she didn't care much about the affairs of the court, she still understood that her friend was in a very bad situation. "Okay, I'll help you." Feng Mulan finally gave in reluctantly. Shen Weining smiled slightly, "I knew you would agree. Let's go, and decorate the palace now." Soon, the whole palace became lively under Shen Weining's order. Some began to arrange the overall layout, some went to buy things needed for the engagement, and some took invitations written by Shen Weining herself to send out. At this moment, Chu Ning took Xiao Yu to the blacksmith shop. After several days of forging, the first long knife had been made, and he needed to see the effect. Chu Ning is not worried about matters in the palace. He believes that Shen Weining's ability can handle it. Now he just wants to see how powerful the weapons forged by the 100 refined steel method are. Of course, what happened in the palace today also reached the emperor's ears. Inside the Hall of Valor, the emperor, who had just come down to court, was leaning on a huge chair and opening the memorial. "Humph, there are floods in the south this year and drought in the north. The food supply has dropped by half compared to previous years." The emperor threw the memorial in his hand on the table with a displeased look on his face, and a cold look appeared on his majestic face. Without food, how will the subsequent generals lead the army back to the front line? The food problem must be solved. Just when the emperor was worried, the shadow guard came into the palace quietly. "Your Majesty, the Prince of Penglai and Princess Shen will meet today." "Oh." The emperor raised his eyebrows, put aside the affairs of the court, and asked, "Do you know what they talked about?" The shadow guard shook his head. The prince and the princess went into the house to talk. I didn't hear what they talked about, but when the princess came out, her face was red. The emperor was stunned. Then his eyes lit up. You mean Chu Ning and Shen Weining have slept together? The shadow guard's mouth twitched. Your Majesty, it took less than a cup of tea for the princess to go in and come out. The emperor was a little disappointed and shook his head. This brat usually looks like a scoundrel. Why is he so dull about this matter? After all, he is my son. Even if he goes to the front line as a scapegoat, at least he has left behind his seeds. I have created so many opportunities for you, why don't you cherish them? The shadow guard stood where he was, not daring to speak. How could he dare to interrupt in such matters? The emperor did not get the news he wanted, and lost interest. He waved his hand and said, "Okay, you can go down. As long as they can get engaged safely, it's fine." They're engaged. I don't believe Chu Ning can hold back. But the shadow guard said in a deep voice, Your Majesty, when Feng Mulan saw the princess's ruddy face, she thought the prince had done something to the princess, so she drew her sword on the spot. He then briefly recounted the incident. After hearing this, the emperor raised his eyebrows and looked displeased. How dare the daughter of a mere assistant minister of the Ministry of War to attack Chu Ning? Humph, this woman has such a vulgar character, we cannot let her stay with Shen Weining. The emperor shouted outside the palace, Zhao Ming. I'm here. The chief steward Zhao Ming immediately came in from outside the hall. The emperor sneered and said, I remember you said that He Peng's son has always wanted to marry the daughter of the Feng family, right? Your Majesty, this is it. Very good. The emperor sneered, find an opportunity to mention this to He Peng and tell him that I am optimistic about their marriage. Zhao Ming was slightly stunned. His Majesty actually took action personally to eliminate any hidden dangers around Chu Ning. Your Majesty is still very nice to Chu Ning. I understand. I will find a chance to talk to Lord He about this matter today. The emperor then waved his hand in satisfaction. Okay, you all can leave now. But what the emperor didn't know was that because of his decision, various forces in Kyoto City began to compete with each other. The peaceful city of Kyoto is about to usher in turmoil. The emperor secretly arranged a marriage for Feng Mulan without Chu Ning's knowledge. For the next 2 days, Chu Ning inspected various shops and also trained in horse riding and archery when he had time. As for practicing martial arts, Chu Ning has no plans for the time being. Time is too tight and there is no time at all. The most urgent task is to make the weapons first. But after only 2 days of peace, Chu Ning was in trouble. On this day, Chu Ning was watching a long sword being made in a shop. At this time, the sound of horse hooves was heard outside the store. No one paid attention at first, but as the sound of horse hooves got closer, they were actually heading straight towards them. Then, a delicate voice came, Chun Ning, come out. Chu Ning raised his eyebrows. This is Feng Mulan's voice. If this crazy girl doesn't help Shen Weining, what will she do to herself? Zhao Yu frowned, Your Highness, do you want to send this person away? Chu Ning thought for a while and shook her head, forget it, let's go and have a look. What if the princess asked her to come to the king? While talking, Chu Ning came outside the store. Looking up, she saw Feng Mulan wearing a sky blue outfit, with a thin belt around her waist that outlined her figure very attractively. Especially the jumping scene when dismounting from the horse, Chu Ning couldn't help but swallow his saliva. To be honest, although Feng Mulan has a hot temper and an upright personality, she does have a great figure. Maybe, this is the benefit of practicing martial arts. It is very comprehensively developed, with bulges where it should be and warps where it should be. I don't know which bastard will get a better deal in the future. With a sigh in his heart, Chu Ning smiled and said, Miss Feng, do you want to talk to me about something? Feng Mulan snorted coldly, go and tell His Majesty that I don't want to get married now. Chu Ning was stunned. If you don't want to get married, go and tell the emperor yourself. Why are you looking for me? Wait, what does Miss Feng mean by this? Why can't I understand? Chu Ning looked stunned, this is your lifelong event, Miss Feng. How can I get involved casually? You really don't know. Feng Mulan's tone suddenly softened, I thought you wanted me to leave Weining, so you asked His Majesty to arrange a match for me. Chu Ning still had no idea what had happened, and couldn't help but curl his lips and said, "Ms. Feng, please tell us the whole story from beginning to end." Feng Mulan's face turned pale as she briefly recounted the incident. It turned out that the emperor had randomly arranged marriages for the He family, causing them to propose to the Feng family. Feng Mulan, who learned the news, of course disagreed, but the He family said that this was the emperor's intention, and if the Feng family did not agree, they would be disrespecting His Majesty's wishes. The Feng family was helpless about this and could only ask the second prince for advice. The second prince went to ask the emperor for help, but the emperor said that Feng Mulan was old enough and should get married. After returning, the second prince discussed with Feng Angua that since she was getting married, she didn't necessarily have to marry Yi Qingyun. So, they looked for the son of another minister who was also under the second prince. But when the news spread, other princes also became interested and recommended the sons of their own ministers to propose marriage. Everyone knows that Feng Angua, as the Minister of War, has some power in his hands. If the marriage can be successful, he might be able to poach this person from the second prince. Ever since, Feng Mulan has become the focus of attention in Kyoto these 2 days. Every day, 7 or 8 young masters came to the house to ask for an audience, which made Feng Mulan very upset. Even if she went to the palace to help Shen Weining, those people would be like followers who could not be shaken off. Helpless Feng Mulan could only tell Shen Weining about the matter. She thought Shen Weining would come up with ideas, but Shen Weining asked her to come to Chu Ning. After hearing the cause and effect, Chu Ning's mouth twitched. Shen Weining was worried that she had nothing to do, so she deliberately made trouble for herself, right? After those young masters are all princes and ministers, do you want to deal with these people by yourself? Chu Ning didn't even think about it and refused on the spot. This is your own marriage. I don't dare to make the decision for you. Are you kidding? I just want to forge weapons now. The affairs of Kyoto City have nothing to do with me, so why should I care? Unexpectedly, Feng Mulan sneered, I'm afraid it's not up to you. Chu Ning rolled his eyes, why, do you still want to arrest me and take me to Feng Mansion to deal with this matter? He didn't believe that Feng Mulan had such courage. Besides, with Zhao Yu protecting him, Feng Mulan is no match at all, okay. But Feng Mulan raised the corner of her mouth slightly and showed a bad smile. Weining knew you would not agree, so she told those people that as long as I can convince you, I will consider marrying you. Now all those young masters are in the palace, waiting to find you one by one. When Chu Ning heard this, his eyes suddenly widened like bells. No, Shen Weining actually dug such a big hole for herself. I've heard of cheating on my father, but I've never heard of cheating on my husband. It seems that Shen Weining is still worried about the 5 million loads of grain, and she will seize the opportunity to find trouble for herself. After hearing this, Chu Ning slapped her forehead with helplessness on her face. You two unite to plot against me. Feng Mulan rolled her eyes at him. You still have the nerve to say it, this incident happened because of you. What do you mean? It started because of this king. Humph, your majesty knew that I drew my sword against you that day, and felt that it would be detrimental to you if I stayed with Weining, so he wanted to marry me off. As the daughter of the Minister of War, this information can still be found out. Chu Ning's mouth twitched. Good guy, after working on it for a long time, it turns out that I am the culprit. It seems that this matter will not work if it is not dealt with. With so many people surrounding the gate of the palace, we cannot let them stay there, right? So this matter was caused by me. If this is the case, I am responsible for handling it. Chu Ning's face straightened. Go back home. Chu Ning mounted his horse and rode towards the palace under Feng Mulan's surprised gaze. This guy can actually ride a horse. Feng Mulan snorted coldly, jumped onto her horse as if she was refusing to admit defeat, and chased after him. Zhao Yu, who was behind, followed without saying a word. Soon, the 3 of them rode their horses to the gate of the palace. As soon as he got closer, Chu Ning heard a quarrel. When he arrived at the gate of the mansion, Chu Ning saw a dozen young men quarreling at the door. Hearing the sound of horse hooves, everyone turned around to look. It's Miss Feng. Miss Feng, I am the grandson of the Minister of Personnel. I came here today to invite Miss Feng to go out of the city for a tour. Miss Feng, I am the son of the Minister of the Ministry of Revenue. I heard that Miss Feng likes swords, so I specially sent you a magic weapon. Miss Feng, don't pay attention to these guys. I am the grandson of the Duke of Protecting the Country. Like you, I like to wield spears and sticks. Today I came to you to learn martial arts from you. Mulan, I am Qingyun, look at me, look at me. Although Qingyun came from a good family, he was still inferior to these young masters and was pushed to the back by the crowd. Feng Mulan's eyes rolled when she saw this, and a sly smile appeared on her face. You all want to marry me. Today I'm putting my words here. I'll marry whoever can convince Chu Ning. Chu Ning's mouth twitched. What a good trick to divert trouble away. This Feng Mulan is a disaster. Feng Mulan's words silenced everyone at the scene. No one expected that Feng Mulan would do such a thing. This is your own marriage, can't you just choose it yourself? Why do you have to involve Chu Ning as a scapegoat? Qingyun was the first one to disagree. He had a grudge against Chu Ning, so how could he possibly convince Chu Ning? Qingyun was full of indignation. Mulan, this is a lifelong matter, you have to think it through yourself, how can you let others make the choice for you? Shut up. Feng Mulan narrowed her eyes and asked coldly, did you call me Mulan too? Someone immediately agreed, that's right, you, Qingyun, can't call her Mulan. Qingyun, stop flattering yourself. We are all competing fairly. Don't even think about getting closer to Miss Feng by addressing her in such a way. You just accompanied Miss Feng in horse riding practice. This young master can not only accompany Miss Feng in horse riding practice, but also learn martial arts from her. One sentence makes you the target of public criticism. Qingyun was stunned. He really wanted to refute, but the status of anyone present was similar to his, and most of them were even higher than him. He didn't dare to refute. For a time, Qingyun became the target of everyone's attack. The scene was noisy. Chu Ning couldn't help but frown when he saw this. Everyone, this is my palace. Have you asked me before making such a commotion? From the very beginning, he was ignored by everyone, and everyone's eyes were only on Feng Mulan. At this moment, Chu Ning was very unhappy. You are obviously the master, okay. Don't you have any face to save? When everyone came to their senses, they found that the scapegoat prince was also there. Although everyone looked down on Chu Ning and treated him as a dead man, he was a prince after all. Due to his status, everyone still bowed to Chu Ning. Greetings to His Royal Highness the Prince. Chu Ning glanced at everyone and said calmly, everyone, you all want to get Miss Feng's favor, but Miss Feng just said that this matter will be handled by me. This is not a place for talking, please follow me into the palace. Having said that, Chu Ning turned over, dismounted, and headed towards the mansion. The young masters looked at each other, not knowing whether they should follow in. At this time, Feng Mulan suddenly dismounted and took the initiative to follow Chu Ning in. As soon as they saw Feng Mulan go in, everyone stopped hesitating and rushed to the palace, fearing that they would be disliked by Feng Mulan if they arrived late. This is the daughter of the Minister of War. If she can marry her, she will have a bright future and her status in the family will rise sharply. If we take this shortcut, we will save at least several years of hard work. For a moment, everyone rushed to the living room of the palace. Although the living room is large, more than 10 people came to Yanjiang, and it instantly felt a little crowded. Shen Weining, who came after hearing the news, came out of the side hall and met Chu Ning's eyes. Chu Ning rolled her eyes and glared at Shen Weining. You are digging a hole for me, right? I will deal with you after I finish dealing with these people. Shen Weining's face was calm, as if she didn't see Chu Ning's eyes, and she walked to him calmly. See the princess. All the young masters knew about the relationship between Shen Weining and Feng Mulan, and they all bowed their hands. If Shen Weining could be given a kind word around Feng Mulan, the chance of this happening would be great. Shen Weining nodded slightly to everyone, you don't have to be polite. I just heard the purpose of your coming here. Now that Mulan's meaning has been told to you, then please persuade His Highness the County Prince. After speaking, she winked at Feng Mulan. Feng Mulan glanced at Chu Ning, the next step is up to you. After finishing speaking, without waiting for Chu Ning to speak, she took Shen Weining's hand and turned to leave. Chu Ning looked at the two women's leaving figures with a look of deep thought on her face. Why is Shen Weining digging a hole for herself at this time? Do you want to see yourself make a fool of yourself? Or do you really want to find something to do for yourself? No, since the young masters in front of me are all loyal ministers of the court, these people have a lot of wealth and resources in their hands. Now, this group of people are asking for themselves. Therefore, Shen Weiniang's real purpose is to let herself deceive these people. What a good wife. Chu Ning understood clearly in her heart. Shen Weiniang is indeed a talented woman, and she actually knows how to use this matter to make money. Shen Weiniang and Feng Mulan definitely can't do this kind of thing. Only he, Chu Ning, is the most suitable. After reacting, Chu Ning showed a meaningful smile. This scene was seen by the young masters below. For some reason, they suddenly felt a chill behind them. At this time, Chu Ning turned around and looked with a smile on his face. The people in front of him were no longer young masters. In his eyes, they were all just money. Everyone. As soon as Chu Ning spoke, everyone stopped watching Feng Mulan leave and turned to look at him. You all know clearly what Miss Feng means. You are all well-known figures in Kyoto City, and it is difficult for Miss Feng to choose anyone right now. Chu Ning said calmly, but I am different. I will be going to the front line soon, and there is a high possibility that I will never come back. That is why Miss Feng asked me to choose to ensure fairness. After these words were spoken, everyone came to their senses. Yes, only Chu Ning, a dying man, can guarantee fairness. No wonder Feng Mulan handed this matter over to Chu Ning. As long as Chu Ning is convinced, Feng Mulan's side will be easy. Everyone who reacted immediately smiled at Chu Ning and said, Your Highness, I know martial arts, and I am a perfect match for Miss Feng. Your Highness, Miss Feng likes to wield spears and clubs, and I like poetry and songs. One is literary and the other is martial. We are a perfect match. You are wrong. Since Miss Feng likes to practice martial arts, she will definitely get hurt. I am proficient in medicine, which is just right for Miss Feng. Everyone was recommending themselves and talking about their own strengths. But Chu Ning just shook his head when he heard it. These guys are so dumb. They keep talking about my advantages in front of me. Can't they bribe me? It seems that I still have to remind them myself. Ahem. Chu Ning coughed dryly, and everyone immediately quieted down. Although I look down on Chu Ning, I can't just ignore him now that I need his help. Under the gaze of the crowd, Chu Ning said calmly, This matter concerns Miss Feng's lifelong event, and Miss Feng has a good relationship with the princess. I am the princess's fiancé, so I must choose the most suitable husband for Miss Feng. You all come here today to meet me. After I have a thorough understanding of your personalities, I will discuss this with Miss Feng. It's getting late, if you have nothing else to do, please leave. After saying that, Chu Ning turned and left, leaving everyone looking at each other in bewilderment. What does Chu Ning mean? Do we need to investigate them secretly? However, as long as they don't make a decision now, they still have a chance. Chu Ning is just a powerless prince. If you give him some benefits, maybe he can say a few good words about him in front of Feng Mulan. The young masters were not fools. After they realized what was happening, they left the palace with their own plans. At this moment, they had only one thought in their minds. Bribe Chu Ning. Your Highness, they've already left. In the backyard of the palace, Zhao Yu came to report. Chu Ning raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Did you hear what you said before you left? Zhao Yu's mouth twitched, and after a moment's hesitation, he replied, Many people said they would go home as soon as possible to find some treasures to send to you. Baby. A smile appeared on Chu Ning's face. What he wanted was the treasure. Very good. Next, I will wait for them to give me some good things. So many young men want to marry Feng Mulan, so the gifts they give must be very valuable. When the time comes, I can sell it and I will definitely get a lot of money. With money, you will have the confidence to go to the front line. Wars rely on money. Otherwise, who would risk their lives for a powerless prince? Humph, so you agreed to this for their baby. Suddenly, Feng Mulan's voice appeared in Chu Ning's ears. Chu Ning was stunned and turned around to see Shen Weiniang and Feng Mulan walking out of the house. With a sneer, Chu Ning touched her nose. Why are you in my room? Feng Mulan rolled her eyes. If I weren't in your room, how could I hear the truth from this guy? Humph, I asked you to choose a husband for me, and you actually want to take the opportunity to make money. Chu Ning glanced at Shen Weining and found that the other person had a calm face, no emotion or anger, and no intention to speak. Good guy, you blame yourself for everything. It's obviously Shen Weining's idea, okay. However, given the relationship between Feng Mulan and Shen Weining, it is certainly impossible to place the responsibility on Shen Weining. Shen Weining, too, actually gave herself such a problem. Rolling his eyes, Chu Ning chuckled, I talked about choosing a husband, but in fact, Miss Feng probably doesn't want to get married yet, right? Feng Mulan raised her eyebrows, of course I don't want to marry. What I want is your words. Chu Ning chuckled, I can help Miss Feng achieve your wish, but the price is that I will collect these people's treasures. Of course, this help cannot be in vain. Feng Mulan's eyes lit up, you really have a way to prevent me from getting married? Certainly. Chu Ning patted her chest and assured, I am a prince, how could I lie to you? Besides, considering the relationship between you and Weining, I will not lie to you. Feng Mulan, who was not convinced at first, hesitated for a moment and turned to look at Shen Weining. Okay, after seeing Weining's face, I believe you this time. Feng Mulan gritted her silver teeth and said, however, if you break your promise, I will definitely take back all the things they gave you. Chu Ning laughed, don't worry, as long as you don't want to get married, I will never let anyone marry you. After a pause, he looked at Shen Weining and said with a smile, thank you, princess, for creating such an opportunity for me to make money. Shen Weining looked calm and composed, don't be happy, prince. Although these young masters are not very smart, the people above them are not fools. He is an old fox who has been in the court for many years, and he can see through Chu Ning's plan if he is not careful. Chu Ning shrugged, even if they see through my king's plan, they still have to send gifts. After all, none of them want Feng Mulan to marry someone else. The daughter of the Minister of War, this is the best opportunity to win over the Minister of War. Even if they couldn't marry Feng Mulan themselves, they would never let Feng Mulan marry anyone else. So even if the other party knew that Chu Ning wanted to make money, he would still have to give him a gift. This is a conspiracy that has no solution. Shen Weining took a deep look at Chu Ning. In fact, she originally just wanted to test Chu Ning to see if Chu Ning was really that powerful. Chu Ning's current handling method was indeed beyond her expectations. She thought that Chu Ning would use the momentum of the county king and the pressure of the prince to forcefully choose a person who liked Feng Mulan to marry him, and use this to build a good relationship with the forces behind him. Unexpectedly, Chu Ning had no such idea at all, and instead used this matter to make money. This guy is really a miser. Since His Highness has a countermeasure, I will leave this matter to you. Shen Weining smiled lightly, turned around and left with Feng Mulan. Chu Ning looked at the two people leaving and laughed, when the matter is completed, I will treat you as a guest. Your Highness should find a way to resolve the military pay issue. Shen Weining left a word and then disappeared from sight with Feng Mulan. Chu Ning, who was quite happy at first, suddenly got a headache when she heard the word military pay. These days, he has actually been thinking about this issue. Although tens of thousands of taels of silver were stolen, it was far from enough to pay the frontline troops. If he doesn't want to make some money and just goes to the front line, who will listen to him? Shaking his head, Chu Ning sighed, military salary depends on how much money those guys can spend. Marriage with the Minister of War, such a big profit temptation, the things those people gave should not be too bad, right? Sure enough, that night, the county prince's mansion became lively. Late at night, the stars are twinkling and the full moon is hanging high in the sky, reflecting the clear frost on the ground. The gate of Penglai Palace was as lively as it was during the day, with many carriages gathered at the gate. No one dared to delay the marriage of Feng Mulan. After an entire afternoon of preparation, these young masters came to Chu Ning personally with gifts. As soon as the two sides met, tension immediately arose. Isn't the coral captain he gave me too ordinary? Although Dr. Zhao's pair of golden lions are not ordinary, they are too cliché. TSK, I didn't expect you to give me these things. You really underestimate His Royal Highness the Prince. You're not ashamed to say that. Didn't you just give me a pair of night shining pearls? In the living room of the palace, everyone couldn't stand each other, and they immediately started quarreling as soon as they disagreed. For a while, there was constant noise in the hall. Fortunately, Chu Ning came at this time. His Highness has arrived. Greetings, Your Highness. Chu Ning yawned, looking very sleepy. No need to be polite, everyone. I don't know why you came to my mansion so late at night. Someone immediately stood up, holding up the fist-sized knight shining pearl in his hand and said with a wry smile, I heard that Your Highness is going to the front line soon, so my Lu family specially presented you with the knight shining pearl as a token of our appreciation. Someone takes the lead and others immediately follow. Your Highness, you have served the country. Although my Wang family cannot fight on the battlefield, we are willing to do our part. This bloodstone is dedicated to Your Highness. Your Highness disregarded his own safety, which is truly a role model for us. To show respect, my Zhao family offers you 10,000 taels of silver. Your Highness is very righteous. This priceless calligraphy and painting is the most appropriate gift for Your Highness. People are not fools. They have to find a legitimate reason for giving gifts, otherwise it will be difficult to explain once it gets out. This is the best reason for Chu Ning to go to the front line. Chu Ning glanced at the gifts these people brought and felt secretly happy. Although the items are not particularly valuable, there are so many people there. 10,000 taels per person, and more than a dozen people would amount to hundreds of thousands of taels. However, this alone is not enough. He didn't believe that the people behind these people only had these things to offer. If you want to play, then play big. Chu Ning looked at the gifts presented by the people in front of him, with a hint of amusement on his face. He laughed secretly in his heart, but on the surface he looked hesitant. I feel ashamed to accept the gifts from you all. As soon as the words fell, a fair-skinned young man said righteously, Your Highness, I really admire your willingness to go to the front line, so I gave you this gift to express my gratitude. The others were not stupid either, and they all agreed. Of course, I can't say it openly that my purpose is to get Chu Ning to speak well of me. Chu Ning was delighted when he saw the young men rushing to express their feelings. The only thing I can bring up now is that I went to the front line. However, you brought this upon yourselves. I did not force you. If you're going to cheat, cheat more. Taking a deep breath, Chu Ning pretended to be melancholy and sighed. Everyone suddenly quieted down upon seeing this. They knew that Chu Ning was about to speak. As it related to whether or not they could marry Feng Mulan, there was a flash of excitement in everyone's eyes. Ah, I understand your kindness. I will accept these things first and thank you on behalf of the soldiers on the front line. As he spoke, Chu Ning stood up and bowed to everyone. But Chu Ning didn't wait for everyone to react, and continued, the front line lacks too much military pay. I'm afraid these things are not enough. Not enough. Everyone looked at each other. Is the prince implying that what we gave him was not enough to allow him to speak well of Feng Mulan? Just as everyone was surprised, He Qingyun was the first to stand up and said, Your Highness is right. The gap on the front line is too big. My father specifically asked me to send this to you before I came here. As he spoke, the man actually took out a painting from his sleeve. This is a painting by Wang Shi, worth at least 50,000 taels. Your Highness, please accept it. Chu Ning's eyes lit up, and he walked forward to take the painting and took a look. It was a landscape painting with a person rowing a boat in the lake in the middle. He could feel the artistic conception of the painting at a glance. Even if Chu Ning didn't understand painting, he could still sense the value of this painting. I didn't expect that the first family to come up with good stuff would be the He family. However, considering He Qingyun's previous pursuit of Feng Mulan, it is not surprising. This is too valuable. Chu Ning pretended to refuse and wanted to return the painting. He Qingyun said with a serious face, Your Highness, this is a small token of my He family's service to the country. How can it be said to be valuable? Chu Ning was touched and put the painting into Zhao Yu's hands. Then he shook He Qingyun's hand tightly and said solemnly, Captain, he is worthy of being a man of the great Chu state. He is willing to donate such a valuable item in this time of crisis. On behalf of the soldiers on the front line, I thank you. As he spoke, he raised He Qingyun's hand and said to everyone, Did you see that? This is your runner-up. This king believes that only a man who is devoted to his country is worthy of marrying Miss Feng. He turned to look at He Qingyun and said in a deep voice, Captain He, please rest assured that you have passed this test. I will definitely say a few good words for you in front of Miss Feng. He Qingyun was overjoyed and immediately bowed. Thank you, Your Highness. My father is really awesome. Originally, my father asked me to give a gift to Chu Ning, and I was a little reluctant. But now it seems that my father was right and I was still too immature. Hee, I am the first one to pass the test. It seems that I have been confirmed to be the son-in-law of the Feng family. At this moment, He Qingyun was extremely excited and felt that he had already won. Some are happy and some are sad. The other young masters were dumbfounded at this time. They didn't expect Chu Ning to have such a big appetite. The key point is that He Qingyun was well prepared and had prepared a second gift in advance, which left them far behind. No, if the current situation continues, He Qingyun will have the opportunity to marry Feng Mulan. Thinking of this, everyone looked at each other, and a hint of cruelty flashed in their eyes. Even if they couldn't marry Feng Mulan, they couldn't let He Qingyun marry her. It's just a few more gifts, they have things on them. Immediately, a tall young man took off his white jade pendant and handed it over. Your Highness is right. The front line is in danger, so we should enjoy ourselves. This jade pendant was given to me by my grandfather when I was born. It is worth more than 60,000 taels. In terms of price, this jade pendant is no worse than that painting. Chu Ning's eyes lit up. This man was Zhou Wei, the grandson of Minister Zhou of the Ministry of Personnel. As the grandson of the Minister of Personnel, this man's actions are extraordinary. Chu Ning reached out to take the jade pendant, and immediately, he felt a gentle sensation, and the delicate feeling made him unable to let it go. Even though he didn't know much about jade, Chu Ning could feel the preciousness of this jade. Is it inappropriate to give such a precious item to me like this? Your grandfather will be unhappy, right? Chu Ning pretended to hesitate and looked at Zhou Wei with a conflicted look on his face, but he had already put the jade pendant in his hand into his sleeve. Zhou Wei shook his head and said seriously, it's just a jade pendant. How can my Zhou family feel sorry for it? I just hope that this jade can help the front line. Of course, it would be better if you, Chu Ning, could say a few good words in front of Feng Mulan. Chu Ning laughed out loud, showing a satisfied look. As expected of you, you are the descendant of Minister Zhou. You have the style of your grandfather. You are such a loyal and patriotic person. I will definitely say a few good words for you in front of Miss Feng. Zhou Wei breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he doesn't let He Qingyun take the lead, he still has a chance. Fortunately, I reacted quickly and took out the only valuable thing on me. Although this jade pendant is very valuable, if I can marry Feng Mulan, I will give it to him. With He Qingyun and Zhou Wei taking the lead, the other young masters also reacted. Although they only brought one gift, they did have other valuable things on them. Nangong Chuan, the grandson of the Duke of Protectorate, frowned and suddenly took off the sword from his waist and handed it over. Captain He and Master Zhou are both willing to contribute to the front line. As the grandson of the Duke of Protectorate, I should do the same. After saying that, Nangong Chuan drew his sword. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light flashed, shining in everyone's eyes. Chu Ning was caught off guard and was blinded by a burst of golden light, and he couldn't open his eyes for a moment. He narrowed his eyes, and after a moment they slowly opened, revealing a golden sword before his eyes. The sword is 3 feet and 7 inches long. The blade is made of gold, the hilt is made of white jade, and the tassel is made of gold wire. It's obvious that this sword is for viewing, not for fighting. Chu Ning's mouth twitched. This piece is really suitable for showing off. As expected of the grandson of the Duke, the thing in his hand is truly extraordinary. This thing is too valuable. Your Highness, serving your country is not about expensive things. Nangong Chuan sheathed the sword and then placed it in Chu Ning's hand. Chu Ning's face straightened immediately. Young Marquis, you are willing to offer your sword for the great Chu. This is really admirable. Don't worry, I will definitely say a few more words for you in front of Miss Feng. After speaking, Chu Ning looked at the other young masters and said in a deep voice, everyone, these 3 are sincere and dedicated to our great Chu. I have decided to speak for them in front of Miss Feng. As for who Miss Feng will choose, that is Miss Feng's business. All the young masters were stunned. So you should speak for whoever gives you the most expensive gift. But we didn't say we wouldn't give it to you. It's just a few more gifts, who needs that little treasure? Chu Ning's words made the young masters react. Your Highness, the prince has devoted himself to the country and the people. I admire you deeply. This gift is indeed a little small. I have a piece of white jade that is worth 30,000. Please accept it. For the sake of Great Chu, I am willing to offer the white jade folding fan in my hand. This fan is worth at least 20,000 taels. Your Highness is devoted to the Great Chu, which is truly touching. I would like to present this Buddhist bead blessed by a senior monk to Your Highness. It is worth at least 50,000 taels. I have jadeite to present to Your Highness. This purple jade gourd is worth 30,000. Your Highness, please accept it. At one moment, everyone took off their personal belongings. They are all descendants of high-ranking officials, so how could they not have valuable things on them? After seeing the gifts from Yi Qingyun and others, they had to reluctantly take out these things in order not to be at a disadvantage. There's nothing we can do about it, since Feng Mulan is the daughter of the Vice Minister of War. If they don't take it out at this moment, the three people most likely to marry Feng Mulan are Yi Qingyun, Zhou Wei, and Nangong Chuan. If they take out their precious things, they might still have a chance. Chu Ning was delighted as he looked at the pile of colorful treasures in front of him. If so many things were sold, they would definitely fetch a good price. But on the surface, Chu Ning still looked indifferent. Your gifts are too valuable. I dare not accept them. Don't dare to accept. Does that mean Yi Qingyun and the other two have been identified? How can this be? No matter what, this gift must be given, at least to prevent Chu Ning from saying bad things about me. Chu Ning only agreed to speak well of Yi Qingyun and the other two. Feng Mulan might not necessarily choose these three people. But if Chu Ning said something bad about someone, Feng Mulan would definitely not choose the person who was spoken bad about. Someone immediately stood up and said in a deep voice, "This is my admiration for Your Highness for serving on the front line. Your Highness must not refuse it." The others reacted, "Yes, Your Highness doesn't even care about his own life and death, so it's only right for us to donate some money and property. How can these mere possessions compare to Your Highness risking his life to go to the front line? Please accept them, Your Highness." As they said this, they were afraid that Chu Ning would not accept it, so they put the things in their hands on the table beside them. In a moment, the huge table was filled with rare treasures. In order to prevent Chu Ning from having the opportunity to reject them, the young masters even said goodbye one after another. "Your Highness, it's getting late, so we won't bother you anymore." Yes, it's already late at night, we should leave first." In the blink of an eye, the originally bustling palace hall was suddenly filled with only Chu Ning and Zhao Yu. Looking at the rare treasures emitting colorful light, even a figure like Zhao Yu couldn't help but glance sideways at them a few more times. "Zhao Yu, how much do you think these things are worth?" Chu Ning picked up a folding fan and said with a smile as he held it. Zhao Yu looked at the things carefully and said seriously, "Your Highness, I don't understand these things very well, but I think those people would not dare to deceive Your Highness. If the things here are really as valuable as they say, they are worth at least 600,000 or 700,000 taels of silver." Chu Ning narrowed his eyes, and a hint of satisfaction flashed across his face. Silver has always been what he wanted most, but his time at the front line was too short and he simply couldn't get much silver in a short period of time. Now that I have obtained these rare treasures, I won't have to worry too much about the money when I sell them. With this money, it was enough for him to do something on the front line. Of course, after accepting other people's gifts, he would definitely speak well of these people in front of Feng Mulan. Chu Ning raised his lips slightly and chuckled, "I didn't expect these people to be so wealthy. If so, I will say a few good words to each of them tomorrow. Okay, put all these things away, they will be of great use to me next. By the way, you can get up later tomorrow, I will wait for Miss Feng at home." Zhao Yu was stunned for a moment, then gave a wry smile and put away all the rare treasures. As for how Chu Ning would explain to Feng Mulan, that was none of his business. Nothing happened during the night and time quickly came to the next morning. Chu Ning practiced the most basic shooting skills in the yard early in the morning. Although we are in a hurry to go to the front line, practicing martial arts now will not be useful on the battlefield, but it can still be used to strengthen the body. He Peng was already taking the medicine that He Peng used to replenish his body last time, and the effect was obvious. His originally thin body was no longer there, and he gradually began to feel stronger. The spear in his hand kept thrusting out and then withdrawing. Chu Ning did not practice other moves, but only practiced this move to use the spear. Zhao Yu nodded slightly. He saw a hint of determination in Chu Ning's shooting, and it was as if he saw himself back then. After practicing for half an hour, Chu Ning was sweating profusely, breathing rapidly, and his arms were numb before he stopped. At this time, 2 footsteps came. Shen Weining and Feng Mulan came to the yard at the same time. The former is wearing a long purple dress, with bright and white teeth, like a fairy descending to earth, making people only dare to look at her from a distance, but not dare to play with her. The latter is wearing a sky blue suit, showing off her graceful figure, and her face is so heroic that people dare not look directly at her. Chu Ning smiled slightly, threw the spear to Zhao Yu, stepped forward and was about to speak, but Feng Mulan snorted coldly and said first. I heard that many people gave you gifts last night. You wouldn't accept other people's gifts just to speak for others, right? As soon as he came up, he gave Chu Ning a blow in the head. Although this matter was not a secret, Chu Ning was still a little embarrassed in front of Feng Mulan. Fortunately, he already had a countermeasure. He coughed dryly and said with a smile, "Who does Miss Feng think of this king? Am I the kind of person who accepts money from others to do things for others?" Feng Mulan crossed her arms and raised her eyebrows and asked, "Isn't it?" Shen Weining's calm face showed a smile, but she did not speak. Chu Ning's mouth twitched. Misunderstanding, Miss Feng's misunderstanding of this king is too deep. Chu Ning said with a serious face, "Since I promised Miss Feng, I will not show any favoritism. These gifts are because they saw that I went to the front line regardless of my own safety, so they specially gave them to show their respect. By the way, regarding Miss Feng's choice of husband, I have already investigated these people. They are worthy of Miss Feng in terms of status and status." As soon as these words came out, a strange look appeared on Feng Mulan's face. It's exactly what Weining said. You're so cunning. You kicked this matter back to me. Feng Mulan snorted coldly and turned to look at Shen Weining. Okay, I lose. Sure enough, you still understand this guy. Chu Ning was stunned for a moment, then realized that the two women were secretly betting on themselves. But the strange thing is, why is Feng Mulan not in any hurry to choose a husband? He didn't even take action against what he did this time. This is not in line with Feng Mulan's character. Surprised, Shen Weining said calmly, "Your Highness, you owe Mulan a favor this time by using Mulan to make money. Mulan doesn't want to get married now, so please ask your Highness to take action on this matter." Chu Ning was immediately dumbfounded. What ability do you have to help Feng Mulan resolve this matter? This matter is the secret intention of his emperor, how can he handle it? Chu Ning was confused. Let yourself help Feng Mulan resolve this marriage? No, it was you who asked you to choose your husband. Now it's you who ask you to resolve it. What does it mean? Chu Ning rubbed his confused head and frowned. I don't understand what the princess said. Shen Weining smiled slightly and stared at Chu Ning without saying anything. Feng Mulan, on the other hand, was impatient and snorted coldly, don't you understand? From the beginning, I didn't want to get married, and I deliberately asked you to handle this matter, just to get some benefits from you. Now you have taken the benefits. If you don't help me resolve this matter, you will have to spit out all the benefits. Chu Ning narrowed his eyes. Good guy, it turned out to be Shen Weining who was behind this. This time, he finally got to know the most talented woman in the Chu. This woman is not easy to mess with. But how can I hand over the benefits I got? Those rare treasures add up to 600,000 to 700,000 taels of silver, and I can't hand them over even if I kill them. However, it is not so easy to make yourself submit in this way. Chu Ning raised the corner of her mouth slightly and said calmly, there is absolutely no reason to take out the things under my command. Don't you just not want to get married? This matter is as simple as it sounds. It depends on whether you dare to do it. Feng Mulan raised her eyebrows. What are you afraid of? Chu Ning glanced at her and said slowly, do you dare to go to the battlefield? You, what do you mean? Feng Mulan's face changed slightly. What does it have to do with me not wanting to get married and going to the battlefield? Shen Weining also frowned at this moment and said, "Your Highness, why don't you speak more clearly?" Even though she is as smart as Shen Weining, she can't help but feel a little confused at this moment. "Why are you talking about going to the battlefield?" Chu Ning chuckled. "The marriage was secretly approved by my father. It is absolutely impossible to refuse this marriage. The only way is to go to the battlefield. Miss Feng can declare to the outside world that she will go to the battlefield with my king. You will marry anyone who is willing to go to the battlefield with you. If you don't want to, then you don't want to live and die with you, so you naturally don't need to marry that kind of person. In this case, my father will not say much. Those young masters are greedy for life and afraid of death, so naturally they do not dare to go to the front line. You don't need to marry, and you can kill 3 birds with 1 stone." Feng Mulan's eyes lit up after hearing this. "Yes, as long as I go to the front line, those guys will definitely not dare to marry me." A look of excitement appeared on Feng Mulan's face, and she stared at Chu Ning with a strange expression. As expected, "You are still cunning." Chu Ning rolled his eyes. "What are you talking about? How can you say that I am cunning when I give you my own advice?" On the other hand, Shen Weining frowned and looked worried. If these words spread, it will indeed scare those people away, but Mulan is afraid that she will really go to war with you, Your Highness. The sword has no eyes, and on the battlefield, who can guarantee that he will survive? What's more, the battle situation on the front line is not good for Dachu. She has narrowly escaped death on the front line. Feng Mulan is a female prostitute. If she really goes to the front line, she may not be able to come back alive. Chu Ning shrugged. "It's simple. When the time comes, let Miss Feng follow me and find an excuse to return to Kyoto City secretly." He didn't want Feng Mulan to follow him to the battlefield. Shen Weining thought about it and felt it made sense, then she nodded slightly. "This plan is not impossible." Feng Mulan chuckled. "I will spread the word now." After saying that, without waiting for Chu Ning and Shen Weining to speak, she quickly left the yard. Zhao Yu glanced at Chu Ning and Shen Weining and saluted quickly. "Your Highness, please go down and tell your servants to prepare hot tea." He is not ignorant of current affairs. Naturally, such a good opportunity must be left to the prince and princess alone. As Zhao Yu left, Chu Ning and Shen Weining were the only 2 people left in the yard. For a moment, the atmosphere was a little awkward. Shen Weining also knew that she had taken advantage of Chu Ning once. Although she was calm on the outside, she still felt guilty inside. "If there is nothing else, Your Highness, I will go down and arrange the decoration of the palace." Shen Weining turned around and left after saying that. But Chu Ning's calm voice came from behind. "Why should Princess leave in such a hurry? I have something to discuss with Princess." After leaving for a moment, Shen Weining turned to look at Chu Ning with a confused look on her face. "I wonder if Your Highness has any other instructions." Chu Ning chuckled, and suddenly approached, smelling the scent of the beautiful woman so close, and took a deep breath. The sudden move made Shen Weining's face change slightly, and she unconsciously took 2 steps back. Just when he was about to ask, Chu Ning approached again. Shen Weining took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. She knew that Chu Ning was deliberately taking revenge on her. "You must not show weakness. Your Highness, you might as well speak up if you have something to say." Shen Weining tried her best to calm down. But there was a bit of vibrato in his tone. Chu Ning chuckled, then suddenly reached out to lift Shen Weining's chin, and said calmly, "You are the first to use me." Shen Weining's expression changed slightly, and just when she was about to speak, Chu Ning let go of her finger. "If you can accomplish this for me, I won't be able to forgive you." Chu Ning said calmly, "If Miss Feng spreads the news about going to the battlefield, those young masters will definitely be angry with me. At that time, I will need you to come forward to deal with them. In addition, you can also take the opportunity to sell them the rare treasures they offer." Of course, he couldn't afford to offend so many young masters in Kyoto. But Shen Weining is different. The identity of a descendant of the previous dynasty is here, and she is also a female stream. Who dares to do anything to Shen Weining? And Shen Weining is his fiancée, so it makes sense to take the initiative to deal with the matter, right? Shen Weining was stunned, but she didn't expect that Chu Ning was actually planning on her. However, she did take advantage of Chu Ning in this matter. Now that she had to deal with the aftermath, of course she couldn't stay out of it. But she didn't understand why she had to sell those rare treasures back to the other party. Your Highness, do you mean to let them use their own money to redeem these rare treasures? Shen Weining frowned, with a look of confusion on her face. Chu Ning nodded and said with a smile, not bad, and the price will go up. Shen Weining was shocked. Although I knew that Chu Ning was a shameless person, I didn't expect that he could be so shameless. It doesn't matter that you haven't done anything for them, but now you actually want them to use money to redeem your things. Will the price even increase? Not to mention those young men, even she thought it was a bit excessive. Is this too much? Shen Weining frowned. I'm afraid they won't use money so easily to redeem what belongs to them. Chu Ning smiled mysteriously, and suddenly whispered something into Shen Weining's ear. Shen Weining, who originally wanted to avoid her, suddenly changed her expression and her pupils shrank suddenly. She was so shocked by Chu Ning's words that she even forgot to step back to avoid Chu Ning. After Chu Ning finished speaking, she realized that the distance between the two was a bit close. After taking 2 steps back quickly, Shen Weining turned around and left as if fleeing. Before leaving, she left a few words. I agree to this. Chu Ning looked at the beauty's leaving figure and took a deep breath. It smells so good. Then he smiled again. Next, I will just wait for the cashier. Shen Weining moved very quickly, and after an hour, all the dozen young masters received the invitations. At this moment, all of these people had received the news from Feng Mulan. Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard that Feng Mulan was willing to marry him only after he was willing to follow Feng Mulan on the battlefield. Shen Weining's invitation came at the right time, and they were going to use it as an excuse to ask Chu Ning to get back what belonged to them. The gifts given at the beginning are fine, but the personal treasures given later must be taken back. These things are their personal belongings, and it would be fine if Chu Ning could help them marry Feng Mulan. But now that Feng Mulan has done this, they will certainly not let it go. At one moment, more than a dozen young men, either riding in sedan chairs or on horses, headed straight for the Penglai County Prince's mansion. With such a big commotion, the news soon reached the Emperor's ears. Inside the Yingwu Hall, the Emperor, dressed in a bright yellow dragon robe, listened to the report of his shadow guard. His right index finger, which was placed on the armrest, kept tapping. His cold eyes made it difficult to fathom his thoughts. After the shadow guard finished his report, a sneer appeared on the Emperor's face. For a mere woman, these people did not hesitate to give Chu Ning a valuable gift. Now that woman is going to the front line, they themselves are unwilling to follow. Who can they blame? The Emperor's eyes were a little cold. If all the men in my great Chu were like this, wouldn't we be laughed at by the world? Shadow Guard and Zhao Ming both lowered their heads, not daring to breathe. At this moment, they dared not say anything more. Although they also saw that Chu Ning took this opportunity to make a lot of money, no one dared to say it out loud. The Emperor glanced at the two of them. Of course he knew that Chu Ning was making money, but he couldn't say that. After all, he is his own son, and he made money for the front line, so how could he blame him? For a moment, the hall was extremely quiet and the atmosphere was somewhat awkward. The Emperor coughed dryly and said, well, since Miss Feng is unwilling to marry, I will not pursue the matter any further. He waved his hand, signaling the shadow guard to go down. But the shadow guard hesitated for a moment, and still reminded, Your Majesty, now that the dozen or so young masters have gathered in the prince's mansion, I'm afraid they will attack the prince. The Emperor narrowed his eyes, and a cold light flashed across them. Humph, what, do they still dare to attack Chu Ning? The shadow guard's mouth twitched and he said nothing. They didn't dare to take action, but it was still possible for their father to cause some trouble for Chu Ning regarding sending troops. If Chu Ning doesn't return their gifts, the matter may be difficult to resolve. Zhao Ming on the side rolled his eyes and whispered, Your Majesty, do you want me to go to the prince's mansion? The Emperor turned his head and glanced at Zhao Ming, understanding that he wanted to go to the palace to intimidate the young masters. He was about to agree, but then he shook his head. No, Chu Ning didn't even come to see me. Maybe he is sure to handle the matter. Besides, didn't he ask Princess Shen to receive those people? It's not appropriate for me to intervene at this moment. That guy Chu Ning didn't even come to see me, so why should I approach him with such a hot face? Let's wait until that kid suffers a loss. Zhao Ming laughed sarcastically and stopped talking. The shadow guard also saw the emperor's thoughts and saluted. My subordinates went to find out the news personally. Such an important matter cannot be neglected. That was the prince who was about to go to the front line, so nothing could happen at this juncture. At this moment, at the Penglai County Prince's mansion, more than a dozen young masters had already arrived, and Shen Weining met them all in the living room. "Where's Chu Ning? Tell him to come out." "Yes, we are here just for him." "You have the ability to accept our heavy gifts, but don't have the ability to stand up and face it." "Chun Ning, I know you are in the house, come out quickly." The crowd was so noisy that they wanted to tear down the entire palace immediately. As for Shen Weining, they didn't pay attention at all. Although they couldn't do anything to Shen Weining because of her status as the princess, Shen Weining couldn't do anything to them either. In the past, they also took into account the relationship between Shen Weining and Feng Mulan and wanted to leave a good impression in front of Shen Weining. But now, Feng Mulan is going to the front line. There is no hope for them to marry Feng Mulan, so naturally they will not give Shen Weining this face. For a while, the hall was noisy. Shen Weining sat at the main seat with a calm expression and did not speak to stop her. Instead, she held a teacup and drank tea with a leisurely expression. It was not until after burning the incense that everyone saw that Chu Ning was still not coming out, that they turned their attention to Shen Weining. Princess, where has Chu Ning gone?" "We are here to find Chu Ning this time. If the princess knows his whereabouts, please let us know." Princess, this is a matter between us and Chu Ning, please don't interfere." Seeing that everyone finally focused on her, Shen Weining said calmly, "Everyone, His Highness the County Prince has given me full authority to handle this matter." As soon as these words came out, everyone was slightly stunned, and then they reprimanded him angrily. "Since the princess has made the decision, please return my sword, my folding fan, my jade pendant." They didn't want to embarrass Shen Weining, they just wanted to get back what belonged to them. But Shen Weining said calmly, "His Highness does not want to keep these things for himself, but you all said that day that these were donated to His Highness for the frontline war. If you take it back now, aren't you afraid that this matter will spread out and people will laugh at you?" All the young men were dumbfounded. If Chu Ning said this, they would definitely refute it. But this was said by a female student named Shen Weining. How could they refute it? After all, they did say those things were donated to Chu Ning. They are not so shameless to overturn what they said in front of a woman and the princess. For a moment, everyone was silent. But then, Shen Weining said calmly, "However, His Royal Highness also knows what you are thinking, and he did not sell your things immediately. If you want to take back what belongs to you, please redeem it with money." As soon as these words came out, everyone's expressions changed drastically. "What, you want us to redeem our things with silver? It's too much to bully others, it's simply too much to bully others. No, I must go to Chu Ning to get an explanation." The crowd was furious, and everyone wanted to find Chu Ning and beat him up. "It's obviously your own thing, why do you have to use money to redeem it?" Shen Weining was not surprised by everyone's reaction. She took a calm drink from the teacup and waited until everyone was quiet before saying, "If you don't want to redeem it, that's fine. His Highness will contact other young masters in Kyoto City. I think maybe they want these things more than you do." Now everyone was dumbfounded. These are their personal possessions. If they are used to bribe Chu Ning, there will definitely be no problem in marrying Feng Mulan. But if Chu Ning sells it to someone else, the other party will definitely ridicule him. They are all young masters of Kyoto City, and usually everyone has a few opponents that they can't stand. If these people buy their personal belongings, they will probably humiliate themselves severely. Chu Ning's move was so cruel. The living room of the palace was extremely quiet. All the young men looked at each other, with a flash of anger in their eyes. They never expected that Chu Ning had this trick. Moreover, Shen Weining, a descendant of the previous dynasty, was persuaded to handle it. They wanted to refuse, but they were worried that their personal belongings would be bought away. For a while, no one dared to stand up and object. Shen Weining was not surprised by this, nor was she in a hurry. She blew on the teacup gently, opened her red lips slightly, and drank the tea with a leisurely expression. At this moment, the young Marquis Nangonquin narrowed his eyes and flashed a ruthless look. "I have gone back to get the silver a long time ago. My sword must not fall into the hands of others. Someone took the lead, and others immediately followed. The princess must keep my jade pendant. I will go back to the house to get the money now. The princess must keep my folding fan. I will come with the money within half an hour. After everyone said that, they turned around and left. But at this time, Shen Weiniing put down the teacup in her hand and said calmly, "Everyone, you need to bring more money to redeem your things. It's not easy for your highness to keep these things for you. Each thing can be redeemed for a premium of 10,000 taels." The young master who was suppressing his inner anger immediately became angry when he heard this. Nangong Chuan's face was gloomy, and he suddenly turned his head and stared at Shen Weiniing. "Princess, do you really want to be so aggressive? Promising to redeem those things with money is already our bottom line." Zhou Wei also said with a cold face, "Let us pay an extra 10,000 taels of silver to redeem him, and he really dares to speak." A young man wearing a blue gown had murderous intent on his face. "Aren't you afraid of offending us when Chu Ning does this?" Facing the threats from everyone, Shen Weiniing remained calm and composed. "I'm just conveying His Highness's wishes. If you don't want to redeem yourself, just leave." However, His Highness also said that if no one redeems them within an hour, these items will be sold to the public. Public sale. This bastard Chu Ning wants to kill people and destroy their hearts. Once these things get out, their enemies will surely flock to them. With the financial resources of those guys, they would definitely be willing to spend tens of thousands of taels to buy their personal belongings. Nangong Chuan narrowed his eyes, snorted coldly, and turned and left without saying a word. That bastard Chu Ning only gave us 1 hour. If we don't go back to get the silver now, it will be too late. The others' faces changed slightly when they saw this. Even the young Marquis Nangong Chuan was forced to agree. Could they still refuse? Although I don't want to pay this money, compared to being embarrassed, paying the money seems to be the only way to solve the problem. Everyone looked at each other again, and then rushed out of the hall like crazy. If you don't bring the silver to redeem them earlier, are you still waiting for Chu Ning to sell these things? Although they were angry, compared to saving face, they could only endure it for the time being. Now that his things are still in Chu Ning's hands, this is not the time to fall out with Chu Ning. Even if you want to take revenge, you have to get your things back first. Shen Weiniing looked at the people leaving, with a look of relief on her face. Facing so many young men, she would be lying if she said she wasn't nervous. Fortunately, these people didn't take action. That guy Chu Ning was really vengeful. He just asked him to help Mulan with her marriage, but this guy let him do such a dangerous thing. It seems that before doing anything in the future, you still have to discuss it with Chu Ning. That guy is not the one who suffers the consequences. But this time Chu Ning is really going to get rich. Those guys' personal belongings are all treasures. For the sake of face, they will definitely take them back at a premium. Shen Weiniing shook her head and smiled softly. After asking the maid to exchange 2 cups of tea, the young men rushed back one after another. "This is 80,000 taels of silver. Bring me my golden sword." Nangong Chuan was the first to arrive. 4 large boxes were carried up, and Shen Weiniing motioned to her servants to open them and take a look. Silver light suddenly flashed, and rows of silver were displayed in front of her eyes. Shen Weiniing nodded slightly and said with a smile, "Young master is really happy, please come and return the golden sword to young master." A burly palace guard immediately came up holding a golden sword. Nangong Chuan narrowed his eyes and stepped forward to take the golden sword. After pulling it out, the golden light was dazzling. With a cold snort, Nangongquan turned around and left with his sword. If he stayed in this palace for a moment longer, he would be afraid that he would not be able to resist killing someone. Upon seeing this, Zhou Wei immediately stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "This is 70,000 taels of silver. Please return my personal jade pendant to the princess." Shen Weiniing was not in a hurry. She also checked the 4 boxes of silver first, and only sent someone to bring the jade pendant after confirming that it was correct. The next process went smoothly. More than a dozen young masters paid a lot of money at a premium and redeemed all their personal belongings. It took Shen Weiniing an entire hour to finish handling the matter. After sending the others away, she ordered people to move all the money into the palace's warehouse. It was already noon and the sun was shining brightly. Chu Ning seemed to have determined the time and returned at exactly this moment. Outside the warehouse, Shen Weining, who was personally watching the silver being moved, heard Chu Ning's laughter. It seems that the princess has finished handling the matter, but I wonder how much money was obtained this time. As the voice appeared, Chu Ning came to Shen Weining's side. Shen Weining glanced at him and said calmly, "You are relieved, but I am hated by these people. I am afraid that I will be tied to the same boat as you from now on." Chu Ning chuckled, "You are my fiancé, and you are a member of the same boat. Besides, this time you stepped forward and resolved the matter perfectly." Those young masters did not take action, which is enough to show Shen Weining's ability. If he took action himself, those guys might be angry and would take action. Letting Shen Weining appear as a prostitute, coupled with her status as the princess, is enough to put those guys on the spot. Shen Weining rolled her eyes at Chu Ning. "You said it lightly, don't you know that if this matter is not handled well, it will trigger a series of reactions? This time you earned more than 1 million taels of silver, should you share it with me?" "More than 1 million taels?" Chu Ning's eyes suddenly widened. "You didn't make a mistake in your calculation, right?" Shen Weining turned around and stared at Chu Ning seriously. "You can doubt anything, but you can't doubt my counting ability." Chu Ning laughed sarcastically, and then realized that Shen Weining had been handling the Shen family's grain business. "Want to split the money yourself, though?" "That is absolutely impossible. The king is just joking." "Princess, don't mind. As for the silver, I use it for military pay. I believe the princess will not take any chances with them, right?" Chu Ning grinned, not worried that Shen Weining would try to get the money. Sure enough, Shen Weining shook her head. "You really can't bear any loss, forget it, since it's military pay, I won't say much. But let me remind you, these people will never give up after suffering a loss. In addition, someone secretly reminded you before that someone was making trouble at the engagement party. Maybe these people will add fuel to the flames. Once the two groups start making trouble, how will it end? Although this marriage is not what she wants, it is a lifelong event after all, and she does not want to make a fool of herself at the engagement party." After saying that, Shen Weining turned and left. Chu Ning touched his chin, with a playful look on his face. "If they dare to take action at my engagement banquet, I will definitely ask them to pay more money." Now, nothing is more important than making money. Shen Weining was dubious about Chu Ning's words. If it were before, she would never believe it. But after seeing Chu Ning's shameless methods, she had some hope in her heart. But just in case, she had to prepare herself in advance. On the one hand, he established good relations with people who were on good terms with the Shen family, and on the other hand, he sent people to investigate who wanted to take action at the engagement party. Chu Ning, on the other hand, looked unconcerned and spent the next few days in the blacksmith shop. Naturally, the emperor also knew that Chu Ning had cheated everyone out of their money. "What? You said Chu Ning asked them to pay a premium to get back what belongs to them." When the emperor suddenly heard the news, a look of surprise appeared on his face. The shadow guard who was bowing in the hall nodded and said, "It is absolutely true. Now all the silver is in the treasury of the palace. There should be about 1 million taels of silver." The emperor's mouth twitched. This guy Chu Ning is really ruthless. He spends 1 million taels of silver at a time. He is worthy of being my son. If he doesn't take action, it's fine. But once he does, he will make a big splash. The look of surprise on his face soon turned into a smile, and the slightly raised corners of his mouth caused his beard to tremble. Finally, the emperor couldn't help laughing. Ha 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 ha. The laughter was so deafening that it could be heard outside the hall, causing the eunuchs and guards to look at each other in bewilderment. Since the fighting on the front line, they have never heard the emperor's laughter again. But today, the emperor laughed heartily. Everyone was curious about who could make his majesty so happy. Soon, the laughter stopped, and the emperor stroked his beard with his right hand and said with a smile, "Those guys have suffered a loss, and most of them will go back and complain. How about this, Zhao Ming, you go and pass on the order to summon all the officials to come to discuss the matter, and I will explain to them that this money is to be used on the front line. Chu Ning has cheated so many people in one breath. If he doesn't deal with the aftermath, those ministers who suffered will definitely not be able to swallow this. I can only help deal with it myself." This money can be regarded as a donation from the ministers to the front line. I believe those guys won't dare to say anything more. Humph, I asked you to donate money before, but you all made excuses. Now you feel relieved, my son has cheated you out of such a huge sum of money. Thinking of the gloomy faces of those ministers after receiving the news, the emperor's smile became even wider. Zhao Ming in the hall stepped forward and said with a smile, I will go down and pass on the order right away. After a pause, he smiled and said, It's rare that your majesty is happy. I will ask the imperial kitchen to prepare more lunch for today. The emperor nodded slightly, Okay, I am indeed a little hungry. Zhao Ming responded and was about to go down to pass the order, but he suddenly thought of something and stood there hesitating. The emperor raised his eyebrows, Anything else? Zhao Ming smiled awkwardly, Your Majesty, if we calculate the date, the engagement banquet of the Prince of Penglai should be about to begin, and the envoys from other countries will soon arrive in Kyoto. Logically, we should send someone to receive the envoys. Originally, the prince was the one who received envoys from other countries. But the crown prince had recently displeased the emperor, so the ministers below did not dare to bring up the matter. On the one hand, the emperor was worried about the war on the front line, and on the other hand, he had to pay attention to Chu Ning, so naturally he put this matter behind him. The emperor narrowed his eyes upon hearing this and said, I actually forgot about this matter. Originally, this matter was the responsibility of the crown prince, but the crown prince is still copying scriptures for the queen, so I'm afraid he doesn't have time. Zhao Ming, which prince do you think is most suitable to take charge of this matter? Zhao Ming laughed awkwardly, stood there stiffly and didn't dare to speak. There are some things that the emperor forgot that he can remind. But he couldn't mention how to deal with the matter specifically. It is a big taboo for eunuchs to interfere in politics. The emperor glared at Zhao Ming and said, You old fellow, you are still so cautious. Zhao Ming gave a dry laugh and remained silent. The emperor shook his head and said slowly, The other princes were also implicated by the last incident, and they are all copying scriptures. The only one who is free now is Chu Ning. This is good, let Chu Ning gain more experience, and let him handle the reception of foreign envoys. I obey your command. Zhao Ming responded and immediately went down to pass on the order. However, as soon as Zhao Ming came out of Yingwu Hall, he heard a noise outside. Your Majesty, you must make the decision for me. Your Majesty, the Prince of Penglai used a trick to cheat my son out of 60,000 taels of silver. The Prince of Penglai must give an explanation for this matter. The Prince of Penglai is so audacious, please punish him, Your Majesty. Yes, Your Majesty, the Prince of Penglai is lawless and doesn't take us seriously at all. For a while, there was a lot of noise outside the Yingwu Hall. Zhao Ming frowned and snorted coldly, My lords, this is the imperial palace. How can we make such a commotion? His Majesty has issued an order to summon you all. The emperor in the hall also heard the voices of the crowd and said calmly, My dear ministers, please speak. Everyone had bitter faces, and they knelt on the ground as soon as they entered the hall, shouting in unison, Your Majesty, please make the decision for us. The emperor glanced at the crowd and found that there were only 16 ministers, and the minister of works Yipeng was not among them. And these people are the families of the young masters who were cheated by Chu Ning. Let me make the decision for you. Then tell me the whole story. The emperor was not surprised by the arrival of the crowd. Instead, he sat in the main seat and drank tea leisurely. The leader, a thin, white-haired old man in his 60s, sighed and said, Your Majesty, this is what happened. The Minister of Personnel Zhou Qingyi briefly explained the cause and effect of the matter. Although the emperor already knew this, he still couldn't help laughing secretly when Zhou Qingyi said it. This kid Chu Ning is really good at playing tricks on people. However, I cannot laugh out loud in front of everyone. The emperor tried his best to suppress his urge to laugh and pretended to be helpless. How shameful! How shameful! The emperor was deeply distressed. Chu Ning is from the common people and doesn't know any rules, yet he actually set his sights on you. Someone, go and call Chu Ning to me. The matter has become so serious that an explanation must be given to all the ministers, otherwise there is no way to resolve it. Zhao Ming, who was outside the hall, did not leave. He responded after hearing what was said and immediately sent someone to pass on the message. Half an hour later, Chu Ning, who received the news, came to Yingwu Palace. As soon as he entered the hall, he felt more than a dozen eyes focused on him. That cannibalistic gaze was like that of a wild beast, wishing to cut him into pieces. Chu Ning laughed awkwardly, ignored the dozen ministers, and stepped forward to bow to the emperor and said, "Greetings, father." The emperor glanced at Chu Ning and snorted coldly, "Do you still have respect for me, your father?" Chu Ning played dumb. "What do you mean, your majesty?" The emperor narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly, "Are you still pretending? So many people have accused you of cheating a lot of money, and you still don't admit your guilt. This kid is too arrogant. He must be taught a lesson, otherwise this guy will really think he can do whatever he wants in Kyoto. What's more, with so many ministers pointing the finger at him, I would have no way to explain to them all if I didn't give him some punishment." The emperor made up his mind to handle this matter with caution. "Chu Ning, you must be punished today. Cheating money? Impossible, there is absolutely no way such a thing could happen in Kyoto." Inside the Yingwu Hall, Chu Ning's voice suddenly rose. "Of course, I would never admit to such a thing even if I were beaten to death." Upon hearing this, the Minister of Personnel Zhou Qingyi's face suddenly turned extremely ugly. He pointed at Chu Ning and trembled as he said, "Your Highness, you cheated 1,000,000 taels of silver this time. Do you still want to deny it?" Chu Ning turned his head and glanced at the men, a hint of amusement on his face. He walked up to the men and asked, "I wonder who this gentleman is." "I am the Minister of Personnel Zhou Qingyi." It turned out to be Master Zhou. Chu Ning suddenly understood, "I remember your grandson's name is Zhou Wei, he has a nice jade pendant, which he wanted to give to me, but he went back on his word and wanted to take it back. This king does not want to take away someone's love, but he also cannot let your grandson break his promise, so he asked him to redeem it with silver. Of course, if Lord Zhou feels that I did something wrong, I can return the money to Master Zhou, but if I do that, Master Zhou will probably be known as someone who has lost his credibility." Chu Ning had originally expected these ministers to file complaints. After receiving the order from the palace, he was already prepared. Do the ministers think they can win by having more people? Dream on. How could he possibly spit out the silver in Chu Ning's pocket? Zhou Qingyi was immediately confused by Chu Ning's words. "If you take back the money, your reputation will be gone." "But I can't take back the money. This loss is really unbearable." Zhou Qingyi was furious. He looked up at the emperor on the throne and said in anger, "Your Majesty, the Prince of Penglai still has this attitude. This is really too much." The emperor frowned and glared at Chu Ning. "Lord Zhou is an old minister of our dynasty for 2 dynasties. Chu Ning, how can you be so rude? Why don't you apologize to Lord Zhou?" Chu Ning's face straightened, and he bowed to Zhou Qingyi and said, "Sir Zhou, I speak the truth. Please forgive me if I have offended you." Zhou Qingyi's face changed slightly. He didn't expect Chu Ning to actually apologize to him. Now, he couldn't say much. But at this time, an old man with a burly figure, sharp eyes, and a murderous face stood up. "Your Highness, you have designed to deceive so many people. If you don't hand over the silver, we will never agree." Chu Ning looked the man up and down and said calmly, "This must be the Lord Protector of the country, Nangong Kongping, who was so powerful outside the Great Wall." "It is me." Nangong Kongping said coldly, "Your Highness, you have gone too far this time. You must return the silver." Although the 70,000 taels of silver were nothing to the Nangong family, it was a matter of face and they had to seek justice. As the Duke of Protectorate, if his grandson was cheated of money and he remained indifferent, people would think that he was afraid of Chu Ning when the news got out. Chu Ning looked at the angry Nangong Kongping in front of him and said calmly, "I still say the same thing, this silver is used to redeem their own things. If you want to get the silver back, let them send all those things back to the palace. I promise that as long as they send the things back, I will return every penny of the money." After a pause, Chu Ning looked at Nangong Kongping and said with a smile, "By the way, I remember that your grandson, the young Marquis Nangong Chuan, redeemed the golden sword. In fact, I like that sword very much. If I take it to the front line and let the soldiers see it, it might even boost morale." "Boost morale? Are you trying to piss me off on purpose? If I take this sword to the front line, those soldiers will definitely think that I have retired to enjoy a good life in Kyoto. By then, my reputation will be completely ruined. This bastard is so cruel. Nangon Comping was so angry at these words that his hands were shaking and his face was red. He wanted to refute, but he didn't know how. At this moment, Chu Ning suddenly turned his head to look at the other ministers and sighed, "I guess you all want the money back just like you two do, right? Yes, that was originally my Wang family's money. Your Highness, it's better not to take things that don't belong to you. If your Highness hands over the silver today, we will forgive you for what happened. Your Highness, you must think carefully about this huge sum of money. If you don't hand it over, we will not let it go." For a moment, everyone's criticism was directed at Chu Ning. Since no one can defeat Chu Ning individually, let's attack together. There is strength in numbers, let's see how Chu Ning will deal with it. Sitting on the main seat, the emperor raised his lips slightly. Today I finally saw Chu Ning get humiliated. Chu Ning definitely cannot deal with so many ministers. But before the emperor's mouth could fully rise, Chu Ning sighed and a look of helplessness appeared on his face. "Father." Suddenly, Chu Ning turned around and looked at the emperor, then suddenly knelt down. This action made everyone's face change slightly, and all eyes were focused on Chu Ning. The emperor narrowed his eyes and suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. As expected, Chu Ning said in a deep voice, "I originally thought that these young men were all men of our great Chu, and they donated so much money to stabilize the frontline situation of our great Chu. I didn't expect that you gentlemen would take back the silver now. It seems that I was wrong. In order to calm your anger, I am willing to take 50 military sticks." All the ministers were stunned. If Chu Ning is beaten with these 50 military sticks, he will be crippled if not killed. No matter if he is dead or disabled, how can he go to the front line? The emperor was also dumbfounded. 50 military sticks, are you so cruel to yourself? Wait, that's not right. How could anyone punish themselves so severely? The emperor's eyes rolled and he immediately understood what Chu Ning meant. The ministers must be given an explanation for this matter, otherwise the matter cannot be resolved peacefully. And the best explanation is to let these ministers stop making trouble themselves. Anyway, it is impossible for this group of ministers to really let Chu Ning receive 50 military sticks, otherwise the candidates to go to the front line will have to be reselected. By then, these ministers will have the opportunity to go to the front line. But who of these cowardly guys dares to go to the front line? Thinking of this, the emperor snorted coldly, "Since Chu Ning has realized his mistake and is willing to accept the punishment, then as you said, I will punish you with 50 military sticks." As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of all the ministers changed drastically. If these 50 military sticks are really used, the candidates going to the front line will definitely be replaced. They don't want to go to the front lines. The Minister of Personnel Zhou Qingyi's mouth twitched, and he whispered, "Your Majesty, this punishment seems too severe. Is it heavy?" The emperor narrowed his eyes, "I don't think so." Turning to look at Chu Ning, "Do you think this punishment is too heavy?" Chu Ning shook his head, looking resigned to his fate. "My lords, if you think that I have cheated 1,000,000 taels of silver, according to the laws of the Great Chu, it would not be too much to kill me. Now it is only 50 military sticks, which is already a pardon outside the law. However, after these 50 military sticks, I will definitely not be able to go to the front line. At that time, I will ask your Majesty to choose one person from these dozen ministers to lead the troops to the front line. It just so happens that I am about to get engaged to Princess Shen. This way, I don't have to go to the front line and can just spend my honeymoon with Princess Shen." As soon as these words were spoken, more than a dozen ministers suddenly panicked. It turns out that this is what Chu Ning was planning. "No, we must not let Chu Ning succeed. Your Majesty, the Prince of Penglai was certainly wrong, but 50 military sticks is too heavy. Why not let His Highness hand over the silver, and the matter will be over?" Nangon Comping was the first to stand up and oppose. What a joke. If these 50 military sticks are used to hit them, they will be held responsible. Besides, Chu Ning just said that this matter was caused by them. If Chu Ning cannot go to the front line, one of these people must be selected to go to the front line. Among the dozen or so ministers present, only Nangon Comping came from a military background and knew how to march and fight, so he was the most suitable one to go to the front line. The best way at the moment is to prevent Chu Ning from being punished, just hand over the silver. As long as the money is returned, it doesn't matter whether Chu Ning is punished or not. The other ministers reacted immediately upon hearing this and echoed the words. Your Majesty, the Duke of the Protectorate is right. We just want our silver back. Your Highness is a rich man after all, and you have to go to the front line, so this punishment will be waived. Yes, Your Majesty. If His Highness is punished, no one will go to the front lines. Since Your Highness has already acknowledged his fault, we will not pursue the matter any further. Just return the silver to us. The ministers are not fools. They certainly would not let Chu Ning get into trouble at this critical juncture. The emperor raised his eyebrows when he heard this and looked at Chu Ning deeply. Good job, Chu Ning, he actually has this trick. But in this case, Chu Ning might not be able to keep the silver in his hands. Shaking his head, the emperor felt helpless. Although I want to help, I am powerless. You can't ask me personally to ask the ministers to admit that the money was donated, right? Since all the gentlemen think that Chu Ning should not be punished, I can't refuse. The emperor acted like a peacemaker. Chu Ning, just return the silver to the gentleman. Although 1,000,000 taels of silver was a lot of money, the emperor did not want to offend so many ministers because of this matter. But Chu Ning didn't think much about it. How can you give back something you have already obtained? Father. Chu Ning said indignantly, when those young masters gave the things to me, they said they were donating them to the soldiers on the front line. Now these ministers want to take back the silver for redeeming those things at this moment. It is obvious that they deliberately don't want me to fight the enemy on the front line. They are holding me back. When such a serious crime was brought against them, the faces of more than a dozen ministers changed drastically. Prince Penglai, what do you mean by this? I have been watching for more than 10 years and have fought with the enemy country dozens of times. How could I hold you back, Your Highness? Your Highness, what is your intention in pinning this crime on us? If you don't make this clear today, I will never forgive you. All of a sudden, more than a dozen ministers were excited and rushed to Chu Ning and surrounded him. Facing the crowd's siege, Chu Ning remained unmoved and said calmly, My lords, I have already said that this silver is for your descendants to redeem their personal belongings. If you insist on taking back the money now, wouldn't that put them in an awkward position? After all, they themselves said that these things were donated to the front line. Now that you are so insistent on taking back the silver, I have to wonder if you don't want me to defeat the enemy on the front line. After saying that, Chu Ning turned to look at the emperor and said in a deep voice, Father, you also know that the soldiers on the front line have not received their salaries for 3 months. If I don't bring the money with me, this war can't be fought at all. Originally, I wanted to use this money to stabilize the morale of the army, and by the way, tell the soldiers on the front line that this money was donated by you gentlemen, so as to gain reputation for you gentlemen. But your actions now chill my heart. If they insist on taking back the money, I will not go to the front line. Whoever wants to go can go. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd, who were originally filled with indignation, suddenly quieted down. If Chu Ning didn't go to the front line, the emperor would definitely be angry. If the emperor gets angry, he will definitely send one of them to the front line. After all, it was them who made Chu Ning unwilling to go to the front line. Now, everyone panicked. Chu Ning is such a bastard, he refuses to go to the front line if there is a disagreement. That would be fine, the scariest thing is that this guy actually wants to choose one of them to go to the front line. If you think about it carefully, this couldn't be Chu Ning's plan, right? In order to avoid going to the front line, Chu Ning deliberately caused this incident so that they would jump out and find a scapegoat. If this is true, then I must not be fooled. The more they thought about it, the more frightened they became. The more they thought about it, the more they felt that Chu Ning was setting a trap for himself. No, Chu Ning must not be allowed to get his wish. The person who goes to the front line must be Chu Ning. They don't want to go to the front line. Zhou Qingyi's eyes rolled, and he quickly stood up and said, Your Majesty, I didn't know that this was the good intention of the Prince of Penglai. I misunderstood Your Highness. I don't want this silver. I will consider it as a donation to the soldiers on the front line. It's just 70,000 taels of silver. Compared with your own life, it's nothing. Besides, if word gets out that he donated money, he can gain a good reputation. The emperor raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Are you giving up already? I haven't even started to put pressure on you. This guy Chu Ning is really awesome. You are worthy of being my son. The emperor was happy in his heart, but on the surface he remained expressionless. Master Zhou, are you speaking from the bottom of your heart? Every word I say is from the bottom of my heart. From now on, I will never mention this matter again. Zhou Qingyi expressed his position again. The emperor nodded slightly. It is rare that Lord Zhou is so loyal to our great Chu. I just wonder what other lords think about this matter. He glanced at everyone, wanting everyone to express their opinion. Nangon Kongping sighed and immediately stood up and said, Your Majesty, I misunderstood your highness just like Lord Zhou did. Please forgive me. As for the silver, I don't want it. Since the two most important ministers said so, the other ministers dared not insist and expressed their unwillingness to take the money. The emperor nodded slightly, slowly stood up, and said in a deep voice, I have all the beloved ministers in the great Chu state, and we will surely win this battle. Well, now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, my dear ministers, please leave. I will take my leave now. Everyone bowed and left, leaving only Chu Ning and the emperor alone in the hall. After everyone left, the emperor looked at Chu Ning and said calmly, When did you become so courageous? Chu Ning smiled bitterly, Father, the military pay at the front is a big problem. If I am not brave enough, I can't go to the front empty-handed, right? The emperor shook his head and said, Don't think those ministers can be dismissed so easily. At your engagement banquet, someone will definitely make trouble for you and embarrass you. Be prepared. In addition, envoys from other countries will arrive in the next 2 days. Originally, the crown prince was in charge of this matter, but now he has to copy scriptures for the queen. I plan to hand this matter over to you. After all, it is your own wedding, so it is reasonable for you to personally receive the envoys from other countries. Chu Ning frowned and was about to refuse, but the emperor waved his hand to interrupt him and said, Don't worry, I will send the Minister of Rights to assist you. Chu Ning had no choice but to bow and say, Your Highness obeys my order. He agreed readily, but Chu Ning had no idea what kind of person he would be facing this time. This time he snatched the job that originally belonged to the prince, so the prince was naturally very angry. What? Father asked Chu Ning to receive envoys from other countries. East Palace. The prince roared, This damn bastard actually stole my job. Bang. The exquisite vase was smashed to the ground, and the debris was scattered all over the ground. As a confidant, the Minister of Industry, He Peng, looked solemn and said in a deep voice, Prince, calm down. Be careful that there are ears behind the wall. A hint of doubt flashed across the prince's eyes. What does Lord He mean by this? Your Highness, think about it, originally this matter was yours, why did His Majesty suddenly give it to the Prince of Penglai this time? He Peng explained carefully, I think that on the one hand, Your Majesty wants to make up for the guilt in his heart, after all, Chu Ning has to go to the front line. On the other hand, this is Chu Ning's engagement party, so it is most appropriate for him to host it. Finally, Prince, you have been confined by His Majesty to copy scriptures here, so it is not appropriate to let you go at this moment. After hearing these 3 reasons, the angry prince calmed down a lot instantly. The anger on his face had mostly disappeared, but the prince still felt somewhat unwilling. Humph, if this gets out, I will definitely become a laughingstock. A ruthless look flashed in the prince's eyes. No, we must not let Chu Ning complete this task so easily. What I told you to do last time is now in use. Send someone to tell her about Chu Ning's reception right away. I believe she won't mind showing this 18th brother of mine a little color. He Peng felt secretly bitter. After several confrontations, he already knew how powerful Chu Ning was and didn't want to be Chu Ning's enemy at all. However, as the prince's confidant, he had to act according to the prince's orders. Although he really wanted to persuade him, when he saw the prince's cold eyes, he swallowed his words. Don't worry, Your Highness. I will pass the message on right away. He Peng responded and went down to make the arrangements. For the next 2 days, the city of Kyoto was very quiet. As for the fact that those young masters had been cheated of their money by Chu Ning, the emperor had issued a gag order and no one was allowed to mention it. Chu Ning has been going back and forth between the blacksmith shop and the military camp these past 2 days, inspecting the progress of forging weapons and practicing riding skills. As for receiving envoys from other countries, he only met with the Minister of Rights once and left all matters to him to arrange. He just waited for the envoys from other countries to arrive and then appeared at the city gate to welcome them. Fortunately, the Minister of Rights Wang Wenguang also knew that Chu Ning was unreliable, so he did everything himself. It was not until 2 days later that he notified Chu Ning and asked him to welcome the envoy together at the city gate. Over the past 3 days, envoys from 4 dynasties have arrived. It was from Wang Wenguang that Chu Ning learned about the overall situation in the world. Currently, the world is divided into 9 parts. In addition to the Chu state, there are 8 other dynasties, namely, Zhao, Yan, Han, Qin, Tang, Jin, Wei, and Zhou. Zhao and Chu were neighbors, and the 2 sides fought wars every year, and their relationship was the worst. Qin, Zhou, and Wei were far away from Great Chu, and the relationship between the 2 sides was relatively good. Now that the envoys from the 4 major dynasties of Yan, Han, Tang, and Qin have arrived, only the envoys from the 4 major dynasties of Zhao, Jin, Wei, and Zhou are left. Today, the people who came were none other than their mortal enemy, the great Zhao envoys. At the city gate, officials from the Ministry of Rights lined up in an orderly manner and were waiting, with Prince Chu Ning leading the way. Next to Chu Ning was an old man with a long beard and about 50 years old. Although he was thin, he always had a smile on his face. This person is none other than the Minister of Rights Wang Wenguang. The crowd waited from morning until almost noon. The scorching heat made many officials sweat profusely. Even some older officials could hardly bear it and their legs were trembling. Even Wang Wenguang himself could not stand the high temperature at the moment and he kept wiping the sweat from his face with his sleeves. This scene made He Qingyun, who was guarding the city gate, sneer. "You, Chu Ning, have come to this day. This guy made me come here to guard the city gate every day. This time, I will finally let him taste the feeling of guarding the city gate." Chu Ning was also very hot. He wiped the sweat off his face and frowned. "Lord Wang, your information is accurate. Why haven't they arrived yet?" Wang Wenguang smiled bitterly and said, "Your Highness, I received news that the other party would come here in the morning. I don't know why he hasn't arrived yet at noon." Chu Ning narrowed his eyes, and a cold look flashed across his face. "The people of Dezhou are really rude. Since they are late, we will not play with them. Pass the word down, everyone find some shade to cool off." As soon as these words came out, Wang Wenguang's face changed drastically, and he quickly shouted, "Your Highness, this is absolutely impossible. If they suddenly show up while we are resting, then it will be our fault for not hosting them well enough." Chu Ning glanced at the diligent Minister of Rights and said calmly, "Lord Wang, you are already old. If you continue to be exposed to the sun like this, you will die." "Okay, if anything happens, I will take care of it." Chu Ning waved his hand and said, "Everyone, take a break." The Zhao delegation only wanted to give them a warning. How could they be fooled? After all, they are a hostile dynasty, and they were the ones who were rude first, so why can't I take a rest? It's so sunny here, whoever wants to stand can stand, but he won't stand. Wang Wenguang had no choice but to signal the officials from the Ministry of Rights to do as they were told. What else could he do if he didn't do as he was told? He could hardly hold on any longer. Soon, everyone found a shady spot at the city gate to rest. Chu Ning also ordered people to fetch a lot of water. The officials who were almost unable to hold on got a chance to catch their breath, and their complexion gradually improved. But just when they had rested for less than 3 incense sticks of time, the sound of horse hooves was heard outside the city. Then, the guards on the city wall came to report, "Your Highness, there is a team coming from a distance. Judging from the flag, it should be from the Great Zhao." Wang Wenguang's face changed slightly. Quickly stand up. If the people of Dezhou saw us like this, they would definitely laugh at us for being rude." However, Chu Ning chuckled and said, "Master Wang, there is no need to be so nervous. I can handle them alone. You all sit here and don't move." After saying this, Chu Ning stood up and walked towards the city gate, and Zhao Yu and Guanyun immediately followed behind him. A moment later, the sound of horse hooves in the distance approached, and in the flying dust, a group of soldiers appeared in front of everyone. The other party was wearing black armor, holding a spear, and exuding a murderous aura. Just by looking at him from a distance, Chu Ning felt a terrifying aura enveloping him. The team of soldiers rushed to the outside of the city wall on horseback, and then suddenly split to the left and right. Then, a rider slowly emerged from the middle of the team. The person was tall, with her long black hair braided into many small braids casually draped behind her back and shoulders. She was wearing a close-fitting leather armor that revealed her slender waist, and a short skirt on her lower body. Her pair of long wheat-colored legs were perfectly displayed in front of everyone. It's actually a woman. Chu Ning looked up along the long legs and found that the other person had a delicate and charming face and a pair of big eyes that revealed a cunning look. Have you seen enough? The woman pointed the reins in her hand at the official from the Ministry of Rites behind Chu Ning and sneered, "Is this how you treat guests in the Great Chu? This princess was only delayed for half a day on the road, but you couldn't even wait for that little bit of time. No wonder your frontline soldiers were defeated one after another." The first words he spoke were provocative. Chu Ning narrowed his eyes. This woman has bad intentions. It turns out to be the 10th princess of Great Zhao. When the Minister of Rites Wang Wenguang saw that it was this girl, he felt bitter in his heart and hurried forward to pay his respects. Chu Ning narrowed his eyes, and a strange color flashed across them. The people from other dynasties who came here were all envoys. How could the Great Zhao, as a hostile country, actually send a princess to attend its wedding? This is obviously unreasonable. He turned to look at Wang Wenguang and asked in a low voice, "Who is this 10th princess of Great Zhao?" Wang Wenguang knew that Chu Ning came from the common people, so it was normal that he didn't know the origin of the 10th princess of the Great Chu. With a wry smile, Wang Wenguang immediately whispered to Chu Ning about the girl's origins. This woman's name is Zhao Fian. She is a genius who has become famous in the Great Zhao dynasty in recent years. She is an excellent choice in both martial arts and wisdom, and is deeply loved by the Emperor of Great Zhao. After continuously adopting the strategy of looking at this woman, De Zhao has expanded rapidly in recent years and defeated the De Chu army on the front line this year, resulting in the current situation. Not only that, this woman even followed the troops on the front line of the Great Zhao and participated in the attack on the Great Chu dynasty. This woman accounted for most of the credit for the defeat of the Great Chu. The more Chu Ning listened, the more solemn his expression became. This woman is so powerful, of such a noble status, and is in the army on the front line. How could she suddenly come here to attend his engagement party? The other party could just send a random messenger, or simply not send anyone. What is the purpose of doing the opposite? Just as Chu Ning was deep in thought, Zhao Fian, who was sitting opposite him, raised her lips slightly and looked Chu Ning up and down. "I know all the princes of your Great Chu, but there is no one like you." Wang Wenguang was about to explain, but Zhao Fian suddenly realized something and said, "No, I remember you have an illegitimate child in the Chu. It is said that this illegitimate child was left behind by the Emperor of Great Chu due to his romantic debts. Could it be that you are the illegitimate child, Chu Ning?" The tone was full of teasing and sarcasm, which immediately made the soldiers of the Great Zhao behind him burst into laughter. On the other hand, on the Chu side, their own princes were humiliated and their faces turned pale and ugly. They wanted to refute, but they didn't know how to refute. After all, Chu Ning's background was there. For a moment, everyone in the Chu could only suppress their anger and stare at Zhao Fian. Only He Qingyun felt secretly happy when he saw Chu Ning being humiliated. But Chu Ning couldn't swallow this. This is the capital city of the Great Chu. If I don't fight back when being humiliated in front of so many people, wouldn't I be laughed at? Looking at the smug Zhao Fian, Chu Ning said calmly, "Yes, I am indeed the illegitimate son left by my father among the people." When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Just admit it like that. Even Zhao Fian was a little surprised. Is this guy's brain okay? He could hold back after being humiliated by me, and even admitted it on his own initiative. If this person is not stupid, then he must be a man of extraordinary intelligence. Zhao Fian narrowed her eyes, giggled, squeezed her legs against the horse's belly, and soared into the air. Then she stomped her feet in the air and rushed towards Chu Ning. Zhao Yu and Guan Yun's faces darkened and they immediately stood in front of Chu Ning. But Chu Ning waved his hand, "No need. This is the capital city of the Great Chu, and he believes that Zhao Fian would not dare to take action. Doing this is just to intimidate myself. Once someone steps in to protect you, you will be at a disadvantage in terms of momentum." Sure enough, Zhao Fian just landed in front of Chu Ning. Although her aura was extremely powerful, Chu Ning still looked as steady as a rock. Zhao Fian narrowed her eyes. How could a mere illegitimate child have such determination? Chu Ning, right. You are the first person who can remain so calm in front of this princess. Compared to your brothers in the palace, you, the illegitimate son, seem to be stronger. Zhao Fian chuckled and actually spoke on her own initiative. Chu Ning said calmly, 10th Princess of Great Zhao, do you think my brother will be fooled by such obvious provocative words? Compared with my brothers, I am still far behind, so Princess Ten should not waste her efforts on instigating trouble. The 10th princess said she would arrive in the morning, so why did she make me wait until noon? Zhao Fian was so aggressive that she naturally couldn't let this woman take the initiative. We must take the initiative to ask questions. A hint of surprise flashed in Zhao Fian's eyes. She didn't expect that Chu Ning could see through her purpose and take the initiative to fight back. Is this really a bastard? At this moment, Zhao Fian suddenly began to doubt whether Chu Ning was the prince secretly cultivated by the Emperor of Great Chu. Otherwise, how could an illegitimate child among the common people have such determination and intelligence? Thinking of this, Zhao Fian narrowed her eyes and chuckled. This princess was only delayed for a moment on the road, but you, the Great Chu, don't even have such courtesy. Look at this guard of honor welcoming this princess. They are all resting on the ground. Is this the etiquette of your Great Chu to treat guests? Instead of mentioning his own mistakes, he launched a military campaign to hold people accountable. This woman is really confusing right and wrong. Others said that Chu Ning liked to play rogue, but today, he met someone who was even more rogue than himself. And she's a woman. More shameless than a rogue, right? Then I'll let you see what a rogue is. Chu Ning raised the corner of his mouth slightly, chuckled, a hint of amusement appeared on his face, and he slowly said. If you were a guest, we wouldn't mind waiting any longer, but you are the princess of the Great Zhao, and right now our Great Chu army and your army are still fighting fiercely on the front lines, so you can't be a guest. Furthermore, it was clearly you who missed the time first. I, the king, sympathized with the old age of the officials in the Ministry of Rights and allowed them to rest for a while. What's wrong with that? Finally, speaking of etiquette, the 10th princess kept calling him a bastard. Is this the etiquette of the Great Zhao? The tone suddenly became stern at this moment. Then, Chu Ning's aura suddenly rose, and he stared at Zhao Fian coldly. I was personally appointed as a prince by my father, and I have also entered the clan residence. You keep saying that I am a bastard, which is contempt for my father and our Great Chu. He waved his sleeves, turned around and ordered, since you are not a guest and you disrespect my father, I, the Great Chu, do not welcome you. Because you are a messenger, I will not kill you. Take your people and leave immediately. Arrogant. Then pay the price for it. I will not even let you enter the city, let's see how arrogant you can be. However, Minister of Rights Wang Wenguang's face changed drastically when he heard this. Originally, they wanted to take advantage of the visit of the 10th princess of the Great Chu to hold peace talks between the two countries. Now, what Prince Penglai said is undoubtedly a rejection of peace talks. He was about to speak to ease the atmosphere between the two sides, but the defenders on the city wall cheered when they saw this scene. I don't know who shouted "Leave now," but everyone else immediately shouted in unison. Even He Qingyun couldn't help but shout out at this moment. Instantly, the sound was like a loud bell, shaking heaven and earth. The murderous aura of the defenders spread, and a murderous intent enveloped the entire delegation. Zhao Fian's face darkened. It was really unexpected that a mere illegitimate child could be so difficult to deal with. If this matter cannot be handled today, I am afraid I won't even be able to enter the city. Although she came to the Chu with the intention of causing trouble, it would not matter if she did not go in, but if this matter were to spread, it would tarnish her reputation. No, we must enter the city today. Is this the way of hospitality in the Chu? Zhao Fian looked at the roaring Chu soldiers, a cold look appeared on her face, and she then cast a pair of cold eyes on Chu Ning. A mere illegitimate child actually knows how to use his power to suppress me. This person must not be allowed to stay. It seems that I came to the right place this time. If such a person goes to the front line, it will definitely affect his plan to annihilate the Chu army. It would be best if we could kill this man here. Thinking of this, Zhao Fian suddenly chuckled. This princess is invited by your great Chu crown prince to attend your wedding as the Prince of Penglai. If you let me leave now, how are you going to explain to the great Chu crown prince? As soon as these words were spoken, the soldiers of the great Chu, who were originally full of vigor and vitality, were suddenly speechless. Although Chu Ning gave them the confidence and allowed them to shout loudly in front of the great Zhao delegation. But when it came to the prince, no one dared to speak. Even the Minister of Rights Wang Wenguang's face changed slightly at this moment, and he whispered beside Chu Ning, Your Highness, since the other party was invited by the Crown Prince, you need to give the Crown Prince some face in this matter. As the Minister of Rights, if he messed up this matter, not only would the Crown Prince not let him go, even the Emperor would not let him off easily. The best way at this moment is to persuade Chu Ning to be patient. Chu Ning was also a little surprised at this moment. It was actually this girl that the prince invited personally. What is the prince's purpose in doing this? If I insist on not letting this girl enter the city now, what will be the consequences? While he was deep in thought, other officials from the Ministry of Rights came forward to persuade him. Your Highness, this is a matter concerning the two countries. Please think twice. Yes, Your Highness, it is unreasonable to expel the 10th Princess of Great Zhao at this moment. If His Majesty and the Crown Prince knew about this, they would be unhappy and might even punish Your Highness. Your Highness, if you take a step back, the world will be broader. The other party even brought up the prince. If we drive him away at this moment, we will definitely offend the prince. Chu Ning is a prince, and the Crown Prince may not be able to do anything to Chu Ning, but they, the officials of the Ministry of Rights, will definitely become scapegoats. They could not afford to commit such a serious crime as expelling the Zhao envoys, especially the 10th Princess of Zhao. Chu Ning looked at the officials with bitter faces and also showed an embarrassment on his face. If this matter today is not handled properly, the prince will definitely be offended to death, which goes against his original intention. With his current strength, it is impossible for him to fight against the prince. The prince had already been unhappy before, and if he didn't give the prince face in this matter, the prince would definitely take action against him. However, if he let Zhao Fian into the city like this, not only would he lose face, but this woman would definitely cause trouble for him again and again in the future. While deep in thought, Zhao Fian on the opposite side slightly raised the corner of her mouth, revealing a hint of pride. Chu Ning, this princess advises you to be more sensible, so as not to make your great Chu crown prince unhappy. After saying that, without waiting for Chu Ning to answer, she waved the reins in her hand and shouted, Enter the city. At the command, the Zhao army rode towards the city gate. When the Chu soldiers on the city wall and at the city gate saw this scene, they looked at each other and did not dare to stop it. They are just the lowest level soldiers. Without orders, who would dare to stop the great Zhao delegation? What's more, at this moment, the officials of the Ministry of Rights also made way for him, intending to let the other party do so. Even high-ranking officials of the imperial court did so, and as soldiers, they naturally did not dare to stop them. In this way, Zhao Fian led the Zhao soldiers and rode slowly towards the city gate. But just when everyone thought that Chu Ning would give in, Chu Ning, who was standing at the city gate, did not retreat. Looking at Zhao Fian who had already climbed onto her horse and was riding towards him, Chu Ning suddenly grinned. Did your majesty tell me to let you enter the city? The sudden change left everyone stunned. Then, Zhao Fian's beautiful eyes narrowed and she sneered, Why, do you really want to stop me from entering the city? Chu Ning narrowed his eyes, and a playful look appeared on his face. If I remember correctly, my dynasty did not invite you to participate in my engagement banquet. You keep saying that it was Brother Crown Prince who invited us, but why didn't I receive any news? Zhao Fian showed disdain on her face. I thought you would say something profound, but it turns out it's about this matter. Humph, do you think I would lie to you about this matter? After she finished speaking, the woman waved her right hand, and a soldier in armor behind her took out an invitation and threw it towards Chu Ning. Suddenly, a sound of breaking through the air was heard, and the invitation came flying straight towards Chu Ning with its afterimage. Zhao Yu frowned, flashed, and caught the invitation with his right hand. Your Highness. Zhao Yu was about to speak when Chu Ning reached out to take the invitation, without even looking at it, and tore it up in front of everyone. Everyone looked at this scene in disbelief, with confusion on their faces. Even Zhao Fian was slightly stunned. She didn't expect Chu Ning to not even read the invitation. This guy is so brave. Zhao Fian's eyes rolled, and a cunning look appeared on her face. How dare you to tear up the invitation from the Crown Prince of Great Chu? Chu Ning said calmly, this note almost hurt me, so what if I tear it up? You. Zhao Fian's face darkened. Very good, it seems that you are determined to oppose me, and you don't want me to enter the city today, right? To do the opposite. Chu Ning glanced at the woman and sneered, you and I are enemies. Isn't it normal for us to be enemies? As for not letting you enter the city, it's naturally because you haven't received an invitation. I can't let you in easily. This guy is such a rogue. Zhao Fian narrowed her eyes and said, isn't your invitation from the Crown Prince of Great Chu an invitation? Brother Crown Prince's invitation. Is there one? Why didn't I see it? Chu Ning shrugged, looking surprised, you have the invitation from the prince, why didn't you take it out earlier? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone at the scene was petrified. Hasn't the prince's invitation been taken out? You even tore it apart. Zhao Fian was also dumbfounded at this moment. She had seen shameless people before, but this was the first time she had met someone so shameless. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Fian stared at Chu Ning, her face livid. You are deliberately making an enemy of our dynasty and this princess. You must think clearly about the consequences of doing so. As a result of. Chu Ning said nonchalantly, I will soon go to the front line to fight with you, great Zhao. I was originally going to be your enemy, but now it's ahead of schedule. As for the consequences you mentioned, I really don't need to consider them. After saying this, Chu Ning was too lazy to pay attention to this woman. He turned around and looked at He Qingyun who was guarding the city gate. Captain He, after the king and the others have done this, you must immediately close the city gates and not allow the Zhao envoys to enter the city. If someone dares to break into the capital of the Great Chu, I believe that you, the captain guarding the city gate, will not ignore it, right? After saying this, without waiting for He Qingyun to speak, he took Zhao Yu and Guan Yun into the city. The other officials from the Ministry of Rites turned pale when they saw this, knowing that something big was going to happen today. Wang Wenguang made a prompt decision, quick, return to the palace to report to His Majesty. The officials from the Ministry of Rites did not dare to stay any longer and hurried into the city. Soon, the only people left at the scene were the soldiers from the Chu patrol camp guarding the city gate and the Zhao envoys outside the city. He Qingyun's face turned pale. This bastard Chu Ning actually tricked me again. Now the question is, should he do as Chu Ning said, or let Zhao Fian and others enter the city? Captain, what should we do now? At the city gate, the soldiers of the patrol camp looked at each other, no one dared to act on their own, and they could only look at He Qingyun. As the son of the Minister of Works, personally appointed by the Emperor to guard the city gate, and the highest-ranking official on the scene, this decision could only be made by He Qingyun. At this moment, He Qingyun's face was ashen. No matter what choice he makes, he will offend people. If you listen to Chu Ning, you will offend the Crown Prince and the 10th Princess of Dezhao. If you don't listen to Chu Ning, you will not only offend Chu Ning, but also offend the Emperor and the other 16 princes. After all, the 16 princes all want Chu Ning to go to the front line and don't want anything to happen to Chu Ning at this moment. If they let Zhao Fian enter the city, Chu Ning will definitely be unhappy. If Chu Ning doesn't want to go to the front line, the 16 princes will skin him alive. Thinking of this, He Qingyun had a gloomy face and gritted his teeth as he ordered, "Come here, close the city gate." The soldiers of the city defense camp were stunned, and then they retreated into the city, and the city gates slowly closed at this moment. Outside the city, Zhao Fian looked a little unhappy. Who would have thought that Chu Ning, an illegitimate son, could actually make the soldiers in the city defense camp obey his orders? At this time, the centurion Han Ping beside him said in a deep voice, "Your Highness, how should we deal with it now? Should we force our way in?" The two sides were not very far apart, and the city gates were closing very slowly. They were all cavalry, so if they charged at this moment, they had a great chance of breaking in. But Zhao Fian glanced at him and said calmly, "Even if we rush in, do you think the soldiers of Dechu will just leave it alone? There are only 100 of us. If a conflict breaks out, we will all be slaughtered." Han Ping's face changed. How is this possible? How dare they attack us? When two countries are at war, they don't kill envoys. If they attack, aren't they afraid that our frontline army will launch a massive attack? Zhao Fian sneered, if they are unreasonable, they will not dare to take action, but if we force our way through the city gate, they will have enough reason to take action. Maybe this is Chu Ning's plan, he is hoping that we will force our way in so that he can catch us all here. Han Ping was shocked and dared not speak. At this moment, he no longer dared to look down on Chu Ning. I thought that an illegitimate child left among the people would have no ability and would definitely be suppressed by Her Royal Highness the Princess. But after several rounds of verbal exchanges, they did not make any substantial progress except that their birthright gave them an advantage. Instead, they themselves were locked outside the city gate. Once this matter gets out, it will definitely make De Zhao a laughingstock. After all, there are envoys from other dynasties attending Chu Ning's engagement party this time. Fortunately, at this moment, Zhao Fian raised her lips slightly and chuckled, forget it, since he wants to make a big deal, then this princess will grant his wish. Just wait, when the Chu receives the news, they will definitely send someone to let us in, then, hee. Chu Ning tore up the prince's invitation in public, which was a complete disrespect to the prince. Considering that the prince invited himself but did not inform Chu Ning, it means that the prince also wanted to give Chu Ning a warning. Since these two people have a conflict, she can profit from it. Han Ping's eyes lit up, Your Highness the princess is wise. Just as the two were talking, on the streets of the city, Chu Ning stood on his horse in an alley with a look of disappointment on his face. Zhao Fian is indeed difficult to deal with. She did not take the opportunity to rush in. It is impossible for me to take the opportunity to kill her. Although somewhat disappointed, this result was also within his expectations. The other party has a good reputation. If he is really so easy to deal with, I wouldn't dare to come here easily. Guan Yun frowned and said, Your Highness, since you know that the other party is not here with good intentions, why don't you strike first? This is clearly the capital of the Great Chu, so it is very easy to deal with Zhao Fian and others. But Chu Ning shook his head, after all, she came here on behalf of the Great Zhao, and she has the identity of an envoy. How can we attack her without a legitimate reason? Forget it, if she stays in Kyoto City obediently and allows me to get engaged safely, it will be fine. But if she dares to play tricks, I don't mind letting her stay forever. After saying this, Chu Ning rode his horse back home, and Guan Yun and Zhao Yu immediately followed. Soon, the news that Chu Ning had locked Zhao Fian outside the city spread throughout Kyoto. For a moment, all the ministers were in an uproar. Some were extremely nervous, some were waiting for the development of the situation with a tidbit of watching the show, and some began to write memorials to report to Chu Ning. In the East Palace, the Crown Prince also received the news. This news was brought by He Peng himself. What? You said Chu Ning actually locked Zhao Fian outside the city. The prince, who was copying scriptures, was shocked when he suddenly heard the news. The brush in his hand tilted, and a pool of ink flowed down the brush and soaked all the scriptures that night. Damn it! The scripture that he had copied with great effort was destroyed. The angry prince tore off the page of scripture, crumpled it into a ball and threw it to the ground. He Peng in the hall lowered his head and dared not speak. Zhao Fian was invited by the prince, but now she can't even enter the city gate. This not only makes Zhao Fian lose face, but also damages the prince's reputation. This is also the case with Chu Ning. Just let Zhao Fian in. Why bother to fight with her at this moment? She is the 10th princess of the Great Zhao, a powerful princess who can mobilize 300,000 troops on the front line. Chu Ning was too bold to offend the Crown Prince and Zhao Fian at the same time. Master He. The prince's cold voice came at this moment, report this matter to father immediately, and I will go outside the city to pick him up myself. He Peng's mouth twitched, and he smiled bitterly. Lord Wang, the Minister of Rights, is already reporting this matter to His Majesty. The prince was stunned for a moment, then snorted coldly, well, you go with me to greet Zhao Fian, which is considered giving her enough face. Yes. He Peng did not dare to refuse and followed the prince straight out of the palace. At this time, in the Yingwu Hall, the emperor was listening to Wang Wenguang's report. When the emperor heard that Chu Ning had locked Zhao Fian outside the city, the corners of his mouth twitched. This brat Chu Ning really knows how to cause trouble. That was the 10th princess of the Great Zhao. Yet she was locked outside the city. It seemed that she was determined to humiliate her. If this matter is not handled properly, the frontline soldiers of Dezhou might launch an attack prematurely. The emperor narrowed his eyes, and a hint of helplessness flashed across his face. Sir Wang, how do you think this matter should be handled? Wang Wenguang smiled bitterly and said, Your Majesty, the best solution at this moment is to let the Crown Prince personally invite Zhao Fian into the city. This will also give her enough pomp and ceremony. The emperor was about to agree when the shadow guard suddenly came in to report, Your Majesty, the prince left the palace and headed straight for the city gate. The emperor raised his eyebrows and asked, Does the prince want to personally invite Zhao Fian into the city? The shadow guard glanced at Wang Wenguang and said nothing. Wang Wenguang bowed and said, Your Majesty, since the crown prince has gone to the city gate, I, as the Minister of Rights, should also go with him. The emperor hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, Well, I'll trouble you to make another trip. I will take my leave. As soon as Wang Wenguang left, the emperor's face turned gloomy. Nonsense. The emperor slammed the table and said coldly, How dare Chu Ning refuse Zhao Fian's admission? The shadow guard immediately recounted briefly what had happened at the city gate. When the emperor heard that Zhao Fian humiliated Chu Ning as an illegitimate child and that the prince had invited Zhao Fian without informing Chu Ning, his expression eased a lot. Oh, never mind. He is from the common people after all. I owe him my status. The emperor shook his head. However, Zhao Fian will not miss this opportunity. She will definitely ask to see me and ask me to punish Chu Ning. Shadow Guard, what punishment do you think I should give Chu Ning? The shadow guard lowered his head and dared not speak. Chu Ning is the prince who is about to go to the front line. How dare he talk to the emperor about punishment at this time? If the punishment is too severe, Chu Ning will be unhappy and refuse to go to the front line. He cannot bear this responsibility. But if the punishment is too light, the 10th princess of the Great Zhao will definitely be dissatisfied, and the emperor will be unable to explain himself. It was difficult to have the best of both worlds, and he didn't even dare to make any suggestions. The emperor seemed to realize that his question was embarrassing for the shadow guard, and he frowned and turned to look at Zhao Ming. Tell me, how should I punish Chu Ning? Zhao Ming's face changed slightly, and he laughed awkwardly. Your Majesty, how dare this old servant say anything about this matter? The emperor glared at him and said, You old fellow, you just stay out of this matter. I am asking you to give me some advice, but I don't have to adopt it. Having said that, Zhao Ming and Shadow Guard still kept silent and did not dare to make any suggestions. Since this concerns Chu Ning, who would dare to make suggestions easily? They still remember that the emperor punished the He father and son for Chu Ning, and wanted to marry off the young lady of the Feng family. No matter what suggestions they make, they will offend Chu Ning. They are not so stupid. The emperor looked at the two people he trusted most and dared not speak. He showed impatience on his face and waved his sleeves. Get out, everyone, and leave me alone. The shadow guard and Zhao Ming breathed a sigh of relief, bowed and left. But just as he reached the door, the emperor seemed to have thought of something and frowned, saying, Go and call Chu Ning to me. Yes. Zhao Ming knew that the matter was of great importance and immediately sent someone to deliver the message. Half an hour later, Chu Ning, who received the news, came to the palace. As soon as he entered the Yingwu Hall, Chu Ning saw several people in the hall. Naturally, the one sitting in the main seat was the chief emperor, and beside him was the eunuch chief Zhao Ming. The first person standing in the hall was the prince, and below him were Zhao Fian and the centurion Han Ping. Chu Ning glanced at everyone and bowed, Greetings, father. The emperor snorted coldly, his face livid. How dare you call me father? I asked you to receive envoys from other countries, but you turned away the princess of Great Zhao. How can this be disgraceful? In front of Zhao Fian, of course I have to give Chu Ning a warning first, otherwise the other party will say that I am protecting Chu Ning. Zhao Fian was not surprised to hear this. Instead, she had an amusement look on her face, as if she was enjoying the show. Chu Ning saw his father blaming him, but he showed no fear on his face. Instead, he frowned and said, Father, although I was born in the common people, I still know the rules. My engagement invitation was not sent to the Great Zhao. The 10th princess came uninvited and even humiliated me, saying that she was a bastard. I naturally cannot allow such a rude person to enter the city. Besides, I am about to go to the front line to fight against the Great Zhao. If I let the Great Zhao princess attend the engagement banquet now, the soldiers on the front line may have objections. The emperor showed up. As expected of my son, he even thought of an excuse. And this excuse sounds really good. However, just as the emperor's expression improved, the prince snorted coldly, glared at Chu Ning fiercely, and shouted angrily, "What nonsense! The 10th princess was invited by me, and the invitation was given to you at that time. It was you who tore up the invitation in public. In front of the emperor, do you still want to quibble?" Chu Ning was slightly stunned, pretending to be very surprised. It turned out that it was really the prince who invited me, but why didn't the prince tell me about this in advance? Misunderstanding, what a huge misunderstanding. I thought the 10th princess deliberately forged your invitation for this, so I tore it up. This guy is really good at pretending. The prince was very angry. He really wanted to expose Chu Ning, but he was worried that he would not be able to justify himself after exposing Chu Ning. After all, he did not inform Chu Ning when he invited Zhao Fian. If Chu Ning kept on holding on to this matter, he would have a hard time explaining himself. The prince took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and said in a cold voice, "Since it is a misunderstanding, then you apologize to Princess Fian, and the matter will be settled." After saying that, he turned to look at Zhao Fian, put on a smiling face and asked, "Princess Fian, please give me some face and let this matter go. How about that?" Zhao Fian glanced at Chu Ning and said calmly, "If he can kneel down and apologize, this princess will naturally forgive him." Kneel down and apologize. The prince narrowed his eyes, and a strange color flashed across them. It seems that this woman wants to humiliate Chu Ning on purpose. This is good. I have been unhappy with Chu Ning for a long time, so I might as well take this opportunity to teach him a lesson. Turning to look at the emperor on the main throne, the prince said in a deep voice, "Father, this matter can be big or small. Since the 10th princess is willing to make a big thing small, then I can only inconvenience my 18th brother." After these words were spoken, the emperor's face looked a little ugly. In front of me, the prince actually asked Chu Ning to kneel down. The prince actually wanted Chu Ning to do such a spineless thing. Are you pretending that I don't exist? The emperor was so angry that his face looked so gloomy that water could drip out of it. But he couldn't get angry yet. If he refused, it would mean that Chu had no sincerity in resolving the matter. But if I agree, I will have to let Chu Ning down. The emperor was unwilling to give up the opportunity to resolve the matter, but he also didn't want to wrong Chu Ning too much. For a moment, the hall became eerily quiet. The prince looked very proud. He believed that his father would agree to this matter for the sake of the overall situation. After all, no one wanted to offend Zhao Fian, which caused the Zhao frontline army to take action in advance. "Chu Ning, you must kneel down today." Zhao Fian's face was also full of pride at this moment. She didn't believe that the emperor of Chu would reject her conditions for the sake of an illegitimate child. Although the conditions were a bit harsh, she didn't think the emperor of Chu would refuse if they were used on an illegitimate child. Chu Ning embarrassed her at the city gate today, so she must humiliate Chu Ning severely. A mere illegitimate child dares to fight with her. Now she wants Chu Ning to see what it means to hit a rock with an egg. "Today, I will make you kneel down and admit your mistake in front of your father Chu Ning and your brother the crown prince." The hall was so quiet, so eerily quiet. The emperor on the main throne knew that this couldn't go on. He sighed and said, "Princess Fian, can you change your request? After all, he is his own son. It is hard to accept that he is being humiliated like this. If I could change the requirements, even if they were a little more demanding, it would be fine." But Zhao Fian said calmly, "This princess has only one request. In a word, the retreat route is completely blocked. If Chu Ning is not forced to kneel down today, this matter cannot be resolved." Seeing that his father was still concerned about his father-son relationship with Chu Ning, the prince could not help but bow and said in a deep voice, "Father, the war situation on the front line is not favorable to our great Chu. This time, Chu Ning has lost the face of Princess Fian. If we don't give an explanation to the great Zhao, the other party will definitely start a war. Please think twice. With such a good opportunity, I must force Chu Ning to kneel down." The emperor hesitated for a moment, and finally fixed his gaze on Chu Ning. Chun Ning, do you have anything else to say? Father, I have nothing to say. Chu Ning grinned. If the king wants his subject to die, he must die. The emperor's expression changed slightly and his brows furrowed. If Chu Ning refuted him a few times, it would be easier for him to deal with it. But for being so obedient, he felt a little guilty. But at this time, Zhao Fian chuckled and said, I just asked you to kneel down and apologize. I don't want to kill you. Why do you have to make it so serious? The prince narrowed his eyes, a strange look flashed across his eyes, and he said in a deep voice, Chu Ning, stop talking nonsense. Now you just need to kneel down to handle this matter. Why do you have to bring up life and death? This time, Chu Ning can't escape from my grasp. I was saved by my father last time, and this time, I will avenge myself in front of him. Chu Ning, I will make you humiliate yourself today. However, facing the siege of the two, Chu Ning just glanced at them calmly and said word by word, I haven't finished what I want to say yet, you two don't need to be so anxious. The emperor's eyes lit up. I knew this kid wouldn't give in so easily. However, at this point, what reason does Chu Ning have to avoid this disaster? The emperor looked at Chu Ning deeply and pretended to be displeased. If you have anything to say it all at once. Chu Ning said calmly, my son's life belongs to my father. Whatever my father tells me to do, I will naturally not dare to disobey. But my father asked me to lead the troops to the front line, and now he wants me to kneel down to Princess de Zhao. This is contradictory. Once the news reaches the ears of the soldiers on the front line, morale will drop by more than half before the final decisive battle even takes place. Today, I can kneel down and apologize, but I would like to ask your majesty to redetermine the selection of the frontline coach. By the way, since you invited the Princess of Great Zhao to come here, it means that you are well aware of the situation in Great Zhao. I recommend you to be the commander of the front line. After saying that, Chu Ning lifted his sleeves and prepared to kneel down. The prince suddenly panicked. According to what Chu Ning meant, as long as he kneeled down today, he would not be able to go to the front line. By then, my father will have to choose a new commander-in-chief, and as the crown prince, he will naturally be the first person to be considered. Combined with what Chu Ning said just now, it was clear that he was trying to divert trouble away. No, Chu Ning cannot be made to kneel down, otherwise I will be the first one to be in trouble. At most, Chu Ning would just kneel down and be humiliated, but there is a great possibility that I would be sent to the front line. Startled, the prince supported Chu Ning with his right hand. Chu Ning, who was about to kneel down, was stunned for a moment, turned to look at the prince, and asked in surprise, Brother Prince, why are you doing this? The prince said sternly, 18th brother, what you just said is like thunder in my ears. If this kneeling affects the morale of the soldiers on the front line, then you must be more cautious. As soon as these words were spoken, an amusement appeared on the emperor's face. This kid Chu Ning really has a way. Even the prince has to admit defeat. Zhao Fian, who was standing aside, had a cold look in her eyes. Chu Ning is indeed cunning. By retreating in order to advance, he actually made the crown prince of Chu retreat. It seems that today's matter is not as simple as I imagined. While he was deep in thought, he heard Chu Ning asked in surprise, why do you say that, prince? Didn't you insist that I kneel down and admit my fault just now? As he said this, he wanted to kneel down. The prince suddenly panicked. This guy is serious. He quickly pulled Chu Ning's hand with force, with a wry smile on his face. I was a little anxious just now and didn't consider the overall situation. I hope you can forgive me, 18th brother. After listening to what my 18th brother said, I finally realized that this matter is of great importance and needs to be handled with caution. Although he knew that Chu Ning was just pretending, he just couldn't do anything about Chu Ning. In order not to go to the front line, I can only swallow my anger. Yeah. Chu Ning looked at the prince with a half-believing and half-doubting look. Is this really what you really think, brother prince, or does you not want to go to the front line? These words made the prince's face change slightly. Although I didn't want to go to the front line, I dared not admit it in front of the emperor. The corner of the crown prince's mouth twitched. 18th brother, you are too kind. As the crown prince, how could I not want to go to the front line? It's just that I am busy with domestic affairs and I really can't spare the time. It would be best if 18th brother could handle this matter. Chu Ning raised his eyebrows and said, "In that case, should I go to the front line?" "It's natural." "What about this kneeling thing?" "This concerns the morale of the soldiers on the front line." "How can I kneel down?" The prince looked righteous and dignified, completely different from his aggressive appearance just now. Chu Ning laughed secretly in his heart. "You are such a coward, and you still want me to kneel down. Since Brother Crown Prince has said so, I will be spared from trouble today." After a pause, he turned to look at the emperor on the main seat. "What do you think, father?" The emperor pretended to be in deep thought, stroked his beard, and nodded, saying, "What you said is not entirely unreasonable." He glanced at Zhao Fian and said calmly, "Princess Zhao, your punishment undermines the dignity of the royal family of Great Chu and is also detrimental to our frontline soldiers. I will not accept it. What's more, it was you who took the initiative to provoke me today, and then humiliated my son Chu Ning. To be honest, I haven't held you accountable yet. You two are both at fault. How about just calling it quits?" The tone of these words clearly showed that he was on Chu Ning's side. Centurion Han Ping's face darkened. He felt indignant and was about to retort immediately. But Zhao Fian stretched out her hand to stop him and chuckled at the emperor. "Since His Majesty the Emperor of Great Chu has said so, if I don't agree, it will seem that I don't know how to appreciate it. This time, I came here to promote friendly relations between our two countries, not to cause trouble. I can let this matter go. However, in the next peace talks, this princess hopes that the Prince of Penglai can participate. In addition, this princess heard that the Prince of Penglai is about to get engaged, and this princess also wants to participate in her engagement banquet, so as to repair the relationship between the two countries." The emperor raised his eyebrows, a hint of surprise flashing across his face. The Zhao army has the upper hand on the front line, but now they want to negotiate, and they even specifically asked Chu Ning to negotiate. Forget about the peace talks, this woman actually wants to attend Chu Ning's engagement party. I'm afraid this is not a good intention. However, it is difficult to refuse this peace talk. If you refuse, the other party will have a legitimate reason to launch an attack on the front line in advance. Agreeing to peace talks now can at least buy some time for the front line." While thinking, the prince hurriedly bowed and saluted. "Father, if this matter can be negotiated successfully, the soldiers on the front line can be spared from the hardship of war." The emperor nodded slightly, but still asked Chu Ning casually, "Chu Ning, what do you think about this matter?" Chu Ning shrugged. "I dare not make a decision for my father without authorization, but I come from the common people and don't know much about peace talks. If I do something excessive, I wonder if Princess Zhao can accept it. If not, of course I accept it." Zhao Fian chuckled and interrupted Chu Ning, "Since I know your background, Your Highness, why would I care about these things? You just need to participate in this peace talk. This princess doesn't care about other things." Chu Ning showed a playful look on his face. "If that's the case, I'll participate in the talks." Zhao Fian did not choose to pursue the matter further. After the emperor agreed to allow Chu Ning to negotiate and attend the engagement banquet, she took the initiative to leave. The prince also felt embarrassed to stay, so he left on the pretext of settling Zhao Fian. For a moment, the emperor and Chu Ning were the only ones left in the hall. The emperor glanced at Chu Ning and said calmly, "You are really brave. Have you ever thought about how our dynasty would respond if the other party attacked us at the front line? Everyone was here just now, so some things were not suitable to be said in front of Zhao Fian. Now there are only two of them left, so of course I have to lead an army to hold them accountable." However, Chu Ning chuckled when he heard this. "Father, the other side now has the advantage on the front line. If they wanted to take action, they would have already done it." The emperor's eyes lit up. "Why do you think so?" Chu Ning said calmly, "Having the upper hand but not taking action is not the style of the Zhao people. In addition, Zhao Fian took the initiative to mention peace talks this time, which must be to delay time. If my prediction is correct, they will not be able to start a war in a short period of time, otherwise they would not use the opportunity of peace talks to delay time." Delay time. The emperor narrowed his eyes and a strange look flashed across them. Logically speaking, it should be the Chu that wants to delay time now. What Chu Ning said does make some sense. It must be that the great Zhao cannot launch the final siege in a short period of time. Thinking of this, the emperor raised his lips slightly, revealing a hint of satisfaction. "If this is true, it will be a good thing for our great Chu." But what do you think of this peace talk? Chu Ning chuckled. Zhao Fian wants to delay time, and we also want to delay time, so let's just play a show with her. Anyway, I come from the common people and don't know much about peace talks, so I will just make trouble when the time comes. There is no way these talks will produce any results, so why not teach Zhao Fian a lesson? Of course, this matter has to be informed to the chief emperor in advance, otherwise who will be responsible if something goes wrong? The emperor frowned and looked hesitant. Chu Ning likes to do things recklessly. If he fails to know when to stop and completely offends Zhao Fian, it will be troublesome. However, since the other party wants to delay time and his attitude is so arrogant, we have no choice but to teach him a lesson. The emperor narrowed his eyes and nodded in agreement. Well, since you have your own ideas, I will not interfere. However, this peace talk is a major event for both countries after all, so let the Minister of Rights and the Minister of Works and officials from the Ministry of Rights participate together, so that you don't become ignorant of some etiquette and become a laughing stock. Your son obeys your order. Chu Ning bowed and said, if there is nothing else, your son will take his leave now. The emperor was about to agree, but then he remembered that Chu Ning was about to get engaged. The queen and I will attend the engagement banquet in 2 days. Ah. Father and the queen are coming. Chu Ning was a little surprised. The emperor had a half-smile on his face. Why, don't you want me and the queen to come? This is not what I meant. Chu Ning lowered his head, his eyes rolling, wondering in his heart why the other party wanted to attend his engagement party. The emperor seemed to know Chu Ning's thoughts and said calmly, you cheated many officials' families last time. I'm afraid they won't let it go. With me in charge of the engagement banquet, I'm sure they won't dare to do anything wrong. Chu Ning was slightly stunned. It turns out that the emperor wanted to keep things under control. At this moment, Chu Ning felt a little touched. Although the emperor wanted him to go to the front line, he was not so ruthless as to ignore everything. As an emperor, he could understand the other party's situation, and being able to do this was already the utmost he could do. What's more, he brought the queen with him, which was considered to be giving himself enough face. Thank you, father. Chu Ning bowed again. Okay, go back and prepare for the engagement party. The emperor waved his hand and said, after the engagement banquet, you can negotiate with Zhao Fian. I understand, son. Chu Ning said and turned to leave. The emperor stared at Chu Ning's departing back in a trance, and only withdrew his gaze when Chu Ning's figure disappeared from his sight. Zhao Ming, what do you think is the purpose of Zhao Fian's coming here? The emperor turned to look at his confidant. Zhao Ming's face straightened. Your Majesty, this matter may not be as simple as it seems. We need spies to find out the situation in Zhao State and the front line before we can make a judgment. The emperor nodded slightly, then shouted outside the palace, Shadow Guard. I'm here. The shadow guard in black nightgown came into the hall quietly. You must immediately arrange for someone to investigate the purpose of Zhao Fian's visit to Beijing. In addition, the relationship between her and the crown prince must also be investigated. The shadow guard's heart trembled, and he immediately bowed and saluted. I obey your command. Zhao Ming's face also changed slightly at this moment. Your Majesty suspects the crown prince and the 10th princess of Dechu. The emperor sneered. He bypassed me and took the initiative to invite this woman. Who knows if they will reach a deal? Zhao Ming was shocked, a look of surprise appeared on his face, and then he kept silent. When it comes to the prince, he dare not say more. The emperor was lost in thought at this moment, but his sharp eyes flashed with cold light from time to time, which made people shudder. The hall fell silent, and after a long while a sigh was heard. Prepare a generous gift for me, and prepare to attend Chu Ning's engagement party in 2 days. Yes. Zhao Ming responded and went down to select personally. Penglai County Prince's Mansion. Chu Ning rode back with Zhao Yun. At the door of the mansion, a horse and carriage were parked, and Guan Yun was guarding the door himself. Your Highness, the princess and Miss Feng are here. Guan Yun saw Chu Ning coming back and immediately stepped forward to salute. Chu Ning raised her eyebrows. Why are they here? Forget it, let's go in first. In the hall, Feng Mulan was pacing back and forth with excitement on her face, while Shen Weining was sitting on the main seat with a calm expression. The two of them seemed to complement each other perfectly when they were still or moving. Chu Ning came in and was about to speak when Feng Mulan rushed up and asked, "I heard that you turned away Princess Zhao today and severely humiliated her." Chu Ning touched her nose and said with a smile, "I didn't expect the news to spread so quickly. Even Miss Feng knew about it." "Is that true?" Feng Mulan's eyes lit up, and she patted Chu Ning's shoulder with her right hand. "Well done. I have long disliked those people in Dezhou, and you gave me a bad breath today." Chu Ning grinned. This palm really hurts. If he hadn't been taking tonics and taking medicinal baths recently, and his physical fitness was a bit stronger than before, he might have broken his bones directly with this palm. "This is what I, the king, should do, but you two are here not just for this matter, right?" Chu Ning jumped over Feng Mulan, and her eyes fell on Shen Weining. Shen Weining nodded slightly. "The engagement banquet is in 2 days. The seats for the guests have been arranged. You still need to confirm this matter." After speaking, she took out a list with their respective official positions and placements written on it. Chu Ning took the list, glanced at it, and said with a smile, "I believe in your ability, and everything will be according to your wishes. However, the first 2 seats must be reserved. The father and the queen will come to our engagement banquet." Shen Weining's expression changed. "Your Majesty and the queen are coming." Chu Ning nodded. "This is what my father said to me personally just now." Shen Weining sighed. "So, I'm afraid we need to add a few more tables." "Why?" Feng Mulan was puzzled. "Isn't it just that there are more His Majesty and Queen? Just add 2 stools." Shen Weining shook her head. "Once this news gets out, all the princes, and princesses will attend." Feng Mulan was stunned. However, Chu Ning touched his chin and smiled evilly. "So, I can receive many more gifts this time. Come, immediately spread the news that my father and the queen will be attending my engagement party." "What?" Chu Ning spread the news that I and the queen were attending his engagement party. That night, inside the Yingwu Hall of the Imperial Palace, the Emperor's surprised voice was heard. Inside the palace, the Shadow Guard said respectfully, "This matter has spread throughout the city. All the princes and ministers have heard the news and are replacing the gifts they had prepared." The Emperor's eyes lit up and a look of sudden enlightenment appeared on his face. It turned out that Chu Ning was sending gifts for these people. Although he originally wanted to participate in this event in a low-key manner and support Chu Ning to deter those who wanted to cause trouble at the engagement party, but since Chu Ning wanted to be high-profile, he would do so for once. Anyway, it is impossible for Chu Ning to keep those gifts. Most of them will be used on the front line. Speaking of which, this is also a good thing for Chu. Since the news has spread, there is no need to conceal it. Zhao Ming, ask the Ministry of Internal Affairs to prepare for the imperial carriage in 2 days. I obey your command. Zhao Ming responded and went downstairs to make arrangements immediately. Then, a cold look flashed across the Emperor's face. "How are the situations with the Crown Prince and Zhao Fian?" The Shadow Guard's face changed slightly, and he replied in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince and Zhao Fian talked for an hour. At that time, the other party deployed people outside the post house, and I did not hear what they talked about." The Emperor's face suddenly looked a little ugly. The Crown Prince of Great Chu was actually secretly spying with the Princess of Great Zhao. Although I don't know what they talked about, I don't think it can be anything good. Keep an eye on them and report any movements immediately. Yes. The Shadow Guard responded and disappeared silently into the hall. In the magnificent hall, candlelight flickered, casting the Emperor's slender shadow. After standing there for a long time, the Emperor finally sighed and said, "Storm is coming, storm is coming." Shaking his head, the Emperor looked down at the secret letter on the table, his eyes gradually becoming cold. As the Emperor asked the Ministry of Internal Affairs to prepare the imperial carriage, all the princes and ministers were completely certain that the Emperor would attend Chu Ning's engagement party. The princes and ministers who originally did not want to attend or send people to attend immediately changed their minds. Even the Emperor and the Empress participated. If they didn't go, wouldn't it mean that they were bigger than the Emperor and the Empress? Moreover, this gift cannot be given casually, it must be given according to the normal gift given by the prince. After all, the Emperor and Empress were present in person, and if the gift was too small, the Emperor would definitely think it was a disrespect for the royal family. Everyone was not a fool. After confirming that the emperor and empress were participating, they took action one after another. In the next 2 days, Kyoto City was very lively, and the prince and officials came and went frequently. They all know what gifts the other party will give, and they are afraid that their gifts will be short and the emperor will be dissatisfied. 2 days passed by in a flash, and the day came when Chu Ning and Shen Weining got engaged. Early in the morning, Shen Weining was escorted by the Shen family to the palace. Today, Shen Weining specially wore a bright red gown with various birds and animals embroidered with gold threads. She wore a red hat and crown, and 3,000 blue silk threads were coiled up. She looked very noble and elegant. A light rouge was applied to her already delicate face, but instead of making her look more seductive, the rouge made her calm face look very stable. Even Chu Ning couldn't help but be stunned when she saw Shen Weining looking like this. Feng Mulan, who accompanied Shen Weining at the side, curled her lips. "What, do you plan to let us stand here all the time?" Chu Ning came back to her senses, smiled and saluted the old woman in front of Shen Weining. "I've seen Mrs. Shen, please come in." Mrs. Shen was not satisfied with the marriage, and seeing Chu Ning being so frivolous, she couldn't help but snorted, and walked towards the house with her sleeves rolled up. However, Shen Weining gave Chu Ning an apologetic look, and then she took her mother's hand and went in together. Chu Ning touched her nose and laughed, but she didn't pursue it too much. Anyway, his purpose today was the congratulatory gifts from the princes and ministers, and Mrs. Shen's attitude was not important to him. "Take care of Mrs. Shen and the princess, and I will go to the door to greet everyone in person." Chu Ning made all the arrangements and then took Guan Yun and Zhao Yu to greet them at the gate of the mansion. In less than an incense stick of time, the first guest appeared. The man was wearing a blue suit, and his 3,000 black hair were braided into strips, scattered randomly on his back and shoulders. A pair of bright eyes, coupled with a faint smile, who else could it be but Zhao Fian, the 10th princess of the Great Zhao? Chu Ning was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that the other party would be the first one to arrive. Guan Yun and Zhao Yu's faces changed slightly, and they moved towards Chu Ning. If the other party dared to make trouble, they would definitely not let him off easily. "Congratulations to the Prince of Penglai on his engagement today. I am here in person. I hope His Royal Highness will not be unwelcome to me, right?" Zhao Fian was very satisfied with Chu Ning's reaction. She chuckled with a hint of teasing in her tone. Chu Ning came back to his senses. Although he was a little surprised, he was not shocked. "I welcome the personal congratulations from the 10th princess of Great Zhao. However, gifts are required for attending a wedding. I wonder if the 10th princess has brought any." Chu Ning showed no sign of being outdone. As he spoke, he looked at Han Ping behind the other person, as if he wanted to see if he had brought any gifts. Judging from the situation, if Zhao Fian doesn't bring any gifts, they really won't let her in. This guy is so shameless. How dare you be so arrogant and ask for gifts in person? Just as the Crown Prince of Great Chu said, this is just a shameless and uneducated brat. Zhao Fian chuckled and waved her right hand. "Don't worry, this princess still has some manners." Han Ping, who was standing behind, immediately stepped forward and opened the box in his hand. When Chu Ning took a look, it turned out to be a ginseng. "Is this your gift, Princess 10 of Great Zhao?" Chu Ning spoke very seriously about the word princess. It was obvious that he was not happy with the gift. Zhao Fian laughed. The Prince of Penglai was born in the common people, and he didn't know that this ginseng is 300 years old. It's not surprising that it can strengthen the body after taking it. However, the two people around you are good at martial arts, you should know the effects of this ginseng if you ask them. Chu Ning turned to look at Guan Yun and Zhao Yu. The two looked at each other and nodded. Zhao Yu took the initiative to explain, 300 years of ginseng is enough to change the body's constitution, and martial artists can even increase their strength by taking it. However, if a person with a weak body takes it, he may not be able to benefit from it and may be harmed instead. Chu Ning narrowed his eyes. Zhao Fian must have known that she had no martial arts skills and was not very strong, and was certain that she could not use this ginseng, so she dared to send it as a gift. While thinking, Zhao Fian raised the corner of her mouth slightly, revealing a hint of playfulness. "Your Highness, if you want to get engaged, you must be intimate with Princess Shen. This ginseng can help you. However, although ginseng is good, I wonder if His Royal Highness the Prince would dare to accept this ginseng. Chu Ning narrowed his eyes, and a cold light flashed across them. This woman is giving herself problems. If you don't accept it, the other party will definitely use it as an excuse to cause trouble. It is really unacceptable to refuse gifts from others for no reason. Just accept it. The other party will definitely laugh at you for being in poor health and needing the help of ginseng. It's a dilemma. A 300-year-old ginseng made Chu Ning fall into deep thought. Just at this moment, the sound of horse hooves was heard outside the palace gate, and many officials arrived one after another. The MC who was about to speak at the door changed his expression slightly when he saw this. He came to Chu Ning and whispered, "Your Highness, the auspicious time is approaching. The ministers of the court are coming." Chu Ning frowned and looked out onto the street, and sure enough, he saw many officials either on horseback or in sedan chairs rushing towards the palace. If he continued to entangle with Zhao Fian, he would become a laughingstock when everyone arrived. While deep in thought, the corners of Zhao Fian's mouth slightly raised, revealing a surprising degree. "Are you in a dilemma? You must be sweating all over. I told you to go against this princess. Today, this princess is going to make you lose face in front of everyone. Humph, if you dare to turn me away, I will make you pay." Does a ginseng make His Royal Highness so embarrassed? Zhao Fian opened her red lips slightly, glanced at Chu Ning's lower body, and said with a smile, "Is there something unspeakable about your Highness?" She said the last 4 words with great emphasis. Chu Ning raised his eyebrows and said, "Princess Fian has misunderstood. I just think this item is too precious, so I hesitated. Since Princess Fian insists, I will refuse it." With a wave of his right hand, the servant beside him reached out to take the ginseng. Zhao Fian chuckled, and Han Ping suddenly shouted, "The 10th princess of Great Zhao is giving me a 300-year-old ginseng." As soon as these words were spoken, the officials who arrived one after another were shocked and all stood there in a daze. Although it is common to give ginseng as a gift at weddings, 300-year-old ginseng is extremely precious. What's more, the person who sent the gift was Zhao Fian from the hostile dynasty, which made them even more surprised. At this time, Zhao Fian's voice rang in everyone's ears, "I heard that His Royal Highness the Prince of Penglai was born in the common people and is weak. Now he is engaged to Princess Shen. This ginseng can help His Royal Highness show his power. Although she is a woman, she doesn't mind the matters between men and women when she speaks." Most of the civil and military officials of the Chu state who came over from nearby had grim expressions on their faces, but a small number of them were gloating over the misfortune. "Chu Ning, you are so arrogant, today you finally met someone who can deal with you. If someone tells you in public that you are useless and need to eat ginseng to replenish your body, it will definitely become a huge joke if it gets out. How dare you be so rude in the palace?" Guan Yun, who had a hot temper, frowned, and his aura suddenly exploded, and he was about to rush forward. Chu Ning frowned and reached out to stop Guan Yun. "Today is the day of my wedding, you can't do anything." "Your Highness," but she. "Back off." Although Guan Yun was indignant, he did not dare to disobey Chu Ning's orders and could only retreat with reluctance on his face. Of course, Chu Ning would not allow Zhao Fian to humiliate him in public. It's too childish to use such tricks in front of him. Chu Ning grinned, revealing a row of white teeth, and a hint of amusement appeared on his face, like a beast seeing its prey. "The 10th princess is so generous. She even knew that I was weak and sent me this ginseng." Chu Ning smiled and said, "It just so happens that I am about to rush to the front line to lead the troops in battle. If I can use this life to strengthen my body before leaving, maybe I can kill more enemies on the front line." After a pause, Chu Ning looked at the ministers outside and said with a smile, "My lords, do you think I should thank the 10th princess of Great Zhao?" The ministers were stunned when they heard this, and then they reacted. "Who are the enemies on the Dezhou front?" "Of course it's Dezhou." Chu Ning ate ginseng from Dezhou to nourish his body, but he wanted to kill the soldiers of Dezhou. The 10th princess of the Great Zhao is really stupid. Seeing Zhao Fian's face that was as dark as water due to anger, the officials burst into laughter and started to mock her. "Your Highness is right. Princess Fian is quite a nice person. This ginseng is a great gift, Princess Fian. If you have more ginseng like this next time, please remember to send a few more." Ha 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 ha, Your Highness, if you accept this ginseng, you can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. As expected of the great Zhao, with its wealth and power, knowing that Your Highness needs ginseng right now, they actually took the initiative to deliver it to your door. This is truly a timely help. The words of the ministers were like sharp swords, piercing Zhao Fian's heart. She never dreamed that Chu Ning could come up with such a shameless reason. I still underestimated Chu Ning. Zhao Fian's eyes were cold, and her aura completely collapsed at this moment. She no longer had the arrogance she had when she first came to the palace. But at this moment, Chu Ning laughed and said, Princess Fian, why don't you say anything? Don't you agree with what I said? Zhao Fian looked at Chu Ning deeply and said, I didn't expect that Your Highness is so eloquent. It's Fian who is rude. However, today is Your Highness's big day, so Fian won't steal the show. After saying that, she took Han Ping and walked into the mansion. Although my plan did not succeed, this is not the point of today. The big show at the engagement party hasn't even begun yet. Chu Ning, humph, I'll let you be arrogant for a while, but I'll show you what's happening later. Your Highness, are you really going to let her in like this? Guan Yun stared at Zhao Fian's back, a look of displeasure appearing on his face. He has always disliked this woman. Chu Ning nodded slightly. Today is a good day for this king, it is not appropriate to cause trouble. If she drinks a glass of wedding wine in peace in the mansion, it will be fine. If she makes other moves, this king will naturally not forgive her. Guan Yun narrowed his eyes and said, my subordinates will keep an eye on her. Although Chu Ning didn't believe that Zhao Fian would dare to take action in the palace, just in case, he nodded and agreed to let Guan Yun go in and keep an eye on it. Just then, when the ministers saw Zhao Fian entering the palace, they began to present gifts. Taifu presents me with a pair of Hetian red jade bracelets. The Minister of Revenue presents a golden crown. The Dali Temple minister presents a piece of golden silk armor. The gifts from the officials were so rich that Chu Ning couldn't stop smiling. He extended his hand to receive everyone and listened carefully to the gifts. Although he knew that the ministers would spend a lot of money considering the emperor and empress came in person, it was still a little beyond his expectations that they would send such a precious gift. Of course, although the ministers' gifts were surprising, Chu Ning was still waiting. He is waiting for gifts from his brothers. It took a full hour for all the ministers to present their gifts, and finally it was the turn of the royal family to present their gifts. The prince presents a gift of 100 kilograms of tonic medicine. King Han presents a gift of 100 kilograms of tonic medicine. The King of Qi presents a gift of 100 kilograms of tonic medicine. It was as if these people had discussed it beforehand, and each person's gift was 100 kilograms of tonic. Chu Ning grinned, revealing a look of satisfaction. Although he knew that these guys sent him the tonic with ulterior motives and wanted to wait until he died in the front line before taking the tonic back, he had no intention of dying on the front line. Your Highness and all the brothers are too polite. Just come on. What gifts do you want to bring? Come on, please come in. Chu Ning warmly welcomed everyone into the mansion. At this time, the voice of the eunuch chief, Zhao Ming, came from outside, Your Majesty has arrived, and the Queen has arrived. Chu Ning's eyes lit up. Finally here. I just don't know what gifts the Emperor and Empress will give me. These gifts from the two of them will definitely be worth a lot if they are sold. Greetings to the Emperor, the Queen. Chu Ning went over to him with a smile on his face. The imperial carriage descended, and the Emperor, dressed in a bright yellow robe, came down first. The Emperor changed his previous majestic appearance in dragon robe and put on a fatherly smile. Then, a middle-aged woman in purple palace dress slowly got down from the imperial carriage. Although she does not have a stunning appearance, she exudes the aura of a mother of the country. It was the Queen of Great Chu, the biological mother of the current crown prince, Zhu Shuyao. Looking at Chu Ning, who bowed his head, a strange look flashed in the Queen's eyes. During this period, she had heard about what Chu Ning had done, but she knew that Chu Ning was about to go to the front line as a scapegoat, so she did not pay much attention to Chu Ning. If the Emperor hadn't invited her personally, she wouldn't have been able to attend Chu Ning's engagement party. The first time I saw Chu Ning, looking at that face that somewhat resembled the Emperor, for some reason, I felt a little nervous that Chu Ning would compete with my son for the throne. But then, thinking that Chu Ning was going to the front line, that worry was thrown out of the window. At this time, the emperor raised his hand and chuckled, "Today is your big day, no need to be polite, come, bring up the gift." Zhao Ming, who was behind him, immediately stepped forward and shouted, "His Royal Highness, I am very happy to see your engagement. I will give you 10 hu of pearls, 100 rolls of silk, 1,000 war horses, and 10,000 taels of gold." As expected of an emperor, he is generous. With so many war horses, the combat effectiveness of the army he formed would be enhanced. Chu Ning's eyes lit up. "Thank you, father." The emperor smiled and said, "Well, you have a lot to do today. You don't have to focus on me. Let's complete the engagement ceremony first." "Yes, father, please come in, your majesty." Chu Ning personally led the way. Entering the palace, the emperor saw that it had been completely decorated. The entire yard was decorated with lights and colorful lanterns, and the windows were covered with big red wedding characters. The courtyard was already filled with princes and civil and military officials. When they saw the emperor coming, they all bowed and said, "Your Majesty, Father, Your Majesty the Empress." The emperor nodded slightly and said in a clear voice, "Today is the day of the Penglai County Prince's great joy. The Queen and I have come to join in the fun and share in the joy. You all don't have to be reserved." Everyone said yes, and for a moment, the atmosphere on the scene was full of joy. Seeing that the time was almost right, the Queen took the initiative to take over the conversation. "The auspicious time is almost here, so we won't delay the Prince of Penglai. Your Majesty, please sit over here." The emperor nodded slightly and followed the Queen to the main seat. Afterwards, the master of ceremonies at the imperial clan court shouted, "The auspicious time has arrived. Prince Penglai and Princess Shen are invited to enter." Shen Weining, who had been waiting in the side hall, was helped by Feng Mulan and a maid to the main hall, and Chu Ning also strode to her side. After the master of ceremonies introduced the identities of both parties in a series of lengthy sentences, Chu Ning and Shen Weining knelt down and worshipped their parents. Although it is an engagement, it is similar to a marriage and requires the approval of both parents. This series of rituals lasted for an hour before all the procedures were completed. The master of ceremonies breathed a sigh of relief. Everything goes smoothly and he can finally retire with success. After the ceremony, the banquet begins. As the MC finished these words, the atmosphere suddenly became lively. The servants of the palace came up with steaming meals, and the aroma of the delicious wine and food made many people eager to pour themselves wine. On the main throne, the emperor and the empress sat at the top, with the prince and Mrs. Shen on the left and right respectively, and Chu Ning and Shen Weining below. Chu Ning held the wine glass and smiled, "Thank you very much, father, for finding this marriage for your son." The emperor nodded and picked up the wine glass. "From now on, you must treat Princess Shen well." "Father, let go, I will not let Weining be wronged." "Okay, ha 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 ha." Seeing that Chu Ning had even changed her title, but Shen Weining didn't show any displeasure, the emperor laughed and drank down the wine glass in his hand. However, just when Chu Ning was about to toast the queen, a gust of fragrant wind came along with the sound of footsteps. Immediately, a clear and sweet voice sounded from behind, "Congratulations to His Royal Highness Prince Penglai on your successful engagement. I would like to offer this glass of wine to you, Princess." Chu Ning raised her eyebrows. Although she was a little surprised that Zhao Fian jumped out, she still turned around and chuckled. "It's rare for Princess Zhao to come to my court once. I drank this glass of wine." After saying that, Chu Ning drank it all in one gulp. Zhao Fian raised the corners of her mouth slightly and drank the wine glass in one gulp. Although she is a woman, her heroic spirit is not inferior to that of a man. After drinking, Zhao Fian turned to look at Shen Weining, picked up the jug and poured herself a glass of wine, and said with a smile, "It is said that Princess Shen is the most talented woman in Chu. When I saw her today, I didn't expect her appearance to be so amazing. I'd like to toast you with this glass of wine." After finishing speaking, without waiting for Shen Weining to speak, she directly drank the full wine glass in one gulp. Shen Weining frowned slightly. She wasn't good at drinking, but she couldn't refuse Zhao Fian's toast. But in front of everyone, if you refuse, the other party may cause more trouble. With her heart pounding, Shen Weining picked up the wine glass and was about to drink it all in one go. But at this moment, his right wrist was held by a pair of warm palms. Surprised, he looked up and saw that it was Chu Ning. Chu Ning grinned, I'll drink this glass of wine for you." After saying that, Chu Ning looked at Zhao Fian and said with a smile, "I drank this drink on behalf of my fiancée. Does Princess Fian have no objection?" Zhao Fian raised her eyebrows. "Since we are engaged, if Princess Shen is too drunk, Prince Penglai can naturally do it for her." Chu Ning smiled slightly, raised his glass and drank it in one gulp. Beside Shen Weining, a touch of emotion flashed in her heart. Although his marriage to Chu Ning was decided against his will, Chu Ning's current performance is indeed impressive. Even Mrs. Shen, who originally had a bad attitude toward Chu Ning, now softened a lot. However, Zhao Fian did not want to let Shen Weining go just like this. That 300-year-old ginseng plant was just a knock on the door. If she dared to come today, she was naturally prepared. With a slight smile, Zhao Fian looked at the emperor. "I heard that the person who is engaged to His Royal Highness Prince Penglai this time is the most talented woman in Chu. She is not only outstanding in appearance but also extremely talented. It just so happens that my country, Zhao, has something that has been difficult to deal with. Taking advantage of the presence of Princess Shen today, I would like to ask for advice." The emperor's eyes narrowed, and a strange color flashed through his eyes. Although Shen Weining is well known, Zhao Fian must have been well prepared if she dared to make such a request in public. If she agrees, if Shen Weining cannot solve it, Chu Ning and the royal family will lose face. But if he refuses, Zhao Fian will not give up, and it will also be detrimental to the reputations of Shen Weining and Chu Ning. Chu Ning will go to the front line soon. If the reputation of Shen Weining, Chu Ning's fiancé, is damaged at this moment, it will definitely affect Chu Ning's reputation, and even affect the morale of the front line. For a moment, the emperor was silent, not daring to agree immediately. Zhao Fian raised the corner of her mouth slightly and said with a chuckle, "His Majesty the Emperor of Dachu will not even agree to such a small request of mine, right?" "This." The emperor frowned, a thoughtful look on his face. Zhao Fian was obviously well prepared. She deliberately raised this matter in front of so many people at the engagement party. She must be very sure that it would be difficult for Shen Weining to solve it. By then, it would be a small matter if Shen Weining lost face, but they would lose face if they lost face, and the big trouble would be if the frontline soldiers lost morale. At this moment, Shen Weining said calmly, "Your Majesty, since even the Zhao dynasty cannot solve this matter, why not let me try?" Although she didn't know what problems Zhao Fian would encounter, she had absolute confidence in herself. It's not for nothing that she's called the most talented woman in Dachu. Pa bang bang. Zhao Fian applauded and said with a smile, "She is indeed the most talented woman in Chu. Her confidence alone is unmatched by others." Chu Ning raised her eyebrows, and a solemn look flashed in her eyes. In fact, he was not very willing to let Shen Weining come forward, but Shen Weining had already spoken, so it was not easy for him to stop her. What's more, this matter is related to Dachu's face and cannot be decided by him alone. When the emperor saw Shen Weining agreeing, he immediately said in a deep voice, "In that case, Princess Fian will tell you about the difficult things in your Zhao dynasty." The prince laughed secretly in his heart. Chu Ning, I want to see how you and your fiancé make a fool of yourself today." The originally lively engagement party was now extremely quiet, with everyone's attention focused on Zhao Fian. At this moment, Zhao Fian was like the moon surrounded by stars, radiant and dazzling. Under the expectant eyes of the crowd, Zhao Fian waved her right hand and said loudly, "Bring it in." Then, 5 soldiers from the Great Zhao came up to the crowd carrying 5 jars. There are exquisite patterns on the jar, and there are 2 ears on both sides. The middle mouth of the jar is sealed with a lid. I don't know what is inside. With everyone's surprised eyes, Zhao Fian put her hands behind her back and introduced, "There is a priceless jade pendant in these 5 jars, but unfortunately, 2 poisonous snakes raised by this princess sneaked in. These 2 poisonous snakes are extremely ferocious. If you are bitten by them, you will die after 5 steps. This princess request is very simple, take out the jade pendant without damaging the vase." As soon as these words came out, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Even Chu Ning frowned. 5 jars, 2 snakes, a 3/5 chance of getting a jade pendant, and a 2/5 chance of being bitten by a snake. This is really a problem. It seems like there are a lot of opportunities, but who knows how many snakes are there? What if there is a snake in every jar? This is a conspiracy. If Shen Weining didn't dare to take action, she would have no choice but to admit defeat. If Shen Weining takes action, does she dare to bet that there are only 2 snakes in the jar? While thinking, Zhao Fian's voice sounded, Princess Shen, Princess Shen. Chu Ning looked up and saw Shen Weining beside her, whose face was pale and ugly. With a raised brow, Chu Ning quietly held her hand. Feeling the warmth coming from her hands, Shen Weining's expression softened a lot. This was the first time Chu Ning saw Shen Weining looking like this, and she couldn't help but feel a little strange. But then he reacted. Women are inherently afraid of those cold-blooded animals. In addition, the jar contains poisonous snakes. Who dares to try it easily? What's more, Shen Weining doesn't know martial arts, so she will naturally be nervous when encountering something like this. Fortunately, Shen Weining is the most talented woman after all. After calming down, she took a deep breath and slowly calmed down. It's a pity that Zhao Fian didn't give her any time to think, and stretched out her hand to signal, the most talented woman in Dachu, please. Shen Weining knew that she could not retreat. Once she retreated, Dachu's face would be lost. What's more, today is still the day of my engagement. If I back down, I will definitely become a joke. Biting her silver teeth, Shen Weining let go of Chu Ning's hand and walked towards the 5 jars. Although she knew that the jar contained poisonous snakes and was afraid of such animals, she had to go in for the sake of face. Zhao Fian looked at Shen Weining's pale face and raised the corners of her mouth. Turning to look at Chu Ning, she found that Chu Ning's face was solemn, and the smile on her face became wider. Are you afraid now? Weren't you very arrogant when you turned this princess away? If I don't let you see how powerful this princess is, you still think that this princess will swallow this breath. Just wait, Shen Weining is bitten by a poisonous snake in a while, and you will beg me for help. Those 2 snakes are the gifts prepared by this princess for you. The more she thought about it, the more proud Zhao Fian saw that Shen Weining had not yet taken action, so she couldn't help but smile and said, Princess Shen, don't you dare to take action. Or is it that you, the most talented woman, can't think of a solution? Shen Weining's face became even more ugly. The arrow is on the string and must be fired. Her heart became fierce, and she was about to reach out and give it a try to the jar in the middle. All eyes in the audience were focused on Shen Weining. Stop. Suddenly, a cooing sound interrupted Shen Weining's actions. At the same time, a graceful figure jumped up from the side and landed steadily in front of Shen Weining. Mulan. Weining, let me do this. Feng Mulan turned to look at Zhao Fian with an angry look on her face. Aren't they just 2 snakes? I'll give you 1 jar at a time to try. After saying that, she rolled up her sleeves and was about to open the lid of the jar. Zhao Fian's face darkened. This woman is such a nuisance. I must not let this woman ruin my plan. Zhao Fian narrowed her eyes and sneered, who are you? How dare you attack without authorization? Feng Mulan opened her mouth to explain. But Zhao Fian didn't give her a chance to speak, and sneered at the emperor on the main seat, Your Majesty, are all the people of Great Chu so rude? The emperor's face darkened, back off. Just as Feng Mulan was about to speak, Feng Anguo rushed over with a furious look on his face, get out of here, father. Daddy. Back off. Under Feng Anguo's strong interference, Feng Mulan could only turn around and retreat with an indignant look on her face. But there was a hint of worry in his eyes. No one knows Shen Weining better than her. For a weak woman who does not know martial arts, she is afraid of ordinary snakes, let alone venomous snakes. Zhao Fian watched the obstructive woman retreat, with a look of amusement on her face. You Dachu are really interesting. No man dares to come forward, but a woman dares to take the initiative. As she said that, she looked around and smiled contemptuously. You must have also seen that the most talented woman in your country has not dared to take action. She must have not thought of a solution. I am very disappointed. I thought you, the most talented woman in Chu, could solve this matter perfectly, but I didn't expect it to end like this. It seems that the title of the most talented woman in Dachu is not worthy of her reputation. Of course, if anyone here is confident that this matter can be resolved, you can also come forward. As soon as this statement came out, everyone was in an uproar. At this moment, everyone understood that Zhao Fian was not only going to ruin Chen Weini's reputation as the most talented woman in Dachu today, but she was also going to severely humiliate everyone present. The emperor also realized the seriousness of the problem at this moment. If the matter is not resolved today, Zhao Fian will definitely say that there is no one in Chu. Thinking of this, the emperor narrowed his eyes and flashed a cold light. My dear lords, who of you dares to step forward and have a try? 5 jars, 2 venomous snakes, and the jade pendant in the jar must be obtained without damaging the jar. Who dares to face such a difficult problem? Even Chen Weiniang, the most talented woman in Dachu, was at a loss what to do, and other officials at the scene also looked embarrassed at this moment. For a moment, everyone at the scene looked at each other. You looked at me, I looked at you, as if no one dared to step forward. Are you kidding? That's a 5-step snake, which is highly poisonous. If you get bitten by it, you will die on the spot. Everyone present was a minister of the imperial court. Who would dare to gamble with their own life? The scene suddenly became deathly quiet and no one dared to speak. The emperor's face suddenly turned gloomy. There were so many ministers, but not one of them dared to stand up. If I look like this, Zhao Fian will definitely laugh at me. Sure enough, Zhao Fian looked around and saw that no one was talking. She couldn't help but chuckle. How come there is no one in the Great Chu who can stand up and solve this matter? The emperor's expression became even uglier. He stood up and said slowly in a voice as cold as 1,000-year-old ice, My dear ministers, are you helpless over such a small matter? The ministers did not dare to speak, let alone look the emperor in the eye, and they all lowered their heads. The emperor glanced at everyone and his eyes fixed on a white-haired old man at the second table. Master, you have always been an outstanding writer. This matter. The Grand Tutor's face changed drastically, and he quickly stepped forward and saluted, Your Majesty, I am old and I don't know martial arts. The thing in this jar is a 5-step snake. What if I? All right. The emperor frowned and waved his hand, looking at an official behind the Grand Tutor. Prime Minister, you are always very smart, do you have any solution for this matter? The Prime Minister who was named felt bitter. This 5-step snake is extremely poisonous, how could he dare to test the poison on himself? Your Majesty, I, like the Master, do not know martial arts. If I try rashly, not only will I be unable to resolve the matter, I may even be bitten by the venomous snake. Of course the Prime Minister didn't dare to go up. What a joke, it concerns his life, whoever wants to go can go, but he doesn't dare to go anyway. Since 2 ministers didn't dare to come forward, a mocking look appeared on Zhao Fian's face. You two are the Grand Tutor and Prime Minister of Great Chu. If even you can't solve this matter, then it seems that there is really no one in Great Chu who can help this princess find that priceless jade pendant. Zhao Fian raised her lips slightly, this jade pendant is inherited from my ancestors. It is not only priceless, but also symbolizes my status. If anyone can get this jade pendant, I will give it to him. After a pause, Zhao Fian glanced at everyone present and chuckled, but now it seems that no one in Dachu can take out this jade pendant. Mockery. This was a mockery in front of the emperor and all the civil and military officials of the Chu state. The emperor's hands were shaking with anger, and his cold eyes flashed with murderous intent. As a 95-year-old man, when did he ever suffer such humiliation? If he doesn't find a way to resolve this matter today, once word gets out, Dachu's face will be lost. Even the morale of frontline soldiers will plummet. It's a pity that no one can solve the problem that Dezhao has raised, so he can only hold it in his heart. At this moment, Zhao Yu suddenly came to Chu Ning and handed Chu Ning something unknown. The two of them were still whispering to each other. Chu Ning took what Zhao Yu handed over and immediately retracted his hands into his sleeves. No one could see what was in his sleeves. Of course, the actions of the two of them also attracted the attention of interested people. The prince suddenly stood up and saluted the emperor. Father, today is the day of the engagement of the 18th brother. Since Princess Fian named Princess Shen to solve this matter, and Princess Shen cannot solve it, why not let the 18th brother try? Anyway, I have already brought the antidote for the 5-step snake, so I will just teach Chu Ning a lesson this time. Chu Ning must not be allowed to die, otherwise who will go to the front line to be the scapegoat? But it is necessary to make Chu Ning lose face in public, because this guy has been against me time and time again. However, the prince's words made the emperor raise his eyebrows. Nonsense, Chu Ning has no martial arts skills and is about to go to the front line. How can we let Chu Ning solve this matter? The second prince Chu Ming also stared at the prince with displeasure on his face and said coldly, "Brother prince, don't lose the big picture for the small one. If something really happened to Chu Ning, the frontline commander must be selected from among their group of princes. The crown prince is the heir apparent and is unlikely to go to the front line. Instead, the most likely person to go is the second prince. Therefore, nothing must happen to Chu Ning." The prince was not surprised by this, but said calmly, "Father, I have just sent someone to find the antidote for the 5-step snake. Even if Chu Ning is bitten by the venomous snake, it will not matter." After saying this, the prince shouted outside, "Someone, bring the antidote." An East Palace guard immediately stepped forward and handed over a bottle of antidote. The prince walked in front of Chu Ning with the antidote in his hand and waved it, saying with a smile, "18th brother, you can help Princess Fian get the jade pendant with peace of mind." Chu Ning's face changed, and his voice trembled a little. "Brother Crown Prince, I don't know martial arts, so you should handle this matter." Scared, Chu Ning was scared. "Ha ha ha ha, Chu Ning, you also have come to this day." The prince laughed secretly in his heart. "Are you scared now?" Too late. The crown prince, who was confident of winning, slightly raised his lips. "Today is the big day for your engagement, my 18th brother. How can I take the lead? Besides, this is what Princess Fian means, right? Princess Fian." As he said that, the prince deliberately turned his head to look at Zhao Fian. Zhao Fian nodded and said with a smile, "Yes, this matter should have been solved by Princess Shen. Since Princess Shen is unable to solve the matter as a prostitute, your fiancé should help her solve it." As soon as these words came out, the emperor's face turned completely gloomy. The prince actually sang with Zhao Fian. "This traitor. This is going to embarrass Dachu." At this moment, the 10th prince suddenly stood up and said with a smile, "Since the prince brother has prepared the antidote, it doesn't matter even if the 18th brother you are bitten by a poisonous snake, you might as well give it a try." The other princes looked at each other and spoke in agreement. Not only that, the ministers who had been silent suddenly became interested. "Your Majesty, what His Royal Highness the Crown Prince said is absolutely right. Please give it a try, Prince Penglai." "Yes, Your Majesty, there is an antidote. Your Highness's life is safe. Maybe with luck you can find the jade pendant. Without further delay, please ask the Prince of Penglai to give it a try. Today is the engagement day of the Prince of Penglai. This matter should be resolved by His Royal Highness the Prince." For a time, Chu Ning became the target of public criticism. Originally, Chu Ning was going to the front line, and no one dared to let Chu Ning solve this matter at this time. But now it's different. The prince has found the antidote for the 5-step snake, which makes them no longer have to worry. Who let Chu Ning cheat them out of so much money? Today, Chu Ning must be made to lose face. All the ministers and princes were happy to see this. They had even begun to imagine in their minds the scene of Chu Ning being bitten by a poisonous snake and screaming. Everyone recommended Chu Ning to solve Zhao Fian's problem. Although the emperor knew that everyone had bad intentions and wanted to avenge Chu Ning for cheating them out of their money, at this moment, he really couldn't refuse. Moreover, this guy Chu Ning has offended so many people before. If he is not taught a lesson, it will be difficult for everyone to get over their anger. Besides, today's incident has become such a big deal, there must be a result. After all, it was Chu Ning's engagement party, and a continued stalemate would be disadvantageous to the royal family. The emperor narrowed his eyes and looked at Chu Ning. "What do you think about this?" "The emperor has spoken, what else can I do?" Chu Ning shrugged, looking nonchalant. "Since brother Crown Prince has even found the antidote, I must take action. However, this problem originally belonged to Great Zhao, and now she wants us to help her solve it. What if I am really lucky enough to find the jade pendant? How can we not get some benefits?" Zhao Fian sneered, "Didn't I just say that the jade pendant is yours once you get it?" "Not enough." Chu Ning chuckled and said, "You guys have never been able to get the jade pendant, so once I get it, it will naturally be mine." The meaning is simple: he will not take action without sufficient benefits. This bastard is really a money grubber. Even at this time, he still wants benefits. Okay, this princess will give you enough benefits, and wait until you are bitten to death by the snake, and then see how arrogant you can still be. Zhao Fian sneered in her heart, but on the surface she showed a look of sudden enlightenment. Penglai County King's words make sense, but this princess did not think it through. Well, if you can take out the jade pendant without being bitten by a snake, all the 200 horses of my princess's cavalry will be yours. These 200 horses were the biggest bet she could make at the moment. Doesn't Chu Ning want to go to the front line? These 200 war horses will definitely make Chu Ning's heart flutter. Sure enough, Chu Ning's eyes lit up, flashing with excitement. But just when he was about to agree, Shen Weiying on the side pulled his arm with a worried look on her face and said softly, "This matter is too dangerous, why should your highness take the risk?" Chu Ning rolled his eyes and nodded, "Yes, this matter is too risky. Otherwise, why don't I just admit defeat? Anyway, brothers and adults don't dare to try it. Even if I admit defeat, no one will say anything." Tao Si. Zhao Fian immediately became anxious when she heard this. He had prepared a plan for a long time, how could he let Chu Ning give in so easily? It must be that the benefits I gave were not enough. Increasing the stakes will surely make Chu Ning tempted. With a ruthless heart, Zhao Fian said coldly, "Why does Prince Penglai have to do this? If you feel that the conditions are not enough, this princess can add another 200 sets of armor." This armor was naturally worn by the soldiers of the great Zhao delegation. Chu Ning's eyes lit up, "Really? This princess keeps her word," Zhao Fian said firmly. But Chu Ning suddenly smiled strangely, "Since the warhorse and armor are both put up for bet, why not take out the weapons as well? This guy is destroying the fighting power of his own soldiers. However, as long as this guy agrees to resolve this matter, any price is acceptable. Anyway, Chu Ning will definitely lose. Since it is the request of the Penglai County King, this princess will naturally not refuse." Zhao Fian agreed readily, but her eyes were full of murderous intent. "Now, can the Prince of Penglai take action?" "No rush." Chu Ning smiled slightly, "I still have something to say to all the brothers and the adults." The prince felt a chill in his heart, and for some reason, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. This feeling is like being stared at by a ferocious beast, which is chilling. Thinking of Chu Ning's greedy face, the prince's face instantly turned gloomy. Not only the crown prince, but other princes and a group of ministers also felt sympathetic at this moment, wondering what Chu Ning would say to them. But everyone knows that Chu Ning will ask for benefits if he doesn't take action. They have been frightened by Chu Ning's endless ways of making money. Only the emperor stared at Chu Ning with a puzzled look on his face, his heart full of confusion. How old is this kid? Why is he still so greedy? Looking at that nonchalant look, could it be that he has a plan to deal with it? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Even Shen Weiying, so many ministers, and even I don't have a solution. How could Chu Ning think of a solution? This guy must have thought that the prince had found the antidote, so he felt confident and wanted to make a fortune before being bitten by a snake. Yes, Chu Ning must not want to suffer a loss, so he wants to get some benefits in advance. Thinking of this, the emperor suddenly asked, "Chun Ning, I remind you that this matter is of great importance and should not be trivial." Chu Ning raised the corner of her mouth slightly, turned to look at the cheap emperor, blinked her right eye, and said with a chuckle, "Father, don't worry, I understand." The emperor was stunned. What does this guy mean by winking at me? Did he really come up with a solution? When he was in doubt, the prince snorted coldly, "18th brother, just say what you want to say, why keep it a secret? I hate these nagging, whining people the most." Chu Ning saw that the time was almost right, so he chuckled and said, "Brother Crown Prince, father originally wanted you, the brothers, and the adults to handle this matter, right?" The prince frowned. Although he didn't want to admit it, the emperor did mean that just now. However, the prince would not easily admit it before he understood Chu Ning's purpose. 18th brother, stop beating around the bush and just tell me what you want." The prince's patience had been almost worn out. Chu Ning raised his lips slightly and said calmly, "It's very simple. Now let me handle this matter. I can say that I am responsible for the aftermath of the prince, the brothers, and the adults. Don't the prince, brothers, and adults have any response?" As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience fell silent. No one expected that Chu Ning would still want to ask the prince and others for benefits at this time. This guy must be obsessed with money. The prince was so angry that his hands were shaking and his face turned purple. This bastard wants benefits for everything. Don't let your life fall into my hands, or I will make you pay. The prince was furious, but he did not dare to refuse. He knew Chu Ning's bad temper very well. If he refused at this moment, Chu Ning would definitely not take action. Taking a deep breath, the prince suppressed his inner anger and said in a cold voice, 18th brother's words may sound absurd, but they do make sense if you think about it carefully. How about this? I will add another 3,000 taels of silver to today's gift. How about that? Chu Ning grinned and held up 5 fingers, 5,000 taels. You. The prince was so angry that he almost couldn't hold back his anger. Fortunately, the second Prince Chu Ming narrowed his eyes and took over the topic. It's just an extra 5,000 taels of silver, the king agrees. He felt it was a good deal to spend 5,000 taels to watch Chu Ning being bitten by a snake and vent his anger. The other princes looked at each other and then expressed their agreement. The prince breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. Since everyone else agreed, he didn't have to be the first to take the lead. In that case, I agree. The prince finally compromised. Chu Ning looked at all the ministers present with a satisfied look on his face and said with a smile, "Where are the gentlemen?" The ministers, led by the Grand Tutor and the Prime Minister, looked at each other and then shouted in unison, "We are willing to add an extra 3,000 taels of silver to the gift." Although a few thousand taels of silver is not a lot, with so many people involved, it adds up to a considerable income. However, Chu Ning was not satisfied. Instead, he turned around and stared at the emperor with a sly smile. The emperor's heart was pounding. Oh no, this kid Chu Ning is coming towards me. Father. Chu Ning stared at the emperor with a malicious look on his face. The emperor felt a chill in his heart and the corners of his mouth twitched. This kid is really coming towards me. With his eyes wide open, the emperor exuded his majesty and snorted coldly, "As a prince, you should pay attention to your manners. How can you behave like this?" Chu Ning chuckled, "I was born in the common people, and I have been preparing to go to the front line. No one has taught me etiquette yet." The emperor fell silent. If it were any other prince, using his manners as an excuse might be enough to scare him. But Chu Ning is an illegitimate child and has never been to the palace, so how can he have royal manners? Shaking his head, the emperor asked helplessly, "Tell me, what are you planning?" Chu Ning pointed at everyone present and said, "Father, look, all the brothers and elders have given me some benefits. Shouldn't you also show some appreciation? After all, this matter has nothing to do with me, and I am in trouble for no reason." Sure enough, he is here to ask for benefits. The emperor looked displeased. "Now that you have solved this matter, are you still worried that I won't reward you? Asking me for favors in public, don't I have any face? Besides, you may not even be able to handle the situation, and you want benefits now." The emperor snorted coldly, "I will reward you after you have dealt with it." But Chu Ning shrugged and said, "That won't work. Father is very busy. What if he forgets about this?" You. The emperor was angered by these words. Just as she was about to start scolding him, the queen, who had been silent the whole time, smiled and said, "Your Majesty, Chu Ning has never been in the palace, so he speaks bluntly. Please don't mind. In my opinion, since no one dares to come forward to take responsibility for this matter, only the Prince of Penglai dares to take responsibility for it, so he should be rewarded." The emperor narrowed his eyes and looked at the queen deeply. As the prince's mother, she must be thinking about him in her heart. Speaking for Chu Ning at this moment was probably to allow Chu Ning to take action as soon as possible and let Chu Ning be bitten by the poisonous snake, so as to vent the prince's anger. While thinking, the prince's eyes lit up. "Mother, what you said is absolutely right. Father, please satisfy my 18th brother's request. She is worthy of being the queen mother, her every move is a powerful one." When the emperor saw that the empress and the prince had spoken, he didn't want to let the matter drag on. "Okay, add another 10,000 taels of silver to the gift." The emperor reluctantly announced his reward. I thought Chu Ning would thank her, but Chu Ning looked at the queen again and asked with a smile. "Since the queen thinks that I should take action, I wonder if the queen will give me a reward." Originally, the queen had nothing to do with it, but since you came to me yourself, of course I will not hesitate to trick one more person. The queen was slightly stunned, and then she realized that Chu Ning was even more despicable than she had imagined. But now that things have come to this, if she doesn't express anything, then what she just said would be deceiving herself. The Prince of Penglai is really an interesting person. The queen chuckled and casually took out a golden hairpin from her head and handed it over. This is my favorite golden hairpin. I will give it to the Prince of Penglai today. The prince's face suddenly turned ugly. This golden hairpin was given to my mother by myself, and it was worth at least 30,000 taels. Chu Ning, this bastard, even though he was cheating on himself, he actually decided to target his own mother. Just wait, if you are bitten by a poisonous snake, I will delay the time and let you suffer from the poisonous snake. While deep in thought, Chu Ning reached out and took the golden hairpin. I looked it up and down, then weighed it with my hands, and found that the weight was large and the workmanship was exquisite. Then I showed a satisfied look. Thank you, Queen, for the reward. After bowing her hands and saluting, Chu Ning turned around and put the golden hairpin into Shen Weining's hand. It's for you. After finishing speaking, without waiting for Shen Weining to speak, she turned around and walked towards the Zhao soldier holding the jar. Shen Weining looked stunned. She never expected that Chu Ning would give such a precious gold hairpin to herself. This is the golden hairpin used by the queen, it is priceless. If you put it up for sale, you will definitely get a high price. However, Chu Ning gave it to herself without hesitation. Could it be that his status in Chu Ning's heart is so high? At this moment, Shen Weining suddenly felt that she was being cared for, and a warm current surged through her heart. However, when she thought that Chu Ning was about to reach into the jar, her heart was in her throat again. Zhao Fian thought of all possible solutions to such a vicious plan, and there was no way to take out the jade without destroying the jar. Chu Ning, you will definitely be bitten by a snake today. Thinking that Chu Ning was bitten by a snake in exchange for the gold hairpin in her hand, her heart couldn't help but tremble, and she looked at Chu Ning's leaving figure with a bit of worry. At this time, Zhao Fian looked at Chu Ning, who had already walked to the jar, and said calmly, Prince Penglai, can we start? Chu Ning raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a hint of confidence, of course. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand to open the first probe on the right, and reached in with his right hand without hesitation. Everyone stood up at this moment, all eyes focused on Chu Ning's hands. But, something strange happened. Chu Ning put his hand in the jar for a moment and then took it out, saying calmly, the jade pendant is not here. As he spoke, he walked towards the second jar. Zhao Fian narrowed her eyes and a sneer flashed across her face. Of course she knew that there was nothing in the first jar, but there was a poisonous snake in the second jar. Chu Ning, this princess is waiting for your screams. Under Zhao Fian's cold gaze, Chu Ning reached into the second jar. But, after a moment, Chu Ning did not scream as Zhao Fian had expected. Huh? What's going on? Why didn't the poisonous snake inside bite Chu Ning? Could it be that the poisonous snake had been in the jar for too long and was suffocated to death? While thinking, Chu Ning took back his right hand and shook his head. The jade pendant is not in this bottle either. Everyone was stunned. Didn't they say there were 2 poisonous snakes in the jar? How come Chu Ning tested 2 jars and nothing happened? The prince was also full of confusion at this moment. What is Zhao Fian doing? Could it be that the 2 poisonous snakes are in the other 3 jars? Just when everyone was surprised, Chu Ning put his hand into the third jar. After groping for a while, Chu Ning's eyes lit up and he took his hand back with a big laugh. Everyone, I got the jade pendant. Then, an exquisite jade pendant appeared before everyone. Everyone was petrified at this moment. There was only one question in their minds, why didn't the poisonous snake bite Chu Ning? Even if there were no poisonous snakes in the 2 jars at the beginning, there must be poisonous snakes in the jar with the jade pendant. But now, Chu Ning took out the jade pendant, but there was no sign of snake bite on his hand. This was obviously unreasonable. Everyone looked at Zhao Fian with puzzled eyes at this moment. Zhao Fian also looked stunned at this moment. If one snake being suffocated to death was an accident, it is impossible that both snakes were suffocated to death, right? Impossible, absolutely impossible, there must be something wrong. Zhao Fian's face darkened, this princess doesn't believe that you are unharmed. After saying that, she rushed over to check the jar. Zhao Fian had a gloomy face and used her right hand to open the jar in the middle, which originally contained the poisonous snake and the jade pendant. She wanted to see what happened to the poisonous snake inside. "Why don't you bite Chu Ning?" But just as the lid was lifted, a slender brown poisonous snake suddenly jumped out. Zhao Fian's face changed drastically and she suddenly pulled out her right hand. However, her speed was not as fast as that of the poisonous snake. She instantly wrapped herself around his arm, opened her mouth, and quickly bit his hand 3 times. Evil beast! Han Ping, who was standing by, reacted immediately and became furious. He drew the sword from his waist and cut the poisonous snake in half with one blow. But even so, the poisonous snake still bit Zhao Fian tightly. At this moment, Zhao Fian's face was extremely pale, and beads of sweat the size of beans were streaming down her cheeks like rain. Antidote, antidote. Zhao Fian tried hard to endure the effects of the poison and quickly signaled Han Ping to take out the antidote. Han Ping did not dare to delay and quickly took out a bottle from his arms, poured out a pill from it and gave it to Zhao Fian to take. After a while, Zhao Fian's face gradually turned red and the pain on her face gradually faded. Just when everyone thought that Zhao Fian had completely eliminated the poison, Zhao Fian suddenly let out a "wow" and spurted out a mouthful of black blood from her mouth. Everyone was horrified. If there wasn't an antidote in advance, this snake would not have survived for long. Of course, the most surprised person was the prince. Looking at the 2 halves of the poisonous snake on the ground, a cold look flashed in his eyes. This is not a 5-step snake at all. In other words, the antidote he ordered people to prepare was completely useless. If Chu Ning had not been lucky today, he would have died on the spot if bitten by this snake. By then, he, as the crown prince, would have the greatest responsibility. This damn Zhao Fian actually dared to lie to me. The prince clenched his hands and a look of anger appeared on his face. Zhao Fian, it's bad enough that you plotted against Chu Ning, but you even plotted against me. Okay, that's how we play it, eh? If I don't avenge this, I'd be unworthy of being the crown prince of the Great Chu. At this moment, the murderous intent in the prince's heart rushed to his head, and he hated Zhao Fian completely. However, he also knew that today was not the time for revenge, nor was it the time to expose Zhao Fian. Otherwise, he, the prince, would lose all face. Believing the words of Princess Zhao is not what a prince of Chu should do. While deep in thought, Chu Ning, who had already put away the jade pendant, smiled and said, "Tisk, tsk, why is Princess Fian so careless? Your own poisonous snake bit you. It will really become a joke if word spreads about it." Zhao Fian, who had failed because of this matter, looked gloomy, stared at Chu Ning, and asked, "How did you do it?" She asked herself that her plan was so perfect that nothing could go wrong. And she herself was bitten by the snake just now, which proved that the snake was inside when Chu Ning reached in. She didn't understand why the snake didn't bite Chu Ning. Others at the scene were staring at Chu Ning in surprise at this moment, and they also wanted to know the answer. Even Shen Weiying, the most talented woman in Chu, was full of surprise at this moment. Chu Ning did what she couldn't do. How on earth did he do it? That's a poisonous snake, why didn't it bite Chu Ning? Only the emperor was happy. No matter what method Chu Ning used, at least the matter was resolved. He originally thought that there was no poisonous snake in the jar, but after seeing Zhao Fian being bitten by a poisonous snake, he completely dispelled his doubts. It must be that Chu Ning used some unknown method to prevent the poisonous snake from biting him. The emperor raised his lips slightly, also looking forward to Chu Ning's answer. However, Chu Ning laughed, pointed at the venomous snake that was broken into 2 pieces, and asked, "Before I answer, Princess Fian, can you tell me the true origin of this venomous snake?" After these words were spoken, many officials took a closer look at the poisonous snake and realized that it was not the 5-step snake that Zhao Fian had mentioned. This is not a 5-step snake. I seem to have seen this venomous snake in the classics, but I can't remember where it is at the moment. This snake has a brown back, black spots on its head, and a yellow-white belly. Its eyes are larger than those of ordinary snakes, and it moves so fast. It seems to be the legendary slender-scaled taipan. A white-haired old man seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said the name of the snake. Chu Ning's expression changed slightly. Wow, it's actually a slender-scaled taipan. He had heard of this snake before. It was said to be the most venomous snake among all snakes. Its venom is 300 times stronger than that of a rattlesnake, which is equivalent to 20 times the venom of a king cobra. Zhao Fian is such a vicious woman. Chu Ning felt a little scared. If he had known it was such a poisonous snake, he would not have dared to open the lid easily even if he had a foolproof plan. Chu Ning, who was somewhat exasperated, snorted coldly, "Princess Fian, you actually called the most poisonous snake in the world a five-step snake." The prince, who had been tricked by Zhao Fian, also realized what was happening. He immediately raised his gloomy face and asked, "Even I was deceived by you. Tell me, what is your intention in doing this?" Zhao Fian knew she was in the wrong, so she smiled and said, "Misunderstanding, this is a complete misunderstanding. I heard from the people below that it was a five-step snake, so I thought it was a five-step snake." Yeah. Chu Ning's face was full of sarcasm. "If you really think that's a five-step snake, then why can the antidote you brought cure the venom of the fine-scaled taipan?" This. Zhao Fian was speechless for a moment and could not answer. Fortunately, Han Ping was still calm, and said in a deep voice, "This antidote was made by my great Zhao state master himself, and it can detoxify most of the poisons in the world. Whether it is the fine-scaled taipan or the five-step snake, taking this antidote can detoxify it. However, the toxicity of this slender-scaled taipan is too great. Even if you take this antidote, Your Highness the Princess must take it every day for the next 7 days to continue to remove the poison, and she cannot resort to violence, otherwise the toxins in her body will spread. It turns out this is a universal antidote." Chu Ning's eyes lit up. "I see, if you really don't know, then this matter is understandable. However, this was your mistake after all, and it almost cost me my life. I cannot let this matter go." Zhao Fian's face suddenly turned ugly. "This bastard wants to take advantage of the opportunity to blackmail me." Although she was extremely angry, she couldn't continue to argue about it since the matter was exposed in public. She could only pretend to be pitiful. "This matter is indeed the fault of our great Zhao. I wonder how the Prince of Penglai intends to resolve this matter." Chu Ning raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and pointed his right index finger at the bottle of antidote in Han Li's hand. "First, I want this bottle of antidote. Second, compensate me with 100,000 taels of silver to calm my nerves." "Impossible." Han Li said angrily, "This antidote is extremely precious, how can I give it to you?" Chu Ning frowned. "Why, do you want me to investigate your plan to poison me?" Han Li was about to explain, but Zhao Fian reached out to stop him. "Forget it." Looking up at Chu Ning, she sighed and said, "I agree to His Royal Highness's 2 requests, but I don't have that much silver with me. I only have 50,000 taels at the moment." Chu Ning grinned. "It's okay, just write an IOU." Zhao Fian was stunned. Is this guy still worried that he will default on his debt? With her eyes narrowed, Zhao Fian said calmly, "I can write the IOU, but you must tell me how you prevented the poisonous snake from biting you." "No problem, just write the IOU and I will tell you how to get the jade pendant without any damage." Chu Ning still had that annoying look on his face. After he finished speaking, he waved his right hand and Zhao Yu immediately brought writing brush, ink, paper, and inkstone from the hall. Zhao Fian snorted coldly, picked up the brush and quickly wrote the IOU. "Can Prince Penglai tell me now?" As he spoke, the IOU was handed over. Anyway, Chu Ning is someone she must kill, so she will leave the IOU with Chu Ning first. When Chu Ning dies, who will remember this IOU? Chu Ning took the IOU and took a look at it, then showed a look of satisfaction. "Very good, since Princess Fian is so sincere, I will tell you." Under everyone's gaze, Chu Ning slowly raised her hands, revealing hands that were different from the skin on her body. The 10 fingers and palms, including the wrists, were wet, and the skin was yellowish in color, and there was a smell of alcohol on it. Shen Weining was the closest and could see it most clearly. She could even smell the smell of alcohol. Her eyes lit up. "This is Realgar." Chu Ning laughed. "Yes, it's Realgar. No matter what kind of snake it is, the one I'm most afraid of is Realgar. Although there is no Realgar in my palace, Weining knows that Master Taifu likes Realgar wine, so she sent someone to prepare a few bottles." As soon as these words came out, everyone came back to their senses. The guard who was beside Chu Ning just now suddenly came over and seemed to hand Chu Ning something. Now it seems that the other party must have given Realgar wine, and Chu Ning, under the cover of his robe, had gotten his hands covered with Realgar wine in advance. What was originally a very thrilling incident was resolved so easily by Chu Ning. The white-haired tutor was slightly stunned, then he stroked his beard and burst into laughter. In that case, it was I who accidentally helped His Royal Highness to do this. This old guy actually took credit for it. Chu Ning's mouth twitched. I was shameless enough, but I didn't expect that this old guy was even more shameless than me. But he had to smile and agree, yes, this matter is all thanks to Master Taifu. If it weren't for your hobby, where would I find this Realgar wine? The Taifu laughed heartily and showed satisfaction. Being able to be in the limelight in front of everyone and put yourself in front of others is so honorable. However, Chu Ning changed the topic and chuckled, but if I want to take the credit for this, it must be Weining. If Weining hadn't carefully known the Taifu's hobbies and prepared Realgar wine in advance, I might not be able to do anything today. Resolve the matter. We can't really give all the credit to this old guy. Shen Weining didn't want to argue about anything, but she also understood that Chu Ning wanted to clear her name by doing this. After all, Zhao Fian mentioned this matter today in the name of the most talented woman in Chu. But she had no way to solve it, so in the end Chu Ning had to take action. Fortunately, Chu Ning lived up to expectations and successfully resolved the matter, and now he is still trying to save his reputation. At this moment, Chu Ning's status in her heart improved a lot. She had always felt that Chu Ning was a dandy prince who knew nothing but only relied on going to the front line to threaten others and make money. But now it seems that Chu Ning is not only not who he thought, but also a warm person. At least judging from a few things today, Chu Ning is very considerate. I also understand her very well. He smiled at Chu Ning and said, "You handled this matter yourself. There is no need to put the credit on me. However, the Realgar wine in your hands must be washed away immediately. Someone, bring some water." Soon, a maid came up with a basin. Chu Ning put his hands in and was about to wash them off, but unexpectedly a pair of Ri held his hands. Under Chu Ning's surprised gaze, Shen Weining said calmly, "I'll help you wash it." As a fiancé, she no longer has to worry about whether men and women are intimate or not. Chu Ning smiled slightly and let Shen Weining rub her hands in the water. When Mrs. Shen saw this scene, she felt as if someone had raised cabbage for more than 10 years. She couldn't help but snorted coldly, turned her head and was too lazy. If it weren't for Chu Ning's rescue of Shen Weining today, how could she allow Shen Weining to wash her hands for Chu Ning? Feng Mulan next to her said in her heart, it's over, Weining probably fell in love with this shameless guy. On the contrary, the emperor looked at Chu Ning and Shen Weining with great interest, with a look of relief like an old father on his face. Chu Ning is so courageous. I have to create some opportunities for him tonight. He must leave a seed for me before going to the front line. Over the years, I have owed a lot, and this time I have to force Chu Ning to go to the battlefield. The only thing I can do is to save seeds. While thinking, the queen beside her chuckled, "Your Majesty, I didn't expect Chu Ning to be so smart. He could come up with a countermeasure in such a short time." As she spoke, she looked at Chu Ning, and a barely perceptible strange color flashed in her eyes. The emperor stroked his beard, looking satisfied. "Yes, even I didn't expect him to be able to solve this problem. I am happy today. Come, queen, have a drink with me." Taking advantage of the excitement, the emperor wanted to boost the atmosphere. When the ministers around saw that the emperor was drinking, they dared not be negligent and they also raised their glasses to clink glasses. For a moment, the scene was bustling with activity. At this time, Zhao Fian, who had just been bitten by a poisonous snake, gradually recovered. The poison in his body was temporarily suppressed, and as he looked at the lively engagement party in front of him, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. This bastard Chu Ning caused this princess to be bitten by a poisonous snake. He must pay the price. Thinking of this, Zhao Fian suddenly smiled and said, "Your Majesty, the Emperor of Great Chu, this princess came here to see the ability of the most talented woman in Great Chu, but it was Chu Ning who rescued her just now. This princess still has some doubts about her title of the most talented woman." As soon as these words were spoken, the originally bustling yard became quiet again. No one expected that Zhao Fian would dare to take action even after failing. The emperor showed displeasure on his face. This Zhao Fian is really a dogskin plaster, you can't get rid of her even if you want to. You've already failed once and been bitten by a snake, and now you still want to cause trouble. The emperor was about to refuse, but the queen beside him suddenly smiled and said, "It seems that Princess Fian has doubts about the ability of our dynasty's most talented woman. It just so happens that so many gentlemen are here today. If you have any questions, just ask them." These words made the emperor's face change slightly, and he turned to stare at the queen in disbelief. It was a rule set by the founder of the country that the harem should not interfere with politics, and it is impossible for the queen not to know it. At this moment, she actually spoke first in front of everyone. Could it be the queen? No, the queen didn't have the guts. She probably wanted to embarrass Chu Ning and Shen Weining and give vent to the prince. Forget it, if I don't agree, the queen and the prince will definitely oppose it with their ministers. The emperor reacted immediately and stared at Zhao Fian with an expressionless face. Tell me, how do you want to confirm that Princess Shen is called the most talented woman in the Chu? Zhao Fian smiled mysteriously. This time, I have brought a talented person. If Princess Shen can satisfy him in terms of literary attainments, I will recognize this princess as the most talented woman in Chu. The emperor narrowed his eyes. Oh. To be called a hero by you, he must not be an unknown person. I wonder who he is. Zhao Fian raised the corner of her mouth slightly and slowly said two words, "You are horizontal." What are you doing? When the emperor suddenly heard the name, a look of fear flashed in his eyes, and his face became a little ugly. Chu Ning noticed the emperor's expression and couldn't help showing surprise. Just a name can actually make the emperor look horrified. He was about to ask Shen Weining who was standing aside, but the officials at the scene became commotion. It's actually this person, what can we do? Yes, this person has always been rude, and he relies on his reputation and talent to do so unscrupulously. I'm in trouble this time. I didn't expect that Zhao Fian actually found this person. Today's engagement party for Prince Penglai may be ruined. The words of the ministers fell into Chu Ning's ears verbatim, and he became interested in you. Weining, what is your background? Chu Ning leaned close to Shen Weining's ear and asked in a low voice. The male breath poured into her mouth and nose, and Shen Weining's face instantly turned red. But she knew she couldn't be reserved at this moment. Your arrival would be extremely detrimental to her and Chu Ning. With a long sigh, Shen Weining said slowly, "You can read at the age of 2, write poems at the age of 3, speak well at the age of 6, and become world famous at the age of 10. He is known as a child prodigy. However, this man has always maintained his talents and is extremely arrogant. Not only did he reject the solicitations of many dynasties, he even wrote many poems to satirize them. Even the emperor of our dynasty sent someone to recruit this person, but this person wrote a poem to satirize his majesty for being fond of women, which caused so many princes to compete with each other for favor, and the court was in chaos." Chu Ning's mouth twitched. Are there such brave people in this world? Can't Rang Ning cure him? Chu Ning was puzzled. Writing poems to satirize the emperor is a serious crime. But Shen Weining shook her head. After all, this person is a world-famous Confucian scholar, and he studied under the great Confucian Mr. Sima. If he kills this person, Mr. Sima will definitely be unhappy, and other Confucian scholars and scholars in the world will not dare to come and seek refuge with him. Chu Ning didn't react until he heard this. It's all about reputation and face. Even though you have done many outrageous things, the emperors of various dynasties naturally did not dare to kill this person because they were concerned about their reputation. While deep in thought, Zhao Fian chuckled. Why, His Majesty the Emperor of Chu does not want to see this person. If so, I, the princess, can let him leave. The emperor's mouth twitched. This has already happened, and if you tell others to leave now, it will give them a reason to scold you. Let him come in. The emperor looked helpless. Xian, you are here to see me. In Zhao Ming's shrill voice, a thin man wearing a blue gown slowly entered from outside the house. This person looks very ordinary, but his face is full of pride, and a few strands of hair tied on the crown have fallen out, looking a bit scruffy. When the officials at the scene saw this man, their faces were a little ugly, but this man regarded these people as nothing and went straight to the emperor's table. He casually raised his hands and saluted. "Shanren, you have met His Majesty the Emperor of Chu." Although the emperor was not happy with this person, he still smiled and said, "For the sake of face, I have heard of your reputation as a great talent for a long time, but I never thought that we would meet here today. Come on, please give me a seat." "No need. You waved your right hand. I came here today because I wanted to see the most talented woman in Chu, who truly deserves her reputation." His eyes moved around everyone present, and finally landed on Shen Weining. The only women at this table were the queen, Mrs. Shen, Zhao Fian, and Shen Weining. The first two were obviously the wrong age, and he knew Zhao Fian. Only the gentle-looking and richly dressed woman in front of him was the most suitable. "She looks pretty good." You smiled contemptuously, but beauty has always been a disaster for women since ancient times. "I wonder if your reputation as the most talented woman in Dachu also comes from your appearance." As soon as these words came out, Shen Weining's face turned ugly. Chu Ning frowned and was about to speak, but Mrs. Shen, who was holding back her anger, stopped. It doesn't matter if his daughter was fucked by a pig, after all, the other party is a prince. But now anyone dares to humiliate his own daughter like this. Do you really think that the Shen family is a fool? Presumptuous. Mrs. Shen's face was filled with anger. She stood up so angry that she pointed her finger at you and shouted angrily, "Where did you come from, a madman who dares to talk such nonsense? Crazy guy." You looked up to the sky and laughed, "Ha ha ha ha, everyone in the world knows that you are a cruel person, and it is not an exaggeration to call me a madman. But you, old woman, the mountain man is not here to look for you, why are you so anxious? Shanren just wants to see the ability of the most talented woman in Dachu. If she can't show it, then she doesn't need the title. Are you so anxious because you know that she has no real talent at all and that she got her title by attracting men with her skin?" Mrs. Shen is a female and is not good at words. When you said this, her blood immediately surged. You. The finger pointing at you kept trembling, and you couldn't swallow the bad breath in your throat. Finally, your eyes closed and your body fell backwards. Fortunately, Feng Mulan behind her had quick eyesight and quickly reached out to hold her up, preventing Mrs. Shen from falling to the ground. When Shen Weining saw her mother fainted, a look of worry appeared on her delicate face, and she immediately rushed forward, "Mother, mother." Chu Ning frowned, "Here, help the old lady to the backyard immediately." 4 maids immediately came forward to carry Mrs. Shen down. Shen Weining was worried that something might happen to her mother, so she naturally followed her. But when you saw this scene, instead of showing sympathy, you smiled contemptuously, "A few words and it's like this. If you had known this, why would you stand up and speak?" Also, Shen Weining actually followed her. Perhaps she was worried about being tested by the mountain people to find out her true nature, so she deliberately avoided the mountain people. Chu Ning's face suddenly darkened. "This is extremely rude of you." Not only was there no sympathy for someone who fainted, but they were also ridiculed and ridiculed. Such an arrogant person is truly unheard of. "Your name is Hang, right?" Chu Ning changed her playful look just now and put on a stern look. You raised your eyebrows, turned to look at Chu Ning, looked up and down, nodded and said proudly, "Yes, it's Shanren. I guess you are the king of Penglai County." Chu Ning sneered, "Since you know it is me, why don't you salute me?" Hang laughed loudly. The emperor's illegitimate son left among the people was lucky enough to marry Shen Weining, the most talented woman in the Chu dynasty, but he was sent to the front line to be a scapegoat. Why would I treat someone like you like this? Give a gift. A false name. Chu Ning narrowed her eyes and flashed a cold look. "So, do you think Weining's title as the most talented woman in Dachu is fake?" You shrugged. "Isn't the result obvious? If you avoid people from this mountain when you see them, what else is this if it's not false?" Chu Ning sneered, "Do you dare to make a bet with me? If I lose to you in poetry, I will recognize your words. If you lose, I want you to kneel down and apologize. Such an arrogant person must pay the price." "Betting with you." Yuheng seemed to have heard a big joke. A look of astonishment appeared on your face at first, and then you laughed loudly. The laughter shook the sky, like the beating of a drum, causing a stinging pain in the eardrums. Zhao Fian raised the corners of her mouth slightly, showing a look of satisfaction. This Hang was different. As soon as he made a move, Mrs. Shen was so angry that she fainted, forcing Shen Weining to take care of her. Now Chu Ning is the only one left to face you alone. Chu Ning was born among the people and had no education. How could such a person beat Ni Hang, who is known as a child prodigy, in terms of literary attainments? The only troublesome thing is whether the emperor will agree to this. While you were deep in thought, you finished laughing and gave Chu Ning a look of disdain. Comparing literature with an illegitimate child like you would be a disgrace to a native. You don't understand anything, so why bet with people from this place? If I agree to this, I will be laughed at even if I win. The emperor also said in a deep voice at this moment, Chun Ning, don't act recklessly, go to the backyard to see how Mrs. Shen is doing. If the purpose of Zhao Fian's invitation to you is not revealed at this moment, then he has become the emperor in vain. I can no longer tangle with Yu Hang at this moment, otherwise Chu Ning will definitely be severely humiliated by Yu Hang with her little ability. However, the prince stood up at this moment and said in a deep voice, Father, since you want to prove Princess Shen's talent, if you don't meet his request, I'm afraid things will be difficult to solve today. After saying that, the prince took 2 steps forward, approached the emperor and whispered, Anyway, Chu Ning has no knowledge. Even if he loses to Ni Hang, outsiders won't say much. Chu Ning has caused me to lose face so many times, been punished so many times, and defrauded me of so much money. I will definitely not let him have an easy time this time. The emperor raised his eyebrows when he heard this, feeling a little moved in his heart. Everyone knows your temper and character. If you don't let the other person achieve his goal, you might turn around and write a poem to ridicule him. However, today is Chu Ning's engagement day. If Chu Ning loses to Ni Hang at this moment, it will be detrimental to Chu Ning's reputation if word spreads. When hesitating, the second prince stood up and said with a smile, Father, let the 18th brother give it a try. The other princes had all been cheated by Chu Ning, so when they saw someone taking the lead, they immediately followed suit. For a moment, the emperor had no choice. Okay, since you all agree with Chu Ning's suggestion, let Chu Ning give it a try. The emperor waved his hands in a somewhat disappointed manner, but in his heart he was thinking about how to leave after Chu Ning lost to Ni Hang. But, you just refused to do it. When did I agree to compete with the Prince of Penglai? Ni Hang sneered, with his talent, he is totally unqualified to be compared with Ben Shanren. Humiliation, this is a severe humiliation of Chu Ning in front of everyone. Everyone knows that Chu Ning is the emperor's illegitimate son. Saying that Chu Ning's talent is not qualified is just embarrassing Chu Ning's background. Zhao Fian raised the corners of her mouth slightly, revealing a look of satisfaction. Ni Hang's fighting ability is really beyond expectations. First he made Mrs. Shen angry, then he scared Shen Weining away, and now he wants to humiliate Chu Ning. The revenge of being bitten by a poisonous snake just now is finally avenged. Chu Ning, this princess is waiting to see how your reputation will be ruined today. However, just humiliating Chu Ning like this is too easy for him. Chu Ning's face and reputation must be severely trampled under his feet. With a slight smile, Zhao Fian said to you, Mister, please calm down. Prince Penglai's background is not very good, so it is normal for him not to understand these things. However, since he is Princess Shen's fiancé, he naturally wants to protect Princess Shen's reputation at this moment. How about this, you guys have a casual competition, so that Prince Penglai can give an explanation to Princess Shen. Zhao Fian thought that her persuasion would be effective, but you glanced at her and said calmly, I don't bother to bully people who don't understand literature. Zhao Fian's face changed slightly. Although you were invited by her, he has a weird temper and she can't do anything about him. Just when Zhao Fian was distressed, Chu Ning said with a sneer, I think you don't dare to compete with me. To tell you the truth, during these days of spending time with Weining, she taught me a lot, and I didn't expect that I would put it to use today. His talent must not be exposed, so he can only blame Shen Weining for the matter. Anyway, Shen Weining is the most talented woman in Dechu. With this name as a shield, no one will doubt her. As for you, you must teach this person a lesson today. If he dares to cause trouble at the engagement party, his reputation will be ruined. Sure enough, as soon as this person appeared, the proud Ni Hang became furious and a ferocious look appeared on his face. Okay, I didn't want to make a big deal out of the matter at first, but since you said that Commander Shen had offended you, let me see how capable the people she taught are. Yu Heng stared at Chu Ning and sneered, "Tell me, how do you want to compete?" He is self-controlled and talented. No matter what Chu Ning competes with, he is full of confidence. Chu Ning stared at Yu Heng coldly. "Today is my engagement party. To save time, let's compare pairs. As long as you can match my pair, you will win." As soon as this statement came out, the whole place was in an uproar. Where does King Penglai get such confidence? Pairing is the most basic thing for a literati. How dare he make such a request? Alas, His Highness the County Prince was born among the people after all. He must not understand literature, so he proposed the simplest competition. I thought the Prince of Penglai would have a plan to deal with this, but now it seems that His Royal Highness is just messing around. When the Emperor heard what the crowd said, his face suddenly became gloomy. The reason I originally agreed to this was because of Chu Ning's strange personality, and I thought Chu Ning would have a unique way to compete with Ni Heng. But when he heard the couplet, the Emperor could not hide the disappointment on his face. "It's a sure loss, it's a sure loss." The Emperor shook his head, feeling that he had overestimated Chu Ning. The prince had a calm expression on his face, but he was extremely happy inside. "Couplets, huh, this is something you have been playing since you were very young, and now you still want to compete with others. You really don't know your own limitations. Chu Ning, I'm just waiting to be humiliated by you after you lose." Thinking of the happy things, the prince couldn't help but smile. Zhao Fian on the side even laughed out loud at this moment. It turns out that Commander Shen has married His Royal Highness, and that's right. His Royal Highness comes from a folk background, and he will definitely not be able to write poems that are too advanced. "Mr. Yu, His Highness the County Prince has spoken." "What do you mean?" Zhao Fian looked at Yu Heng with a smile. Yu Heng had a look of contempt on his face. "Right. I know it at the age of 5. I don't want to bully the younger ones, but since the prince took the initiative and was taught by the most talented woman in Dachu, I want to see it. See what a pair this is." Chu Ning was already aware of this man's arrogance, and did not care about the contemptuous look on his face. Instead, he said calmly, "This pairing is eternal, and you will never be right." Yu Heng laughed loudly. "Really? That's just your limited knowledge. Today, I want you to know what it means to have someone outside the world. Tell me your first couplet." Under the gaze of everyone, Chu Ning slowly uttered 5 words, "Smoke locks the pond willows." As soon as the 5 words, "Smoke locks the pond and willows," came out, the scene fell into complete silence. The ministers frowned, trying to come up with a good second line. But no matter how hard they thought, they could not come up with a corresponding second line. Even if I manage to come up with it, neither the artistic conception nor the neatness will match. Not only them, Zhao Fian also narrowed her eyes with a look of disbelief. When it comes to talent, she is not much inferior to those literati. But after hearing these 5 words, she actually felt helpless. However, Ni Heng is a world-renowned talent after all, and also a disciple of Mr. Sima, so he must be able to think of the second couplet. Thinking of this, Zhao Fian turned her head and looked at Ni Heng beside her. But what I saw was a face full of shock and disbelief. At this moment, Ni Heng's mind was working rapidly. He wanted to find a matching second line, but after racking his brains to think of several, he rejected them before he could even say them. This scene made Zhao Fian's face change slightly. "No way, can't you even think of the second line?" While deep in thought, the Emperor on the main seat also noticed that Ni Heng's expression was not right. His eyes lit up, and the Emperor stroked his beard with his right hand, with an amusement look on his face. If Ni Heng can't come up with the second line, Chu Ning wins. Once this matter gets out, the Chu will definitely be severely exposed in front of other dynasties. Thinking that his son could successfully deal with Ni Heng and avenge the men who had mocked him, the Emperor couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. However, some were happy while others were worried. When the prince saw that Ni Heng had not spoken for a long time and a look of fear appeared on his face, his expression suddenly turned gloomy. Could it be that Ni Heng is the one who does not deserve the reputation? You can't even match the second half of a couplet, and you still have the audacity to speak so brazenly. Think quickly, come up with a second line for me. The prince is very anxious. The other princes looked at each other and their expressions were also unhappy. They all wanted to see Chu Ning make a fool of himself, not to see Chu Ning proud. Once Nihang is defeated, Chu Ning's reputation and prestige will definitely increase significantly. You are so arrogant, you must fight against me. But, no matter how anxious the princes were, it was useless because you just couldn't come up with the second line. Chu Ning had anticipated this situation. He did not rush Nihang to come up with the second line. Instead, he stood in front of Nihang with a calm expression and waited. He has plenty of time. Today, his goal is to teach this man a lesson. Dare to cause trouble at the engagement party in the palace. Do you really think that Chu Ning is easy to bully? Seeing Nihang's expression constantly changing, Chu Ning waited for an incense stick of time before calmly saying, Mr. Ni, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Haven't you thought of the second couplet yet? Nihang, who was already anxious, changed his expression drastically. Let me think about it for a moment. Nihang said while wiping the sweat from his forehead. No hurry, I have plenty of time. Chu Ning simply sat down and called everyone sit down, eat and drink, and we will wait for Mr. Ni's next couplet together. The ministers looked at each other and then sat down. Of course, no one dared to eat at this time, and all eyes were focused on Nihang. Nihang, who had always been arrogant, felt bitter at this moment. He had never thought that there would be a day when he would feel so aggrieved. He knew clearly that he couldn't match it, but he still insisted on doing it for the sake of face. Although he really wanted to admit defeat, once he did, his reputation in this life would be ruined by Chu Ning. It would be fine if it was ruined in the hands of someone else, but Chu Ning is just an illegitimate child and doesn't understand literature. He was unwilling to lose to Chu Ning. Moreover, once this matter gets out, he might never be able to survive in this life. But I won't admit defeat. With so many people watching me, and I still can't come up with the second line, it's like putting myself on the fire. In desperation, he could only turn to Zhao Fian for help. I was brought here by Zhao Fian. Now that I'm in trouble, who else should I turn to if not Zhao Fian? When Zhao Fian noticed Nihang's pleading look, her face suddenly turned pale. If it's right, then you're right. If it's not right, then you should admit defeat. Let's see what this princess will do. No, we can't let this person continue to stare at this princess, otherwise the people of Dachu will think that this person was brought here deliberately to cause trouble. With narrowed eyes, Zhao Fian said in a deep voice, Mr. Ni, today is the engagement banquet for His Royal Highness the Prince, time is precious. If you have a second line, tell me, if you don't have one, just admit defeat. Dragging it on is not a solution. Instead, it will make the people of Dachu laugh at us. It is better to end this matter as soon as possible. Nihang naturally understood what Zhao Fian meant, and immediately gritted his teeth and said, I have this couplet. Zhao Fian's eyes lit up, Mr. Ni is indeed a great disciple of Mr. Sima. Please tell us the second line for everyone to appreciate. Nihang hesitated for a moment, then said slowly, Zuzuan Heba Pine. Zhao Fian was stunned, then looked at Nihang with strange eyes. Although the radicals of the second couplet are well matched, and the structure of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth is the same as the first couplet, it has a more bizarre feeling. Moreover, the contrast between a pond and a dam is indeed a bit far-fetched from a literary perspective. No wonder you were so reluctant to say it, it turns out you were not sure. However, Chu Ning does not understand literature, so he probably cannot hear the mystery of the second half of the couplet. Zhao Fian rolled her eyes and said with a smile, as expected of you, Mr. Ni, you can definitely beat me like this. Nihang's mouth twitched and he didn't dare to speak. Yes. Chu Ning smiled contemptuously, is it really right? This king does not know much about literature, but the masters present here should know a lot. I wonder what you masters think of Nihang's second line. The ministers looked at each other. They did not dare to speak easily for fear of offending Nihang and Zhao Fian. The former enjoys cursing people, and the latter is the princess of Dezhao. One cannot afford to offend either of them. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the leading tutor. As the prince's teacher, no one can match him in literary attainments, and this matter can only be judged by the grand tutor. The grand tutor hesitated for a moment and said cautiously, this couplet can be said to be correct, but it can also be said to be incorrect. Chu Ning frowned, if it matches, it matches. If it doesn't match, it doesn't match. Master, there's no need to play it safe. The corner of the Taifu's mouth twitched. Your Highness, although this couplet seems neat, it is only on the surface. If you really look into it, it is definitely not right. I believe that Mr. Ni is also very clear about this point. The problem has come full circle and finally comes back to you. As a world-renowned scholar, although Nihang was arrogant, he did not dare to falsify his knowledge in literature. With a long sigh, Nihang suddenly bowed to Chu Ning and said, Grandmaster Chu is right. Strictly speaking, my couplet is not correct. Today, you were reckless, please forgive me, Your Highness. After saying this, Nihang was like a deflated ball, and his spirit and energy suddenly dropped significantly. After saying this, you turned around and left. But Chu Ning sneered, why, you want to leave like this? Nihang couldn't come up with a couplet and was so ashamed that he wanted to leave, but was stopped by Chu Ning. His expression changed, but Nihang couldn't bear to leave after all. He knew that if he left now, he would be infamous. If you lose, you should accept the price of losing. Turning to look at Chu Ning, Nihang sighed, today's incident was caused by Nihang's rudeness. Please forgive me, Your Highness. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone at the scene fell silent. No one had expected that the usually arrogant Nihang would actually bow his head and admit his mistakes. This is Nihang, the man who wrote many poems mocking emperors of various dynasties but is still alive. If they hadn't seen this scene with their own eyes, how could they dare to believe that Nihang would admit his mistake? The emperor's face was filled with excitement, and he couldn't help but speed up the stroking of his beard. You are so arrogant, you have come to this day. When you wrote poems to mock me, you never thought that one day you would fall into the hands of my son. Chu Ning, you can't let Nihang go easily today. You must blackmail him. Thinking of Chu Ning's blackmailing methods, the emperor actually showed an expectant look on his face. I don't care if you blackmail others. But you must lie to me more, the more you lie, the happier I will be. At this moment, the emperor was pulling his beard excitedly like a child, waiting for Chu Ning to speak. Chu Ning looked at Nihang who was lowering his head in front of him, but there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. Now you know you were wrong. Where did your pride and arrogance go? Staring at Nihang with a pair of cold eyes, Chu Ning enumerated his crimes. You came uninvited, humiliated my princess, and even spoke rudely to me. Now you can't even match the first half of my princess's couplet. You are clearly a person pretending to be crazy and stupid. Come, take this man down to me and punish him 30 times. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expression changed slightly. 30 years of heavy responsibility. If you cross that scholar's physique, you will definitely take half of his life. Yu Heng was shocked and saluted again. Your Highness, it is true that I did not think carefully about today. Please forgive me. As for coming uninvited, Shanren has something to say. Ah. Could it be that someone in my palace invites you? Chu Ning pretended to be surprised. You pointed your right hand at Zhao Fian. It was Princess Zhao who invited me here. She also said that as long as I challenge Princess Shen today, I will definitely become famous. A dead Taoist friend is not a poor Taoist. Since this incident was caused by Zhao Fian, of course Zhao Fian must be confessed. From the moment he lost, Zhao Fian never said a kind word to him, so don't blame yourself for being unkind. Chu Ning sneered when he heard this. Punishing Miheng was certainly not his purpose, the real target was Zhao Fian. Everything that happened today was caused by this woman. She must be taught a lesson. It seems that Princess Fian is very concerned about my affairs. She has been targeting me since she arrived in Kyoto. Chu Ning turned to look at Zhao Fian with an expressionless face. I don't know how Princess Fian will explain this to me. Zhao Fian's face was as gloomy as water. Unexpectedly, the foolproof plan suddenly changed. Now that Chu Ning has caught him, if he doesn't think about resolving this matter, it will definitely be used by the great Chu to make trouble. Thinking of this, Zhao Fian glanced at the prince not far away, wanting the prince to say a few words for her. But the prince narrowed his eyes, a strange look flashed across his eyes, but he did not stand up and speak. Zhao Fian felt a chill in her heart, and immediately realized that the prince was still angry about the 5-step snake turning into a slender-scaled taipan. It seems that the crown prince of Chu will not speak for himself, so he can only solve this problem himself. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Fian looked up at Chu Ning and said, "This matter is indeed something that I have not considered carefully. I hope your highness will forgive me." Chu Ning sneered, "Why, Princess Fian wants to end this matter with just an apology." Zhao Fian frowned, "What does the Prince of Penglai want?" Chu Ning pointed at Ni and said, "You invited this person, so shouldn't you also pay for his gift?" This statement, which was unexpected by everyone, immediately made the atmosphere on the scene tense. After all this fuss, Chu Ning is actually trying to blackmail people again. And the target was not Ni Hang but Zhao Fian. The emperor, who was originally enjoying the show, was stunned for a moment, and then he laughed wildly in his heart. Chu Ning's move was brilliant. "You are nothing but a lunatic, a poor intellectual. There is no profit in blackmailing such a person." But Zhao Fian was different. As the princess of the great Zhao, she had power, influence and money. If you want to blackmail someone, blackmail Zhao Fian. Zhao Fian also reacted at this moment, and her face suddenly became a little ugly. Although he knew Chu Ning would not let him go, he did not expect Chu Ning to blackmail him in public. However, a loss is a loss, and she has to accept the defeat. Continuing to dwell on it would make her look petty. "How much gift does your highness want?" Zhao Fian asked coldly. Chu Ning raised the corner of his mouth slightly and raised a finger. "With Ni Heng's fame and Princess Fian's invitation, 10,000 taels of silver should be no problem, right?" Zhao Fian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. 10,000 taels of silver is not a lot. "Okay, I'll pay the money for you." Zhao Fian agreed readily. But Chu Ning did not let her go. Instead, he continued, "Don't worry, there's more." Zhao Fian clenched her hands and her whole body suddenly exploded with momentum. This damn guy didn't even finish speaking at once. At this time, Chu Ning continued, "You came here to cause trouble, causing my mother-in-law to fall into a coma. You must know that my mother-in-law is a descendant of the previous dynasty and has a noble status. Shouldn't Princess Fian express her opinion?" Zhao Fian frowned. "This reason does sound reasonable. Tell me, how much silver does your highness the prince want?" Zhao Fian was already a little numb. Chu Ning held up 3 fingers and said, 30,000 taels of silver, isn't that too much?" Centurion Han Ping behind Zhao Fian couldn't listen, and immediately stood up and angrily shouted, Why don't you go and grab it?" Chu Ning raised an eyebrow. Zhao Fian was the first to say at this moment, with Mrs. Shen's status, asking for 30,000 taels of silver is not excessive. "Very good, Princess Fian is indeed sincere." Chu Ning squinted his eyes and sneered, "Then I will tell you the last thing. You can't match Princess Shen's first couplet. As a loser, shouldn't he leave something behind?" Zhao Fian twitched the corner of her mouth and said expressionlessly, "How much money does Prince Penglai want?" "Pretty good." Chu Ning stretched out a finger, 10,000 taels of silver, very reasonable, right? The 3 things add up to 50,000 taels of silver. Zhao Fian nodded, "Okay, but you have to owe it first." Chu Ning was well prepared, and immediately waved his hand, "Come here, bring the pen and ink, and have Princess Fian write the IOU." Zhao Fian almost gritted her teeth as she wrote the second IOU. Chu Ning took it and took a look at it, then accepted it with satisfaction. "Very good, today has nothing to do with Princess Fian." After he finished speaking, he turned to look at Ni Hang. "Next, it's between you and me." Ni Hang's heart was shocked, and for some reason, he felt uneasy. He smiled awkwardly and said, Your Highness has already asked Princess Fian to make compensation. The matter between Your Highness and I should be settled, right?" "Finished." Chu Ning's eyes flashed with a ruthless look, staring at Ni Hang. "Princess Fian gave the silver to settle the matter between her and me. What does it have to do with you? You humiliated the princess first, and Madame Shen was angry behind you, and now you lose to me. Such an arrogant and domineering person, if I don't deal with it, won't you be ridiculed by everyone in the world? Come here, punish him on the spot for 30 years. If you say something out loud, there is no reason to take it back. If you say you will take heavy responsibility, you will take heavy responsibility." Upon hearing this, Guan Yun and Zhao Yu immediately stepped forward. They grabbed Ni Hang and pressed him down on the spot. Immediately, 2 servants held sticks and fired their bows left and right. "Papa! Ah! Amidst your screams, the servants of the palace used all their strength to beat you hard. Zhao Fian's eyes flashed. Although she wanted to stop him, she knew that she couldn't speak at this moment, otherwise she would only be implicated. Han Ping on the side couldn't stand it anymore and said in a deep voice, "Your Highness, are you just going to let Chu Ning be executed like this?" Zhao Fian raised her lips slightly. "Don't worry, Hang will never let this person get away with anything. After suffering a loss this time, he will definitely blame Chu Ning in the future." Han Ping suddenly understood why his princess did not stop him. As long as you get involved with Chu Ning, there will be no peace in the Penglai County Prince's mansion from now on. Sure enough, Hang, who was beaten, also got angry at this moment, staring at Chu Ning and roaring. "You bastard, how dare you torture me? Ah, just wait, just wait." When had Hang ever suffered a loss? Now he was beaten in front of everyone and was extremely angry. If today's events were to spread, he would surely become the laughing stock of the whole world. This scene made Zhao Fian, who was standing aside, sneer. Chu Ning is so arrogant that he even dares to hit Hang. Just wait, this dog-skin plaster will stick to you from now on. The prince's eyes flickered at this moment, but if you look closely, you can see a gloating look in his eyes. Who the hell do you think you are? Even if you fail today, given your personality, you probably won't let it go. Chu Ning actually dared to beat this man in public, he will definitely be retaliated against. Hee, Chu Ning, just wait, you won't let you go. The prince was very happy. He wished Chu Ning and Hang would become enemies. It is impossible for Hang to kill Chu Ning with his ability, but he can disgust Chu Ning, which is exactly what he wants. Chu Ning cannot die because he has to go to the front line as a scapegoat, but it is still okay to disgust Chu Ning. Unfortunately, Chu Ning looked at Hang, who was full of arrogance and spoke rudely, but did not back down. Instead, he sneered. "Well, you have the guts to speak to me like that. I will give him 5 more strokes of the cane. If he continues to speak disrespectfully, I will keep giving him 5 more strokes until he is killed." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expression changed slightly. After all, Hang was a celebrity, and also a disciple of the great Confucian scholar Sima. If he was really beaten to death, it would surely make the literati in the world afraid to come to the Chu. Even the emperor raised his eyebrows and frowned. "Chu Ning, just teach him a lesson." But Chu Ning had a cold face and said in a deep voice, "Father, this person is humiliating me like this, which is also humiliating you and the great Chu." Moreover, he kept saying that he wanted the child to wait. Shouldn't we beat such a man to death and wait for his revenge? The emperor was speechless for a moment. Hang, who was beaten, also felt a chill in his heart at this moment. All along, he relied on his talent and his master's fame, and no one dared to attack him. But looking at Chu Ning's posture now, it is clear that he wants to kill himself. This damn illegitimate son actually disregards the reputation of the royal family. Isn't he afraid of being embarrassed if this matter gets out? Wait, that's not right. Chu Ning is an illegitimate child, and will soon go to the front line as a scapegoat. It is entirely possible that such a person would kill himself. If he were a prominent figure, he would definitely not kill me. But although Chu Ning is a prince, he is an illegitimate child and has not received any royal education. If I kill myself, others might even applaud. After all, he had offended too many people in the past. Thinking of Chu Ning's identity and the murderous look on his face, and then thinking about how arrogant he was today, Hang suddenly became panicked. No one is not afraid of death, and you are no exception. In the past, he was just being arrogant because he relied on the fact that the other party didn't dare to kill him or do anything to him. But now that he met Chu Ning, he knew that the other party really dared to take action, so how could he dare to continue to be arrogant? I give in. Stop hitting me. Hang, who was beaten to pieces, begged for mercy. What happened today is entirely my own fault. Please have mercy, Your Highness. You don't have to beg for mercy or you will die here. Zhao Fian can no longer be relied upon. This vicious woman would rather die at the hands of Chu Ning. Now I can only rely on myself. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell into silence, and even the 2 servants in the palace who were carrying out the execution were stunned. You actually begged for mercy. This is Enihang, a man who even dares to mock the emperor. Are you giving in now? Everyone's face was filled with disbelief. No one dared to believe that a person like Enihang would actually beg for mercy. For a moment, the scene was dead silent. Even the emperor raised his eyebrows and looked surprised. But then, a sneer flashed in the emperor's eyes. You are so arrogant and you deserve this day. Are you scared now? As expected, evildoers will receive their due punishment. The emperor was very happy, but he couldn't show it. He could only hold back his smile and kept stroking his beard with his hands to hide the uncontrollable smile on his lips. However, when Zhao Fian saw Ni begging for mercy, she was stunned at first, but then she reacted. If Chu Ning really dared to kill Enihang, the great scholar Mr. Sima would definitely hold the great Chu responsible. With her eyes narrowed and a hint of cruelty flashed across them, Zhao Fian sneered, "You are so arrogant. This princess invited you here to exchange literature with Princess Shen, not to make trouble. You have gone too far today, and this princess cannot save you." After he finished speaking, he turned to look at Chu Ning in Enihang's surprised eyes and said sternly, "This person has always been rude and unruly. Today he offended the prince and even caused trouble at the engagement banquet. It is not a pity that he should die. Although I invited him here, I will not interfere with how your highness decides to deal with him. This sentence is equivalent to pushing you over the cliff." Enihang was stunned. It would be fine if Zhao Fian didn't speak up for herself, but she actually took advantage of her misfortune. This woman is so cruel. "Zhao Fian, you want to kill me?" Enihang roared and was about to get up. But how could he get up after being beaten with more than 10 sticks? He felt pain in his lower body and fell to the ground, his face turned pale. Zhao Fian narrowed her eyes. Since she had already offended you, she must make sure you die at Chu Ning's hands. "Humph, do you think you can call me by my name? You have committed one more crime." Zhao Fian raised her lips slightly, "Your Highness, you have also seen that this man is a lunatic. Keeping him here will only bring disaster. Moreover, this person once wrote a poem to mock your father, the Emperor of Great Chu. He deserves death for his multiple crimes." She just wanted to force Chu Ning to kill Enihang. Zhao Fian's cruelty was beyond everyone's expectations. Although Enihang did offend Chu Ning today and spoke nonsense here, he has already been punished by Chu Ning. It is really unreasonable to kill Enihang on the spot at this moment. But when Chu Ning heard this, his eyes lit up and he seemed to be interested. Princess Fian's words seemed to make some sense. As Chu Ning spoke, he looked at Enihang, who was beaten to pieces, and sneered, "This man is so arrogant, and he even wants to take revenge afterwards. Such a person cannot be allowed to stay. Come, take this man down and behead him." At the command, Zhao Yu and Guan Yun immediately dragged Enihang out. Enihang was stunned at first, and then the pain in his body made him realize that if he didn't find a solution, he might really die here today. "Your Highness, please spare me, please spare me." This was all instigated by Zhao Fian. "She asked me to come here to deliberately cause trouble and upset you." Enihang showed a look of panic on his face. "Please, Your Highness, give me a chance to live. The person has been dragged to the gate of the mansion. If Chu Ning doesn't change his mind, he will have to die here today. Since Zhao Fian is unkind, don't blame yourself for being unjust." Sure enough, when Chu Ning heard Enihang pointing at Zhao Fian, a hint of amusement appeared on his face. This is exactly what he wanted. Punishing Enihang was not his purpose at all. His target from the very beginning was Zhao Fian. "Oh. So it was Princess Fian who asked you to come here to cause trouble." Chu Ning suddenly realized and turned to look at Zhao Fian. Sensing the ill intentions on Chu Ning's face, Zhao Fian's face darkened. "You are so arrogant. You still want to bite people when you are about to die. Do you really think that the king of Penglai will listen to your one-sided words?" Enihang was so angry at these words. "You vicious woman, you were the one who invited me, and you still refuse to admit it. Well, let everyone see your handwritten letter." As he spoke, Enihang endured the pain in his body and took out a letter from his arms with a slight tremor. Zhao Yu took the letter and handed it to Chu Ning. Chu Ning read the contents of the letter with a cold face. It was indeed Zhao Fian who invited Miheng to come here, and also asked Miheng to challenge Shen Weining at the banquet. She even expressed her willingness to pay 100,000 taels of silver after the event was completed. After reading the letter, Chu Ning glared at Zhao Fian coldly, and then handed the letter to the emperor. "Father, see for yourself." The emperor raised his eyebrows, and Zhao Ming immediately stepped forward to take the letter and hand it over. After the emperor read the letter, a look of displeasure appeared on his face. "Princess Fian, how do you explain this matter? This matter definitely cannot be blamed on Nihang. After all, this person has a special status and cannot be killed. Once it is blamed on this person, it will be difficult to deal with it. But Zhao Fian is different. As the princess of Zhao, this woman has blatantly ruined Chu Ning's marriage. She must be given an explanation. Otherwise, if this matter spreads, how will Da Chu lose his face?" Zhao Fian's face was livid. She never expected that Nihang would jump over the wall in a hurry and bite her back before dying. What's more important is that Chu Ning doesn't seem to want to kill you. Miscalculation, Chu Ning is more cunning than he thought. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Fian calmed down and said in a cold voice, "His Majesty the Emperor of Chu, I invite you to come here just to see Princess Shen's talent. There is no other intention." "Yeah." Chu Ning sneered, "But judging from your every move from the beginning to now, you clearly want to ruin my engagement party and ruin my reputation." Zhao Fian knew that the situation was not good for her. If she couldn't find a way to resolve the matter, Chu Ning would not give up. Although she had only met Chu Ning twice, she knew Chu Ning's character very well and knew that he would definitely take the opportunity to blackmail her. "No, today has been embarrassing enough, I can't let Chu Ning blackmail me again." He looked at the prince, a cold look appeared on his face, and there was a hint of warning in his eyes. The prince was startled, realizing that Zhao Fian was hinting for him to take action, otherwise she would reveal the collusion between the two. If this matter gets out, it will be hard to say whether the prince can keep his position as crown prince. Thinking of this, the prince sighed and pretended to sigh, 18th brother, there is no need to think so badly of Princess Fian. However, Princess Fian was at fault in the first place. Just tell me how you want to resolve this matter. With Chu Ning's bad temper, there is absolutely no way he can resolve this matter without taking advantage. Instead of continuing to argue about it, it is better to give some benefits as soon as possible and put an end to the matter once and for all. If we keep dragging it on, it will never end. Chu Ning laughed secretly in his heart. The idiot prince actually took the initiative to speak for Zhao Fian. Isn't it obvious that you two are in collusion? However, the prince cannot be exposed now, otherwise who will give him the money? Chu Ning rolled his eyes and pretended to be in deep thought, since my brother the crown prince said so, I have no choice but to give you face. But today's incident has caused such a big stir, as the mastermind, Princess Fian should make some statement, right? Zhao Fian breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Chu Ning doesn't take any action, everything else will be easy to deal with. How much silver does His Royal Highness the Prince want? Zhao Fian squinted her eyes and almost uttered these words through gritted teeth. Although I was very reluctant, I understood that this was the only way to completely resolve the matter. Chu Ning stretched out a finger. Oh. 10,000 taels. No problem. I can send someone to deliver the 10,000 taels to the palace tomorrow. Zhao Fian was completely relieved. But Chu Ning sneered, you want to get rid of me with 10,000 taels of silver. Do you think I'm a beggar? Zhao Fian's expression changed, you want 100,000 taels of silver. Yes, 100,000 taels. If Princess Fian agrees, then go ahead and write the IOU. I still have the pen, ink, paper and inkstone. Chu Ning said coldly, of course, if Princess Fian doesn't agree, that's fine, but I will hold you accountable for asking you to come and cause trouble. Zhao Fian sneered in her heart. You value money as your life, right? But that only works if you live to see that day. It's just an IOU. Anyway, I know that if I kill Chu Ning, the IOU will be invalid. Okay, I'll write it right away. Zhao Fian said nothing and picked up the pen to write the third IOU. Chu Ning took the IOU and took a look at it, then nodded with satisfaction and said, very good, the 3 IOUs total 200,000, and I will pay them all off before Princess Fian leaves Kyoto City, is that okay? Of course. Zhao Fian had a playful look on her face. As the princess of the great Zhao, how could I owe you money and not pay it back? I'm afraid that you, Chu Ning, will not be able to spend it alive by then. These 200,000 taels of silver are your Chu Ning's death warrant. Chu Ning seemed not to notice Zhao Fian's strange expression, and laughed. Princess Fian is really straightforward. In this case, let's end today's matter here. As for this person. Turning to look at Nihang, Chu Ning showed a playful look on his face. Take him away first, I have another use for him. These words made the emperor look a little ugly. Could it be that this kid Chu Ning wants to kill Nihang secretly? This won't do. Nihang has a special identity and must not die at Chu Ning's hands.